whilst he was seated in that white Toyota Fortuner.
The accused was handcuffed in front, my lord.
Ethake umbuzo uthi umsolwa wayefake ozankosi bengemumva ngesikhathi mhlawumbe ihlangana wathi cha umsolwa wayefake ozankosi kodwa bebengaphambili.
It is further my instruction that Sergeant Buthelezi and Maphumulo arrived traveling with a hard body, a white hard body, bakkie.
Yes, I can confirm, my lord.
Nathi angasiletha isiqiniso sokuthi uSergeant Buthelezi wayehamba nge-hard body emhlophe.
Both Mohane and Mabena alighted from the white Toyota Fortuner, and you had a discussion with him or with them, both of them. You had a discussion with them. Do you agree?
Yes, my lord.
Ngiyavuma ukuthi uMkhane noMabhema bathi mabephuma ku-Toyota Fortuner baseba nezingxoxo nabo.
All right. At that time, after that meeting or some kind of meeting, accused number 2 was taken out of the Toyota Fortuner and put into that motor vehicle we were traveling at the back seat, on the right side of the back seat of the rest seat of the motor vehicle we were traveling with. Do you dispute that?
Are you referring to Maroka police station, my lord?
Can you please follow my version so that you said I talked about meeting the accused person for the first time, accused number 2, near a garage on the way towards Albertine.
Yes, my lord.
Athi waqala ukubona nomsolwa egarage endleleni eya eAlbertine wathi yebo.
Yes. When he was taken to a motor vehicle, I was putting the version to the effect that he was put inside your motor vehicle at the back of the driver's seat.
My lord, as I mentioned, I met the accused at Maroka SCPS, not at a garage.
Athi umsolwa ke wabekwa esihlalweni sangemumva emotweni wahamba ngathi cha hayi ngahlangana naye eMorika police station zange ngihlangane naye egarage.
All right, you'll get into that. That's just getting to my instructions. Then immediately after that, Constable or Sergeant Mabena entered your vehicle and sat at the back of that motor vehicle on the left-hand side.
No, my lord.
Cha, Constable Mabena zange ngene emotweni yami.
The door was open and Constable Buthelezi was standing next to the accused, next to accused number 2.
Sisicabha sasivulekile uConstable Buthelezi wezahlala wema lapho eduze nala uhleli khona umsolwa wesibili.
No, my lord.
Athi cha kunjani.
Okay. You then pushed the front seat backwards towards the accused and you pressed him hard, very hard, on his knees with that seat.
Athe waseke usunduza esitulo sangaphambili basunduzela kumsolwa and samcindezela kakhulu.
No, my lord.
Cha kunjani.
At that moment, Sergeant Mabena was putting a grey plastic on his face and Buthelezi was blocking the accused from getting out of the motor vehicle.
Athi ngaleso sikhathi ke uSergeant Mabena wemfaka uplastic ebusweni and uSergeant Buthelezi ke na wayemvalela ukuthi angakwazi ukuphuma.
No, my lord.
Cha kunjani.
Sorry, Mr. Is this at the Albertine garage?
That's correct, my lord.
outside the garage.
Outside the garage, a distance away from the garage. Okay. It is further my instruction that the assault, the tubing continued until you convened another meeting. After you stopped, you convened another meeting after Mr. Mohane received a call. Can you dispute that also?
No, my lord, I was never at a garage with the accused or with Sergeant Mohane.
Kwaqhubeka ukuthi ahlukunyezwe ngifaka eshophu waze wafaka umhlangano wathi cha hayi angikaze ngibe egarage no Sergeant Mohane.
Then you got into your vehicles with the accused. Then you proceeded to an open area next to the steel tanks. That area, it's next to a dumping site towards Albertine. That's where all the cars stopped.
No, my lord, I have no knowledge of that, my lord.
Upon your arrival at that place, you all alighted from the motor vehicle, including the accused person. Then Brigadier Gininda arrived in company of a man who was wearing crisp bundles or crisp belts and a lady Mohola.
No, my lord, I have no knowledge of that.
Kwase lapho kufika uBrigadier Gininda hamba nendoda egqoma crossband hamba nomuntu esifazane okuthiwa uMohula wathi cha angikwazi lokho.
They were traveling in a white BMW.
Bahamba iBMW emhlophe.
I would not know, my lord.
Athi angeke ngikwaba nalolu lwazi.
There was also a meeting in the presence of Gininda. The accused person, accused number 2, was removed of the handcuffs that were handcuffed from behind, from his hands. That was Mabena who removed those handcuffs from behind.
Kuthiwa-ke ngaleso sikhathi ke Brigadier Gininda umsola kwakhishwa ozankosi ababeboshwe ngemuva kwakhe bakhishwa uMabena.
Then his jacket with was taken out. He was handcuffed from the front. Can you dispute that also?
Yes, my lord, as when I received the accused for the first time, his handcuffs was in front, my lord.
Yebo ngakuphikisa ngoba mangiqala ke nje ukuthola umsolwa kwayeposhwe ngozankosi izandla zingaphambili.
All right. Immediately thereafter, there was, or there is, if those poles or those stairs are still there, where you took the accused person, accused number 2, towards those steel poles and removed one handcuff from one side of his hand and tied it on the pole.
Kuthiwa-ke wakhona la kunetebhisi khona la wafika khona wakhipha isandla esisodwa ukhipha uzankosi esandleni esisodwa wasekumbophela-ke kulezo insimbi umsolo.
I have no knowledge of that, my lord.
Cha anginalo ulwazi lwalokho.
Then between yourself, you can't recall, between yourself and Mabena, there's a person who poured him with water. He had a container and poured the accused with water from his front part of the body.
Phakathi kwakho noMabena akasazi ukuthi umuphi kodwa uthi oyedwa yena wayephethe into ekwazi ukuthutha amanzi wamthela ngamanzi phambili emzimbeni wakhe.
I have no knowledge of that, my lord.
Anginalwazi lwalokho.
That's when Brigadier Kininda told accused number 2 that he must tell the truth about the death of Senzo Meyiwa.
Ilapho Brigadier Kininda athi watshela ukuthi akakhuluma iqiniso mayelana nokushona kaSenzo Meyiwa.
I have no knowledge of that, my lord.
Anginalwazi lwalokho.
And during the course of that, a plastic bag was also put on his face, or on covering his head and his face, where this chopping continued.
Athi yena leso sikhathi ke wathatha uplastic wafaka phezulu kwekhanda lakhe, baqhubeka ke umhlomezo ngendlela ibizwa i-chopping ngesilungu.
My lord, the first time I met the suspect was at Moroka SAPS, my lord.
Qala kwami ukubona umsolo kuyisiphoyiseni saseMorocco.
There was a device that was used to electrocute the accused person. He was electrocuted from his stomach.
Kuthiwa khona umshini owayesetshenziswa ke ukubambisa umsolwa ngogesi, kodwa ke lo mshini lo wawuthintiswa esiswini sakhe umsolwa.
You, Mr. Mabena, and Buthelezi were exchanging during the use of this device.
Bathi ke wena noMabena noButhelezi nanishintshashisana ngokusebenzisa lo mshini lo.
I have no knowledge of that, my lord.
Hayi anginalo ulwazi lwalokho.
Before I forget this instruction, it's very important what I'm going to tell you.
Kona ke ngifuna ukutshela kona kusemqoka kakhulu.
It's my instruction that from the first time when I put the version of the accused, Sergeant Mkhano did not partake to the assault, chopping, and torturing of the accused. Did not participate. He was always outside.
Ke yonke lento ayenza uSergeant Mkhano wayengekho, azange angene ekuhlukumezeni umsolwa, ngasonke isikhathi wayengaphandle.
What do you say about it?
My lord, Sergeant Mukhane would ask us for assistance in either handing over the suspect or escorting.
uSergeant Mkhane wayesicela usizwa mayelana nokuthi sinikezele ngomsolwa noma ke ukumphelezela umsolwa.
I'll get to that as well.
And when the suspect is in the vicinity, my lord, Sergeant Mukhane is also present.
Manje ke uma ke umsolwa eseduze uSergeant Mkhane naye ke kwakufanele abe khona lapha eduze.
Okay. Let me proceed with my version, with the version of accused number 2. During the process of using that device, after the plastic was taken out from his head, the accused started bleeding from his nose.
Emva kokuthi ke kususwa lo plastic bese ke lo umsolwa aqhunye kulo mshini waqala ukopha igazi ngamakhala.
Do you also dispute that?
Ngiyaphikisa
Yes, I do,
nalokho.
my lord.
Athi yebo ngiyaphikisa.
That's then Sergeant Mkhano, the accused person, will come and tell the court that he heard Sergeant Mkhano saying, I just want to get the correct word that was used. May I approach, my lord? There's a word,
Yes,
a specific word that was used by the Thank you. The exact words said by Sergeant Mkhano was that yekelan demand.
Kuthiwa ke izwi lasetshenziswa uSergeant Mukhana elithi yekelani demand, usho ukuthi yekelani le ndoda.
My lord, at no point was the suspect in one of our EMPD vehicles during the escort or when taken or handed over at the police station.
Nje umsolwa akaze angene emotweni zethu ngesikhathi enikezelwa nanokuthi ayokhishwa esikhumulweni samaphoyisa.
That's then accused number 2 was untied and taken back. He was wet, bleeding, and he was taken back to the Toyota Fortuner.
Wathi ke lapho umsolwa athathwa ayiswa ku Toyota Fortuner. Ngaleso sikhathi ke wayopha igazi futhi wayemanzi.
You had to travel from that spot as you were escorting. The Toyota Fortuner entered Chris Hani Hospital.
Thiwa ngesikhathi ke nihamba niphelezela umsolwa Toyota Fortuner yangena esibhedlela saseChris Hani Baragwanath.
My lord, may I just consult? Thank you, madam. When they entered Chris Hani Hospital, Mohano and Mabena and the accused person with the Fortuna, that's when Colonel Rapadu came into the picture.
I have no knowledge of that, my lord.
Athi uma ezongena esibhedlela uMkhane noMabhena uyilapho ke okwavela khona uColonel Rapadu wathi anginalo ulwazi walo.
All right. Colonel Rapadu and got into the vehicle. He gave the keys to his wife, and they were in company of the child. I think they brought the child to the hospital, but we can't prove that. What the accused number 2 has observed is that Colonel Rapadu gave the keys to his wife.
So Colonel Rapadu wanika unkosikazi wakhe okhiye wayenengane lapho kodwa ke asikho isiqiniseko saloko kodwa ke okwabona umsolwa wesibili ukuthi uColonel Rapadu wanika unkosikazi wakhe okhiye.
I don't know about that, my lord. I met the Colonel Rapadu for the first time at Moroka SCPS.
Hayi lo anginalwazi lolo kodwa ngaqala ukubona uColonel Rapadu eMoroka police station.
Okay. Soon thereafter, they traveled and you were escorting them. to a certain place in Orlando. It's an open area. It's also next to a dumping area where there are ATM machines that were no longer functioning.
Athi emva kwaloko ke nahamba ke na endaweni ese-Orlando eseduze kwala kuchithwa khona udoti futhi kwakunendawo ke la kunama-ATM khona angasasebenzi.
I have no knowledge of that, my lord.
Anginalwazi lwalokho.
And I want to remind you that according to that version, when accused number 2 said he was poured with water, it was winter time.
Afuna nginezezela ukuthi ngalesi sikhathi umsolo ethelwa ngamanzi kwakusebusika.
You escorted them until you stopped at that particular area, and Brigadier Kininda arrived with those crew members.
Athi yena waphelezela ukuyofika kuleyo ndawo and futhi ke ilapho ke kwafika khona uKenneth Gininda ehamba nasebenza naye.
My lord, the only escort that was conducted was from Moroka SCPS to Foslorus Magistrates Court, my lord.
Manje ke ukuphelezela okwenzeka kosuka eMoroka ukubafikisa esipeyisini sase-Foslorus.
When Brigadier arrived, he opened the book with the boot of the BMW. He sat on the edge of the boot and he took out some documents.
Athi uma efika Brigadier lapho avula ibhuthi ye-BMW wasesahlala khona lapho kuleyo bhuthi waseveza kamaphepha athisi.
I have no knowledge of that, my lord.
Anginalwazi lwalokho.
All right. Brigadier Kininda took those documents and gave them to Colonel Rapad.
Athi kuBrigadier Gininda athi mesevula amaphepha anika uKolonel Rapad.
I did not see Mr. Brigadier Ganinda at Moroka SCPS.
Ngizange ngimbone uBrigadier Gininda eMoroka police station.
All right. Assault, torture continued.
Athi ukuhlukunyezwa nokushaya kwaqhubeka.
Instructed accused number 2 to sign those documents.
Wabephoqa umsolwa wesibili ukuthi asayinde lawo maphepha.
I have no knowledge of that, my lord.
Cha anginalo olwazi lwalokho.
The documents were signed by accused number 2 under that coercion. Lawo maphepha lawa asendwe umsolwa wesibili ngaphansi kwaleyo ngcindezi. Thereafter, there were certain documents that were not thumbprinted.
Emva kwalokho khona amanye kamaphepha angazange abekwe iminwe.
I would not know about the thumbprint, my lord.
Athi angazi lutho ngaleyo minwe.
Immediately thereafter, accused number 2 was taken to Primrose.
Athi emva kwalokho umsolwa wesibili wathathwa yiswa esikhumulweni sasemaphoyisa sase-Primrose.
I have no knowledge of that, my lord.
Anginalwazi lwalokho.
He was not booked in. Sergeant Mkhano entered the police station with the purpose of booking in accused number 2.
Azange abhaliswe ke lapho kodwa secretary Mkhano wangena naye umsolwa epolice station enzela ukuthi ayomfaka khona.
I have no knowledge of Jamestown, my lord.
Athi hayi angazi lutho ngeJamestown.
Then, according to his instruction, Sergeant Mabena was talking over the phone in the motor vehicle and informed the person who was talking with over the phone that Mr. Mkhano is inside the police station.
Manje kusana Mabena wayekhuluma nomunye ekhuluma ngocingo wasetshela lo muntu ayekhuluma naye ukuthi hayi uSergeant Mkhano ungaphakathi esikhumulweni samaphoyisa.
Upon his arrival back from the police station, Sergeant Mkhano, there was an instruction that they should travel to Rustenburg.
Emva ukuthi aphumeke esikhumulweni samaphoyisa uSergeant Mkhano wayesathola umlayezo ukuthi umyalelo ukuthi akahambe aye eRustenburg.
Were you still escorting them?
Awusawaphelezela?
I was not in Jamestown, my lord.
Ngangingekho eJamestown.
They then traveled to Rustenburg They were escorted by you. Sorry, may I just correct it? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Manu. The escort actually stopped after that. So they had to travel to Rustenburg, where the accused was residing.
Athi hayi kuphelezela kwamakhona lapho ke base ke baqala ukuthi baye eRustenburg la kwakuhlala khona umsono.
Sorry, I want to understand. So Rapali, Ginanda, Mabena, and all those guys all traveled to Rustenburg, in other words.
Rapati was. May I just take an instruction
Yeah,
regarding?
because as far as I'm concerned, Ginanda is seated there
Yes,
at the boot of the BMW.
just to.
They give the documents to Rapali. Then everything goes blank. Then people are traveling to Rustenburg. Where is Rapali? Where is Ginina? Where is the lady in white?
May I approach the accused? Thank you, my lord. Thank you for your indulgence. My instruction is that Colonel Rapat, he actually left with Brigadier Ginenda
Umyalelo wami uthi uKolonel Rapad wahamba no Brigadier Ginini
because he was not present when the accused was taken to Primrose Police Station.
ngoba engekho ngesikhathi umsolo ayiswa esikhumeni samaphoyisa sase-Primrose.
On the way to Rustenburg, where they met Brigadier Ginenda in the presence of Sergeant Mohola,
Manje kumele eRustenburg la bahlangana khona noGininda no-Sergeant Mohola.
the accused person was left attended in the motor vehicle, in the Toyota Fortuner, and they proceeded to his place.
Manje-ke umsolo wayeshiyeke emotweni iFortuna and then base-ke beyaqhubeka beya la ehlala khona.
That's when Sergeant Mabena came back in possession of a black plastic bag, which he said they found ammunition in his room.
Ilapho abuya khona uSergeant Mabena ephethe uplastic omnyama athi khona babuya ney'nhlamvu zesibhamu.
Then accused number 2 asked Mabena, how did you enter his room? Because he was in possession of the keys.
Manje umsolo wesibili waseyabuza ukuthi ungene kanjani lapha kulelo gumbi ngoba mina ukhiye ngisabaphethe.
Then there was no answer from them.
Akuzange-ke kube nempendulo kulokho.
You can't comment on it.
I have no knowledge of that, my lord.
Anginalwazi lolo.
Let's get into the 24th of June 2020.
Asike-ke umhla 24 uJune 2020
When the accused was escorted to Boksburg court,
uma umsolo esephelezelwa-ke enkantolo yase-Boksburg
where was he escorted from?
waphelezelwa esuka
From Moot SAPS.
wayesuka eMoat SAPS
By whom?
wayephela izoloba
by myself and few other members.
wayephela izolo yimina nabanye ke engisebenzisana nabo abambalwa.
July 2022 on an ex parte basis.
What time was it?
Urgent
Where's
direct
Katsini?
application for a revival of the 2017 order for a further period of 2 years. Lawyers for Human Rights.
It was in the afternoon, my lord.
The 2017
Kwakuyintambama.
has been admitted as an intervening party in these ex
In the
parte
afternoon, what time?
Ntambama Skatsini.
The present application
Approximately from 1 up to 2, my lord.
Ingaba kuyila esiphakathi kwamahora lika-1 nelesibili.
So I want to check if that time frame makes sense of your evidence. From 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock.
Funeka sihlale ukuthi la mahora ngiyona ka-1 nelika-2 ayazwakala yini.
I
want to be sure as to what time did you arrive with accused number 2 at Boxback Court.
Ngifuna nje ukubhekisisa ukuthi nafika ngesikhathini nomsolo wesibili enkantolo yaseBoxback.
Exact time, my lord, I can't recall, but as far as I know, it was in the afternoon, my lord.
Angeke ngitshele ukuthi kwakuyisikhathini kodwa ke engingakusho ukuthi kwakuyintambama.
Okay, let me just clarify this because I have the statement of Mokola that I'm going to use later.
How many-
Ngifuna ukuchaza ke la ngoba nestatement sikaMokola engizobuyela kusona emva kwesikhathi.
How many times did you escort accused number 2 to Boxback Court? How many times in different days? How many times?
Wamphelezela kangaki umsolwa ey'nsukwini ezehlukile ukuya eBoxback?
It was only twice, my lord. First time was from Moroka to Vosloorus. Second time was from Moat SAPS to Boxburg Magistrates Court.
Ngamphelezela kabili wayesuka eMoroka kuye eVosloorus okwesibili kwakusuka eMoat kuyimisa eBoxback.
All right. So this time frame between 1 and 2 is associated with which escort from Vosloorus to Moroka or from Moat to Boxback?
From Moat to Boxburg, my lord.
Manje isikhathi esikhuluma ngaso sika-1 no-2 sisikhuluma ngalesi sikhathi ke phela zolo esuka eMoat eyiswa eBoxback.
All right. So from Moat to Boxback, that's the time when the magistrate had to actually took a confession from the accused.
That's correct, my lord.
Bathi kusuka eMoat kuye eBoxback ila imantshi eyakwazi ukuthatha istatimende kumsolwa.
Okay. There's an entry that the accused person was booked at. I just confirm that. Okay. All right, thanks. So the magistrate, upon her arrival at Boxback prison, at Boxback police station, sorry, Boxback court, did she find you there?
Manje misizofika ke imantshi eBoxback court yanithola lapho.
No, my lord, as we went to Ms. Cronier's office.
Bathi cha ngoba thina saya e-ofisini lika-Miss Cronje.
So you arrived first before Mrs. Cornell.
Manje ke nina ngafika kuqala ngafika uMrs Cronje.
No, my lord. When we arrived at the office, Ms. Cronier was at her office.
No ukuthi uma sifika e-ofisini lakhe samthola ekhona e-ofisi lakhe.
According to her evidence, she said when she arrived at Boxback prison, in Boksburg Court, in the passage, there were Metro Police officers that were heavily armed.
Uthi kumefika lapho ke eBoksburg Court wathola kunamaphoyisa ayehlome kakhulu amaphoyisa emetro.
I'm sure she was referring to us, my lord, as we were armed on the day.
Mhlawumbe wayekhuluma ngathi ngoba sasihlomile ngalelo la.
Her testimony is that when the people that she saw were the heavily armed Metro Police officer, there was a man that was handcuffed and a man that was wearing a suit. That was her evidence.
Uthi ke umele ufakazi bakhe uthi ke wathi mebona lamphoyisa ahlome kakhulu wakhona indoda eyayiboshwe ngozankosi kwakukhona futhi nendoda eyayigqoka isuti la.
That's correct, man.
Athi kunjani.
So that means you arrived first. Because she's the one who found you there.
Manje lo uchaza ukuthi inini nafika kuqala ngoba yena wanithola lapha.
My lord, we arrived in the passage, or we were standing in the passage on our way or in front of Ms. Cronier's office.
Hayi thina sasimenje epassage sisendleleni yokuya noma ukuba phambi kwehhovisi lika Ms. Cronier.
But my question was, did you arrive before Mrs. Cronier arrived at Boksburg Court, or she arrived first?
Buzo wami ukuthi yini nafika kuqala no Ms. Cronier wafika kuqala lapha.
My lord, we were only given instruction as to the office we should take the accused to.
Cha esasikwazi nje ukuthi sasitshelwe silayelwe ukuthi siye ehhovisi elithize.
Okay. It's your evidence that you were, Mr. Mohano is the one who made copies of your certificates.
That's correct, man.
Athi uMkhano yena wenza amakopi ama certificate zethu athi yebo kunjalo.
On that day, you had your pocketbooks.
Ngalelanga naniphethe ama pocketbook in.
That's correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo.
So it must have been recorded in your pocketbooks as to when did you arrive there.
Kufanele ukuthi kwaqoshwa kuma pocketbook enu ukuthi nafika ngasikhatsini la.
That's correct, my lord.
Wathi kunjani?
All right. Then you made copies of yourself, of your certificate, and handed them to Sergeant Mohana. You said you did not enter the office when the accused was interviewed.
That's correct, my lord.
Athi enenza certificate zenu nasenisinika uSergeant Mohana nathi ke futhi anzange ningene ngesikhathi umsolwa kuzokhulunywa nawe athi yebo kunjani.
All right. So prior to the closing of the door of room 2 where Mrs. Cronier was, and the process of interviewing the accused number 2, where did you go?
Manje emva ukuthi kuvalwe isicabha kulelo office lesibili nokuthi ke umsolwayo ngaleso sikhathi ke sekukhulunywa naye la ngaphakathi kulelo gumbi lelo nina nasala naya.
We were outside at the vehicles, my lord.
Sasengaphandle ezimotweni.
Okay. So after the whole process was done and dusted, you then escorted the accused.
Ngemva konke lokhu sekuphelele napheleza lumsolwa futhi.
Sergeant Mohane then called us and told us that the statement was now completed. We walked back into the magistrate's court and we escorted the suspect to the vehicles, my lord.
Ave siyafika ke uSergeant Mohana sitshela ukuthi hayi statement sisithathiwe sasisingena ngaphakathi siyophelezela umsolwa simthatha ngaphakathi enkantolo zaseBoksburg.
Okay. So where did you travel from there?
manje nasisenihamba niyaphi kusuka lapho?
From the vehicles, my lord, the suspect was in handcuffs. He was placed into the Fortuner of Sergeant Mohane.
Ukuya lapho emotweni umsolwa wayefakwe izankosi wayesethathwa-ke eyiswa emotweni Fortuna wayesebekwa ezandleni enikezela ezandleni zika-Sergeant Mohane.
And from Boksburg Magistrates Court, we conducted the escort straight to Moot SAPS.
Nje kusuka lapho eBoksburg sabe sesibaphelezela sibayisa eMoot SAPS.
All right. Let me just put this version of accused number 2 before we proceed. Immediate accused number 2 will tell the court that inside during the after the alleged statement was, sorry, let me just put it this way. The version of the accused person is that he did not sign any document inside the office of Mrs. Cronje.
So lesibili uzothi yena azange asayinde lutho ngaphakathi kwehhovisi lika Mrs. Cronje.
I would not know, my lord.
Cha angeke ngaba nalolu lwazi.
You took the accused person to Germiston.
Ethi nathatha umsolo namisa eJermiston.
No, my lord.
Ethi cha.
At Germiston, you went to an industrial area. According to accused number 2, you went to an industrial area where you parked the motor vehicles. Accused was assaulted again.
So eJermiston nahamba la kunama factory khona la enafika khona namisa imoto umsolo eseyashawa futhi.
Then he was ordered to sign the documents.
Manje wayesecindezelwa ukuthi akasayine lawo ma-documents.
And the documents that he said he signed, his blood spilled on those documents.
Wathi ke ilapho kafika ukuthi uma esayina lawo ma-document kwase kuba negazi ke lakhe elawela kuwo la ma-document.
My lord, from the magistrates court up to Moot SAPS, I did not see any injuries on the accused up to the completion of the escort, my lord.
The ukuthi isikhathi sonke la besiphelezela umsolo ngizange ngibone ukushaya kamsolo.
Okay. Now, during the course of this trial, within the trial, a pro forma completed by Mrs. Cronje, the magistrate, and the statement was shown to accused number 2, which he denied to be the statement, because the reason is that the documents that he was led to sign must have had some marks of blood stains.
Manje ke uthi ke la ma-document lawa alethwa phambi kwakhe ukuthi umsola waphi ukuthi ama-document akhe ngesikhathi kwenziwa icala elingaphakathi kwecala, ngoba uthi yena lawo yena awabona ama-document awasayindile kwakuphoqelekile ukuthi akube nanamachashaza egazi la ayewele khona kulawo maphepha.
I would not know, my lord.
Ngeke ngibe nalolu lwazi.
Okay. So you say you transported him to Pretoria Moot.
That's correct.
Athi namphelezela namise emoto athi yebo.
Do you know what time was he booked?
Sasikhathi
Was he booked in?
ukuthi wafakwa nini?
Our arrival at Moot, my lord, was around, it was between 6 and 7 o'clock in the evening, my lord.
Fika kwathi wethu umuntu kwakuphakathi ihora lesithupha nelesikhombisa kuseni.
Who booked him in?
Banomfaka lapho umbhalisa lapho.
Sergeant Mohane, my lord.
Athi kwaba uSergeant Mohane.
So that was the last time you saw accused number 2
That's correct, my lord.
ethi xa wokugcina mbona umsola wesibili
until you saw him today.
That's correct, my lord.
ngiqala futhi ukumbona futhi namhlanje.
Okay. So do you know that accused number 2 did not take bath since the 16th of June 2020? Do you know?
I don't know, my lord.
Athi yazi ukuthi umsola wesibili akaze ageze kusuka mhla 6 kuJune 20.
June
June 20?
2020.
Wathi kusuka mhla 16 kuJune 2020 umsola akaze ageze.
And he has never been in contact of his family.
Wathi futhi akaze nje athintane nobumndeni wakhe.
I don't know that, my lord.
Athi anginalo ulwazi lwalokho.
All right. So are you aware that accused number 2 was kept in custody from the day you booked him until 21st of March 2021?
Athi yazi yini ukuthi umsola wayevalele kusuka ukufika umhla ka1 kuMarch 2021
From the day he was booked in at Pretoria Mood.
kusukela evalelwe ePretoria Mall.
Do you know that?
Uyakwazi lokho?
No, my lord.
Cha ngikwazi.
Let's get into the escort where you took the accused person from Vosloorus to Moroka police station.
Asikhulume ngokuniphelezela umsola kusuka eVosloorus ukumisa eMoroka.
My lord, the escort was only from Morocco to Vosloorus, not the other way around.
Athi cha kwakumphelezela kusuka eMoroka kuye eVosloorus hayi ukumsusa eVosloorus umisa eMoroka.
Thanks for the clarification.
Ngiyabonga ukuthi ungichazele.
All right. From Moroka police station, are you saying he was at that time after he was with Colonel Rappard?
Uthi ke kusuka lapha eMoroka usho ukuthi kwakungemva kokuthi abe no naliphoyisa okuthiwa Rappard.
Clarify, my lord.
I'm saying at that time when you escorting accused from Morocco, that was when he made a statement, the alleged statement from Colonel Rappard.
Wathi kusuka umphelezela usuka lapha eMoroka kwakuyila esethathe khona istatement esithathwe uRappard.
That's correct, my lord.
Wathi kunjalo.
So, were you present when there was a discussion between Sergeant Mohane and Colonel Rappard?
Ukhona yini makunengxoxo phakathi kaMohano, Sergeant Mohano no Colonel Rappard?
No, my lord.
No, I wasn't.
But
Cha ngingekho.
But it's your evidence that after the interrogation, after the taking of the confession, you escorted the accused to Sergeant Mohammed.
Manje uthi emva kokuthi avume icala umsola wena wamphelezela ukuya ku-Sergeant Mohane.
Once the statement was completed, my lord, I received the suspect from Colonel Rapadu and I took the suspect to Sergeant Mohane's vehicle.
Athi emva kokuthi sithathe i-statement ngamthatha umsola. You took him from
From the Colonel
Colonel who?
Rapadu
Ngamthatha umsola ngimsatha ku-Colonel Rappard
to the vehicle parked outside.
ngamisa ke emotweni eyayipakwe ngaphandle.
All right. Do you know what time was it when you first took accused to to Colonel Rapatu's office.
Manje uyazi ukuthi kwasikhatsini umuzothatha umsolo mise office lika Rapatu.
It was in the morning, my lord. As I mentioned, I was the first to arrive.
Kwakusekuseni njengoba besengishilo ke kwayimini wafika kuqala.
If you had your pocketbook, you would precisely tell the court what time you arrived. Do you agree?
That's correct, my lord.
Bathi uma ukuthi ubonayo ke pocketbook yakho uzokwazi ukusinika isikhathi esiqondile bathi yebo.
But was it after 9, after 11?
As I can recall, my lord, I arrived around 6:30, so it might have been at 7, my lord.
Bathi njengoba besengichazile ke mina ngafika ngo6 lapha usho ukuthi ke isikhathi ke kwakuzoba kuyisikhathi zo7.
Yes. Now, Colonel Rapatu is done with the suspect. They are now handing over the suspect to Sergeant Mukhani. Did they tell you where were they heading to?
Manje Sergeant Rapatu seqedile kusumisa ke ku Sergeant Mukhani. Wakutshela yini ukuthi baya?
My lord, the suspect was handed over to me, not Sergeant Mukhane.
Msola wanikezela kumina azange nikezele kuMukhani.
You handed over the suspect to Sergeant Mukhani.
That's correct.
Bathi wena wanikezela umsola ku Sergeant Mukhani wathi yebo kunjalo.
Were you told or asked to escort them to Boksburg police station, to Boksburg court?
Awulayeleliwe ke ukuthi ubaphelezele baye eBoksburg.
To Foslorus court, my lord.
Yeah,
To Foslorus.
Yes, my lord.
Yes. They told you the reason why you were to escort them to Foslorus court.
Wachazela ukuthi yini sizathu awufaka ukuphoqela ukuthi bayise eFoslorus.
It was mentioned that the accused had a court appearance in Foslorus, my lord.
Kwavezwa ukuthi umsolo ake ufanele ayovela phambi kwesenkantolo eseFoslorus.
For which case do you know?
I don't know, my lord.
But angazi ukuthi kuliphi icala.
All right. So upon your arrival at Foslorus court, you remained behind. Where was the accused?
Manje uma nifika eFoslorus wena wasala wayelaphi umsolo?
The accused was together with Sergeant Mukhane entering Foslorus court, my lord.
Umsolo kwahamba noSergeant Mukhane bengena enkantolo yaseFoslorus.
We were outside at the vehicles.
Thina sasingaphandle sisemotweni.
Where was Sergeant Mapena?
Sergeant Mapena wayelaphi?
I can't recall, my lord.
Angikwazi ukukhumbula lokho.
All right. So the accused person, in respect of the evidence, will deny that he ever entered for the Foslorus court.
So la ke na ke usophika ukuthi wakangena enkantolo yaseFoslorus.
My lord, the accused did enter the court as part of completion of our escort. We saw him ourselves, my lord, entering the court.
Manje ukuphetha ukumphelezela umsolo sabona ukuthi nange umsolo uyangena ecourt yaseFoslorus.
Was he received by the police officers to know?
Wamkelwa amaphoyisa yenu yazi?
We only saw him entering the court, my lord.
Bathi hayi cha sagcina singumbona engena enkantolo.
He never, according to you, he never entered, or according to the information you got from either Mapena or Mukhane, did he ever enter the holding cells of Foslorus police station, or police court, the holding cells? Did he enter those cells?
I don't know, my lord.
Bathi wambona yini wena ngolwazi lwathu owalithola kuMabhena noMukhane wangena yini emaselini aseFoslorus wathi cha angikwazi lo.
From what distance did you keep when Sergeant Mukhane entered the court, Foslorus court, with the accused? From what distance did you keep?
Wena wakude kanganani ke uma Bhena ezongena nomsola enkantolo yaseFoslorus?
My lord, the entrance for the accused persons is at the back of the court, my lord, or on the side.
Manje la kungena khona abasolwa ingemumva kwenkantolo noma ngapha ngaseceleni.
So you're telling the court that you did not actually see, or you could not be in a position to see where Mokgano and the accused entered.
Manje uchaza ukuthi wena awukwazanga ukubona noma awuzange ubone uma uMkhane engena nomsolwa ngaphakathi.
I want to further elaborate, my lord, on that point. That
Ukucacisa ngephambili kulolu phuzu.
once you entered and where the accused persons are supposed to enter, it's a separate door, my lord, or a gate.
Manje masungenela la kungena khona abasolwa iminyango ehlukile noma kuyisangwane elihlukile.
Were you in a position to see them?
Yes, my lord.
But yebo ngakwazi ukubabona.
You can see from the parking area, my lord.
Athi la esesibaye khona awukwazi ukubona.
No. So is that part of escorting an accused person? When you left him with somebody and kept a distance away from him?
Manje lokho kuseyingxenye yokuphelezela umuntu uma ukuthi ufika umnikezelo omunye umuntu bese uyabayeka bahambe bodwa.
My lord, he was not left. He was in our vicinity and visible to us at all times.
Andazange ahambe waye khona ebonakala phambi kwethu simbona sonke isikhathi.
Yes, but my point is it's a different scenario than the escort at Boksburg Court, where the accused person, when he entered the room 2, you then went back to the motor vehicle.
Athi kuyehluka ke nase eBoksburg ngoba wathi mengena egumbini lesibili kwaba kuyimani kwaze ukusuka la.
In this case, sorry, may I just draw the distinction? In this case, you remained in the parking lot, you let Mokgano in with the suspect.
Manje kulesi sikhathi esikhuluma ngaso nina nasale parking namiyela uMkhane wahamba wayongena nomsolwa ngaphakathi.
Do you see the difference?
Yabona mehluko?
I see what you are saying, my lord. And to confirm that, my lord, as far as I know, my lord, every magistrate's court has a holding cell. And in order to access the holding cell, my lord, there is a separate entrance to the court.
Adi hayi ke uchaza lokho yonke inkantolo zinale ndawo iseli la kubekwa khona abasolwa bengakayi. And futhi kusuka lapho ke yila bekwazi ke ukungena enkantolo khona.
Of course, that will also include Boksburg Court. It has a holding cell.
Nalesi Boksburg Court ikhona leyo holding cell.
That's correct, my lord.
Athi njani?
So from where we were parked, we were in view of the entrance to the holding cells, my lord.
But la
Or the door,
esasikhona ke sasikwazi ukubona umnyango ukungena kuma holding cell.
because it's a separate parking, my lord.
Ngoba la akuyona iparking enye parking nje ehlukile.
All right, let's move on. So Sergeant Mkhane went in with the suspect. They came back. At what stage did you escort them to the motor vehicle?
Manje uMkhane ke wangena nesuspect waseyabuya mina ke naba thathanini baphelezela ngemotini.
My lord, as I mentioned, when we arrived at Foslores Court, the suspect and Sergeant Mkhane entered the court, my lord.
Njengoba sengishilo uma sifika ecourt ke umsolwa noSergeant Mkhane bangena enkantolo.
And then from the court, my lord, is where we dispersed,
Manje kusuka enkantolo ila esahlukanayo.
because our escort was completed at that point.
Ngoba ngaleso sikhathi ke baphelezela kwethu ke kwasekuphelile.
Was it not necessary for you to escort Mkhane and the suspect back to the police station where the accused was kept. Is it not necessary?
Kwangadingekile ukuthi niphinde niphelezele umsolo kusuka le enkantolo ukumisa le kule police station la eboshwe khona.
No, my lord, as our shift was already completed at that time.
Cha bengeke kwenzeke ngoba thina ke sasisiphumile emsebenzini sishayisile.
Okay. So the normal shift, if you are working day shift, from what time to what time?
Manje ishift yena ejwayelekile iqala ngasikhatsini iyophuma ngasikhatsini.
We work 8-hour shifts, my lord.
Sisebenza amahora ayisishiyagalombili.
I can't speculate, sir. From what time to which time?
Qala ngasikhatsini kuyofika ngasikhatsini.
For example, my lord, if we start 6 o'clock in the morning, our shift will end at 2 o'clock, my lord.
Ngibekise kanje uma siqale ngo6 sigcine siphume emsebenzini ngo2.
So, according to your evidence, you reported. So, is it clear that you reported at 6 when you took the suspect to Colonel Rapad?
So manje ushuthi ungena
Morocco police station.
ngo6 eMorocco police station la oyothatha khona umsolo.
I reported on duty at 6, my lord. My arrival at Morocco, as I was the first to arrive, was around 6:30, my lord.
Wathi ngihambe ngayongena emsebenzini ngo6 wathi ufika kwami eMorocco kwako 6:30.
All right, thanks. So all right, I understand the logic. You reported on duty at 6 o'clock, then you expected to knock off at 2 o'clock on that day.
That's correct, my lord.
Okay, ngalela ngangena ngo6 ngangifanele ke ngishayise ngo2 ngalela wathi yebo kunjalo.
So I just want to clarify or to get clarity in terms of when they entered, immediately when they entered, did you notice your time? When they entered Foslorus Court, did you check the time?
Mase bengena eFoslorus Court when I was based card.
Yes, my lord, it was near 2 o'clock.
Wathi yebo kwako seduze isikhathi sika 2 o'clock.
All right. So that means it makes sense when you say it was your knock-off time at 2 o'clock.
That's
But my concern is the next shift in terms of the escorting services was expected to start from 2 o'clock onwards.
Manje ushuthi ke ababezo ngoba nina nasenishayisile kushuthi ababezongena emsebenzini bafanele baqale ngo2 ukuya phambili.
That's only upon request, my lord.
Athi ke hayi lokwenze kumasicelile.
So I'm still, because it was very imperative for you to escort the suspect from Pretoria Mall up to all the relevant places where you took the suspects to.
Manje wawumsenzweni ukuthi ngiphelezele umsolo kusuke ePretoria Mall kuzo zonke indawo la enicela ukuthi nimise khona.
Yes, my lord.
Kunjalo.
The significance of this escorting should have been seen when you knocked off and the next shift proceeded to escort.
Manje umqoka lokumphelezela umsolo bebonakalile ngalesi sikhathi ke nina uzofika isikhathi sokuthi nishayise bese kungena abanye emsebenzini.
My lord, that is the officers, my lord.
Hayi lokho ke kuphuma kumpheyi.
So it was not a prescribed procedure of escorting. This is just a procedure created by the investigating officer.
So shuthi akuyona ke indlela ebekiwe yokuthi ni umuntu nemphelezela kanjani. Kodwa okunje yilendlela ayeshele ngayo umphenyi wecala.
My lord, the investigating officer was aware that it was approaching our knock-off time, and prior arrangements to that, the investigating officer should do, my lord.
Nje umphenyi ke wecala wayazi ukuthi sishayise okufanele kube khona kulungisana.
All right. After you have rendered your services up to 2 o'clock, did you bother to call the investigating officer that this is knock-off time and we are seizing our escort? Are there any necessary arrangements that you have made?
Nje ngalesikhathi masenibona ukuthi nizoshayisa nakhuluma yini nomphenyi wecala nimtshela ukuthi ayisesedwe isikhathi sethu sokuthi sishayise manje kusodingeka ukuthi kube khona uhlelo oluthize olulungisayo.
The investigating officer was aware of that, man.
Umphenyi wecala wayekwazi lokho.
But that has never been discussed with you. It's just an assumption that he knew about it.
Kusho ukuthi ke lokho ke akuzange kukhulume into nje naniyicabangela.
It was not discussed, my lord.
Akuzange kuxoxwe.
When I took the instructions from accused 1 and 2, you are always in the picture. There's no other shift.
Ngithatha umlayelo wami kumsolo oqala nomsolo wesithupha. Wena kuyabonakala ukuthi nje uhlala unjalo ubonakala la.
It's you, Khadebe, Maphumulo. You are always in the shift.
Wena ke noHadebe noMaphumulo kuyabonakala ukuthi hayi nihlanisa emsebenzini.
No one is replacing you.
Akekho oza azoniphumuza.
Do you know the reason why?
Yes, ini sizathu.
My lord, I can speculate that it might be a trust factor, my lord.
Ngicabangela ukuthi mhlambe kwenziwa ukuthi sasithembekile.
Yes. You are the most trusted person. Because when you ascended that box, accused number 2 called me.
Yebo wena uthenjwe kakhulu ngoba uthe ungena lapha ebhokisini umsolo wesibili wayengibiza.
And told me that when I see this man, I feel like crying the way he was beating me.
Othi hayi mangibona le ndoda lena ngizwa sengathi ngakhala ngendlela ayengishaya ngayo.
I'm traumatized.
Angisahlukumezekile.
What do you say about that?
Thini ngalokho?
I don't know the accused, my lord.
Ngimazi msolo.
That's why if you don't know the accused, but Brigadier Gininda trusts you.
Kodwa uma ungamazi umsolo othi Brigadier Gininda ayokethemba.
My lord, the trust was built over a few occasions that we worked together.
Athi ke lokwethembana ke kwakheka ngezikhathi lapho ke esasisebenza naye esikhathini ezimbalwa.
My lord, can you adjourn for a short break?
Is it for the tea?
That's correct.
Okay, 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Ngomezo.
Thank you, my lord. May I proceed? So, my lord. Okay. Thank you. So, we ended up at Phosphorus when you left. That means that's when you ceased your escort.
Siqinise sefolklore lawa wahamba khona kusho ukuthi ke lawa wagcina khona ukuphelezela umsolo.
So you did not go to Villarreal,
No, my lord.
Villarreal, where he was. Sorry, to Pretoria Mort.
So ushuthi awuzange ePretoria Mwat.
On the 24th, my lord.
On the day you left Mohan and the suspect in Phosphorus court.
No, man.
Ngaleli langa owashiya khona umukhale nomsolwa eFosloras Court.
Sorry?
No, my lord.
Athi cha,
You did not go there.
No, my lord.
cha ngizange ngiye la.
So, all right, I was told that you are a very trusted somebody. It's fine.
Ngizwile ke kuthiwa wethembekile hayi kulungile.
Let's get now into the condition as per the person who was escorting. The condition of accused number 2 in your own assessment when you looked at him, was he a normal someone?
Njengoba ke kokuwena umphelezela ngicela ukubuza ke ngesimo sikamsolo wesibili ukuthi nje wena kumumbheka waye umuntu osesimene esejwayelekile.
Yes, my lord.
That is correct.
That's fair.
Sorry my lord. Kunjani?
So, do you remember during the process of escorting on all these days that we've mentioned, do you remember taking the suspect, accused number 1, to a medical practitioner?
Manje ngasonke isikhathi la ubuphelezela khona usakhumbula uhambisa umsolo oqala umyesa kwabezempilo?
No, my lord. As accused number 1, I only met him on the 5th of June in Alberton.
Hayi cha akaze kwenzeke ngoba umsola wesibili ngahlala naye ngomhla ka-45 kuJune eAlbert.
All right.
Is it accused number 1 or 2?
It's accused number. Sorry.
The counsel referred to accused number 1, my lord.
Oh, is that so?
Sorry, I beg your pardon, my lord. Accused number 2. I'm still dealing with accused number 2. I beg your pardon, my lord.
Ngicela ukulungisa lapho ngenze iphutha bengikhuluma ngomsolo wesibili.
So, medical attention for accused number 2. No, my lord.
Cha ngizange ngimise kwabezempilo umsolo wesibili.
All right. Even before a confession was taken, you never came across any information that he was ever taken to a medical attention.
No, my lord.
Noma ka engakadlumi icala why anizange nimise kwabezempilo awuzange uzwe nje kuthintwa ukuthi wayiswa kwezempilo athi cha.
We'll get back to relevant questions. Let's get into accused number 1.
Ayesibuyele ke umsolo oqala.
Were you present when he was arrested?
Okhona yini ngesikhathi eboshwa?
No, my lord.
Athi cha.
If the accused person says you were present with a lot of Metropolis officers at Tembisa in Vusumuzi section, he will be telling the lies.
Manje umethi ke umsolo wake wena ukhona namaphoyisa akwametro amaningi ethembisa endaweni ekuthiwa section ebizwa ngokuthi iVusumuzi uzobe qamba manga yini?
That's correct, my lord.
Kuzobe kunjani?
Do you know when was he arrested? Which
Uyazi
day?
ukuthi waboshwa nini?
Which day?
No, my lord.
Cha ngilazi la ngaboshwa ngalo.
Accused will tell the court that he was arrested on the 30th of May 2020 in your presence.
Uzothi umsolo waboshwa mhla 13 kuMay ngo-2020 wena ukhona?
No, my lord, I was not there.
Cha ngangingekho.
All right. At what stage then you appeared to be escorting accused number 1?
Manje kwaqala
From the
nini
first time.
ukuphelezela umsolo oqala okokuqala?
The first time, my lord, was on the 5th of June 2020 for the pointing out.
Wathi ke kwakuwumhla ka-5 kuJune 2020 kuya kukhomba khomba.
Can you see now the relevance of a logbook?
Yabona ukuthi yini umsebenzi walogbook?
I do, my lord.
Wathi yebo ngiyawazi.
The court, let me just put it this way. it would be much easier for the court to be convinced that on this particular day and time, this is the event that took place, if that was recorded in writing.
Uzoba lula ukuthi inkantolo yazi ukuthi ngela ngithi zokwenzekana uma uyiqoshwe phansi kubhaliwe.
I agree, my lord.
Ngiyavumelana nalokho.
Because at this stage we've got conflicting versions. Your testimony versus the version of accused number 1.
Manje ngoba yabonakala ukuthi sekukhona izinto ezehlukile ubufakazi bakho naloko kusho umsolo oqala.
Nonetheless, let's proceed. You said on the 30th when he was arrested, you were not present.
That's correct, my lord.
Uthe wena wawungekho ngesikhathi eboshwa athi yebo.
All right, according to your knowledge, because I can see you've been interacting with Brigadier Gininda, Mukhane, and Mabena and the likes. Do you know if accused number 1 was arrested with a warrant?
Uyazi-ke wena mhlawumbe ukuthi umsolo oqala waboshwa kune warrant.
I do not know, my lord.
Cha ngikwazi lo.
But that could have came into your attention. I'm not pushing you to answer that, but that could have came into your attention as a police officer.
Mhlawumbe lokho bengingafike endlebeni zakho njengephoyisa.
It's possible, my lord.
Athi ngenzeka.
The relevance of escorting. Accused number 1, like you have testified about accused number 2. When accused number 1 was arrested by the Metro Police officer, Mabena, Mukhane, and others, he was found at Tembisa in Vusumuzi section in company of his 2 friends.
Sola-ke uqala mesezoboshwa uMabena noMkhane watholakala esendaweni esethembisa nabangani bakhe ababili endaweni ekuthiwa iseVusumuzi.
He was in company, they were actually standing in a particular yard, not in a place where accused number 1 is residing.
Wathi-ke babeme endaweni ethize eshethe egcekeni elithize hayi la ehlala khona.
Then they were approached by Metro Police officers
Bese kufika amaphoyisa asemetro
who ordered them to lie down.
abafike-ke batshela ukuthi balale phansi.
And they were asked, or accused number 1 was asked his name by the Metro Police officers, and you were present.
Nje umsolo wokuqala-ke wabuzwa igama lakhe ebuzwa amaphoyisa asemetro futhi nawe wawukhona.
I was not present, my lord.
Ngingekho.
Yes. Gave them his full names, and they asked him where was he coming from, originally from. He said from Mahlabatini.
Bambuza igama lakhe basebembuza ukuthi uvelaphi asethi hayi mina ngiphuma le kwa eMahlabathini.
I do not know, my lord. Oh, continue.
He was handcuffed
Wafakwa uzankosi
from behind,
befakwa ngemumva.
and he was lifted up
Bamqubula
with the handcuffs,
bafakile ovu zankosi.
and they told him that he was under arrest.
Bamtshela ukuthi useboshiwe.
He also denied it.
Ngiyaphika nalokho.
Yes, my lord, I was not present.
Yebo ngiyaphika ngangingekho.
Then he was asked as to where does he reside.
Wayeseke yabuzwa ukuthi uhlalaphi.
He showed them the place, and they asked him as to who does he stay with.
Babakhombisa leyo ndawo baseyambuza futhi ukuthi uhlala nobani.
He said he stays with his uncle.
sethuhlala nomalume wakhe.
They then took him to the place where he resided.
Base bemthatha bemisa la ehlala khona.
All these officers, including him. And the uncle was not found.
Nawo wonke la maphoyisa nawo ukhona kodwa kumalume abazange bamthola.
He was then, they kicked the door, they opened the door by kicking it,
Base bekhahlela isicabha
and he was told to change his clothing because,
base ketshelwa ukuthi akashintshe lokho ayigqokile.
do you know that?
Yakwazi?
No, my lord.
Cha angikwazi.
They then took him to a motor vehicle, the cars that we were traveling with.
Base bemthatha bemisa kulezi moto enihamba ngazo.
Then he was taken to another place called Tabong.
Wayesethathwa ke isa kwenye indawo kuthiwa iselithabuni.
It's a municipality area.
Kuthiwa ila kwamasipala.
Around that place, that's where the issue of assault commenced. He was beaten, he was choked with a plastic bag, and asked to tell the truth about the death of Senzo Meyiwa.
Ila qala khona ke ukushaywa washawa wafakwa ovalwa nobuso ikhanda balifaka into ethize ukumshopha and ila qala khona ke ukuthi uphoqelela ukuthi akhulume iqiniso mayelana nokushona kuka Senzo Meyiwa.
My instruction is that he was told, he was asked as to who was with at the time Senzo was killed.
Manje wabuzwa ngaleso sikhathi uthi wayenobani ngalesi sikhathi uSenzo bulawa.
He denied that. He said no, he has no knowledge even now. He denied his involvement in the death of Senzo Meyiwa.
Waphika ngaleso sikhathi wathi akanalwazi namanje usaqhubeka uyaphika ukuthi akanalwazi lokuthi wabulawa ubani uSenzo Meyiwa.
Do you know anything about that?
Khona ulwazi ngalo?
No, my lord.
Cha angazi lutho.
Thereafter, he was transported to Vosloorus.
Ngokwalokho ke wasethwala ke iswa eVosloorus.
To the same area, I mean municipality area.
Finisela khona lapha endaweni kamasipala.
Where you, in a plural, insisted that he should tell the truth.
Lapho ke nina enafika khona najizelela ukuthi akakhuluma iqiniso.
But he vehemently denied the allegations or any knowledge thereof.
Kodwa ke waphika ke lokho ayebuzwa ngakho.
Do you have any knowledge of?
Khona ulwazi
No,
lolo?
my lord.
Cha angazi lutho.
After that assault in Vosloorus, after that incident, he was then taken to Soweto.
Emva kwaleso sigameko wasethathwa ke eyiswa eSoweto.
Were you also present?
Awukhona lapho nawe?
No, my lord.
Cha angekho.
In Deep Kloof police station. He did not know that he was at Deep Kloof police station until he arrived there, until he was told that he was at.
Wayengazi ukuthi ulethwe esikhumulweni samapholisa saseDeep Kloof uyofika ke esetshela ukuthi eseboshiwe ukuthi usesikhumulweni samapholisa saseDeep Kloof.
No, my lord, I was never at Deep Kloof police station.
Cha ngikaze ngibe sesikhumulweni samapholisa saseDeep Kloof.
According to the description of the office that he was held in, it had no roof on top, but the sort of a fence is safe, like.
Uthi ke umayichaza ke le ndawo uthi yayingenalo uphahla kodwa ke kwakukhona into enjengocingo olulapha ngaphezulu.
That he was further assaulted in that.
Wathi ke kuleyo ndawo nakhona kwaqhubeka ukuthi ashaye.
I have no knowledge of that, my lord.
Cha nginalo ulwazi lwalokho.
Then when Colonel Mboto entered, the assault stopped.
Athi uma sengena lapho Colonel Mboto,
the assault stopped.
kwase kuyama ke ukuthi ashaye.
Then Colonel Mboto showed the accused the documents that was ordered to sign.
Manje uKolonel Mboto semkhombisa ke umsolwa amaphepha la efaneleke awasayini.
Otherwise, if it does not do that, they'll carry on with the assault.
Manje kuma ngakwenzi ke lo amcala wona bakuyoqhutsheka ngokuthi ashaye.
I was not at Deep Kloof, my lord.
Cha ngangekho eDeepkloof.
Immediately after that, accused number 1 was forced to sign those documents.
Emva kwaloko ke umsolo oqala wasephoqelelwa ukusayinda lamaphepha.
I have no knowledge of that, my lord.
Cha anginalo ulwazi lwalokho.
Thereafter, he was taken to Villere police station.
Taken to
Villere police station.
manje wasesuswa ke ngaleso sikhathi kwayiswa esikhumulweni samaphoyisa saseValeria.
I have no knowledge of that, my lord.
Anginalo ulwazi lwalokho.
All right, he was booked in. I'll give you the exact time and the days in which he was booked in and out.
Ngizotshela ukuthi wafa nini wasekhishwa nini lapho.
May I approach the case number 1?
Yes.
Thank you, madam. On the 5th of June 2020,
Umhla 5 kuJune 2020
accused number 1 was booked out from Villere police station
solo khishwa eValeria police station
to Fort Lawrence,
eyiswa ke endaweni yaseFort Lawrence.
and he was also, that's why he was beaten again.
Futhi ke washaywa.
You were present,
So ukhona.
and it's your evidence that you first saw him on the 5th of June.
And futhi ke nawe ubufakazi bakho ukuthi waqala umbona ngomhla ka5 kuJune.
I was present on the 5th of June, my lord, at Alberton Police Station.
Angekhona ngomhla ka5 kuJune kodwa ngayisesikhumulweni samaphoyisa sase-Alberton.
So, in other words, you were not present at the time. At the time, he was booked out from Villere police station.
Ngamanye amagama kusho ukuthi ungekho ngesikhathi ezokhishwa ke eValeria police station.
That's correct, my lord. We met Sergeant Mukhane at Alberton SCPS.
Kunjalo ngasahlangana noSergeant Mukhane esesikhumulweni samaphoyisa sase-Alberton.
All right. So, my question is, if you were not present, there was no need for an escort from Villere to Alberton as per your evidence.
Manje usho ukuthi uma wawungekho ke kusho ukuthi wangadingeki ukuthi aphelezele usuke Valeria Alberton njengokubeka kwakho.
There
There was
was
no need.
there was a need, my lord.
Cha sasikhona isidingo.
Why was he not escorted?
Yini indawo ke engaphelezelwanga?
I'm sure he was escorted, my lord.
Nginesiqiniseko sokuthi waphelezelwa.
All right, by who? If you say-
Phelezelwa bani?
I'm sure. By who? Do you know?
Njengoba uthi unesiqiniseko usho ukuthi wayephelezelwa bani?
I don't know who escorted the suspect on the day, my lord, but there are also other police members that could have conducted it, my lord.
Angazi ukuthi ubani owamphelezelana ngalelo langa kodwa ngiyazi ukuthi khona amanye amaphoyisa bengakwazi ukuthi angakwenza lokho.
Okay. So those police could also be trusted by Brigadier Belinda like yourself.
Usho ukuthi la maphoyisa naye thenjwa uBrigadier Beninza njengoba ethemba wena.
That would be on the brigadier's discretion, my lord.
Kodwa hayi ke lokho kungalendlela abona ngayo uBrigadier.
Okay. My version is that the accused version is that on the 5th, when he was taken to Fosloras, after having been assaulted, he was then taken to Fosloras, to Alberton police station.
Manje umsona indlela echaza ngayo ukuthi ngomhla 5 ese engakayiswa eFosloras ila ashaba khona. No, sorry, can you please repeat this? I
Yes.
seem to be missing something.
Yeah. From Valeria to Fosloras on the 5th of June 2020.
Suke Valeria uke Fosloras ngomhla June 2020
Assaulted at Fosloras,
washawa eFosloras
taken to Alberton police station,
wayeseyiswa ke eAlberton police station
kept in the cells.
wasegcinwe emaseleni.
That's where you featured Mr. Jonathan
Ilawa wavela khona.
On
at the
our,
police station in Alberton, as per your evidence.
Njengoba usushila kwabonakala esikhumulweni samaphoyisa seAlberton.
yes, my lord, on our arrival at the police station, we met with Sergeant Mukhane.
Yebo ke mase sifika lapho epolice station sahlangana noSergeant Mkhane.
We were standing outside of the CSC,
Sase ngaphandle ke kweCNC.
and he mentioned that the suspect is inside the holding cell, my lord.
Wabe sephawula ukuthi umsolo ongaphakathi emaseleni.
So you did not see the suspect inside the cells.
Usho ukuthi nginanzani banibona umsolo engaphakathi emaseleni.
No, my lord.
Cha sange sikubona.
How did you ascertain yourself who the person to be escorted if you did not bother to know the person to be escorted?
Manje nina nazi kanjani ukuthi ubani lo fanele aphelezelwe uma ningazange nisihluphe ngokuzama ukufuna ukwazi ukuthi ubani lo ayezophelezelwa.
My lord, the details associating to the suspect was not disclosed to us, as we were only required to conduct the escort.
Manje ke imininingwane yokuthi ubani lo ayezophelezelwa izange sitshelwe yona ngoba thina nje okwethu nje kwakuyiyophelezela okuthiwa aphelezela.
There's evidence that is recorded before this court by Colonel Khatebe that upon his arrival, you were inside the CSC, which is next to the cells where
Okay.
accused number 1 was kept.
Joke umakhulunye ufazi obletho uHadebe lana buthi nina nabonakala nise duze kwebasels la ebekwe khona umsolo.
And it is per his evidence that you were in a better position to see, or you were in a better, accused number 1 was in a position to see the presence of the Metropolis because it was a small office.
Joke hayi umsolo ekwazi ukubona ukuthi kwakhona amaphoyisa asemetro ngoba kuyihhovisi elincane.
My lord, that statement I can deny. Reason being, the CSC is so small, my lord. There is no space for us to stand inside.
Athi hayi ngiphika lo ngoba incane kakhulu ayikho indawo yokuthi singama khona.
That means the court must reject that evidence of Colonel Khatebe.
Ithi manje inkonzo lifanele iprint ubufakazi kaKenel Hadebe.
As a court, please, my lord, we still have to check our note, but we don't remember.
Yeah, this witness was not implicated by Hadebe.
The waiting inside the client service.
I'm saying, as I recall the evidence,
Yes, ma'am.
Sergeant Mohammed never pertinently said this witness was there also.
Now, he never said that one.
No, he talks generically of Metro Police.
That's correct.
That's it.
That's correct.
Unless you put it to him that he was also there, fine.
Yes. To rephrase that question, the Metro Police officers that were present at the SC in Albertine, were you also present?
Manje asube indlela ama-presa metro ekhona lapha eSC eAlberton. Wena ke okhona la?
Outside of the CSC, I can say yes, my lord.
Masikhuluma ukuthi ngaphandle kweCSC ngingathi yebo.
All right. Were there any officers which were inside and others remained outside the CSC on that day at that time?
Manje wonke lamaphoyisana nawo emi ngaphandle ngaso sonke isikhathi lapha eCSC.
From EMPD, my lord, we were only 4 officers standing outside.
Manje waphuma kwe-MPD sesiyamaphoyisa amane ayeme ngaphandle.
All right. But accused number 1 eventually saw your presence when he was in custody.
So lokuqala ke eboshiwe wakwazi ukunibona ukuthi nikhona.
Do you agree?
Uvumelana nami?
If he came outside, yes, my lord.
Mawukuthi waphumela ngaphandle yebo.
Yes. He had the knowledge that there are Metro Police outside before the pointing out took place.
Before?
The alleged pointing out.
Ungawenzi ke le khomba umsolo wazi ukuthi khona amaphoyisa ase-MPD ngaphandle.
My lord, you said he has the knowledge.
That's what I'm saying.
EMPD is outside. I can't answer for him.
And njengokuthi ke wayenalo ulwazi cha angikwazi kumphendulela.
My instruction is that you were present with those Metro Police officers.
Njengomyalelo wami uthi nani wawukhona nalamaphoyisa.
I confirm, my lord, I was outside the CSC.
Cha yebo ngiyafuna ulethe isiqiniseko sokuthi ngingaphandle kwe-CSC.
You then traveled after photos were taken from accused number 1. You traveled in your own motor vehicle. You followed the motor vehicle of Colonel Hadebe.
Njengoba uthi uthatha iy'thombe ke zamsola nabe seniyahamba nina ngemoto yenu nilandela imoto kaHadebe.
That's correct.
You must correct me if I'm wrong. As an escort, you must always be vigilant. You must always be vigilant and keeps a close proximity to safeguard the movement of Colonel Hadebe with the suspect.
Manje ke ukuthi njengoba nani lapho niphelezela okufanele ukuthi niqaphele futhi nijeqeze ukwenzela ukuthi ke nihlale niyibona imoto kaHadebe futhi nibe seduze kwayo.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
Upon arrival at a particular place, you were also present when Colonel Hadebe, the suspect, the photographer, alighted from the motor vehicle.
Futhi ke emva kwesikhathi endaweni ethize la afike wehla khona emotweni uKolonel Hadebe nomsolwa nalona othwebulayo ukuthi nawe awukhona.
We were in the same vicinity, yes, my lord.
Sendaweni eyodwa.
So were you in a better position to see what was carrying on?
Manje usho ukuthi wawusethubeni elihle lokubona ukuthi kwenzekani.
We were inside of the kennel, my lord.
You were?
We were inside. I could see the kennel.
Ngaphakathi sasikwazi ukumbona uKenneth.
Now I'm referring to that particular place where at Phosphorus.
Ngisho kuleyo ndawo yasePhosphorus.
As you were traveling, you finally reached the destination. Then they alighted from the motor vehicle. You also alighted from your own motor vehicle.
Uma senifikile endaweni bathi mabephume emotweni nawe wayehla emotweni.
That's correct, my lord.
Athi kunjalo.
Then the question is, from where you were, you positioned yourself. You were in a better position to see Colonel Hadebe, the suspect, and the photograph.
Athi la owawukhona ukwazi ukubona uKenneth Hadebe nomsolo nomthwebuki.
Yes, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
So in the same position that they were, I'm not sure whether they saw you, but the same proximity or vicinity where whatever that happened on the day, were they in a position to see your presence? Or were they in a position to see your presence?
Manje ke bona kuleyo ndawo ke othi naseduze wawukwazi ukubona babekwazi ukubona ukuthi wena ukhona.
I would say yes, my lord. And if the colonel was unable to see us, he would know that we are in the vicinity.
Yebo ngizothi yebo kodwa kumakhanela mengasiboni wayezokwazi ukuthi sikhona lapha endaweni.
All right. I'll just try to wrap up my cross-examination, but there's one thing that I just want to know from you.
Kona sengifuna ukugoqa ke imibuzo yami kodwa khona ngisafuna ukwazi kwena.
A person is kept at a... I'm just asking this question. You tell me if you can answer it. You are not an expert on that particular field.
Ngiyabuza nje lo mbuzo ngifuna ungiphendula kodwa ke angisho ukuthi uchwepheshe ke walokho.
Don't you find it prudent that a person who is kept in a police station under police guard from the day of arrest wants to make a confession? I'm just putting to you, I want to either common sense or he's kept there practically at Valeria. That person wants to make a confession.
Please, my lord, the witness is being asked for an opinion which is irrelevant. We submit, my lord, that the question should not be allowed as it's opinion evidence which is irrelevant.
Eliciting opinion evidence, sir?
Not on the basis
Because
of an
you are actually saying this witness is not an expert.
Yes, it's common sense sort of, not an expert per se, my lord.
So what's
Like the need for an escort if somebody is kept at a place, at a particular place, and he wants to make a confession. Is there any need to take that person and transport the person to a particular place?
No, but those are not the facts. The facts are this witness says he escorted your client for a pointing out. Please, don't conflate a pointing out with a confession.
That was just a general question. Let me withdraw it.
Yeah.
Yes. That concludes my cross-examination.
Okay, sir. Mr. Nisi.
As it is the court, my lord, with due respect, I don't have questions to the witness.
Due respect to who? Me?
I'm referring to the court, my lord.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Thank you, my lord.
Mr. Misi, no cross-examination. Mr. Ngumano?
This is the court. My lord, I have no cross-examination.
No cross-examination, Mrs. For accused number 5, eh? Ms. Msholo.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Can I start, my lord?
Hello?
Can I start, my lord?
I'm waiting for you.
Thank you. Mr. Jonathan, is Jonathan your name or surname? What's your name?
Surname, my lord. My name is Wendell Logan.
Oh, okay.
Athi Jonathan isibongo sakho athi cha igama lami nguWendell.
Logan second.
Igama lesibili nguLogan.
Mr. Logan, Jonathan, I'm going to start with your participation or involvement on the 19th of June when you escorted the SAPS members and took accused number 2 to Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu. You remember that involvement?
I do, my lord.
Iqala mhla 19 kuJune lapho ke ophelezela amaphoyisa SAPS lapho waphelezela khona ukuthi baye ku
Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu.
Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu.
Yes. Okay. When were you requested to give escort duties to the SAPS members?
Wacela nini ke ukuthi ube semsebenzini ophelezela amaphoyisa SSFs?
We are normally informed the day before, my lord.
Sijayeleke ukutshelwa osukwini olwandulela lo msebenzi.
Okay, let us not generalize now. We're talking about this, the 19th of June 2020. When were you requested?
A day before, my lord.
Wathi umhla ka-19 kuJune ngatshelwa ke ngelanda elandulela umhla ka-19.
At what time?
Ngasiphi isikhathi?
When the request was made that the Metro Police should accompany the SAPS members on the following day.
Safika nini ke isicelo safika ngasikhatsini isicelo sokuthi nihambe niyophelezela amaphoyisa ase-SAPS?
In the afternoon, my lord.
Yafika ntambama.
Yes, at what time?
Ngasikhatsini?
I can't recall the exact time.
Cha, isikhumbula isikhathi esiqondile.
Okay, who requested you?
Ubani owanicela?
Sergeant Mukhane called, my lord.
Umsergeant Mukhane uyena owa-CT.
Okay. Did he call you or did he call your supervisor or the head of the Metro Police?
Wathi wafonela wena noma fonela umkhuzi wenu noma wafonela ophethe iMetro Police?
Our immediate supervisor was informed, my lord.
So cha umkhuzi wethu okhuza thina uyena watshela.
Okay, what's the name of that immediate supervisor?
Manje lo mkhuzi wenu kubani igama lakhe?
Say again, my lord. Your question, just say it again.
What was the name of the supervisor who was requested?
Superintendent Vishan Singh, my lord.
What?
Superintendent Vishan Singh.
Wathi ke umkhuzi wethu ke igama lakhe Superintendent Vishan Singh.
It's my immediate supervisor.
Uyena ke umkhuzi wami ongaphezulu kwami.
He was your immediate supervisor on the 19th of June, am I correct?
Yena ke oluphethe ngomhla 19 kuJune. Akunjalo?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
Where is he right now?
Uphi manje?
As I mentioned, my lord, we were all redeployed. He is currently at the equestrian unit.
Cha njengoba sengichazile ke sani kweminye imisebenzi okwamanje sengathi yena usebenza kule unit ebizwa ngokuthi equestrian unit.
Okay, but he's still under Metropolis.
Manje usengaphansi kweMetropolis.
That's correct, my lord.
Kunjalo.
Okay. What was the car registration number of the car that you used on the following day now?
Manje ke inombolo zemoto oyisebenzisa ngalelo ngalamalanga engizowathula zazithini.
Maybe to rephrase, on the following day, the car registration number of the car that you used on the 19th of June when you executed the escort duties.
Manje yipi inombolo zemoto oyisebenzisa mhla 19 isikhathi ke isemsebenzini okuphelezela.
Should I mention the registration?
Yes.
It's BZ
Inombolo yakho na ko BZ
35 MCGP.
NCGP.
It's registered under Metropolis cars, vehicles.
That's correct.
Ushona moto lena ingaphansi kwesiphoyisa othi yebo.
Yes, the logbook. Can we get the logbook for that car?
Ilogbook yaleyo moto ungakwazi uyithola?
Yes, I can, my lord.
Yebo ngayithola.
Where can we get it? In which
Ungayithola?
office? If you know.
We can arrange from Superintendent Vishan Singh.
Singashela no Superintendent uVishan Singh.
Okay. Do you have the number for Superintendent Vishan Singh?
Na inombolo ka Superintendent Vishan Singh?
Yes, I do, my lord.
Yebo nginayo.
Okay. We will also be able to locate the VL of that motor vehicle that you used on the 19th of June.
Oh, iBL le moto esetshenziswa mhla 19 uJune nayo ngatholakala.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
Okay. Was there a written authority permission for you to go and provide services to the SAPS on the 19th of June?
Khona ke imvume ebhalwe phansi ukuthi ngomhla ka-19 uJune nanifanele niyosiza ngokuphelezela.
My lord, Brigadier Ganinda would email our immediate supervisor requesting our services.
Manje uBrigadier Ganinda wangathumela ke i-email kumkhozi wethu mayelana nalo msebenzi.
No, I'm not asking that. I'm asking if there was a written authority permission that you go and escort the SAPS on the 19th of June.
No, kangi ekubuzayo ukuthi nani phethe yini imvume ebhalwe phansi ukuthi ningaya niyophelezela nomsolo ngalelo.
No, my lord.
Cha.
And the reason why?
Khona isizathu.
Reason being that we receive instruction from the supervisor, my lord.
But ukuthi ke nje thina sathola imiyalelo evela kumkhozi wethu.
So the reason why there was no written authority authorizing you to go and execute these duties, it's because you were given the authority verbal. Am I correct?
Manje okuchazayo ukuthi ke imbangela ukuthi ningabi nephela ichazayo ukuthi niyowenza lo msebenzi ukuthi ke nani itshelwe ngumlomo anginjalo.
Yes, my lord, I would say telephonically, as the supervisor then requested us or informed us that we will be conducting an escort the next day.
Ngasho ukuthi ke kwaleko kwangena ngocingo lapho ke umkhuzi wethu asitshela ukuthi fanele siyokwenza lo msebenzi ngelanga elilandelayo.
Okay. Is there any other time wherein you will be requested by SAPS to provide services other than the cases that were investigated by Brigadier Ganinda?
Manje sikhona yini isikhathi la nicela khona ukuthi niyowenza umsebenzi nicela abe-SAPS ngaphandle kwalesi sikhathi ngitshela uGaninda?
Only upon a request, my lord.
Athi ya masiceliwe.
Yeah.
If our supervisor hasn't received an email or is not informed about an escort, we would not conduct it, my lord.
Kama ukuthi umkhuzi wethu akazange athole isicelo sasingeke sikwazi ukuyowenza lo msebenzi.
Now let's come to the time when the accused was handed to you. Was that your evidence? Accused number 2 was handed to you on the 19th of June in the early hours.
That's correct.
Ekseni ke umsolwa wesibili wanikezelwa kunina akunjalo wathi yebo.
With the permission that was granted to you to go and escort the SAPS, your main duties was to escort. Am I correct?
So kule mvume enanikwe yona ukuthi nihambe niyophelezela umsolwa kusho ukuthi kumsebenzi wenu ngalula ngoba ukuphelezela ngithi.
That's correct, my lord.
Kunjani?
And the handing over of an accused person from one SAPS member to another SAPS member was not part and parcel of your duties.
Kusho kunikezela kokamsolwa esuka komunye osesiphoyiseni eya komunye osesiphoyiseni kwangewona umsebenzi wenu anginjalo.
It is part of my duties, my lord, as we are not just limited to escorting.
Ka lokho okunye komsebenzi yethu ngoba phela asivalelwe ukuthena umsebenzi siwenzayo nje kuphela.
Okay, what other duties were you authorized to do other than the escort? Because I missed that one in your examination in chief.
Cha ngidingayo ukuthi ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi yini enye enani gunyazo ukuthi ningayenza ngaphandle ke nje kuphelezela.
My lord, we are required to safeguard the suspect and the investigating officers.
Manje sifanele sivikele umsolwa nomphenyi.
Me handing over the suspect was merely the fact that my assistance was required from Sergeant Muhammad.
So mina ukuthi ngiyezele ngumsolwa ukuthi usizo lami ledingeka lidinga Sergeant Muhammad.
He could have asked any other police officer, my lord.
Wayengacela nanoma iliphi iphoyisa.
I put it to you that that was not part of your duties as escort services to hand over, to receive and hand over the accused to another SAPS member.
Ngifuna ukubeka wena ukuthi akungena umsebenzi wakho ukuthi uwamkele futhi ke udlulise umsolo omdlulisayo kwelinye iphoyisa.
Okay, let's continue. Let's move on. And then you said you receive accused number 2. At what time was that when you received accused?
Wena ke wamkela umsolo wesibili ngasiphi isikhathi?
The exact time, my lord, I can't recall.
Can't recall.
But the confession or statement took around about approximately 3 hours, my lord.
Cha angikwazi ukubeka isikhathi esiqondile kodwa ke ukuthi ke amkele icala kubhale statement esambelana naloko kwathatha amahora amathathu.
Okay. And where were you when accused number 2 was handed to you?
Olaphike wena umsolo wesibili menikezelwa kwena?
Before handing him over, my lord, or after I received him?
Engakanikezelwa kumina noma ngingakama sengimamkelile.
When you received accused number 2?
Uma wena wamkela umsolo wesibili.
I was at the vehicles outside, my lord.
Ngangisezimotweni ngaphandle.
Okay. So, is it your evidence that when you received the accused, he was not kept in any of the police cells?
Kusho ukuthi wena umuzomkwamkela umsolo engagcinwanga kwamanye amasela.
That's correct, my lord.
Kunjani?
And you don't know at what stage they've arrived there at Morocco police station?
So awazi ke nokuthi bafika nini lapho eMoroka police station?
That's correct, my lord.
Kunjani?
And you have no record as to when did you receive accused number 2 at Morocco police station?
Futhi kawazi ke nokuthi ubhalwe awukho la kubhalwe khona yini ukuthi wamamkela nini umsola eMoroka police station?
I have no record, my lord, but I did mention that our shift started 6 o'clock in the morning and I arrived around 6:30 at Morocco SAPS.
Kanjalo sengishilo ukuthi angikho khokho la engathi ngibhale phansi khona kodwa ke bese ngishilo ukuthi thina uqala wathi ungena umsebenzi ungena ngo6 ngafika ngo6 eMorocco.
And there is no occurrence book from which you signed for the suspect that you received from Sergeant Mohan, is that correct?
So akho occurrence book la bhala kuyona ukuthi wamkela umsola umthatha kumSergeant Mkhala kunjani?
Occurrence by OB, I mean occurrence book of a police station.
Uma ngithi OB ngikhuluma nge-occurrence book yase-police station la kubhala khona ukuthi kwenzekani.
I'm sure there was one inside the CSC, man.
Kanguthi eyikhona engaphakathi eCSC.
But you as a person who received the accused from Sergeant Mohane, you never signed any occurrence book.
Wena nje umuntu wamkela umuntu kuSergeant Mkhala usho akukho la wabhala khona ukuthi sengiyamamkela manje.
That's correct, man.
Kunjani?
Okay. There's also no entry that you signed referring to the time when you took back the suspect from Lieutenant Colonel Rapaju.
So manje ukhona ubhala khona ukuthi wapi namukela umsola uthatha ku Lieutenant Colonel Rapado.
My Lord, I did sign for the suspect when I received him.
Yebo ngamsayindela umsola mangizomamukela.
Where?
I can't
La.
recall was it in the occurrence book, but I did sign, my Lord.
Angikhumbule ukuthi mhlambe wabhala ku-occurrence book kodwa ngasayini.
The reason you can't recall is because you never signed any occurrence book.
Into enza ekhona ukuthi awukhumbuli ngoba awuzange umsayindele ku-occurrence book.
I did sign, my Lord.
Ngamsayine.
If you had signed, the state was going to refresh your memory with that occurrence book wherein we have signed. When you received the accused.
Ukuba wasayineke hayi umshushisi wayokhombisa ukuthi ayokhumbuza futhi ukuthi wasayinda lapha ekukhombisa khona kuleyo ncwadi.
As a police matter, we did indicate to the defense that we're still awaiting the occurrence books from Roca. I think it's an unfair question to the witness if we haven't received those books. We did receive something, but it's not what we wanted. So they're still trying to trace that occurrence book.
Yes.
My Lord, if that is the case, then there is a problem. I find it very difficult of putting questions to this witness when the defense has not been provided with that occurrence, my Lord. It was requested to the state, my Lord, the occurrence book. You'll recall, my Lord, on Friday I led the entries from the Pretoria North up to 450 when accused number 2 was booked out. And we were under the impression that we will receive the occurrence book for the next police station, which has transpired now that it was Moroka police station.
Yeah, but Mr. Baloy says that the state has not been finished with that occurrence book.
As the court pleases, my Lord. If that is the case, my Lord, I will skip those questions and I will beg leave to recall the witness as soon as we receive the occurrence book for the Moroka
Okay, fine,
police
no
station.
problem.
Okay, let's move on. You said, do you recall when did you book accused number 2 back after receiving him from Colonel Rapado?
Ngoba ezombhalisa yini umsolwa umusu buyisa so Colonel Lieutenant Colonel Rapado.
After receiving the accused, my Lord, we went to the vehicles outside.
Ngemva ukuthola ke umsolwa ukwamukela umsolwa wesahamba sayizimotweni ngaphandle.
Yeah, after receiving accused number 2 from Colonel Rapado, what did you do with accused number 2?
We went to the vehicles, my Lord.
Manje emva ukuthi uthole umsolwa umthatha Lieutenant Colonel Rapado kwanasa nenza nothi saye emotweni.
So he was not booked back into any police cells?
So akazange afakwe emaseleni amaphoyisa.
No, my Lord.
Cha.
At the time when Colonel Rapado was busy with accused number 2 as per exhibit HH, where were you?
Manje umsolwa umese busy no Colonel Rapado njengoba kubonakala ku exhibition HH wawulapho wena.
I was outside, my Lord.
Ngingaphandle.
And at that time when you took accused number 2 to Colonel Rapado, he was handcuffed, am I correct?
Ngesikhathi kuyisa umsolwa ku Colonel Rapado wayefakwe osankosi anjalo.
That's correct, my Lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
So why was it necessary for you to remain at that place where the so-called statement was taken if he was handcuffed?
Manje uma uthi wayefakwe osankosi yini ke imbangela ukuthi wena ube khona uhlale lapha ngaphandle kwaleyo ndawo sasithathelwa khona?
To conduct the escort, my Lord.
Ukuze sikwazi ukumpheleza.
I waited.
What type of the escort? What type of the escort and safeguard that you were giving? If a person is handcuffed, his movement was limited. Am I correct?
Phela umuntu kumafakwe osankosi akakwazi ukunyaza indlela athandayo kunjalo.
That's correct, my Lord.
And it was at the police station.
Kwasesikhulumeni samaphoyisa kunjalo.
That's correct, my Lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
And at the police station there were other SAPS members.
Lapho ke ayakhona amanye amaphoyisa kunjalo.
That's correct, my Lord.
Kunjalo.
Yes, that's why I'm asking, why was it necessary for you to remain there?
mina ke ngibuza ukuthi yini ke isizathu sokuthi okuphoqelela ukuthi ube uhlala ukhona la.
My Lord, we were instructed to conduct the escort. So the suspect went inside to Colonel Rapado to do a statement. I had to wait for him to complete the statement, my Lord.
Ya thina sesifanele kuphela ukuthi sivikele umsolo engaphakathi ethatha statement. Sasifanele ukuthi simlinde azaqede.
You know what? I put it to you that the reason why you remained there, you were for a specific purpose to induce fear to the accused number 2, my Lord, and to make sure that he complies with the instruction of the police officer that he was told to do.
Ngizokutshela ukuthi isizathu kwakuyini. Kwawukuthi wena lapho ufanele wesabise umsolwa futhi ke wenze ukuthi aphoqelele ukuthi enze lento akwakuthiwa ufanele ayenze.
My Lord, after handing over the suspect, Colonel Rapado requested me to leave his office.
Emva ukuthi ke nginikezele ngomsolwa uKenneth Rapado wangicela ukuthi angiphume e-office la.
When I left his office, my Lord, I went outside to the vehicles. I'm waiting for the instruction or completion of the statement, my
Lord. You said it was at what time when the statement was who told you it was a confession? How do you know it was a confession?
I mentioned statement or confession, my Lord.
Statement now my confession.
How did you know that the accused was the purpose of accused to go to Colonel Rapado was to make a statement? Because you were giving a backup.
Statement.
From Sergeant Mukhane, my Lord.
Then you said at what stage was the statement completed?
Come again?
You said at what time was the statement completed? At Morocco.
It took approximately 3 hours, my Lord.
So what time was that? You can't recall.
Just before 12, my Lord.
Okay. And then from there, you testified that you then escorted the investigating team to the Foster's Magistrate Court. Am I correct?
That's correct.
On top of what we have said when we're being asked by counsel for accused number 1 and 2, did you see accused number 2 appearing in a court before the magistrate in Foster's Magistrate Court?
Manje ke Foster's Magistrate Court wambona yini umsolwa evela phambi kwemantshi lapha?
No, my Lord.
Cha ngizange ngibona.
Okay. How long did it take you to travel from Morocco police station to Foster's Court?
Kwanthatha isikhathi esingakanani ke ukuthi nisuke eMorocco niziyofika eFoster's?
Between an hour and 45 minutes, my Lord.
Athi phakathi kwehora nemizuzu amashumi amane nanhlanu.
If that is the case, then it means you would have arrived in Foster's Magistrate Court at 1.
Kusho ukuthi ke naniyofika emanshini zase Foster's go ngehora lika-1 emini.
That's correct, my Lord.
Kunjani?
Okay. And you left at that time. How long did you stand? Did you stay upon arriving and handing over the accused?
We waited until 2, my Lord.
Sahlala isikhathi esingakanani nathi sahlilela isikhathi salinda kwaze kwashaya ihora lesibili.
What were you waiting for?
Nanilindeni.
For our shift to end, my Lord.
Sasilinde ukuthi ishift yethu iphele.
Oh, okay. Then it ended when?
yaphela ngasikhatsini
at 2 o'clock, my lord.
yaphela ngo-2
Then you left them.
That's when we
naso
left, my lord.
wathi hayi lapho sasisiyahamba.
If you had been asked to give escort to the investigating team and the suspects, remember at Morocco police station you remained behind. Then now why did you leave the investigating team and the accused at court now?
Manje ukhumbula ukuthi eMoroka walinda manje ke lana ke yini ke yenza ukuthi umshiye umsolwa nabaphenyi.
It was still in the time frame of my duties, my lord.
Kwakuseyisesikhathini sami sokuba semsebenzini.
Why did you leave? Why did you now not continue providing the security?
Manje yini ke ungaqhubeki ke ukuletha ukukhuseleka lapho yini indaba wakhetha ukuhamba.
My lord, on that one, it needs to be allowed or approved by our supervisor, my lord.
Manje hayi lokho ke kwakufanele kuvunywe umkhuzi wethu
Yes, for us to continue, my lord.
ukuthi ke sithina siqhubeke.
It's fine, I'll take it you don't want to answer my question. Let's move on. I'll
Wena
leave it
sengathi
for
awufuni
argument.
ukuphendula umbuzo wami ke asiqhubeke.
Let's move on now to the 24th of June,
Asihambeke manje sekumhla ka-24 kuJune.
when you provided your services, escort services,
Lapho ke wanikezela umsebenzi wakho ukuphelezela.
to Boxback Magistrate Court.
Ubuya e-Magistrate Court yase-Boxburg.
Magistrate Miss
Kronje,
Thank you, Madam. Miss Premier testified and made marks on Exhibit JJ
Manje ke uMagistrate Kronje waphawula ukuphawula kwakhe kukhona lapha kule Exhibit JJ.
and when he testified that she saw Sergeant Mohane accompanied by heavily armed Metro Police officials.
Uthi ke lapho wabona uSergeant Mohane ephelezelwa yithimba lamaphoyisa,
Of which most members left when asked for their appointment.
manje kuma sebebuzwa ke ukuthi ke babekisile yini ukuthi kusho ukuthi singathi phecelezi appointment bavele
Certificate.
bahamba.
2 remained behind.
Ababili ke basala.
Sorry, not behind, my lord. 2 remained outside the office door.
Amanye ke ababili ulungisa lapho ke basala ngaphandle kumnyango.
Do you understand that?
Yakuzwa
Understand,
lapho.
my lord?
That was said by the magistrate,
Iloko kwaphulwa ngumagistrate.
who were heavily armed.
Ngobani ke laba bebehlomile?
Ask, my lord.
Kwakuyithini?
Yeah, give us the names of those members who were heavily armed.
Cha, nginika amagama abo bonke laba behlome kakhulu.
We were in full uniform, my lord.
Sasiqokile uniform yethu yonke.
Give me the names of those who were heavily armed.
Nginika amagama
Names.
alaba ababehlome kakhulu.
1,
Constable Lissering, my lord.
Oqala Constable Lissering
he was heavily armed.
wayehlome kakhulu.
Yes, my lord.
Okay. Second one,
Wesibili
Constable Butalezi, my lord.
uConstable Buthelezi.
okay. 3,
Constable
Wesithathu
Mapumulo, my lord.
kwakunguMaphumulo.
4,
Wesine
It was myself, my lord.
kwakuyimina.
and who else?
Omunye
It's all I can remember, my lord.
hayi kona kodwa engikhumbulayo.
Okay, but it was more than you,
Kusho ukuthi nani ngaphezulu kwalowo.
members of the Metro Police who were there.
Ngisho ukuthi amalungu eMetropolis ayekhona la.
It's just that you can only recall these 4.
Okusho ukuthi okwena ke nje ukukhumbulayo wazi ukhumbula laba abane kuphela.
I can only recall the 4, my lord.
Hayi ngikhumbula laba abane kuphela.
And Mrs. Cronje further says they did not comply with the instruction of giving him the certificate, the appointment certificates. They left, only 2 remained.
Athi ke hayi ke Mrs. Konye imanji ke yathena abakwazanga ukuthi basinike izertificate zokuqashwa kwabo kwanje kwasala ababili ngaphandle.
We remained, my lord, and provided our appointment certificates.
Sahlala lapho sa banika izertificate zethu zokuqashwa.
Did you understand the statement I put to you?
Wasikhuye sizisisa yini
I
statement
understand,
esaba
my
kwakho?
lord.
Yes. Can you answer it?
Ngempela ukuphendule sona leso statement.
The other members were outside, my lord.
Lama amlungu ayengaphandle.
Outside where?
Phandle kwani?
At the vehicles, my lord.
Ezimotweni.
Oh, okay. So as soon as the magistrate requested their appointment certificates, they left into their cars.
Kusho ukuthi emva ukuthi ke imantshi
Is that your
icele
evidence?
certificates zokuqashwa bavele basuka baye emotweni.
My lord, I won't say that they left. They were outside and they were available to provide their appointment certificates.
Cha, angeke ngisho ukuthi bahamba. Babe ngaphandle futhi belungele ukuthi bangaziletha izertificates zabo zokuqashwa.
Tell us one thing. The magistrate won't lie. The magistrate testified in this court that he requested their certificates appointment and they did not comply. Instead, they left the area where they were when she saw them. That was the magistrate. Only 2 officers who remained.
Imantshi ayikwazi ukuqamba amanga. Wathi imantshi yaletha ufakazi ukuthi yathi unicela izertificate zokuqashwa kwabo base beyasuka bayahamba. Kwaze kusabala ababili kuphela la ngaphandle.
Ms. Msholo,
I know.
Sorry,
madam.
what should I make of that statement? A magistrate won't lie.
Sorry, my lord, can I withdraw that part?
Yes.
Thank you, my lord.
This is the only court that can determine whether
The
a witness
magistrate.
lies or not.
As the court pleases. My apologies, my lord.
No, you don't have to apologize. That's the law.
Can I proceed, my lord?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, can you answer the question?
Ungakwazi ukuqhubeka uphendule lo mbuzo?
I think I've already said.
My lord, as for the reason why my fellow colleagues did
Left.
not provide their certificates,
Yes.
I don't know, my lord.
Okay.
But when,
Thank you.
Angikwazi ukuletha izathu zokuthi indaba laba engisenza nabo bengakwazi ukuthi bakhiphe izertificate zabo zokuqashwa.
Okay. And it was only you and who gave the certificates?
it was myself and Constable Lissering, my lord.
Well, imina no Constable Lissering phela abakwazi ukukhipha izertificate zethu zokuqashwa.
Okay. Were you from the same office together with others who left?
Nani vele office elilodwa nalabo abahamba?
The same office, my lord?
Yebo,
I mean, were you from the same office?
Yes, my lord. We were all from the same office.
Yebo, sasiphume office elilodwa.
Yes. Tell me the reason. Why were you so heavily armed?
Yini ke eyenza ukuthi nihlome ngalendlela enanihlome ngayo nanihlome kakhulu?
Maybe before going to that question, was the accused handcuffed when you were standing there, when you were going to the magistrate office?
Manje uma nime lapho nisiya ehhovisi lemantshi umsolwa wayefakiwe yini ozankosi?
The accused was handcuffed in front, my lord.
Umsolwa wayefakiwe ozankosi izandla sengaphambili.
Okay. So his movement was limited, and on top of that, he was escorted by these heavily armed members. Why were you so heavily armed?
Ngisho ukuthi kumsolwa wayefakiwe ozankosi engakwazi ukuthi mhlawumbe nganyakeza ngalendlela ayithanda ngayo. Kodwa ke manje ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi yini nanihlome kangaka?
My lord, I would not consider it as heavily armed, my lord.
Angeke ngisho ukuthi kusho ukuthi sasihlome kakhulu.
Okay, how were you armed? Can you
Nihlome kanjani?
describe the manner in which you were armed?
Chazi ukuthi nani hlome kanjani?
My lord, we were in full uniform.
Sasigqoke uniform yethu yonke.
Bulletproof vest, my lord.
Sasikhomena naloku ukuvikela ukungena kweinhlamvu zesibhamu.
On top of the bulletproof is a battle jacket, my lord.
Emva phezulu kwaloko khona lokho abakubiza ukuthi battle jacket.
On my side, my lord, is a 9mm pistol in its
Ngapha
holster.
ngaseceleni kwakune 9mm isibhamu
It's inside its holster, my lord.
ehleli ngaphakathi kwesikhwama sayo.
slinged over my chest, my lord,
yebo phezu kwesifuba sami
was a rifle, my lord.
kwakukhona ke isibhamu esikhulu
Hanging freely, my lord.
hayi sasizilengela nje sikhulekile
But you were armed.
kodwa uhlomile
I was armed, my lord.
yebo ngangihlomile
That manner in which you were armed on its own induced force to the accused, I put it to you.
manje ngifuna ukuya phambi kuwena ukuthi ngendlela ohlome ngayo yayiletha indlela yokuphoqa kumsolo
And the reason you were so armed in the magistrate court and especially into the office of the magistrate wherein the statement was made, it's because you wanted to induce fear to the accused to make sure that he complies with the police instruction.
cha phela indlela nani
As a court, please, my lord, can we just establish from counsel what is the basis for saying so that that they were
The basis for that assertion.
My lord, in the mind of the accused when he saw the members of the metropolis so heavily armed, my lord, my submission is that that on its own induced fear to the accused.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let me clear up this. You say we were in uniform.
That's correct, my lord.
When you do your escort duties, is that how you dress in your uniform?
Yes.
Or was this the first time you dressed in that manner?
We are dressed like that on a daily basis, my lord.
Okay. Yes, you can
manje
continue.
ngendlela nigqoke ngayo nanigqoke ngendlela ejwayelekile yini wathi yebo sigqoke ngendlela ejwayelekile
Okay. Did you enter inside the office of the magistrate?
nangena yini ehhovisi likamantshi
No, my lord.
cha asingenanga
Okay. My lord, can I ask that we take a long adjournment at this stage? I'll proceed at 2, my lord.
You got what?
We'll proceed at 2, my lord.
Is that so? Okay.
Long adjournment, my lord.
2 o'clock.
this guy
Okay, as you were sitting outside, you will peep through inside the office where the magistrate was sitting.
manje
No, my lord.
ngaphandle ke wawulunguza yini ngaphakathi ehhovisi lemantshi wathi cha
Okay, do you recall what was the magistrate wearing on that day?
sakhumbula ukuthi manje ayigqokeni ngalelo langa
No, my lord.
cha ngikhumbula
In which car was the accused conveyed on the day when you took him to Boksburg Magistrate Court?
manje mhlazamisa emantshini emahhovisini ase-Boksburg can you please repeat the question? I lost the last part.
Yes, Boksburg Magistrate Court to and from.
What was the question?
In which car was accused number 2 conveyed?
wayehanjiswa ngayiphi ke imoto umsolwa isikhathi bimisa emantshini yase-Boksburg?
In the fortune of investigating officer Sergeant Mukhano.
wayehamba ngefortuna ka-Sergeant Mukhano
On the 24th of June, when did you knock on duty?
washayisa ngasikhathi sinike ngalelanga
On duty.
wawungene ngasikhathi sinike emsebenzini ngalelanga
On the 24th, my lord, we did extra overtime. We were working 10 to 10.
ngalelo langa-ke umhla 24 June saba nesikhathi esingaphezulu kwalesijayelo senze esiphecelezi ngesilungu overtime so sasebenza kusuka ngo-10 kufika ku-10
10 in the morning until 10 in the evening.
kusho ukuthi sasenza kuqala ngo-10 yasekuseni sasaya kwaze weshaya ihora lika-10 wasebusuku
Was that overtime authorized? If yes, by who?
manje-ke lokhu yasenza-ke le overtime kwakukhona yini oyelike leyo mvume ubani kwanika leyo mvume uma kuwukuthi ngempela yanikwa leyo mvume
By our immediate supervisor, my lord.
athi-ke osiphethe
Yeah, just mention the name because we want to verify those records.
cha sicela ukuthi sinike igama ngoba sifuna ukuthi siyothola isiqiniseko
Superintendent Vishan Singh.
kuthi Superintendent Vishan Singh
On the 5th of June now, when when you reported at Albertine police station, when did you knock on duty?
Manje umuyongena ngomhla 5 kuJune eAlberton police station waqala ngasikhathini umsebenzi.
I can't recall, my lord.
Angikwazi ukukhumbula.
And you also don't have records.
Uthi akukho ke la kubhalwe khona.
Correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Kunjani?
On the 30th of May 2020, when did you knock on duty?
Ngomhla 30 kuMay 2020 wangena ngasikhathini emsebenzini.
I was not present.
Kangingekho.
Okay. And then, I know this question has been asked, but I just want to double check if you still insist in your answer. Colonel Hadebe testified that when he arrived in Albertine police station, the Metro members were inside the CSC next to the cell in which the accused was. But your answer, you said you were outside the CSC. Do you still remain with that answer?
Yes, correct.
Wathi uthi ke umele ufakazi wathi umefika eAlberton police station amaphoyisa asemetro ayengaphakathi kwe-CSC. Wena ke wasithi impendulo yakho wathi cha thina sasingaphandle usaphikelela yini ngale impendulo yakho wathi yena.
Okay. You further testified that your unit, the SWAT unit, was disbanded. Is that your evidence?
Uthe wena ke iqembu lelo senzela lona ke sebagcina sebelichithile ningaselo iqembu.
Why? What was the reason for that unit to be disbanded?
Yini ke isizathu sokuthi ke balichithe lelo thimba lelo senze kulona?
My lord, as to the reason, we still haven't been furnished with a proper reason.
Hayi kwamanje ke isizathu ke siqinile sizwakalayo sikakaningi.
Okay, and when was it disbanded?
Manje ke bahlukanisa nike lelo thimba leni?
In June 2022, my lord.
Kwakuwumhla June 2022.
When you're defining your unit, you specified the type of the offenses that you were dealing with. Am I correct?
Muchaza ukuthi ithimba lakho lo senza lona wachaza ukuthi nina nanibheke ikakhulukazi inhloboni yemisebenzi. Usakhumbula?
Yes, my lord.
Okay.
Ethi yeah.
Was accused number 2 respectively charged with offenses which fell under your unit?
Manje ke umsolo sibili yena thoswe icala eli ngaphansi kwaleli lamacala lawa ekuthiwa nina nani izinze kakhulu kuwona.
My lord, we were informed that the suspect is a high-profile suspect.
Satshelwa ukuthi hayi umsolo seqophelweni eliphezulu.
Okay, but do you know if he was charged with the offenses which fell within the scope of your department unit?
Ngibuza ukuthi icala lela elenzile lingaphansi kwaleli lamacala kwakuthiwa iyona enani wabheke kakhulu yini?
As a please, my lord, I don't know whether it's a fair question to the witness. Witness said they are merely deployed by the arrangements between the supervisor and Brigadier Gininda. This witness will not be in the position to know what were the charges and whether they fell within the scope of their duties.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, my lord. The witness, my lord, can answer if he knows. If he doesn't know, he can say so that no, he doesn't know.
I don't know, my lord.
Angas.
My lord, I will pause here with my cross-examination and reserve the right for further cross-examination due to the fact that I still have to peruse. I've been supplied during lunch with other copies of the OB entries in respect of these 3 statements wherein the witness was involved. My lord, I beg leave to peruse them and then recall the witness if there is any need for further questions to put.
Okay.
Thank you.
Re-exam. Are we waiting for a recall if necessary?
Yes, indeed, my lord. We're just waiting for the cross-examination to be finalized first.
Okay. So what happens now?
We can, as counsel requested, we're not going to oppose the request. We can stand down until tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yes. There's another witness outside. We can continue with that witness if my colleagues are ready for that witness.
But I think for the sake of convenience, it will be better to resume with that witness after we've perused the copies that we've just been supplied with, because...
Is he going to give evidence on which aspect now? That's the witness you say is outside, is going to testify on which aspect?
In respect of the confession of the 24th of June before Ms. Grenier, or not? It's Constable Lizering.
Where does it come from?
Well, he's also at the same office as this witness from Ekurhuleni Metropolis.
Do you want to lead that witness or don't you want to lead the witness? You are the state. You must tell us.
As the court pleases, my lord, our view is that his evidence is only related to, that particular event, and if my learned friends are ready, we can proceed with that witness, or at least maybe take his evidence in chief. If they want to reserve cross-examination, they can do so, but we can at least save some court time.
Mr. Mgomezuri?
Yes. My lord, we can actually allow the state to lead evidence in chief and reserve our cross-examination for tomorrow.
Mr. Nisi? What will be in order?
The fact that the witness can come and start with his examination in chief and then we take it from there.
Okay, Mr. Nomalo?
Thank you, my lord. I'm of the same view that he can testify in chief.
Yes. Still under oath, sir.
Thank you, my lord. My lord, I just have two entries to refer the witness to. It's Exhibit UU1, which is the cell register for Foslorus Court for the 19th of June. The witness has already testified, my lord, regarding the occurrences of the 19th of June. Thank you, my lord. Sir, you remember yesterday you testified about your interaction with accused number 2 at Foslorus Magistrate Court.
Magistrate Court.
Okay. That's correct, my lord.
You said what was the when did you leave Foslorus Magistrate Court?
Foslorus Magistrate Court.
When our shift ended, my lord.
I mean the time.
She's current.
2 o'clock, my lord.
The oral speed in Dambam.
2 o'clock. Okay. Because according to this entry, for the 19th of June, my lord, it's entry or as per serial number 271. The name is Ndanzi Bongani, and the offense is dealing in drugs. The case number is 534/6/20 from Pretoria North. Date of release 19 June, and the time of release is 13:30. Reason for release not enrolled. Remarks under paragraph 16 released. Do you understand what I'm trying to read from this end? It's that accused number 2 was released at 13:30.
Umsolo wesibili ke ukhulule ngesikhathi ke sika 1:30 emini umhla 19 kuJune.
Yes, my lord.
Kunjani?
But you are saying at 2 o'clock when you left, you were still giving a backup for accused number 2.
Athi uma nisuka ke lapho benisiza umsolo wesibili ukuthi nimnike i-backup.
My lord, I mentioned that we were in the parking. The suspect went inside the magistrate court with Sergeant Mukhani. He was not accompanied by us. We were in the parking waiting until 2 o'clock to disperse.
When you left, you don't know where the accused number 2 was?
No, my lord. He went inside the magistrate's court.
Ngicazile ukuthi umsolo wangena Sergeant Mukhani thina samlinda le ngaphandle ubaze baphume.
And then from that end, when accused number 2 was released at 13:30, he is booked again midnight at 00:40 at Pukeng Police Station. My lord, if I can just read the entry proper, it's Exhibit PP in brackets 1, date 20 June. Thank you. I'll read it for the record. It's the occurrence book, my lord, for the Pukeng Police Station on the date of 20 June 22, as per serial number 713, time 00:40. Suspect detained, Sergeant Mukhani of National Cold Case Investigation, detained cell 2940620, Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi on Pukeng, case 1180620, possession of live ammunition, notice of rights as per SAP 14, number 80947284, read and explained to the accused and understood and detained with no injuries. But the question that I want to ask you is that for the period from First Lawyers Court, which is 13:30, up to this period, you said you did not provide any escort duties. Is that your evidence?
That's correct, ma'am.
Uthi wena kusona ngo-13:30 nisuka lapha e-First Lawyers uyofika ngalesi sikhathi sika 00:40 kusho ukuthi 40 minutes emuva ka-12 wasebusuku. Anizange nimpheleze nimsize ukuthi nim-escort umsolwa ngaleso sikhathi wathi cha.
But when you left, was there an exchange of shift within the metropolis? Are there any other metro police who came to give the escort to the SAPS when you...
Kwaba nabanye yini amaphoyisa asemetro afika athatha umsebenzi kinina naseke ninake nishiya bona emsebenzini ukuthi baqhubeke nge-escort?
No, my lord.
Cha.
Thank you, my lord. Just one more on the members of members of your unit. In all these 3 occurrences, which is the 19th, is the 24th, and is the and the 5th of June, when you provided services to the SAPS. It was only you and your crew members in all these 3 occasions, am I correct? Or you were changing?
We were changing, my lord.
Okay.
Athi umhla 1924 nomhla 5 kuJune kwakuyini nakuphela yini enani phelezela abasolwa noma kukhona abanye-ke nje nabo babengena-ke basizwa senza ukuthi cha hayi shiyelana nabanye.
But you were not changed in all these three you attended.
Kuzona-ke lezi
In all these three occasions.
kuzilezi zikhathi ey'ntathu-ke wena kusho ukuthi wawukhona.
My Lord, it is different dates, so it's not consecutive dates. So other occurring dates, well, let me make an example, my Lord. If I appeared on the 5th, if I was present on the 5th of June, on the 6th of June, it means there was someone else, my Lord.
And ey'khathi ezehlukile lezi anginike indlela engayichaza ngayo ukuthi uma ukuthi bengisebenza mhla 5 June usho ukuthi wela ngilandalayo mhla 6 June usho ukuthi kwangemini.
Okay, let me just rephrase. Maybe you did not understand my question. You were a unit, am I correct?
That's correct.
Nani ithimba kunjalo athi yebo.
Of more than 4 members.
Labantu abangaphezulu kwabane.
That's correct, my Lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo.
Okay. But in these 3 occasions when you gave a backup to the SAPS, it was only you and your colleagues, only, not any other members.
And usikulezi ikhathi ey'ntathu uma nizoxhasa abesiphoyisa sase-South Africa kusho ukuthi-ke kwakuyinina-ke nje ithimba lakho nje elalikhona ngazo zonke lezi zikhathi.
It was members from our unit, my Lord.
Hayi ababevela eqembini lami.
Okay. No. Thank you. Last one, my Lord. You said your supervisor is still available, Mr. Singh. Is that correct?
That's correct, my Lord, but he was redeployed. He's at the equestrian unit.
Okay.
Athi hayi lo umkhuzi wami akasasebenzi nathi wasuswa lapho sisebenzela la kuthiwa equestrian unit.
Okay, can I ask you when you finish to give the details for Mr. Singh to the state advocate for Mr. Singh to be called? Thank you, my Lord. I've got no further questions.
Examination.
As a court, please, my Lord, we just want to make sure the court has got Exhibit UU1, the copy of the cell register from First Lawrence Court. We handed it up on Friday together with the other exhibits. It's the 2 pages that have been stapled together. I think it will be at that will be the last page of the bundle that relates to accused 2. Be the last page of exhibit MM. There's MM, then yes, MM, then MM1 in brackets. Then attached to that will be the register. So it's 2 pages stapled together.
I don't seem to have it. Just make a copy for me. Okay, please.
Thank you.
Make a note. Exhibit UU1, no?
Yes. Now, Constable Jonathan, it was put to you by counsel for accused number 1 and 2 that both accused aver that there was a form of assault, tubing, and that you were present during those occasions. And various occasions were put to you where you would have been present, like at or near a garage in Alberton, where it was said that you pushed your front seat towards the back where the accused was sitting and pressed him hard, and that Surgeon Mabena was putting a plastic bag over his head, and that thereafter you proceeded to an area which it was said is a dumping site with steel tanks where you stopped, and that you took accused number 2 out of the vehicle, uncuffed one of his hands and handcuffed him to a steel pole, and it was also put to you that there was another occasion where a device was used to electrocute accused number 2 on his stomach, and that during the process of using that device, a plastic was taken from his head and that he started bleeding from his nose. And thereafter, it was put that the party proceeded to Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital, and it was also put to you that from there they traveled to Orlando near disused ATMs, that you escorted them, and there accused was poured with water, and it was during winter. Now, given all these allegations of assault, are you aware of the procedure that one must follow if they feel aggrieved, if they feel that their rights were violated, if they feel that they've been assaulted? Is there a process that a suspect must follow if there is such a complaint of assault?
My lord, the suspect would be able to open a case, my lord, of assault.
Kuthiwa lana umsolo oqala nosibili kuthiwa bashawa and kwesinye isikhathi ke bathathwa bayiswa nasegaraji la ngase-Alberton. Kuthiwa lapho ke wena waphusha isitulo wasiphushela emuva, lapho kwafika wacindezela umsolo wakhona ngesitulo. Kuthiwa usergeant wathatha uplastic wawufaka phezu kwekhanda lakhe, nasenisuka ke nendaweni la khona la kudapha khona izinto and la kukhona khona izinsimbi, nafika nama kuthiwa wena wakhipha umsolo emotweni wasumbophela, wakhipha oyeduza nkosi wasumbophela kulezo insimbi. Kuthiwa wasekhona bonomshini wasetshenziswa ke ukuthi bawuthintise la esiswini sakhe, and kuthiwa futhi ke wathi makususwa uplastic ekhanda lakhe kwabonakala ukuthi wapha igazi ngamakhala. Kuthiwa nasuka ke naseniya Chris Hani Baragwanath, lapho naphinde nasuka naye Orlando, la ufika khona lathola khona la kunama ATM khona angasasebenzi. Kuthiwa wena kwawuphelezela ngaleso sikhathi. Kuthiwa ke umsola uthi wathelwa ngamanzi abandayo kuyisebusika, manje ke kuko konke ke lokho wabuza ukuthi uyazi yini ukuthi yiphi indlela ukuthi umuntu akwazi ukufaka isikhalazo sakhe mayelana nokuthi ke amalungelo akhe awazange agcinwa sithi cha hayi angavula icala.
And in fact, it was put to you that the accused was traumatized by this incident. Are you aware if such a charge was laid against you?
Umsola ke uthi wahlukumezeka ngaso lezo ikhathi. Uyazi ukuthi khona icala lokuhlukumeza lafaka?
No, my lord.
Cha.
Did the accused perhaps file any complaint with your employers, Ekurhuleni Metro?
Khona isikhala enasifaka umsola emetro emaphoyiseni?
Not that I'm aware of.
Cha, nginalo lolu lwazi.
You mentioned that you were the first to arrived during cross-examination by counsel for accused number 1 and 2. You mentioned that you were the first to arrive at Moroka police station at about 6:30 in the morning.
Bekele ukuthi kwakho wena waqala wafika eMoroka police station ngo-6 ngapha 6 not yebo.
And more or less, when did Sergeant Mukhani arrive with accused number 2?
So Sergeant Mukhani wafika ninike nomsolo sibili.
Did they find you there, or what was the position?
Bakuthola lapho noma kwenzekani?
I found him there, my lord.
Ngamthola lapho.
And was Sergeant Mukhani alone, or was he with someone else?
Sergeant Mukhani wayedwa yini noma nomunye umuntu?
At the vehicle he was alone, my lord.
Hayi emotweni wayedwa.
I'm not sure if he was alone on the day.
Angazi ukuthi wayedwa yini ngalelo langa.
Thank you, madam. Those are the only aspects we wanted to take up with you.
Sir, your experience as a police person is for how long?
Neminyaka engaki ke usebenzela isiphoyisa?
By tomorrow, my lord, it will be 9 years, my lord.
9 years.
Athi kusasa kuzobe sekuphela iminyaka eyisishagalolunye.
Let me tell you what has happened with the police. After Steve Biko was murdered, right? The South African police introduced a method whereby police who were manning cells would fill in an OB, as you have been put to you, an occurrence register book. In the afternoon, when the sergeant comes, he asks everybody in the cell, any complaints? One person may say, they didn't give me food. One may say, Ratamokhateng assaulted me. And somebody else may say, whatever. Are you aware of that practice?
Yes, my lord.
Right.
Ake ngikuke kwathulela ke nansi into eyake yenzeka. Kuthiwa ngesikhathi ke emva kokuthi kushawe uSteve Biko, amaphoyisa ke aletha le ndlela yokusebenza ukuthi amaphoyisa ke ayithume kunabasola basemaseleni kwakubhalwa lapha kulento ekuthiwa OB, occurrence book, kusho ukuthi ilapho kubhalwa khona izinto ezenzeka. Manje la efika usayitsheni efika ntambama asifike azobuza abasola athi ke kukhona yena onesikhalazo, omunye ngathi ke hayi cha abasinika ukudla, omunye athi hayi uRatamkhwahle ngungishayile.
Right, and the other aspect of that police sergeant who is in charge of the cells, when he comes in, he writes down every complaint from each and every of the cellmates. Are you aware of it?
Yes, my lord.
Right.
Ndokuthi usayitshenge lapho Ratha ubhala zonke izikhalazo zabasola abangaphakathi. Wathi uyawazi lo, wathi yebo ngiyawazi.
And pertinently, if he sees, he physically inspects the inmates. That's why when a person is booked in, some of these entries, they say booked in by Sergeant Mojado without injuries. He just doesn't write without injuries. He inspects the inmate in the presence of Mojado who is booking him in. And if there's an injury there, he's obliged to report it. Are you aware of that practice?
That's correct, my lord.
Athi ke uma ukuthi ke kukhona ke ochazayo umezobhala lapha usayitsheni uyabhala ukuthi uma kulethwa abasolwa lapho bafakwe lapho bengalimele, and uma kuukuthi kukhona ke olimele ke kufanele kusho ukuthi no, uma ukuthi balethwe usurgeon othize bavele bathi ukuthi lo surgeon ulethe labantu laba bengalimele, bathi uyakwazi lokho athi yena.
In the morning, it's a new shift normally. A new sergeant or cell officer comes in. Each and every cell he conducts what is called a parade. Do you know that?
That's correct, my lord.
Bathi ke kuseni ke uma ngena usurgeon omusha ufanele ke ahambe ke ayohlola lokubizwa ngeparade kulo wonke amasela, wathi yena.
He's got a register, OB, and he asked each and every inmate during the time, assuming the last inspection was at 8 o'clock the previous night, during the time 8 o'clock up to today, now, do you have any complaints? Are you aware of that practice?
Yes, my lord. They also refer to it as a handing over, my lord.
Yes. Athi ke ekseni uma ngena omusha usayitsheni ufayithatha le OB incwadi le OB ahambe konke amasela, athi ke ukusukela ngo8 wayizolo makuthi ibhalwe ngo8 ngayizolo, athi kukhona yini oshintsho vele khona yini onesikhalazo bafanele kube nempendulo lapho bese yabhala phansi uthi yakwazi lento, athi yebo ngiyakwazi manje sekujwayele ukubizwa ukuthi i-hand over.
If during that period Ratamokoteng says, I'm sick, I was vomiting, the sergeant at arms there is obliged to make provision for medical attention. Are you aware of it?
Yes, my lord.
Athi kuma ukuthi ke uRatamokoteng uthi lapho ke ngiyagula futhi ke ngiyaphalaza ngiyahlanza, kufanele ukuthi bakwazi ukumenzela indlela ukuthi athole usizo.
And that okay, yeah,
I'm done.
Okay, and that sergeant or officer has to annotate that complaint that I'm sick, I'm vomiting, arrange for an ambulance, arrange for the transportation of the inmate to a hospital. Do you know that?
Yes, my lord.
Athi lo sergeant lo kumethola ukuthi kukhona isikhalazo esikhona ufanele abhale phansi futhi ke esebhalile uchaza ukuthi khona le nto ufanele azame ukuthola iambulance, athole into engathatha lo lesisigulane isise esibhedlela, athi yebo ngiyakwazi.
And there are standing orders. If an inmate has been assaulted, more especially if that inmate can say he was assaulted by policeman Ratamokoteng, the sergeant at the cells there has got to annotate that complaint, and he doesn't have to take that man to court or to hospital. He's going to call his superior to come and see that exigency. Kenja Pandai, do you know that?
Not in depth, my lord.
But have you heard about it?
No, my lord.
You have never heard of a policeman being charged for having assaulted an inmate in the cells?
I mean the process
Okay,
up to
yeah.
that extent, my lord.
Yeah, fine. I appreciate that. But have you ever heard of a policeman being charged
Yes, my lord.
of having assaulted an inmate in the cells?
Yes, my lord.
Yeah. Okay.
Uma ke kukhona umsolwa oshayiwe, iphoyisa lelo kuthiwe ngishayile liphoyisa ukuthiwa Ratamokoteng, kufanele kubhalwe lapho ukuthi cha ushayiwe nangu uyakhalaza, futhi ke lokho ke akuyiswe enkantolo. Iphoyisa lelo kufanele liphakamisele kobaphethe umkhuzi wabo achaze ukuthi hayi ngishayiwe, wathi uyakwazi lokho, athi akona angikaze ngikubona kodwa angikwazi.
Do you have any experience with the IPD?
With iPad, my lord.
iPad, yeah.
No, my lord.
You don't, okay. I'll leave it for Sergeant Mukhano, maybe he has.
Bathi wakathinta naye nalamaphoyisa wakasebenzisana namaphoyisa e-IPD usho ukuthi labaka abahlala okwenziwe izona ezenziwe ngamaphoyisa mhlambe amacala enziwe ngamaphoyisa athi yeah.
But regarding the fact that you are alleged and accused of having viciously assaulted accused number 1 and 2, I take it, when they were being escorted, and that you participated actually in the mass assault of both of them in the presence, they were assaulted in your presence by other inmates. There was Geninda, there was Raputi, and there was Mapumulo, there was Butelezi, yourself. Up to now, has IPID never investigated you, or have they investigated you?
No, my lord.
Manje kuthiwa lana ke wena ke kuthiwa wena uke wafaka isandla ekushayeni abasolwa kubikwa noGininda noRaphuti noMaphumulo noButhelezi. Manje ke abantu be-IT bayeke beze bazokuhlola lo wathi cha.
And you just answered Mr. Baloi, and you maintain that no criminal charges of assault, GBH, attempted murder were preferred against you because, according to the evidence led as an assertion on behalf of the 2 accused, there's a suggestion that Rapudi actually asked, is he still alive? Meaning that a senior guy like him saying that it means somebody was so viciously assaulted that it was possible that Ehan Frek is going to die. Are you with me? Are you still alive? Is he still alive? And no charges have been preferred against you? Nothing?
None at all.
Manje kuthiwa khona la liphoyisa loRaphuti eliphezulu impela nje elake lafika labuza lo mbuzo uthi kanti lo muntu usaphila yini na? Ukuthi lo muntu lo ayishayo ngempela ukuthi aze ukuza lo mbuzo. Usho nje akukho icala elavula athi cha.
Okay, any questions arising? Mr. Mgomezulu?
I'll quickly approach accused number 2.
Okay, fine.
From the questions that are arising from the court, it's my instruction from accused number 2, the special accused number 2, to say, he said it in Zulu. I'll say it and interpret it to mean icala alboli. Crime does not prescribe. Do you know that?
Nje umsolo wesibili uPaul nakho owathi icala alboli. Yabazi lo.
Just say that again, my lord.
Icala alboli, meaning he can open a criminal case at any given stage. Do you know that?
That's... Oh, I can confirm, my lord.
Athi hayi no uthi usengalivula icala ngoba akwenzeki ukuthi icala libone. Athi yebo.
Another question relating to the first question asked by the court. Have you detained a person or a suspect in any police office, police station?
Yes, I have.
Kwakwabalela isibosha police station nanami iphathi yebo.
Have you gained access to the cells where the prisoners or the suspects are kept?
Okwafinya yini emaselini laba sola bebekwa khona begcinwa khona?
No, my lord.
Athi cha.
Have you ever, in your 9 years experience, interviewed any inmate that is already in prison or kept in custody?
manje kule minyaka eyishagalolunye usesiphoyiseni wakwayo uyini wayokhulumisana nesiboshwa esiboshiwe singaphakathi?
No, my lord.
Athi cha.
All right. Have you, during the time of detaining a particular suspect, have you had any complaint directed to the person in charge of the cells to say one of the inmates is complaining of being assaulted by a police officer or the person in charge of the cells? Have you ever heard about that?
Wakwakuzwa yini lapho kuthiwa khona isiboshwa sakhipha isikhalazo sathi sishaywe silinyeziwe? Wakwakuzwa yini lo?
No, my lord.
Cha.
And all this, the version that has been put by accused number 1 and number 2 against you in person in a plural form, your answer cannot be fair because those allegations are directed to you. This means if you were asked by my colleague in the court to say, have you assaulted them, we expected the answer no.
Sure.
Would you be in a position to say, yes, I did assault them?
Manje into esingazathi masibheka sibona ukuthi uma kuthiwa wena ubuzwa ukuthi umsola uthi wamhlukumeza wamshaya, impendulo vele ke singayilindela lapho ukuthi wena uthi cha. Kodwa ke uma kuukuthi ke kuyenzeka yini ukuthi wena usho, kungenzeka yini ukuthi usho ukuthi yebo kulombuzo njengalo?
Thank you. No further question.
Yes, Minister Munisi.
My Lord, I've got no question that I can answer.
Mr. Ngamalo. Mr. Mshololo.
Mr. Jonathan, have you ever been in charge of the cells wherein inmates are kept at the police station?
Wake waba nemsebenzi wokubheka isela laba sola begcina khona police station?
No, my lord.
Cha.
Okay. Have you ever been involved in the registering and completion of the occurrence books at the police stations?
Wena waba yini nomsebenzi wokuthi ugcwalise i-occurrence book yase police station?
No, my lord.
Cha.
And in all your previous experience of 9 years, you have never worked in the CSC where the inmates are controlled if they are in custody of the SAPS?
Kule minyaka yakho akaze nje usenze nabasola uma ukuthi babhaliswe ngaphansi kwe-CSC?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjani?
Even if there would have been any other complaints that are made at the CSC, you wouldn't know how they will be reported.
Uma kukhona nesikhalazo esingabe sifakwa lapha e-CSC ungeke wazi ukuthi sifaka kanjani, akunjani?
No, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. I have no further question.
Yeah, just that's a matter which this court can take judicial notoriety or judicial occurrence thereof. Of course, have you ever heard in South Africa that a prisoner was killed in the cells? Have you ever heard that?
Wakwezwa yini kuthiwa khona isiboshwa esabulawa emaseleni? Awukuzwa lokho?
Yes, my lord, I have.
Athi yebo ngake ngakuzwa.
Any questions, Ryan?
No.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, my lord.
You're excused.
As the court pleases, my lord, the state calls the next witness. The witnesses' names are Yule, Y-U-L, Yule. Y-U-L, Yule.
Yule, Rainer.
Then the other name is Craig, C-R-A-I-G. Craig. And the surname is Lisering, is L-I-E-S-E LISRING, Liesering. The witness is going to testify in respect of Exhibit JJ.
Exhibit JJ.
Yes, he's not on the witness list, my lord.
Okay, fine. Yes, sir, the witness in.
Please say your names and your surname.
Your Craig Liesering.
Do you have an objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you feel that the prescribed oath is binding on your conscience?
No.
If what you're going to say before this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, please raise your hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
So son, my lord.
So is it correct that you are a constable in the service of Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department?
That's correct, my
Athi
lord.
qiniso yini ukuthi constable esiphoyiseni sasekuruleni wathi yebo.
Is it correct that you joined Ekurhuleni Metro on 1 January 2008?
That's correct, my
Qiniso
lord.
yini ukuthi wajona ekuruleni ngalelo ngabalibekile wathi yebo.
Is it correct that at some point there was a unit in the Ekurhuleni Metro known as SWAT?
That is correct, my lord.
Bathi kwayiqiniso yini ngaphansi kwesiphoyisa sasekuruleni kwakukhona iqembu elibizwa ngokuthi SWAT wathi yebo.
What did that acronym stand for?
Special Weapons and Tactics.
Manje ke lena ke iSWAT leli limele ukuthi Special Weapons and Tactics.
Were you at some point attached to this unit, SWAT?
Manje wena wakalisebenzela
Yes, I
leli
was.
qembu wathi yebo.
For which period?
Isikhathi singani siphi?
From 2008 November till the 30th of June 2022.
Athi ngaqa November 2008 ngaya ngomhla 30 kuJune 2022.
Does this unit still exist?
Leli qembu
No.
sakhona athi cha.
Yes, what happened to the unit?
It was disbanded on the 30th of June 2022.
Ayahlukaniswa ke leli qembu ngomhla 30 kuJune 2022.
Now, on the 24th of June 2020, were you on duty?
Yes, I was.
Ngomhla 24 kuJune 2020 wasesezini wathi yebo.
Do you know the previous witness, Constable Jonathan?
Yes.
Lo fakazi obekhona la usanda kuphuma kuthiwa uConstable Jonathan yamazi wathi yebo.
Is it correct that he is your colleague?
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi
correct.
sebenza ndawonye yathi yebo.
Can you tell the court in your own words what happened on the 24th of June 2020 regarding this matter?
Ngitshela inkantolo ngamakho amazi ukuthi kwenzekani ke ngomhla 24 kuJune 2020.
On the 24th of June 2020, I was on duty. I started working at 10 o'clock
Mhla 24 kuJune 2020 ngangisemsebenzini ngaqala ngo10
in the morning,
wasekuseni
and my off-duty time was 10 o'clock in the evening. So I worked a 12-hour shift.
futhi ngasebenza ke ishift yamahora ayishumi nambili ngoba ngangifale ngiqale ngo10 ekseni ngize ngiyoshayisa ngo10 wasebusuku.
I was a crew on that motor vehicle, Bravo Zulu 35, Mike Charlie, Golf Papa. It's a white Audi.
Bravo
And-
Zulu 35.
Mike Charlie, Golf Papa.
Golf Papa.
And Mr. Jonathan was the driver of the motor vehicle.
Manje angihamba ngale moto kwakuphi Z35 MC GP lapho ke Constable Jonathan wayemshayeli wale moto.
We were tasked to assist Sergeant Mohane in Pretoria at Moat SAPS.
Manje sasithola umsebenzi ukuthi siyasiza uSergeant Mukhane wasePretoria eMoat SAPS.
We arrived approximately 1 o'clock in Pretoria at Moat SAPS.
Safika ngo-1 eMoat SAPS.
On our arrival at Moat SAPS, we found Sergeant Mohane
Manje sathi masifika lapha eSAPS sathola ke uSergeant Mukhane
in the car park.
wayese la kwakho khona imoto.
He informed us that we
Yes, he made a report to you,
Yes.
what happened.
Yes, he informed us that we will be assisting him to escort a suspect to Boksburg Magistrates Court.
Wasitshela ukuthi sizobe simsiza ngokuthi aphelezele umsolwa amise eBoksburg enkantolo kaMantshi.
As indicated, my lord, the state will be calling Sergeant Mukhan.
Yes.
Yes, we may proceed.
After Sergeant Mohane have briefed us, we went inside the CSC to fetch the suspect.
Emva kokuthi asitshele uSergeant Mukhane ukuthi uzokwenzani wayesengena ngaphakathi eSC eyolanda umsolwa.
He then returned after a few minutes to the car park where we were waiting.
Emva umzuzunyana waseyabuya kula esasipake khona imoto simlindile.
And he was walking with the accused that is in front of court, number 2.
Wayehamba yena umsolwa lapha phambi kwenkantolo umsolwa sibili.
The accused hands was handcuffed in front.
Izandla ke zikamboshwa zasifakwe ozankosi zengaphambi komzimba.
Sergeant Mohane placed the suspect in his motor vehicle.
Sergeant Mukhane waseke beka ke umsolwa emotweni yakhe.
And he informed us that he is ready to proceed to Boksburg Court.
Wasesitshela ukuthi uselungele ukuthi angathatha lolu hambo lukuya eBoksburg emahhovisini eMantshi.
We proceeded to Boksburg Court immediately.
Sasiyasuka ke silibangise eBoksburg.
And on our arrival at Boksburg,
Sathi uma sifika eBoksburg
we used the entrance where they normally take the suspects in, because there's a entrance at the back of Boksburg Court.
sabe sisebenzisa le ndawo engena khona iziboshwa engasemuva.
Sergeant Mohane took the suspect out of the vehicle,
Sergeant Mukhane wasekhipha umsolwa emotweni.
and we escorted them inside the court, Boksburg Court.
Manje ke sisibaphelezela ukuthi bayongena enkantolo yaseBoksburg.
We proceeded to room 2 at Boksburg Court.
So sisiyaqhubeka siya egumbini ekuthiwa uroom 2 laseBoksburg Court.
On our arrival at room 2, there was a white female.
Masifika lapho kulelo gumbi lelo uroom 2 kunomuntu wesifazane omhlophe.
Actually, as we were walking down the passage, she came down from the opposite direction.
Ushuthi yena sathi masehla ngepassage naye wayehla ngepassage.
And we met each other in the passage in front of room 2.
Sahlangana naye kulelo passage lelo phambi komnyango wase room 2.
I found out afterwards from Sergeant Mohane that it was the magistrate, Mrs. Cronier.
ngezwa kamumva ngitshelwa umkhana ukuthi loyo ke kwakuyimantshi uMrs Cronier.
And she asked us, is it necessary for us, why were we so many officers escorting the person that we brought to our office? And she also requested our appointment cards.
Wasibuza ukuthi kunesidingo yini sokuthi sibe baningi kangaka abaphelezela umsolo. Sisibuza ke futhi ke nalamakhadi asetshenziswayo omazisi abasemsebenzini.
Myself and Constable Jonathan handed over our appointment cards to Sergeant Mohane.
Na ke no Sergeant Jonathan samnika ke uSergeant Mohane amakhadi ethu.
And after we handed over our appointment certificates, we went outside.
Emva kokuthi ke simnike certificates zokuqasha sesiphumela ngaphandle.
But in the passage also before we left, we also noticed a person in a suit.
Manje sathi siselapho saqaphela ukuthi kukhona indoda egqoke isuit.
And
where did you notice this person in a suit?
He was standing in front of the magistrate's office, in front of room number 2.
Manje saqaphela le ndoda ngoba ime phambi kwe-office lemantshi lelo gumbi lesibili.
And it was also made known to us by Sergeant Mohane that it was the attorney of
It's fine, Sergeant Mohane will testify about that, but do you personally know who that person was?
Wena wawazi yini ukuthi ubani lo wathi cha angimazi?
Yes, you may proceed.
Sorry, Doctor.
Yeah, sorry, you may proceed.
Okay, after that we left the court building and we went outside to the car park and waited.
Sase siphuma ke kuleso sakhiwo senkantolo saya ngaphandle siyolinda khona.
They were busy for about approximately a period of 3 hours.
Hayi babe matasa ke lapho ngaphakathi isikhathi singalinganisa amahora amathathu.
And after that we were called around about 6 o'clock by Sergeant Mohane.
Emva lokho ke sasisibizwa uSergeant Mohane isikhathi kwakuyikhathi zo-6.
And he informed us that he is ready to leave, we must come and assist.
Wayesesichazela ukuthi uselungele ukuthi angahamba sesingeza sizomsiza.
We went inside and escort Sergeant Mohane and the suspect to the motor vehicles that was parked at the back entrance.
Sasingena ngaphakathi sizopheleza uSergeant Mohane nomsolwa simisa kulezi moto ezazipakwe ngemuva.
And then Sergeant Mohane placed the suspect in the same vehicle that they transported him to Boksburg Magistrates Court.
Manje uSergeant Mohane ke wayesefaka umsolwa kule moto ababeyisebenzisa uma iletha umsolwa eBoksburg Court.
Once the suspect was secured in the motor vehicle, we then proceeded to Moord SAPS in Pretoria.
Awutheke segcinwe kahle emotweni umsolwa sasihamba siya ePretoria eMoord police station.
On arrival at Moord SAPS, Sergeant Mohane took the suspect out of the vehicle and booked him back at the CSC.
Sesifikile ke eMoord uSergeant Mohane wayemkhipha umsolwa emotweni wayesembhalisa ngaphakathi eCSC.
When he was done with it, he came back and he thanked us for assisting him.
Esekwenzileke lokho waphumela ngaphandle weza wazosibonga.
And we all dispersed from Moord SAPS.
Sase ke siyahamba suka ke lapho siyahamba eMoord SAPS.
Now, you mentioned that you handed your appointment certificate to Sergeant Mohane. Do you know what the purpose thereof was?
He made a photocopy because the magistrate requested photocopies of our appointment certificates.
Manje wena benifanele uSergeant Mohane certificate zenu zokuqashwa yebo ukuthi bayifuna ukuthi bayokwenza amakhophi alezo certificate bese zinikwa emantshini.
I just want to show you an attachment which was marked B to Exhibit JJ. Can you just identify this document?
This is my appointment certificate, my lord.
Hayi, lokho ke sona certificate sami sokuqala.
Now, did you notice any injuries on this suspect that you identified as accused number 2?
No, I didn't notice any visible injuries.
Ekubhekeni umsolo wesibili wabona yini lapho ayelimele khona athi cha ngizange ngibone elimele ndawo.
Thank you, my lord, for this one.
Thank you, Mr. Zulu.
Mr. Lissaren, in relation to your evidence in court, you said upon your arrival at Boksburg Court, is it your evidence that you found the magistrate at that court? Or the magistrate found you in that court? What is your evidence?
First, bakho ke uthe namthola imanje leyo enkantolo noma imanje thola nina enkantolo.
We found the magistrate in the passage on our way to our office.
Athi sahlangana nemanje passagini sendleleni yokuya ehhovisi yakhe.
The evidence of the magistrate to testify was that when she arrived from Fosloras, as she was requested by her senior magistrate, Mrs. Victorious, Mrs. Duplessis, upon her arrival at Boksburg Court, on the passage, she saw heavily armed Metro Police officers. That's her evidence. Do you agree that that evidence is contrary to what you are telling the court?
Manje ukuthi ke yena wasuke eFosloras waye Boksburg ethunyelwe manager yakhe uMrs Duplessis. Wathi ke uma sefika ke lapha eBoksburg wahlangana nethimba lamaphoyisa elalihlome kakhulu.
As I've testified that when we walked down the passage, she was coming in the opposite direction.
Njengoba sengishilo ke sathi masehla ngepassage sahlangana naye ezakuthini.
So that means what the magistrate or Mrs. Cronje told the court that she found you in the passage was not true.
As a court, please, my lord. I don't know whether it's competent for this witness to give an opinion on the evidence.
That Mrs. Cronje was the one who was speaking the truth. Are you with me, sir?
My lord, may I rephrase it to say, let me get back to the question that I asked you. What you told the court now, as per the evidence that Mrs. Cronje told the court that she found you on the passage. That means upon her arrival, she found you on the passage. And your evidence, you say you saw Mrs. Cronje or the white lady on the passage. Do you agree that those two testimonies are not the same?
Yes, I know to Mrs. Cronje wathi wanithola nisepassage nani ke nithi nahlangana naye passage. Yabona ukuthi lezo zinto ezimbili zehlo.
That's your version, my lord. I was not here when Mrs. Cronje testified, so I cannot dispute or anything.
Ngangingekho uMrs. Cronje letha ufakazi angeke ngikwazi ukuphikisa ufakazi bakhe.
When I heard your testimony, you said after you entered the building of the court at the back of the of the court. Then Sergeant Mokhano took the suspect and you followed and you entered the court building.
Ngithe na umanifika lapha ecourt nafika lapha ngemuva Sergeant Mokhano sethatha umsolo angena naye esakhiweni leso senkantolo.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
Then you proceeded to room 2.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
What were you going to do at room 2?
Nani wenza ne room 2?
I did not have any idea what we're going to do there because I was just requested to escort Sergeant Mokhane.
Angakwazi ukuyokwenziwa lapha e room 2 ngoba mina ngangiphelezele nje uSergeant Mokhane.
All right. Who informed you that you must go to room 2?
Bana uthi ne room 2.
Sergeant Mokhane lead us to room 2.
Sergeant Mokhane uyena wasikholela e room 2.
Okay. Have you, on the passage, did you ever discuss or talk to the white lady whom you later known as the magistrate? Have you had a discussion with her? You personally?
Nakwazi uba nengxoxo nalo umuntu wesifazane owagcina uthula ulwazi lokuthi magistrate Renier.
Yes, I did. When she requested my appointment certificate, then I asked her why does she request it, and she explained to me why does she need my appointment certificate.
Yeah,
and I complied with her request to hand over my appointment certificate.
No, sathi ukukhulumisana ngowasicela lo incwajana zokuqashwa kwethu saseke simbuza ukuthi usidingelani wayesechaza ukuthi usidingelani sesimnika lezo ncwajana.
There's evidence that you were heavily armed. I just want to know, were you in full uniform as well?
Yes, I was in full uniform.
Ngalelo langa nanihlome kakhulu nanigqoke wonke yini i-uniform esemsebenzini wathi yebo.
Were you in possession of firearms?
Yes, I was, my lord.
Naniphethe izikhali eziyizibhamu wathi yebo.
How many?
2 firearms.
Uthi ngangiphethe ibhamu ezimbili.
Per person?
That's correct, my lord.
Ngamunye umuntu wathi yebo.
Was she ever, or did she ever remark as to whether she was intimidated by your presence or not?
Waphawula yini ukuthi mhlambe khona ukuzizwela ukuthi uyethuswa ile ndlela enaningi ngayo?
I cannot comment on whether she commented if she was intimidated, but she just asked us why were we so heavily armed.
Angeke ngiphawule ukuthi yini indaba noma wayezizwa kunokumsabisa okukhona kodwa ke mina ngikhumbulayo ukuthi wasibuza ukuthi yini indaba sihlome kangaka.
What was your response then? From the question, why are you so heavily armed?
Well, firearms is part of our uniform.
Was it the answer given to her?
Yes.
All right. Did she ask the reason? Did she mention the reason why she wanted your appointment certificate?
She explained that she is the person that is going to interview the suspect, and therefore she needs our details because we are the ones that brought the suspect to Boksburg Magistrate Court.
Your details means the appointment certificate of all the officers that were present at that time on that passage.
I can only comment on myself and not on the other officers that was in the passage.
Ngingaphawula ngami kuphela ngeke ngikwazi ukuphawulela laba abanye amaphoyisa.
All right. But you cannot tell the court as to why other officers did not give their particulars to the magistrate.
Manje awukwazi ukuchaza ukuthi yini indaba amanye amaphoyisa engakwazanga ukunika imininingwane yawo kule manje.
I cannot answer on their behalf. They are the ones that has to come and account for as to why they didn't comply with the instruction.
Angeke ngikwazi baphendula ibona abafanele bazosiphendula ukuthi yini indaba bengakwazanga ukwenza njengoba beyalelwa manje.
When you travel to Pretoria Mort to escort Sergeant Mkhano and the suspect from Pretoria, how long did it take you to travel from Pretoria Mort to Boksburg Court?
Kwenza isikhathi engananike ukusuka eMort Pretoria kuyofika eBoksburg.
It's a trip that is approximately about 45 minutes. It all depends also on the traffic.
Hayi usho lolo hambo lungathatha ama-minute amashumi amane nanhlanu. Futhi ke lokho futhi kuncike ekutheni izimoto zingakanani emgwaqweni.
All right. The man you saw also on the passage was wearing a suit. What color of the suit was it?
Manje le ndoda naye ithola igqoke isuti lapha ephasijini yayigqoke isuti enombala onjani?
It was a dark color suit. I cannot recall the exact. Remember that it was black. It's 3 years back.
Yayigqoke imbala engathi ihambelana nomnyama nobulu. Angisakhumbula ukuthi kahle kahle kwakuwumbala onjani.
So you can you tell the court what accused number 2 was wearing on the day?
Ngakwazi yini ukusho ukuthi umsolo speed wayigqokeni ngalelo la?
I can recall that he was wearing a bluish type of jeans.
Sakhumbula ukuthi ngathi wayigqoke ibhokati ngathi blue hlaza besibhakabhaka.
And a long sleeve shirt.
Ngathi wayigqoke nehembe elinomkhono
Or
emide.
t-shirt.
Any jacket?
Ibhantshi lona?
I can't remember, but it can be possible that he was having, because it was June, it was cold.
Athi hayi ngisakwazi ukukhumbula kodwa ngenzeka ukuthi waligqokile ngoba kwakuJune futhi kwakubanda.
Yes. That man with the suit, it was the first time to see him that day.
Kwakuqala yini ubona lo yande ugqoke isuti ngalelo la?
That is correct.
Kunjani?
The accused person was not the first time to see him that day, correct?
It was.
Ongena ukuqala embona unjani?
It was my first time seeing the accused there.
Kwakuqala mina ngibona umsolo speak.
Okay. The evidence of Mr. Jonathan is to the effect that without beside the version of the accused, the evidence of Mr. Jonathan is to the effect that he was with you when he was called for an escort to Moroka police station.
Mobo Jonathan wale kulethu fazi ukuthi wayinawe ngesikhathi nicela ukuthi nizophelezela nisuka esikhumeni samaphoyisa saseMoroka.
Please,
we don't remember Constable Jonathan testifying to the defect.
May I take a break, my lord? Can you take a break so that I can consult my notes?
Yeah, I also like the court.
I'm sure that
You say this was also at Moroka.
Yes, he was in company of his crew member, a colored guy.
At Moroka police station.
To Moroka police station.
Okay. 15 minutes, May.
That's our notes. My question. Rephrase my question.
Which question was that?
I put to the witness that he was with Jonathan
At Morocco.
At Morocco police station.
He was never there with him, ne?
I beg your-
Was he ever there with him?
May I just rephrase my question?
Okay.
So, on the 19th of June 2020, did you report on duty?
Mhla 19 kuJune 2020 wawusemsebenzini?
No, my lord, I was on leave on the 19th of June.
Cha, ngangingekho emsebenzini, ngangishaya ikhefu.
All right, thank you. So, you said for the first time you saw accused number 2 was on the 24th.
That is correct, my
Usho
lord.
waqala ubona umsala wesibili ngomhla 24 yebo kunjani?
Immediately after the alleged confession was made before Mrs. Cronje, you said you took the accused number 2 back to Pretoria Ward.
That is correct, my lord.
Emva ukuthi ke kuvunywe isono kuMoses Cronje umsolo wesibili njengoba kubekiwe. Uthe wamthatha umsolo wamisa ePretoria Ward wathi yebo.
If accused number 2 were to tell the court that inside room 2, where the alleged confession was taken, he did not sign any document, you would disagree with that version?
Uzophikisana yini nokuthi umsolo athi umsolo wesibili athi hayi akho lutho alisayina lapha phakathi kwalelo gumbi lelo?
My lord, I cannot confirm that as I was not present in room 2.
Cha ngeke ngikwazi ukuletha isiqiniseko salokho ngoba ngangingekho ngaphakathi kwalelo gumbi lesibili.
If he says he was taken to Germiston next to an industrial area where the assault continued, and that's when he was ordered to sign the papers, and it's my instruction that you were also present when he was forced to sign the documents.
Kuthiwa wathatha eseJermiston lapha afika phoqa khona ukuthi akasayinde kuthiwa nawe ukhona uthini ngalokho?
My lord, I can confirm that Mr. Ngomezulo's client is lying to him. He is not telling the truth. He was never taken to Germiston. He was taken straight to Moord SAPS from Boksburg. And I also cannot confirm that the papers were signed in a bush somewhere. I was not present when he signed any documents in a bush.
Hayi ngakuphawula nje ukuthi umsola kusho ukuthi uqamba amanga ngoba akazange asuse wayiswa endaweni yaseJermiston, wasuswa qondiswa endaweni yasePretoria Ward, futhi ke akukho maphepha asayindwa le emahlathini.
And the last part of the version is that at all times he was handcuffed from behind.
Futhi uthi ke ngaso sonke isikhathi wayefakwe uzankosi izandla zengemumva.
I can confirm that he was handcuffed in front when he was taken from Wood into the Mr. Mohane's car and then at court also. So I cannot confirm inside room number 2 was he handcuffed or not.
So ngachaza ke nje ukuthi wayefakwe uzankosi izandla zengaphambili ethathwa yiswa emoto efakwe emotweni yiswa enkantolo, kodwa ke mase lapha ngaphakathi kwalelakho angeke ngikwazi ukuchaza ukuthi wayesafakiwe yini uzankosi noma cha.
Thank you, my lord. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mnisi.
Thank you, my lord. I have no questions. Thank you.
No questions, Mr. Numa. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Mtoto.
My Lord. Sir, you said in the passage it's just only you and Jonathan who complied with the request of the magistrate that you provide your appointment certificate.
Uthi lapha ephasejini kwakuwena noJonathan abakwazi ukuthi bakhiphe lezi ncwadi zokuqashwa ezazicelwa imanje.
That is correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjani?
How many were the members who refused to provide their appointment certificates?
Bangaka-ke, abala ukukhipha izincwadi zabo zokuqashwa?
3.
I cannot confirm that they refused to give the appointment certificate, but the number of members, including Sergeant Mohale, what them was 4.
Manje angikwazi ukuletha isiqiniseko sokuthi bala ukuzikhipha lezi ncwadi, kodwa ke ababe lapho sifaka phakathi noSergeant Mokhane babebani.
Okay, but Sergeant Mokhane did provide his
Yes.
documents to the magistrate.
Correct.
I'm asking those who did not give their documents as per the request of the magistrate. How many members were
Manje ke
they?
labo bangakwazanga ukuzikhipha lezo ncwadi njengoba ecelwe manje babe bangaki?
If my mind serves me well, about 3, approximately 3 man.
Mangikhumbula kahle babe bathathu.
Okay. And from which unit were they coming from?
Babephuma kuliphi iqembu?
From the SWAT unit.
Babephuma ku-SWAT unit.
Ah, okay. What are their names?
Magama abo?
Constable Butelezi,
Constable Buthelezi,
And who else?
Constable Mapumulo,
Constable Mapumo,
and Constable Monareng.
no Constable Munari.
Were they also armed like yourselves?
Na babehlome njengawo?
Correct?
Yebo kunjalo.
Did you see them any time after they had left the passage? They disappeared from the passage. Did you
Right.
see them any time later after that in the
Emva kokuthi-
magistrate
emva kokuthi
premises?
basiphume kulelo passage lapha waphinda wabona futhi.
Yes, my lord. When we were called to fetch the suspect and take him back to the vehicles and escort him to Moat SAPS.
Yebo, ngabona sesiphinde sabizwa ukuthi sizophelezela umsolwa simphindisela eMoat police station.
Or did they go with you to fetch the accused from the magistrate office?
Bahamba nani ukuthi niyolanda umsolwa emahhovisini ka-magistrate?
No, my lord. They stayed behind at the vehicles, and myself and Constable Jonathan went inside.
Cha basale emotweni mina noConstable Jonathan thina sangena ngaphakathi.
Okay, but their cars were still remained inside the magistrate court when the statement was taken.
Kodwa imoto zabo zazingaphakathi
From
emagcekeni
accused number
ka-magistrate court isikhathi istatimende sithathu.
That's correct. The vehicles were stationary at the car park.
Imoto zazimile lapho car park.
And they also remained there in their cars.
Nabo bahlala beyisemotweni.
Correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
Thank you, my lord. I've got no further questions.
Any
None, thank you, Lord.
Yes. Sir, how long have you been in the South African police force?
Usunesikhathi kanjani esingakanani usenzela isiphoyisa sasemzansi?
My service in the metro and police is 35 years.
35 years.
Yes.
Umsebenzi wami ke metro usengamashumi amathathu nanhlanu eminyaka.
Just going to ask you a short procedure. What happens when an inmate is inside the cell and he has properly been booked into that cell and he is assaulted? What
Kwenzeka nini
happens normally? Either by the police or other inmates.
manje kwenzeka nini uma umsole ngaphakathi eseleni evalele lapha eseleni bese iyashaywa engashaywa mhlawumbe amaphoyisa noma abanye abasonto?
They must report it to the person that is in charge of the cells or the CSC commander as soon as they come and visit the cells, my lord.
Manje uma sebeza bezovakashela amaseli bafanele lo bakubike ku-CSC commander.
Because of your experience, you know that. Do you know if, for instance, how many visits are paid to each cell? Inspection, complaints per day, about how many visits?
Normally it's during the shift change, and also there's random visits that are done at the cells at random time.
Right.
athi abantu bavakashela ngakike ngosuku ukuthi kuzohlola ababoshwa abangaphakathi emaseleni athi hayi kwenzeka lokho uma kuwukuthi sekuzoshiyelwana ngama-shift and futhi-ke kungenzeka ukuthi ey'khathini ezingabekiwe ukuthi izoba isikhathi sini uvele nje ahambe beyohlolwa ukuthi besili kanjani.
During inspection time, if an inmate says, I've got a toothache, let's take a simple one. I've got a toothache. What does the commanding officer in the cells do?
They would normally then request an ambulance, or if there's no ambulance available, they would arrange for an escort to take the inmate to the nearest hospital, nearest to the police station, my lord.
Manje masuthi umuntu ke uyakhona ndawo ukuthi ushushwa yizini. Manje ke ucommanding officer ukhona ke lapha ufanele enzeni ukuthi hayi bafanele abazama ukuthi bambizele iambulance noma kuma ingekho iambulance ke bamphelezele esibhedlela esiseduze kakhulu kunala ehleli khona kulawo masela.
If an inmate is assaulted, doesn't matter where, and then he's booked into the cell, right?
Yes, my lord.
If he complains to the cell officer who keeps the OB, what is the cell officer supposed to do?
He is supposed to be make an OB entry there as to the injuries or whatever complaint that has been directed to him by the suspect. So he need to complete full OB entry and also report it to the senior that is in charge of the shift at that specific police station.
Those are standing orders, am I correct, sir?
That is correct, my lord.
It's not just a fancy of a frolic of a policeman on his own. These are tabulated in standing orders.
That is correct, my lord.
Manje asithi ke iphoyisa likhona lapho mhlambe lo ophethe kuleyo ndawo la emaseli ngaleso sikhathi kuyathola ukuthi khona umuntu oshayiwe obese ke letha ke isikhalo sakhe kwenzekana wathi hayi ke khona into ezobhalwa lapha ku-OB ibhala ukuthi lo muntu ulimele kanjani noma kwenzekeni kuyena. Manje ke lo obaphethe ke yena ke ufanele aziswe naye ukuthi kunjalo. Athi kuyoza ukuthi hayi ke le imgomo ebekiwe yena athi yebo imgomo ebekiwe.
When a person, an inmate or a suspect, is brought into the cells after having been taken out to court, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Or having been taken out on investigation, then he's brought into the cells. What normally happens?
He will normally be inspected by the person in charge of the cells and ask him, does he have any injuries and does he have anything to report as to what happened outside when he was outside. If there's nothing to report, the cell sergeant or the warrant officer will also make an entry to say the suspect was booked in by Constable Liesering free from injuries after he was booked, detained.
Manje uma ukuthi nangu umsolwa uphumile asithi uhambe kwaya la kuyokwenziwa khona uphenyo noma uphumile nje waya enkantolo yini ke eyenziwayo ke uma esebuye sothi cha lo phethe lapho ufanele amhlole abese ke yabuza ke nombuzo ukuthi khona yini afisa ukuphawula ngako mayelana nokuthi kwenzekeni ngesikhathi bephumile. Manje ke loyo wasemephendula athi warrant officer uthi ufike abhala ukuthi mesebuyiswa lapho hayi abekungena lutho oluphawuliwe futhi akukho lutho alubonile kumsoko.
Right. The assertion by accused number 2 is that you were present when he was assaulted.
Can you just repeat that question, my lord? I didn't.
The assertion,
yes,
put by Mr. Ngomezulu, accused number 2's counsel,
yes,
even number 1's counsel, that when you were doing those duties of escorting, at some stage you were present when the 2 accused were assaulted.
I can confirm here in front of the court, my lord, I was never involved in or witness any assault in my presence.
Manje kuthiwa ke isikhathini phela ezomsolo oqala nomsolo wesibili kubekiwe la enkantolo ukuthi nanikhona ngesikhathi beshawa wathi hayi ngasiletha isiqiniseko sokuthi angizange ngishaye noyedwa wabo futhi angizange ngibone noyedwa wabo eshaya.
Any investigation commenced by IPD regarding your conduct as a police person who allegedly assaulted accused number 1 and 2 when they were in your custody, when you were escorting them with others?
Up until today, nothing, my lord.
Athi IPD ayikeze izophenya ngokuthi ngabe kube nokwenziwe kumsolo oqala wesibili ngesikhathi sibaphelesa.
Any charges? Assault, GBH, assault, attempted murder, you have never been charged?
No.
Because allegedly accused number 2 and 1 when they were in your custody as an escort were assaulted allegedly by yourself, or you were present when they were assaulted?
No, I was never called by any investigators in connection with any assault, my lord.
Okay. Any questions arise?
The version that was put to you related to accused number 2 only, not accused number 1. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. No further questions.
Question arising?
Then my lord, I have no questions.
Next question arising?
Thank you, my lord. Sir, at the station, at the CSC, do you know if or when a person is detained, he is informed of the right to report assault by other police officers to another police officers who are at the stations? Do you know if that right is specific, explained to an inmate when he's detained, that if you have been assaulted, you have a right to report assault to the police officers here at the CSC?
Manje kumsolo kumevalela lapha eCSC uyachazelwa yini ukuthi unelungelo lokuthi uma engashawa elinye iphoyisa uyakwazi ukuthi ayofuna elinye iphoyisa ayalichazela ukuthi ushayiwe, bayachazelwa yini lokho?
As per the standing orders at the cells or at any CSC, they have to explain to arrested person that is booked in to the cells.
Kufanele ukuthi laba ababoshiwe bachazelwe uma befakwa emaselini ukuthi banalelo lungelo.
Which standing orders are you referring to? You are employed as a Metro Police officer, am I correct?
That is correct.
Which standing orders are you referring to? Standing orders by Metro Police or standing orders for the SAPS?
For the SAPS.
Bathi ukhuluma ngemigomo ebekele SAPS South Africa noma Metro Police.
Which standing order? Can you tell us the standing order number that refers to a right?
I cannot give it to you now because I do not have it on hand, my lord.
You
cannot give the number for that standing order because it doesn't exist. There is no inmate who is told when he's detained that you've got a right to report the assault at the station.
Ukwazi ukuthi ukhiphe leyo number ya leyo mgomo noma standing order ngoba ayikho into njengaleyo, ayekho umuntu ophoqeleka ukuthi atshelwe ukuthi uma kuukuthi uyashawa unelungelo ukuthi angabaceba laba bamshaya.
For now, I cannot comment any further on that because that is your version that you put in front of the court.
And specifically with accused number 2 here, when he was detained, you do not know whether he was told that he has a right to report the assault if he has been assaulted outside the SAPS or inside the police cells. You don't have that information.
Akazange atshelwe lutho ngaloko ukuthi uma ungathi uyashawa ufane unelungelo lokuthi ayokwazi ukusho ukuthi ushayile.
Because I was never present when he was put back into the SAPS cells.
Hayi ngoba ngangingekho ke mase buyiselwa emaseleni ase.
Thank you. I've got no further questions.
Yeah. Just for the edification. There's evidence here That's when accused number 2 was allegedly arrested in Phokeng. He was handed a statutory document which encapsulates his Section 35 rights. Do you know of such a document which is normally supposed to be signed at the CSR?
Yes, it's a SAP 14A, the notification of rights.
That's it, yeah, okay. Thank you. Any questions arising?
No.
No questions?
No.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Please, my lord, the state calls the next witness is Constable Jabulani Dominic Butelezi. He's not on the witness list, my lord.
Jabulani Dominic Butelezi.
And my lord, there have been a number of exhibits that have been introduced and that will still be introduced. We have updated the lists of exhibits that I shared with my colleagues yesterday.
Thank you.
The new list starts at number 78. 78 on page 6.
Okay.
Exhibit 00. It's the copy of the charge sheet for the Tembisa court case with the first appearance on the 1st of June.
You're saying the first appearance was what?
The 1st of June 2020.
June 2020.
Yes.
Tembisa.
Yes, Tembisa. I'll just hand it up just now with the rest of the exhibits. Then exhibit PP has already been referred to by Advocate Nishololo. There's exhibit PP1, which is the occurrence book from Phokeng Police Station. Then exhibit PP2, it's the cell register from Phokeng Police Station. Then exhibit QQ, which pertains to accused number 2. It's the occurrence book entry from Primrose Police Station, dated June 20 up to the 22nd June. Then exhibit RR, also pertains to accused number 2, is copy of the charge sheet of Phokeng Court with the first appearance on the 22nd of June 2020. Then exhibit SS will be the occurrence book entries from Pretoria Moors Police Station for the period 22 to 24 June. Then exhibit TT, which this witness is going to testify about, is the J50 warrant of arrest against MCB, accused number 1. Then exhibit UU1, which has already been referred to. UU1 is the extract of entries from Fossolares court cells register. Then exhibit UU2 is the occurrence book entry from Fossolares court cells. beg leave to hand up all these exhibits, my lord. My learned friends have been furnished with copies. Exhibit QQ is the first page of Exhibit QQ must actually be the last page. We hand up the one that is correctly bound.
So you say this witness is testifying on, amongst others, Exhibit QQ.
Exhibit TT.
TT, sorry.
TT being
Okay.
the amount of arrest. If my colleagues we do them then.
Yes.
The state calls the next witness, Constable Jabulani Dominic Gutierrez.
Yeah, sir, the witness.
As the court pleases. Uzokhuluma nobune.
Isizwe.
Ngicela usho amagama akho wonke ephelele nesibongo.
Magama uJabulani Dominic Gutierrez.
Uzoba nenkinga ngokuthatha isifungo.
Cha.
No objection to taking the prescribed oath, my lord. Uyavuma yini ukuthi leso sifungo siyakubophezela ukunembezela ukuthi ukumnembeza wakho ukuthi ukhuluma iqiniso?
Siyangibophezela.
I confirm, my lord. Uma ukuthi uzokhuluma iqiniso, kuyiqiniso phela, kungekho okunye ngaphandle kweqiniso. Phakamise isandla sakho sokunene uthi uNkulunkulu akusise.
uNkulunkulu angisize.
Source 1, my lord.
Is that correct that you are a constable in the service of Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department?
Kuyiqiniso yokuthi usenze isiphoyisa se-Metro Ekurhuleni Metro?
Kuyiqiniso.
That is correct.
When were you appointed at Ekurhuleni Metro?
Waqashwa nini Ekurhuleni Metro?
2003.
It was in 2003.
June.
It was in June.
Is it correct that at some point there was a unit called SWAT?
Kuyiqiniso yini ukuthi kwesinye isikhathi kwake kwaba ne-unity ekwakuthiwa yi-SWAT?
Qiniso.
That is correct.
What does that acronym stand for?
Manje leli gama elithi SWAT limeleni?
Special Weapons and Tactics.
The acronym stands for Special Weapons and Tactics.
Were you a member of that unit at any stage?
Wayilungu lalelo qembu kwesinye isikhathi?
Kuyiqiniso.
That is correct.
For which period?
Kuziphi isikhathi?
Mhla lisungulwa kuze lihlukaniswe.
From its inception until it was disbanded.
Yes, can you just give us those periods?
Ungasinika ke isikhathi ukuthi laqala nini laze lahlukaniswa nini?
Laqala ngo-2004.
It was formed in 2004.
Lase lipheliswa ngo-2020.
And it was disbanded in 2020.
Uma ngisakhumbula.
If I remember correctly.
Did this unit render any assistance to the investigating team in this matter?
Manje leli thimba leli lacelwa yini ukuthi libe nosizo ku laba babephenya lolu daba?
Yebo.
That is correct.
Do you know Sergeant Mohola, who is part of the investigating team in this matter?
Uyamazi yini uSergeant Mohola omunye wabaphenyi kulolu daba?
Yebo.
That is correct.
Can you tell the court in your own words as to what happened on the 30th of May 2020?
Manje ungakwazi yini ukuthi uchazele inkantolo ukuthi kwenzekani ngomhla 30 kuMay 2020?
Bengisemsebenzini in full uniform.
I was at work on duty in full uniform.
Ngathola ucingo.
I received a call.
Sergeant Mohola.
It came from Sergeant Mohola.
Yes.
Acela usizo.
He was requesting help.
Is that correct that she's female?
Kuyiqiniso yini ukuthi ungowesifazane?
Kuyiqiniso.
That is correct.
Yes.
Usizo bemayelana nokuboshwa komlise thizeni.
It was regarding the arrest of a certain person.
Yes.
Sahlanganela ku car parking yase Tembisa police station but not le ejwayelekile ngakule area besikuyo.
We met at the Tembisa police station in the car park, but not the usual car park, but in where we were.
Not the usual Tembisa police, the main one. On a police station.
Well, I meant not the usual Tembisa police station, but there is another Tembisa police station.
Yes.
bengihamba no-constable Sadiki.
I was in the accompaniment of Constable Sadiki.
Yes.
Sahlangana nomamfundisi ethembisa wangikhombisa i-warrant of arrest. Sergeant Mohale, so court name mamfundisi.
We then met with Sergeant Mohola, and then she showed us the
Warrant of
warrant of arrest.
Just want to show you a document which serves as exhibit TT before this court. Are you able to identify that document?
Uyakwazi yini ukusho ukuthi uyalazi yini leli phepha ulinikiwe?
Lifana ncama shi nalelo mamfundisi anginikeza lona ethembisa.
It looks exactly the same as the document that was handed over to me by Sergeant Mkhula at Tembisa.
Yes.
Bese besamthungatha ngeindlela zabo umuntu lo besimfuna ukuthi ube kuphi nendawo.
They were still trying to find out where the person that we were looking for was.
Yes.
Salinda isikhashanyana alibakhuluma uSergeant Mkhula alibakhuluma ngocingo.
We waited a while Sergeant Mkhula was on the phone.
Yes.
Ekugcineni ke sase sitshelwa uSergeant Mkhula ukuthi umlisa lo uyabonakala ukuthi ukuphi.
Ultimately, we were told by Sergeant Mkhula that they had received information where the suspect was.
One of the state will be calling Sergeant Mkhula later. Yes, we may proceed.
Sanikezwa ke uhlobo leimpahla ngemibala ebesigqokile. Ihlobo leimpahla ukuthi ubegqoke kanjani.
We were given a description of what she was wearing. What he was wearing.
And the color.
And the colors of the garments.
Yes.
Sanikezwa nokuthi indlu leyo ibisemgwaqeni nje omkhulu walapho.
And we were also informed that that particular house was on one of the main streets there, and there was no fence. There was no fence in front of the yard.
Yes, we may proceed.
Sase siqhubeka ke siya khona ke mina Constable Sadiki.
We then proceeded thence with Constable Sadiki.
Yes, this is now you, Sadiq, and who?
Wena uSadiki nobani?
Bokuyimina no Sadiki no Sergeant Mkhula.
It was the three of us, me, Constable Sadiki, and Sergeant Mkhula.
Yes.
Masifika laphana mina no Constable Sadiki sase siqondana nalamadoda.
On arrival, I and Constable Sadiki went to confront those men.
On arrival where?
Manfigad.
kulendlu le esilayelwe kuyo ukuthi bame kuyo
And when arrival at the house which we had been informed, the men were standing there.
Yes.
Kubeka?
okay bebame ngaphandle kwendlu phakathi ejardini eceleni kwe-fence.
They were standing outside the house within the yard next to the fence.
Now, if you say they, how many were they?
Manje umuthi bona usho ukuthi babe bangaki?
Beba babili.
There were two of them.
Yes.
Kubeka?
La bebeme khona kuduze kuseduzane nomgwaqo, which means mawehla enqoleni naba laba mekhona eceleni kwendlu.
Where they were standing is very close to the road. So when we stopped at the road, they were very close to us.
Yes.
Ukubaqonda kwethu sa conductor lento ebizwa i-tactical takedown.
When we approached them, we used what is called a tactical
takedown.
Yes, and what does that entail?
Ishukuthenike manje lo tactical takedown.
I-tactical takedown usebenzisa izwi eliqinile ukuthi umuntu lo oya kuye umqondo wakhe ungahlanganelwa.
The tactical takedown we use a very authoritative voice so that his mind must not be confused.
Must be confused.
So that his mind must be confused.
Yes.
Sasesibacela ukuthi balale phansi.
We requested them to lie down.
Yes.
Umuntu besimfuna besesemazi ukuthi umuphi kodwa sabakhuthuza sababuza amagama abo.
We already had knowledge of the person that we were looking for, but we still searched them and then tried to get their names.
Yes.
Abazange bakhombisa ukulwa.
They did not show any resistance.
Yes.
Lo esimfunayo umuzi kaUkhulelwa Sibiya wazisha igama lakhe ukuthi uyena umuzi kaUkhulelwa Sibiya.
The one that we were looking for, whose name was KaUkhulelwa Sibiya, informed us that it was indeed he.
Yes.
Mase singumchazisela ke mina ukuthi uyafuneka ngecala in terms of this warrant of arrest ebesiphethe.
I then explained to him that he was required to answer for a case according to the warrant that we had.
Yes.
Ngase ngombuza ukuthi uliphethe yini umazisi wakhe na.
I then asked him if he has his ID on him.
Yes.
wathi mazisuse ula ahlala khona
It then said his ID book is back where he stays.
Yes.
wathi akukho ekuteni
He said that place was not very far.
Yes.
umuzi kakhulelwa ngamtshela amalungelo akhe
I then informed Musika Kulelwa his rights.
Just a minute. And what are those rights?
Leso mfanelo iziphi?
ukuthi
Amalungelo?
ukuthi njengoba boshwa unelungelo lokuba nommeli othandwa uyena futhi ongakhokhelwa uyena uma engenayo imali istate singakhona kumnikeza ummeli mahala ngamkhokheli
I told him that he has a right to have a lawyer who is paid by him, and that if he is unable to pay for a lawyer and cannot afford a lawyer, then the state would provide a lawyer for him, and which lawyer is not paid for.
Yes.
unelungelo lokuthula ngasho lutho ngoba konke azokusho kungahle kanye kuzosetshenziswa njengobufakazi enkantolo
I told him that he has a right to remain silent, and that whatever he said would be used as evidence in a court of law.
Yes.
kanti futhi nalo nelungelo lakadokotela ongakhokhelwa uyena namthandayo kanti futhi uma enganayo imali kumkhokhela lo dokotela istate umbuso ungakhona kumnikeza udokotela wamahala
I also informed him that he has the right to have a doctor of his own choice who is paid by him, or alternatively, if he cannot afford a doctor, he can then be provided with a state doctor who will be paid by the state.
Towards which ends, as far as this explanation is regarding the doctor?
kubalulekile uma utshela umuntu amalungelo wakhe mhlawumbe uma enegulo okuthize
It is important to, when you are informing a person of their right, and they have a certain illness,
ukuthi alazi lolo lungelo lelo lokuthi unalo ilungelo lokukhetha udokotela ofuna uyena uma ezumkhokhela
that if they have an ailment of sorts, then they have a right to find their own doctor if they are going to pay for that doctor.
Yes.
nokuthi nelungelo lakhe lokuthi unalo ilungelo lokuthi angathola angakwazi ukushaya ucingo uma eseboshiwe
I also informed him of his right to make a phone call after he's been arrested.
Yes.
unelungelo lokuthi angavalelwa for more than 74 hours of working days
I also informed him that he has the right to not be incarcerated for more than 74 hours, which are only part of a working day.
Yes, we proceed.
selokugcina ilungelo lokuthi aphathwe ngobuntu hayi ngobundlavini
The last one is that he must be handled with care and not callously,
not violently
not violently.
Yes. Ngase ngumfakoza Nkosi.
I then handcuffed him.
Yes. Ngamfakoza Nkosi ngasemuva.
I handcuffed him from the back.
Sasesiqhubeka siya la ahlala khona.
Then we proceeded to where he was residing.
Did you know where he was residing?
Uyena wasikhombisa.
He directed us there.
Yes.
Ubenenkinga ke umuzika ukhulelwa kakhulu ngebhruku ayegqokile wayefise ukulishintsha.
He appeared to have a problem with the trouser that he was wearing and he desired to change it.
Yes.
Masifika kulomkhukhu lo mawungena egate umkhukhu uthana ngaka left.
When we arrived at the shack, when we entered the gate, the shack was to the left.
And how far was this shack from the place where you initially found him in the company of the other person?
Manje lo mkhukhu wawukude kangakanani ukusuka la enamthola khona?
Less than a kilometer.
It was less than a kilometer. Awungaphansi kwe-kilometer.
What happened to the other person that was with him?
Manje lo muntu owayenaye wena kwenzakani ngaye?
Samyeka.
We released him.
Yes, may proceed.
Umkhukhu loyo umangalelwa okhomba ngekhanda sinze kusho ukuthi nawo.
The accused directed us and pointed the shack with his head.
Yes.
Ubukhiyiwe ke ngeketanga unengidi ngaphandle.
The shack was locked with a chain. There was a padlock outside.
Yes.
Isikhiyabe sesikhomeni sakhe saka right.
The key was in his right pocket.
Ngendlela ukuthi wathi manje ngisikhiphe wathi isikhiya sila.
When he showed me, when he said I can take the key out, he said the key is here. The witness indicated that there was a movement of the hands that were handcuffed from the back to move towards the right side of the body.
Yes.
He then asked me to take the key out and open the shack.
Yes.
Umongena emkhukhwini wakhe uhlangabezwa umbhede.
On entering the shack, the first thing in front of you would be a bed.
Yes.
Ubungamkhulu kakhulu lo mkhukhu loyo ngalendlela leyo ukuthi ubuncike ebondeni bese kuba nesikhahlanyana la ohamba khona eceleni kombhede.
The shack was not very large. The bed was pushed against one of the walls, and then there was a small walking space on the other side of the bed.
Yes.
Ubese ngikhomba ngekhanda ukuthi ngibheke between umattress nebase.
He then showed me by gesticulating with his head to search between the mattress and the base.
To search for?
Umazisi wakhe.
We're looking for his ID.
Yes.
Angizange uthole umazisi wakhe.
I did not find his ID there.
La ngithumela khona.
Yes.
Wasebenzisa futhi ikhanda athi singabheka noma ngabe yikuphi.
And then also gesticulated with his head, saying that we can look in at any other place.
Yes.
La bengibheka khona embedeni phezulu bekulenga iplastic.
Where I was checking on the bed, just above that, there was a plastic that was hanging there.
Yes.
Ase ngilidonsa ke le plastic engibuka kulo.
Plastic is kwam.
Plastic.
Is kwam. No more plastic nje.
Plastic nje.
Well, I then pulled on the plastic that was hanging above the bed.
Part kwe plastic bekunele iplastic ebelibambe plastic.
Inside that plastic there was another plastic that was attached to another plastic.
Yes.
Okay, mangivula phakathi kuneyinhlamvu ezingasetshenzisiwe.
When I opened that plastic, I discovered unused bullets, live bullets.
Yes.
One magazine, one cleaning rod.
There was also one magazine, there was also one cleaning rod.
How many rounds of ammunition were there?
I'm unable to record, it's a long time ago.
Can you perhaps remember the caliber thereof?
It's a 9mm.
It was a 9mm round.
You mentioned that there were two plastic. Were they in the inner plastic or the outer one?
Manje uthoku no plastic ababili. Kwakuyile plastic ongaphakathi noma lo ngaphandle?
Ulele ngaphakathi.
It was in the inner plastic.
Yes. Ngase ngombuza ke ummangalelwa ukuthi unayo yini i-license.
I then asked the suspect if he has a license.
Yes, and he then made a report to you.
Wasekuphendula.
Wathi cha akanayo.
Yes, he made a report to you. What happened further?
Ngase ngumchazela ukuthi ngiyambopha ngizombophela zona le inhlamvu lezi.
I then informed him that I am putting him under arrest for the possession of these live rounds.
Yes.
ngase ngibiza uSergeant Mkhola obengaphandle.
I then invited Sergeant Khola, who was outside, to come in.
Yes. And where was Constable Sadiq when you made this discovery?
Bekaphakathi emkhukhweni.
He was inside the shack.
Yes, you may proceed.
Konke lokho engakuthola uSergeant Mkhola wakufaka phakathi kwe-evidence bag.
All that I found there were taken by Sergeant Mkhola, and she placed all those inside an evidence bag.
Yes.
Phambi kwakhe umangalelwa ebhekile.
And this was done in front of the accused.
Yes.
Enye ngaqonda ukuthi phakathi emkhukhwini impahla bekweza kamangalelwa ende bekucaca nokuthi uhlala yedwa.
What I also observed inside the shack was that everything that was inside there belonged to the accused, and then it was evident as well that he was living alone.
Yes, and what made you to draw the conclusion that everything belonged to the accused?
Ewardrobini bokuyimpahla zakhe ngalendlela lokuthi uyacela ukuthi ashintshe ibhlukwe leli.
Inside the wardrobe, it was only his clothes that were there, and as a result, he asked us if he could have a change of clothes and put a different trouser.
Yes, and did that happen?
Yeah.
Yes, it did.
Yes, may continue.
Kwanecathulo ube gqoka ikhavela makaboshwa wasucela ukufaka kunalobo phaca ababhlue and white ukuthi ashintshe ukhavela afake lobo phaca.
Well, he was wearing branded shoes with the brand Cavella, but he made a request to take those shoes off and put on beach shoes.
Put on what?
Beach shoes, black and white, blue and white?
Blue and white.
Blue and white beach shoes. Flip-flops, my lord.
Yeah. I didn't want to give evidence.
Yes.
Okunye futhi okwangenza ukuthi ngikholwe ngibe nenkolo ukuthi laphana bekune TV ibengasebenzi ne fridge encane ibengasebenzi ngaphakathi kwayo bekhona nje isitsha esingcolile phakathi kwesinye isitsha leso kwashela isitsha.
Awuqala phansi kusho uthe phakathi kokune fridge engcolile.
I-fridge encane mangivula le fridge.
Well, what also convinced me was that there was a very small fridge.
Yeah.
And when I opened that fridge, there was a single plate which was unwashed.
Yes.
Almost zonke impahla zakhe wardrobe same size.
All the clothes that were in the wardrobe were the same size.
Yes, you may proceed.
Bese ke masiqeda ukuyiqiniseka uSergeant Sadiq ayitholile umtholile umazisi wakhe. Yeah, Sergeant Sadiq wathola umazisi wakhe.
Sergeant Sadiq managed to find his ID book.
Yes, where?
Wamthola.
Wardrobe.
It was found in the wardrobe.
Yes.
Kubeka?
Then Sergeant Mkhola wase ucela ukukhuluma nommangalelo.
Then Sergeant Mkhola made a request to speak to the suspect.
Just a minute. Did you perhaps have the opportunity to look at the particulars of that identity document?
Yebo.
Yes, we were.
Yes. Well, whose particulars appeared on the ID?
Okammangalelo qobo lwakhe.
The ID pointed to the accused.
Yes, but explain to the court why do you say so? What particulars were there?
Amagama akhe aphelele isibongo.
It was the names, the full names and the surname.
Kanye nesithombe ke.
As well as the picture of the accused.
Scott, please, my lord, will this be an appropriate time to take a long adjournment?
Okay. That is correct. We then went out and just stood just outside the door.
That is you and who?
Mina no Constable Sadiki.
It was me and Constable Sadiki.
And where was Sergeant Mkhola at that stage?
Sergeant Mkhola She was inside the shack together with the accused.
Yes, may proceed.
Emva kwesikhashanyana kwafanele ukuthi siye ehostela elisebude buduze nala besikhona.
After some time we needed to go to the hostel which is not far from where we were.
Yes.
Ehostela besofuna isibhamu ekwakuthiwe according to Sergeant Mkhola sinomuntu osehostela sasinikwe umuntu osehostela.
We were going to the hostel to look for a gun which according to Sergeant Mkhola had been given to a person that stays in the hostel.
Scott, please, my lord. Sergeant Mkhola will be testifying later. Yes.
Suka lapho ke saseke sibhekisa amabombo khona ke lapha ehostel.
From there we then proceeded to the hostel.
Yes.
Phambi kwamasango kulela hostela lelana bekunabantu ngaphandle.
In front of the hostel gate there were people who were standing just outside the gate.
And which hostel is this?
Kwilibikele hostel.
Angisakhumbulisi igama la khona kahle mhlawumbe ngathi nje Vusimuzi.
I don't remember the name of the hostel but I think it was called Vusimuzi.
But where is it located?
eThembisa.
It's in Tembisa.
Yes, we may proceed.
Ngaqhubeka.
Sasesibuza labantu laba bebame esangweni
We asked the people who were standing near the gate.
ukuthi lo muntu
Yes. You made inquiries and what happened further?
Kwasekwenzekani ukuqhubekela phambili?
kwathola ukuthi lo muntu lo bathiwa washona kudala osekho la.
We were informed that the person that we were looking for had passed away a long time ago.
Yes, you established that the person has passed on. Who were you looking for?
Igama ngilikhohle kodwa bumngani kaMangalelwa.
I don't remember the name, but it was a friend of the accused.
Yes.
Kubeka?
Kwathiwa masesithola ukuthi ubesoshonile ke uSergeant Mogola wathi ngaphokophela eFosloras.
Well, when we heard that the person we're looking for had passed away, Sergeant Mogola then suggested that we go to Fosloras.
Yes.
Sasesiqhubeka siya eFosloras kodwani ke uthe na ingichazela uSergeant Mogola ukuthi eFosloras wathi ongena phakathi ehostela ngase contact amanye amadoda ami kabe wangale kule area eFosloras.
We then proceeded to Fosloras, but when Sergeant Mogola informed us that we were going to go inside the hostel, I then called some of my men who were in the vicinity of Fosloras.
Yes.
Isizathu bokuthi bese ungena endaweni esingayazi ne-situation esingayazi so bengiyidinga into njenge backup.
The reason was that we were going into unfamiliar territory and a place that we did not know, and we needed backup.
Yes, may proceed.
Yes, safika ke eFosloras sasesihlanganela ngaphandle kwe-police station eFosloras.
We arrived in Fosloras and then we gathered outside the Fosloras police station.
Yes.
Sergeant Mogola kula ngasisakhona ukuthi uBrigadier Gininda uyeza usendleleni.
Sergeant Mogola then informed me that Brigadier Gininda was on his way.
And just for record purposes, who's Brigadier Gininda?
Brigadier Gininda?
Brigadier Gininda umphathi waba Sergeant Mogola okuma cold cases. Cold cases.
Sergeant Brigadier Gininda is the commanding officer of Sergeant Mogola, and in this special unit that deals with cold cases.
Is it correct that he's the lead investigator in this case?
That is correct.
Yes, you may proceed.
Sisamile kanjalo nembala uye wafika vele.
While we're standing there, indeed, he arrived.
Who's that?
Banige?
Brigadier Gininda.
That is Brigadier Gininda.
And more or less, what time was it?
Beseleya kozilahla konina basentambama so.
It was in the afternoon.
Yes.
Baseke kwayena uBrigadier bakhuluma noMangalelwa.
Then Brigadier had a conversation with the suspect.
Where was this conversation?
Manje le nkulumo yayilaphi?
bebaphakathi kwemoto ebehamba ngoSergeant Mohula.
That's why they were inside the car that was used by Sergeant Muhula.
What car was it?
Onje bone imoto?
Ngathi kwakuyi Golf, na Golf 7 or yini.
I think it was a Golf 7.
Yes.
Kubeka?
May proceed.
Besingaze ukuthi ukhulunywa ngani kodwa kwazise ukuthi kwathiwa kuzomela ukuthi siye eEraton.
We did not know what was being discussed, but what came out of there was that we were going to go to Eraton.
Where in Eraton?
Kuphi in Eraton?
eEraton ingase iseSoweto ngase Diploma, I think amahhovisi wabo but indawo yesiphoyisa.
Well, Eraton is near Soweto, near Diploma, but they have their offices there.
Yes, may proceed.
Maqhubeka?
Kwaziseke ukuthi ke umangalelwa uyathathwa uyofakwa emahhovisini.
Then the accused was taken into the offices.
Which offices?
Office.
Phakathi lapha eEraton.
There in Eraton.
Yes.
Kubeka?
Phuma kwami ke sohlala ku car parking.
Then that's when we exited and went to see it at the car park.
Yes.
After isikashanyana ke masiphuma sihamba ke naye umangalelwa no Sergeant Mohula siya ePitori.
After that we went out and went with the accused and Sergeant Mohula on our way to Pretoria.
You say the accused was taken into the offices there at Eraton and you went to sit at the car park, but what happened to the accused thereafter? Did you see as to what happened to him?
Manje kwenzekani ngomsolo ngesikhathini nani sihleli lapha ku car park?
Cha bengingazi ukuthi kwenzakalani ngale ngaphakathi besingapha.
No, I was not going to be able to know what was happening inside.
And when you accompanied Sergeant Mohula to take the accused to Pretoria, where did you find him?
Manje ke uma nihamba noMohola ngithatha umsolo nimise ePitori namthola.
Baphume ku same Eraton asisuka ngeEraton emahhovisi. Mabephuma ehhovisini labo ngiyabahlangabeza simfake enqoleni kaMohola basishaya imoto kwesihamba.
Oh, no, they were right inside the offices in Eraton. So when they came out, we went to them and they took them to place the accused in the Sergeant Mohola's car, and then we left for Pretoria.
Yeah, but after the accused was taken into the offices, as you've testified, did he remain there in the office all the time until he was taken to Pretoria?
Manje kumsola kumesefakwe lapha emahhovisi wahlala khona yini ngaphakathi kula mahhovisi ufela isikhathi lapha athathwa khona ePitori?
Ngokolwazi lwami yebo.
According to my knowledge, yes.
Yes, what happened further?
Kwase kwenzekani kuya phambili?
Uthe mayephuma emahhovisini wabo lapha eEraton kumhlangabeza kwami kugitshelwa emotweni kaMohola. Sasuka lapho sasesiyovalelwa ePitori.
When we then took him from those offices and put him in their car, in Mohola's car, he was then taken to be locked up in Pretoria.
Yes.
Where
in Pretoria was he detained?
No, I have forgotten the name.
Yes.
Kodwa masifika ePitori again umuntu mawuhamba umvalela emasayilini uphinde futhi umtshele amalungelo akhe
Well, when you arrived in Pretoria, well, if you'd want to take a person into the cell, you're required to repeat telling the person his rights.
Yes.
Uma ungemtshela ngaleso sikhathi lento besibukene emehlweni.
When I informed him of his rights, we were facing each other.
And where did that take place?
Lokwenzeka phi?
Kulama cell lawo lapha emasailini.
That happened at the cells.
Yes.
Kubeka?
Mawumtshela ngomtshela ngesizulu.
When I informed him of his rights, I was using the Zulu language.
Yes.
Ngaphinda futhi ngamchazisela lapho kabanzi ukuthi uma kukhona okungamphethanga kahle unalo ilungelo lokuthi afake isikhalazo whether sikhona okanye uma mesihambile.
I also informed him at length that if he had a complaint, then he has the right to place his complaint with the police.
During our presence.
And he was then supposed to do that as well during our presence.
Or after.
Or after.
Yes.
Kunepheshana ke osilugcwalisayo laphana elibizwa notice of rights.
There's a form that we fill which is called notice of rights.
Yes.
Maqeda ukugcwalisa lelo form lelo uma enganankinga uye alisayine lelo phepha bese uyalithatha.
Well, after filling that form, if he has no qualms, then he signs it and he hands it over to us.
And hands it away?
You then give that page.
Original copy.
The original is handed over to the accused.
Yes.
Then bese uthatha copy yakhona uyifake edokodweni.
Then the copy is placed inside the docket.
Yes.
Kunencwadi ebizwa iOB esemaselini.
There's a book called the OB that is found in the cells.
And what does OB stand for?
OB
Occurrence book.
It stands for occurrence book.
Yes.
Ngokwenjwayelo iOB igcwaliswa abantu esuke sibathole lapho emasayilini.
Well, normally that book is filled in by the people that we find right there in the cells.
If you say which people, who are you referring to?
I'm a member of SAPS, lawa sebenza emasayilini.
It is the members of SAPS that work within the cells.
Yes.
Bana bakuvamisile ukuthi ngaphambi kokuthi bamthathe umuntu bambuze and sometimes baye ngokuthi baye bambheke inspect ukuthi una ulimele okanye useshiwe izinto ezikanjalo kuyinjwayelo.
What they do as a matter of practice is that they often inspect the person and also ask him question if he has had any injuries before the person is placed into the cells.
Yes.
uma begculisekile umuntu engelimele bayabhala ku-OB banginike OB number bese bayamthatha umuntu sokubaba.
Once they've certified themselves that the person is not injured, then they fill in the OB. Bese
Mabegculisele bagcwalisa lapha ku-OB, mina ngithatha i-OB number ngisayine ku-OB bamthatha.
Then once they have filled the OB, I get the OB number after the OB has been filled.
Yes.
Ukuhlukana kwami nomangalelwa kanjalo.
That was the last time that I was together with the accused at that time.
But you have just explained the procedure upon arrival at the police station, the completion of the notice of rights, and the completion of the occurrence book. Can you just explain to the court what did you do, what happened upon arrival at the police station?
Usufikile e-police station sekufake konke-ke usumtshela ngamalungelo ufile no-OPB manje kwasekwenzekani uma sekufike e-police station?
Asifike e-police station ngiyamtshela amalungelo, ngiyambuza ukuthi uyawaqonda yini amalungelo, kukhona ngakuqonda unombuzo yini.
When I arrived at the police station, I inform him of his rights, and then I also asked him if there's anything at all that he does not understand, and if there is, then he should ask. He should tell me.
Yes.
Number 2, mangiceda ukumtshela ukuthatha yona le ncwadi le yama notice of rights ujike umchazela ukuthi kuwo wonke lo ngushilo into ayoyithola la kulama notice of rights.
Well, after that I tell him, I show him the notice of rights and tell him that everything that he'll need is written in the notice of rights.
Yes.
Uma efuna ukuzigculisela ukuthi awafunda ama notice of rights onalo ilungelo lokuthi akwenze lokho umnikeze isikhathi akufunde lokho akufundayo bese uyagculisela.
If at all he wants to satisfy himself about the notice of rights, then he has the right to read it for himself and satisfy himself.
Yes, but what happened on the day? What took place in actual fact?
Samthatha amasesifikele ePitori after the process wangena emaseyilini.
And when I brought him in Pretoria after that process, he was then taken into the cells.
Where the notice of rights, or you testify that they were explained to the accused, what was his reaction after that?
Manje ke yena ke waphendula athini emva kokuthi nimkhombisa konke lo amalungelo akhe nawo konke.
Wagculiseka ngoba nakho akwazi ukushicilela.
He was satisfied because he went ahead and signed the notice of rights.
And who booked the accused in the cells?
Wanike owafaka umsolwa emaselini.
Ilaba basemaseyilini.
Well, it is the officers in the cells.
Yes, but who took him to the cells?
Thina siphelela la kwe reception area.
No, we only go as far as the reception area.
And do you know if an entry was made when the accused was handed in at the cells?
Uyazi noma khona la kwabhala khona umsolwa esefakwe emaseleni.
Kuyinjwayelo futhi kubalulekile, yes.
Yes, that is the practice and it is important and yes, it happened.
Just want to show you exhibit NN dated 31 May 2020.
Bunukhombisa exhibit NN 21 May 2020.
Is entry 2187 at 0140-22 in the morning. Morales, what time did you arrive at the police station?
Often I was sitting at police station. It was in the early hours of the morning.
Can you read that entry in the record?
Cela usifundele yona ke ukuze iqoshwe phansi.
It's arrest Sergeant Mokola from National Commissioner's Office, cold case investigations with the following: Mozi Stemba Sibia, case number 217/03/2019 Tembisa case, SAP 14-156/05/2020, SAP 14A, it's R5086208, J50 warrant of arrest.
Yes.
Ithi balibema iqhubeka ithi no injuries, correctly detained. Kwase kuyashicilelwa ke.
It says, it continues to say no injuries, suspect detained.
Correctly detained.
Correctly detained, and then afterwards there are signatures.
What is your comment on that entry that there were no injuries?
Ufuna ukuphawula uthini ke kuloko okubhakishiwe ukuthi kungena kulimala?
Ngivumelana nabo bengalimele.
I concur with that observation. He was not injured.
Now, do you know Constable Monaring and Constable Mapumulo?
Yamas Constable Monaring and Constable Mapumulo.
Yes.
I know them.
Did you see them on the day in question?
Wababona yini ngalolu langa esikhuluma ngalo?
Cabange Eratin. Umnareng waba kule thimba leli engalibiza eFosloras.
Mnareng was amongst the team that I had asked to come and assist in Fosloras.
Mangikhumbulisa kahle ke therefore uMaphumulo ngase imqondo wami usukhona usuhlangene sidibana eEratin.
But I was able to notice Mapumulo when we had come together in Araton.
Did you see if they had anything to do with the accused there at Eraton?
Uyazi ukuthi khona abakwenza kumsolwa eEraton?
Cha, akukho akwenza.
No, there's nothing that they did.
Right after leaving the police station, what happened further?
Manje masesuka lapha esikhumulweni samphoyisa kwase kwenzekani?
Sesishilo umangalelwa ubekwe isikhathi sokuyophumula.
After we left the accused there, it was time to knock off.
Yes. Did Constable Monaring and Mapumulo accompany you to Pretoria?
Constable Monaring no Mapumulo bahamba nani yini baniphelezele ePitori?
Cha.
No.
Were you further involved in any way in this matter?
So
after this particular day?
Emva kwaleli langa waphinda ke waba nesandla wasifaka kulolu daba.
Makususwa uma mabeza nomangalelwa number 2 basuka ePitori sise Boxback sasibavulela indlela ukuthi traffic ikwazi ukuhamba kahle yabo.
Uma besuka
mabehamba nomangalelwa number 2 basuka ePitori la ePitori via Boxback.
When they were accompanying the accused from Pretoria to Boxback, we tried to free the way in traffic for them.
Which date was that?
24 na ngisakhumbula.
Maybe it was the 24th, I can't remember exactly.
Yes, of which month?
Why Pinyang?
April na.
I don't know whether it was April or not.
If you don't remember, just...
No, I can't remember.
Yeah, can you remember what happened on the day?
Okay, thina besemuva masingena ngemoto.
We were at the rear when we entered with the cars.
Car parking kwavela umunye umama omlungu.
At the car park, there appeared a certain white lady.
Le ndawo le ingathi passage so kodwa imoto ziyangena.
Well, it is like a passage, but then the cars are able to go in.
But which place are you talking about?
In ndawo kaManji eBoxback.
It was at the magistrate's office in Boxback.
Yes.
Yeah.
Uthena ivela lo mama omlungu athi sibaningi kangaka senzani sizothusa umuntu.
Well, when this white lady appeared, she said, such a large number you are. What are you doing? Are you trying to intimidate a person?
Yes.
Yeah.
Then bese kuba uConstable Jonathan, Constable Lesering behla nomangalela wosibili.
Then Constable Jonathan and Constable Lesering alighted from the car together with the second accused.
Yes.
Sasesihamba ke thina ke siphuma kule ndawo liyana kodwa saye emahhovisi wethu.
Well, we then left that place and went to our offices.
Which offices?
Ama office we Metropolis ahlukaniswe nje ucingo.
Well, we went to the offices of the Metropolis. Our offices and the magistrate's court are just separated by a fence.
Yes.
We then went to stay there.
Yes.
We were called then after they had finished.
Yes. In terms of the
and
traffic.
assist them as well to be able to go out of Boxback and to ease their way in the traffic.
Yes.
They then proceeded with him to Pretoria.
Sorry?
They then proceeded with him to Pretoria.
Did you not proceed to Pretoria?
When I was in Kuba and
escort leyo.
No, we're not actually part of that escort.
Yes, what was your role?
Ukubanceda nje sibaswipela indlela sibiza sweeping lento kubavalele traffic bazokuhamba.
Well, no, we're just helping them to just open the ways for them. We call that sweeping for them.
Yes, is that all?
You want
Yeah.
That is correct.
Bese used to participation yami.
Also, my participation was
masba swipela futhi again siya eMoroka.
We also swept for them again as they went to Morocco.
Yes, when was that?
Well, wait.
Question.
Unfortunately, I cannot remember the date.
Yes.
Umsebenzi wami lapho kwaku counteract any threat that you
My job there was to guard against any threat.
Yes.
kwakuyimi ke lapho ngihamba no Constable Maphumulo.
Yeah, well, on that day, I was the one involved together with Constable Mapumula.
Yes.
Nakhona masifika le asingenanga besingana kwenza na anything no mangal.
Well, when we arrived there as well, we did not do anything because we had nothing to do with the accused.
When you arrived where?
In Morocco.
That is arriving in Morocco.
Morocco, where in Morocco?
Nothing in Morocco.
I think it's a police station that
I think it was a police station.
What time did you arrive there?
Angisazi engikukhumbula ukuthi asaba no Sergeant Mokhale.
I don't remember, but what I remember correctly is that we were together with Sergeant Mokhale.
Where did you meet him?
Mahlangana naye kuphi?
Thina sasigova sasigova endleleni mabesuka ePretoria sabajoyina endleleni N12.
We joined them on the N12 when they were coming from Pretoria.
Yes.
Up until ke sesofika lapho.
Right up to when we arrived at that place.
Which place?
In Morocco.
That is in Morocco.
Yes, and then what happened further there at Morocco police station?
Kwase kubeka kwenzekani ke eMorocco police station?
Njoba ngisho thina besemuva okwenzeka phambili bengasakuboni.
Well, like I said, we're right at the rear, and what happened in the front we were unable to observe.
Yes, and then what happened after Morocco police station?
Emva kweMorocco police station kwasekwenzekani?
Same drill. Mabephuma bayasitshela sibuyele emuva, sihlale emuva.
Yes, the same thing. When they came out, they told us, and then we went back.
Yes, you went where?
Nayaphi?
Thina sihlukana nabo endleleni babuyela ePitori bazabubuya bazana ePitori.
Well, we parted ways when they were on the way, when they were on the way to Pretoria.
Were you in any way involved at an occasion at Alberton police station?
Khona ke lapha na babandakanyeka khona endaweni yase police station yase Alberton.
Yeah, ngathi ngiyakhumbula and ngathi be renovate police station.
I think I remember, and if I remember correctly, the police station was under renovation.
Yes, but regarding your official duties, did you in any way perform duties there, official duties at Alberton police station?
Yes, saya lapha ngathi ngaye indaba ze escort ngize ngasakhumbuli kahle.
Yes, even though I can't remember correctly, but I think we went there to perform escort services.
Yes, what happened then?
Kwenzekani ke lapho?
Nakhona njoba ngisho bes escorta okwenzakala ngaphakathi.
What happened there, I can only say that we were escorting. So what happened inside there, I was not able to observe.
Are you perhaps able to give further details regarding that occasion?
Khona ke futhi eminye imininingwane ongakwazi usinika yona ngalelo langa?
Cha.
No.
In the time that you interacted with the accused, did he have any complaint?
isikhathi ke ni wena ke ukwazi ke ukusebenzisana nomsolo kwakukhona yini isikhathi akhona into ayikhononda ngayo?
Cha.
No.
And have you had any interaction with any member of the accused family?
Wakwazi ukuthintana namanye amalungu umndeni kaMsolo?
Cha, futhi angikwazi.
No, and neither do I know them.
Thank you, my lord. That is all.
Just tell me I don't have a copy of the exhibits. You said, are you with me? You said the gentleman is going to testify regarding exhibit TT.
Indeed, my lord.
Do you have a copy?
Yes, we do have a copy.
Yeah, please.
And the witness did refer to exhibit TT, my lord.
Yeah, he did. He said that was the alleged OB, which was filled up. That copy is supposed to be mine, is it not? Sir?
I think we did hand up a copy.
This is the warrant of arrest application.
Yes.
This I have.
Yes.
I'm interested in the
entry.
The
OB entry.
Which was OB entry, which was filled up at the police station, which we forget, but which we all know.
Oh yes. It was handed up, my lord, as part of on Friday, as part of exhibit NN.
And it's exhibit what? TT?
No, exhibit NN, my lord.
Oh yeah. Why did you talk about exhibit TT?
No, TT is the copy of the
what?
The warrant.
Yeah, that's it. We spoke about the warrant.
And the entry, it's we refer to exhibit NN when we're dealing with the entry. Exhibit NN.
NN.
Yes. If I can perhaps assist the court.
You have to have a look at this.
With exhibit NN.
Yes, look, maybe I'm blind. Why don't you say Rose must go and make copies of exhibits NN so that we spare time? How many pages is it?
I think everybody has got a copy of exhibit NN.
Yeah, except me.
Let me just...
Or else maybe... You got it?
This is for accused number 2. We handed up 2 sets of entries on Friday, my lord. This is for accused number. There should be another one more. We sort of just ask.
It's okay. Where does it come from?
Sibanda.
Huh? Okay. So this is the one NN, eh?
Yes, can I have it?
And then you said it's entry number what?
Yes, just put in look entry number.
2189.
2189.
Correct. 187.
287.
87.
Yes, Madam. Under the date of 31 May, my lord.
So where was Mr. Buthelezi reading from?
He was reading at entry 2187 at 22.
2187.
Yes, 2187 at 22 in the morning.
Yeah, it just says no injuries. Correctly detained. Is that all?
It starts, my lord, at
okay, I see 200.
at the previous page.
Okay, fine. Where it says arrest,
yes.
Sergeant Mohola from National Commissioner's Office, cold case. Investigation with the following: Mozi, Chambers, Linga case, da 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 da.
Yes, that is the entry that he put in record.
Yes. Who made this entry, according to your client? I mean, to your witness.
Sergeant Mohola will testify.
Oh, it's Sergeant Mohola. Okay, fine. All right. Okay, fine. Any cross-examination, sir? Mr. Ngomezu.
Thank you, my lord. The documents that were discovered, I think it's PP, QQ, SS, and TT.
What's that?
And exhibits PP, QQ, SS, and TT that we received them today, and I request to consult with both accused in this statement in this time.
Okay.
Evidence in chief of this witness is finalized that about 3 aspects, my lord, that we request permission to take up with the witness before cross-examination commences, ma'am.
Have you discussed it with your colleagues?
Yes, I've informed them that I just need to clarify.
What's the attitude?
Well, I really haven't canvassed.
What did you discuss?
I just merely informed them, but I didn't get any indication that there'll be opposition to that, my lord.
Yeah, make that application formally.
As a court, please, my lord. My lord, yesterday afternoon, the evidence in chief of this witness was finalized. However, there are certain documents that, in fact, the document that I received this morning, my lord, that the witness referred to, that we'd like to hand through this witness and also take up 2 other related matters with the witness.
Yeah, but you say it was finalized.
Well, in the
was
sense
it cross-examined?
No.
Yeah, from the fact that you said no further questions.
Yes,
fine.
yes, we indicated
was
that.
it thereafter cross-examined by any of the counsels?
Yes, the cross-examination hasn't commenced, my lord.
It hasn't commenced?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Mgomezulu, here's the application.
My lord, I have no objection.
Yes, Mr. Mnisi?
No contest.
Thank you, my lord.
Yes.
No objection. Thank you.
Mr. Mchora?
No objection, my lord.
No objection from this court.
As a court, please, I'm indebted to my learned friends.
Okay, thanks.
I can just report, my lord, that yesterday after the adjournment, we had a very fruitful session with my colleagues. We numbered paginated the exhibits, exhibit NN, as well as exhibit MM, my lord.
Okay.
And we are really indebted to my colleagues for their assistance.
Okay, thanks for assisting the court. You're still under oath, Shange, Mr. Buthelezi.
So Alisa, usengaphansi kwesifungo uyakuzwisisa lo?
Ngiyakuzwisisa.
Confirmed, my lord.
Constable Zungu, yesterday you mentioned that.
Is it Zungu?
I'm sorry, Constable Buthelezi. You mentioned that upon arrival at the police station, Villera police station, a notice of rights was handed to the accused.
Uthe kufikeni kwene Valera police station incwajana ekhombisa ipheshana elikhombisa amalungelo kamsolwa wani wawona.
Kuyiqiniso ngisacela ukucacisa okunye engazange ngikucacise kahle izolo.
That is true, but I'd like to ask for permission to explain and clarify whatever I did not clarify yesterday.
As a court, please, my lord, there is a request to clarify those aspects. You can clarify those aspects.
Okokuqala ngiphuthanise isikhathi sokuvela ngaphambi kwenkantolo ngo-72 hours instead of not 48 hours.
I made a mistake regarding the limit for the accused to appear before a magistrate. I said it was 72 hours.
48.
Instead of 48 hours.
He said 74 hours. Didn't you say 74?
7. Punjab.
Yalalela phela Mr. Chair. Yeah, okay, fine. So you are terrifying that you were wrong, incorrect.
Ukuthi manje ufuna nje ukulungisa ukuthi lapho kwenza iphutha.
Ngenza iphutha.
Yes, I made a mistake.
Okay. Yes.
Okwesibili amalungelo mangitshela umangalelwa umphenyi wecala ubela eceleni ekhona naye wamtshela.
When I read the suspect his rights, the investigative officer was present and he also read the accused his rights.
Okugcina yiloko ukuthi ngiphambanise icathulo ngithe ubegcoke amachaphachapha ubegcoke ikhavela ubegcoke amachaphachapha wacela ukushintshela kukhavela athi uzogodola.
Well, I also mixed up the description of what he was wearing. He actually was wearing flip-flops and he wanted to change those and wear shoes, branded shoes, Cavella shoes, because he felt he was, with the flip-flops, he was going to feel cold.
Okay.
We just want to show you you've just referred to the notice of rights that were read to accused number 1. We just want to show you a document which my lord will mark exhibit TT1.
TT1?
Yes, TT1. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yeah, ibona exhibit ephambi kwakho?
Yebo ngiyayibona.
Yes, I do see.
Yes, can you identify it?
Ungakwazi ukusho ukuthi yini?
Yes, amalungelo akhe anikezwa emaseleni.
It is the notice of rights that he was given when he was inside the cells.
Yes, Mr. Louis.
As the court pleases, it was put to Constable Jonathan by counsel for accused number 1 and 2. That the version of accused number 2 will be as follows, that regarding the incident of the 19th of June 2020 at Moroka Police Station, it was put to Constable Jonathan that there was a device used to electrocute accused number 2 on his stomach, that Constable Jonathan, Mabena, and Butelezi were taking turns exchanging roles during this process. Insofar as this might refer to you, did you in any way participate in any assault on accused number 2?
Ummeli kamsola wesibili noqala nowesibili wabeka kanjena ku Constable Jonathan wathi ngomhla 19 June 2020 eMroka kukhona umshini abawusebenzisa lapho ukuthi ke babambise umsolwa ngogesi kusho ukuthi lo mshini lona lokho kuthiwa ngesilungu electrocution. Manje kuthiwa ke lapho ke wena no Constable Jonathan noma Bena nanishintshisana ngokushokha lo mfana ngogesi.
Akwangamanga lokho.
That is not true.
Ngangengekho phakathi eMorocco mina.
I was not inside in Morocco.
But the proposition that was put was the events that led to the accused appearing at Morocco police station, that during that process that accused number 2 was electrocuted, as I've just mentioned to you. What is your comment? Not necessarily at Morocco police station.
Manje lokho kwenzeka ngafika eMorocco police station lokho aholela ekutheni agcine umsolwa eseshokhiwe ngalo mshini kagesi. Uthini ngalo?
Amanga phambi kwale nkantolo ehloniphekile.
Those are lies before this honorable court.
In fact, I think it was put to Jonathan that it was at the dumping site where there were still tanks.
Lapho kwenzeka endaweni la kulahla khona udoti dumping site ngesilungu.
Amanga alihlaza.
Those are green lies.
Yes, thank you. And just finally, you've explained to the court how you arrested accused number 1. When you arrived at Eraton offices, what was your role there?
Ngasho nje ukuthi escorter.
I can just say it was escort.
But were you still actively involved in the process, or what was the position?
Manje ushuthi lapho wawusawenza lo msebenzi noma kunjani?
Cha, escorter nje kuphela bavulela indlela.
No, it was just escorting them, just opening the way for them.
Thank you, my lord. Those are the only aspects. Thank you.
Yes, yes, Mr. Mugobezul.
Mr. Tellers, I've got questions. Firstly, let me just establish on the 30th of May 2020, you reported on duty.
Umhla 30 May 2020 wangena emsebenzini.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
What was your shift on that day?
Shift yakho eqala sathini iphela sathini ngalelo langa.
La ngangisebenza khona engekho lento ema shift.
Where I was working at the time, we did not have a system of shifts.
Do you mean, are you referring to the unit where you were working, the SWAT unit?
Ukhuluma nge-SWAT unit lo asenza again.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
So Mr. Jonathan also falls under the same SWAT unit.
Shouldn't mean Ubaba Jonathan naye wayesenzela yona leyo unit.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
So it means, just to clarify that point, clarification on that aspect is that under that unit, there's not specific time for the changing of the shift.
Because what people unit there, take isikhathi sokuthi kushintshaniswe ama shift.
Yes, kunjalo.
That is correct.
So you can work from 8 o'clock until 12 o'clock midnight.
So ngaqala ngenza ukuqala ukusebenza ngo 8 o'clock uyoshayisa ngo 12 ebusuku.
Makube kunesizathu.
if there is a reason.
All right. Now, on the 30th of May 2020, you said you received a call from Sergeant Mukhal.
Uthe ngomhla 30 kuMay 2020 uthe wathola ucingo oluvela kuSergeant Mukhal.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
Where were you at that time?
Wawulaphi ngaleso sikhathi?
Bengihamba towards iBoxback area.
I was traveling towards the Boxback area.
So upon receiving that call, you then immediately attended to the request by Sergeant Mukhola.
Manje ekutholeni lolo cingo navele nje naqala kuyokwenza lokho enanicelwa uSergeant Mukhola.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
What car were you traveling with?
Wahamba nhlobo nemoto?
BMW 1 Series.
I was traveling in a BMW 1 Series.
What color was it?
Umbala wayo?
Mhlophe.
It was white.
Is it correct that you were with Sergeant Sadiq?
Iqiniso ukuthi wahamba noSergeant Sadiq?
Constable Sadiq, yebo.
Constable Sadiq.
Yes, it was Constable Sadiq.
Was Mr. Mapumulo present also?
Mapumulo ekhona lapho?
Cha.
No, he wasn't.
Okay. So the content of the conversation was that a warrant or a J50 was issued. It was to be executed. Is that correct?
Nanifanele niyokhipha iJ50 lapho nginjalo.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
All right. When you arrived in Tembisa, you said you arrived in Tembisa, you had a discussion with Sergeant Mukhola, who showed you this warrant of arrest.
Uthe manifika eThembisa nakhuluma noSergeant Mukhola wanikhombisa iwarrant of arrest.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
It reflected the names of the suspect.
Yayibhalwe amagama abasolwa nginjalo.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
So as we're trying to locate the whereabouts of the suspect, finally you found or you located the place where he was. And you further mentioned that he was located in terms of, according to a description of his clothing. Is that so?
Manje njengoba benisafuna ke umsolo nagcina nitholile ukuthi ulaphi futhi ke naninikiwe ke nencazelo ukuthi ugqoke kanjani.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
And the place where he was at that time.
Naleyo ndawo ke la ekuyona ngaleso sikhathi.
Kuyiqiniso.
That is true.
You just made a correction in terms of the shoes he was wearing prior to his approach. You said he was wearing the flip-flops. Is that correct?
Kunjalo. That is correct.
All right. So when you approach, okay, let me just clarify this as well. These people that you spotted on the standing in the yard of that particular house, how many were they? Were they not 3?
Manje la bantu nawathola bese egcikeni lapho la enaniyo landa umsolo khona. Babe ngabangaki labantu? Babe ngebathathu?
Bebababili.
There were 2.
All right. My instruction is that there were 3. Accused number 1 and other 2 gentlemen.
Umsolo ke uqala uthi yana babe bathathu kwakuyena nabanye ababili.
Mhlawumbe usekhohliwe bebababili.
Maybe he's forgotten, but there were just 2 of them.
All right. Let's just take it step by step. It's fine. Okay. Now you instruct. There's something that you mentioned, which is very fascinating. The tactic that you are using when you're approaching a suspect. You said, is it?
Tactical takedown.
Tactical?
Takedown.
Tactical takedown. So, this tactical takedown, you said the purpose of it is to confuse the suspect. Is that so?
manje kule tactical take down okhuluma ngayo kusho ukuthi into ewenza ukuthi umsolwa ahlangahlangane
kunjalo.
That is correct.
Okay, in terms of its practicality, how long does this confusion, if maybe you certain that he is now confused, how long does it function on the suspect?
Asikusethitekile-ke umsolwa uthitheka isikhathi esingakanani?
Kuya ngomuntu ngohlobo lomuntu.
It depends on a person.
Okay, I'll get back to that one. So, but does it have the element of instilling fear as well on the suspect?
Manje kukhona yini nokumesabisa okungenayo lapha?
Ingakho ngithi kuya ngomuntu. Kwabanye ayikho omunye umuntu abe normal akuhlahlela amehlo.
Well, I said it goes according to a person. Some they do not fear, they just stare at you.
But for someone who is surprised by this tactic, it's common that he can be frightened.
Manje kujwayelekile yini ukuthi umuntu mebona lento leni bese yamthusa kujwayelekile yini ukuthi afike lokwesapha?
Abona ngeke ngize ngithi ngi-expert ngalezo nje ukuthi umuntu uyafike lokwesapha or afike lokwesapha. Engakusho ukuthi kuhluka ngabantu.
I wouldn't say that I'm an expert on whether the person would feel fear or not, but then it is according to each person.
And as such, say, you are not expected to see if this person is confused when you are implementing that tactic. I'm not saying you are an expert.
Inhloso ye-tactical takedown ukuthi umuntu mama approacha umtshela lento omtshela yona ayenza ngaleso sikhathi hayi ukumthusa.
The reason we use this tactical takedown is to ensure that a person does whatever you tell them and not to instill fear on them.
Okay, no, it's fine. We'll reserve that one for argument as well. But let's move on. In terms of, all right, now, you ordered these people to come out of the yard, or did they, on their own volition, came out of the yard?
Manje labantu laba wabalela ukuthi baphume ejarden noma baziphumela bona ngokwabo.
Akekho aphume ejarden balala khona lapha ejarden.
No, nobody went out of the yard. They laid down right inside the yard.
All right. So, as they were on the ground, that's when you handcuffed accused number one, after having satisfied yourself that his name is Mozi Temba Sibia.
Kushuthi lapho isalele ila wafaka khona umsolwa uzankosi emva ukuthi uzenelise ukuthi uyena uMozi Temba Sibia.
Munjalo.
That is correct.
So his body was facing downwards.
Umzimba wakhe kushuthi wawubheke phansi.
Umzimba yebo.
That is correct.
So he was handcuffed from behind.
Kushuthi ke waboshwa sankosi ngemuva.
Yebo.
That is correct.
All right. So when he was lifted up, how was he lifted up?
Waphakamiswa kanjani kumese phakanyiswa?
Uye umncedisa umuntu kumphakamisa mase boshiwe.
Once a person has been handcuffed, you are required to actually help them.
In that case, how did you help him?
Manje ngalelo langa wena msiza kanjani?
Umbamba la kuhlala khona ibhande ebhulukweni umphakamisa.
You pick him by his waist.
My instruction is that you lifted him with those handcuffs.
Mina ke ngikuzule ukuthi wena wamdonsa ngabo sankosi wamphakamisa ngabo.
Ubezolimala uma bekunjalo. Sokuhamanga.
That is a lie, because if had we tried to do that, he was going to be injured.
All right, it's fine. Now you took him to one of the cars that you were traveling with.
Manje labe siniyamthatha ke nimfaka kulezi imoto enihamba ngazo.
Cha, sahamba ngenyawo.
No, we walked on foot.
You said it's less than a kilometer from where he was arrested.
Yeah. That is correct.
Was there any red Golf that was in the vicinity of of the area where you arrested him?
Manje ke la etuzo la enambophela khona ikhona yini golf ebovu.
Yebo.
That is correct.
Who was traveling with it?
Ubona hamba ngale moto.
Sergeant Mokhola.
That was Sergeant Mokhola.
All right. So, have you made any inquiries from the accused, from accused number 1, as to, you said you asked him where he stays, he showed you where he stayed.
Uthe umsolo oqala wambuza ukuthi uhlala phana ikhombisa ukuthi uhlala.
Yebo wasiholela khona.
That is correct, he guided us there.
Did you ask him as to who does he stay with?
Wambuza yini ukuthi uhlala nobani?
Yebo.
Yes, I did.
What was the answer?
Impembulo yakho yini?
Wathi umalume.
He said it was his uncle.
Okay. So immediately after he said that, he was not in possession of his identity document.
Manje ke emva kokusho lokho wayengayiphethe imfazisi wakhe.
Yebo.
That is correct.
All right. You said you proceeded walking to the place where he resides. He resided that
Uthi
time.
navela naqhubeka naye la ehlala khona.
Yebo.
That's correct.
Was it the only time you went to the place?
Bro, ingaso isona leso sikhathi kuphele naye ngaso la ehlala khona.
Ngokwazi kwami yebo.
According to my knowledge, yes.
All right. Has accused number 1 ever been taken to Litabong, next to a municipality area?
Oh, umsolo oqala wabathatha yini wayise eLithabong eduze kwamasipala?
Cha.
No.
All right. That's my instruction, that after you went to the place where he resides and you did not find his uncle, then you took him with the motor vehicles to Litabong in Tembisa. That's a place around a municipality area.
Ushuthi uthi nathi ke mana mtholi malume wakhe lapho ke nasenithatha imisa kule ndawo kuthiwa iseLithabong engakwamasipala.
Sasingafuni malume wakhe kokuqala.
We were not looking for his uncle for starters.
I'm quite aware of that.
So kwangamanga ke ndaba seThabong.
So any issue about the Lithabong is not true.
We'll get into those conclusions.
Sizofika la.
My instruction is that you took him to Litabong. After Litabong, that's when you assaulted him.
Bathi ke umyalelo wami ukuthi nina namthatha naye misa eLithabong emva kweLithabong nasengiqala niyamshaya.
Amanga lawo.
That is not true.
Thank you. And I forgot to inform you that my instruction is that it was not only you, Sadike, and Sergeant Mokhola
Yalelo wami uthi kwakungewena uSadiki noMkhola
when he was arrested.
mezoboshwa.
Ngisaqinisekisa nalokho ukuthi bekuyimina uSadiki uSergeant Mokhola ebekhona laphana njengomphenyi wecala.
Well, I want to reiterate that it was me, Sadiki, and Mokhola was only there as the investigating officer.
My instruction is that there were 5 people that he saw with civilian clothes
Uthi yena wabona abantu abahlanu bengagqokile uniform
prior to his arrest,
engaboshwa.
and more or less 8 officers that were in full uniform.
Athi futhi kunamaphoyisa angathi alingana u8 ayigqoke uniform.
Hayi mhlambe bebona abanye.
Maybe you are seeing somebody else.
And you were traveling with 7 motor vehicles.
Futhi nihamba ngeemoto ezingaba isikhombisa.
Hayi zimbili imoto bezilapha.
No, there were only 2 cars there.
Okay. After Litabong, after he was assaulted, accused number 1 messed up himself.
Bathi emva kokuthi ashawe eLithabong umsolo oqala wazingcolisa.
Angikwazi lokho.
I do not know about that.
Yes, because that was a reason for you to take him so that he can change his clothes.
Ngoba iyona ke into eyenza ukuthi niphoqelele ukuthi nimphindisele la ehlala khona ukuthi ayokhumula agqoke okunye.
Ukuqamba amanga phambi kwale nkantolo ekusona isizathu leso.
That is a lie before this court because that was not the reason.
So that means you were so sympathetic to the accused. What was the reason for you to take him to change his clothes? What was the reason?
Ushuthi nani nozwelo kulomsolo kwakuyini isizathu sokuthi umthathe ukuthi ayoshintsha impahla?
Njengoba ngichazile masimbopha suka nala simthole khona befake ibruko elibizwa ibrainwood.
Like I said, where we arrested him, he was wearing a trouser which is branded Brentwood.
Ubekhononda ukuthi okokuqala simlalise phansi enhlabathini ngalo brownwood.
He was complaining for starters that we had caused him to lie down in that trouser on the grass.
So you want to tell the court that
okwesibili ngakaqedi ubenenkinga ukuthi ahambe ayoboshwa agqoke lona lelo bro lele ibrainwood.
He also had a problem with his being arrested while wearing that Brentwood trouser.
So bengengeza ngomnqabele mina uma engicela engalwi ukuthi ashintshwe lelo bro lelo afakwe elinye ibruko.
I wasn't going to refuse since he was asking for lightly to go and change the trousers and wear another one.
I'm putting to you that that's not a reason. The reason is that he messed up himself after he was assaulted. Then you took him again to the place where he resides so that he can change his clothing.
Yilo ngitshela wona ukuthi yena washawa waseyazingolisa. Sona ke sizathu senza ukuthi nimthathe nimise lapha ekhaya ukuthi ayogqoka elinye ibhlu.
La hlala khona umuzi kakhulela siye kanye asange sibuyele. And futhi akusona isizathu lesi esishiwo uyena phambi kwale nkantolo kwamanga la.
We only went once to his place and we never returned there, and the reasons that is provided before the court are not true.
The keys of that shack was what was with his uncle.
But he
was not in possession of the keys.
Kuyamangaza kusho ukuthi malume wakho hlala esikhwameni ngoba ikey ayikhiphe esikhwameni.
Well, it's surprising. Maybe his uncle stays in the pocket because that is where I retrieved the keys from.
I think we've got to be adults when you're answering questions. We are in a court of law. We are in a formal institute.
Yes. Apologies.
Thank you. And because the keys were not with the accused, that's when you forcefully gain entry into that shack.
Athi ngoba umsolo engawuphethe okhiya nafike nangena ngogqeza lapha emkhukhwini wakhe.
Umalume wakhe azange afika ngimazi.
His uncle never arrived. I don't know his uncle.
Ikhiya ngayikhipha kuyena esikhwameni.
I retrieved the keys from his own pocket.
Akuzange uze kuphulwe kasingekho futhi nesizathu ukuthi kungaphulwa.
There was no break-in whatsoever, and there was no reason for breaking in.
All right, I'll get back to that as well. After you broke or you forcefully gained entry in the shack, you had no permission to do that.
Emva kokuthi ngiphule strapha ningene lapha emkhukhweni nani ngayitholile imvume ukuthi ningene ngaphakathi.
Emkhukhu awuzange uphulwe sasingekho isizathu sokuphulwa komkhukhu.
There was no reason to break the door of the shack.
All right.
And it was not broken.
Thank you. Now we are inside the shack.
Manje seningaphakathi emkhukhweni.
Demonstrated. You found a black plastic.
Athi ngithole plastic khona lapha ngaphakathi.
Was it the reason for his arrest?
Manje lo plastic kwayisona isizathu sokuthi aboshwe.
Umangalelo beseboshiwe. Mina ke sengombopho kwesibili.
The accused, the suspect had already been arrested. I was arresting him for the second time.
I'm getting this. Please be patient. Please be patient. You gain entry. You are now inside the shack. You spotted the plastic hanging.
Nangena manje laba ngaphakathi emkhukhweni usubona uplastic olengayo la.
You did not tell the accused that you want to search the shack.
Anzani nimtshela umsola ukuthi nifuna ukusesha lapha emkhukhweni wakhe.
Okokuqala imvume ukungena emkhukhweni sindike uyena. Okwesibili uyena ochasele mina ocele mina ukuthi umazisi wakhe ngumbheke kuphi.
Well, for starters, he's the one that gave us the permission to get into the shack, and he's also the one who directed us to where I should look for his ID.
Okwesibili masuthulo umazisi uyena futhi ngokwakhe othi ibhekeni umbhekeni la umazisi wami.
When we could not find the ID, it was he that also went ahead and said you can look for the ID here and there.
Actually, who was looking for the ID? Was it you or him?
Ubeboshiwe nobofunwa yimina umazisi wakhe.
He was arrested, so I was the one that needed his ID.
You were looking for the ID, you found this thing, this plastic.
Nanifune umazisa nathola lo plastic.
Yep.
That's correct.
You opened the plastic.
Nayivula ke lo plastic.
Yep.
There was another plastic inside.
Come again?
There was another plastic inside the plastic bag.
Kwakukhona omunye plastic ngaphakathi kwalo plastic.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
All right. When you opened the plastic, was it his permission to do so?
Manje manivula lo plastic wayenikile imvume ukuvula.
Yebo, uyimvume ngizothi wayesinikile ngesizathu sokuthi mayithi ibhekeni ila ngimshuthi ngivumelekile ukuthi ngabheka noma ngabe kukuphi. So imvume ngangithola.
He had given us the permission because when he said look for the ID, it could be anywhere here. It implied that I could search anywhere, so I had the permission.
All right. So now you found this thing illegal. This live unused life rounds.
Lithole izinhlamvu zebhamu ezingasebenzi. Sithole ngendlela engekho emthethweni.
Is that so?
Angjalo.
Engekho emthethweni kanjani?
How was it illegal?
You said you asked for the license if you possess such a license. According to your answer, you said no. You said no.
Uthi wena nambuzo uthi unayo yini license wasephendula ethi akanayo.
Yebo, interview zazi kuye ngokungekho emthethweni.
Yes, the bullets were in his possession without any permission.
All right. You continued to search after what were you looking for? Still the ID.
Naqhubeka ke nasesha lapho nanisafuna yona yini ID.
Yes, sizathu sokuba lapha nabo kufuna umazisi.
That is correct. Our reason for being there was to look for an ID.
So even if usually that thing is done by elderly people, can you look for an ID inside the fridge?
Ungakwazi yena ukuthi nofuna umazisa ngaphakathi kwefridge.
Angizange ngithi phakathi kwefridge ngangifuna ID.
I didn't say when I was looking for an ID inside the fridge.
You opened the fridge. The television set was not functioning. The fridge was not even functioning, but you opened the fridge and you found the unwashed dishes.
Ayuthe wena television ayingasebenzi nefridge ayingasebenzi kodwa ayivula leyo fridge.
Can you keep
izitsha ezingawashiwe? That is correct.
Can you keep an ID inside the fridge?
Ngakwazi ukubeka ID ngaphakathi efridge.
Ngayigcina uma ifridge ingasebenzi.
I can keep a fridge even if it doesn't work.
But he cannot do that. And there was a wardrobe where he was keeping his clothes.
Kodwa awenzanga lokho kwayene wardrobe la ifaka khona impahla zakhe.
Nkosi enkantolo angizange ngibeke isizathu sokuthi ngangifuna iID phakathi kwefridge.
My lord, I did not say my reason for looking for opening the fridge was to look for an ID.
But my concern, you opened the fridge without his permission.
Inkinga enginayo ukuthi uvule le fridge lena ungenayo imvume.
Nkosi enkantolo kwakuyoba kuhle uma imvumo mhlambeni yayicacisile ukuthi bukanda. Kodwa imvumo ithema iza kuthina kuthiwe bukani konke la.
Well, it would have been easier if the permission had been very specific to say, look here and here and here.
Let's
But
move.
then the permission that we got was was a blanket permission. They said we could look everywhere.
All right, let's move on.
Go back.
Sergeant Sadiq was present when you found the plastic.
Sergeant Sadiq wayekhona isikhathi uthola lo plastic.
Qiniso.
That is correct.
Sergeant Mkhola was outside.
Sergeant Mkhola wayengaphandle.
Qiniso.
That's correct.
All right. You mentioned that you read the rights of the accused at the time you arrested him.
Nishiloke wathi wafundela umsolwa amalungelo akhe ngesikhathi eNimbobo.
Phambi komseshi. Qiniso.
In front of the investigating officer, that is true.
When you found this plastic bag containing unused live rounds, you asked a question, do you have the license for this?
Manithola ke lo plastic oneyinhlamvu zesibhamu ezingasetshenziswa wambuza ukuthi unayo yini ilicense.
Qiniso.
That is correct.
When you found them, and it came to your mind that after you were given the answer that this is an illegal item or property, did you explain his rights further? Because this is another offense.
Manje uma usuthola lapho ukuthi unento engekho emthethweni lapho waphinda futhi wamtshela amalungelo akhe yini ngoba kwase kuyelinye icala lesibili leli.
Kunjalo bekufanelekile.
That is correct. It was supposed to be done.
Nalapho futhi umseshi ubela eceleni mangomtshela.
And the investigating officer was also present when I read him his rights again.
So did he make any admissions to the effect that he admitted that these things belong to him?
Manje wavuma yini lapho ukuthi konke lokho kwakhe?
Bengazange sambuza ukuyela phambili ngalokho.
I did not ask him further about that.
Bengikwazi ukuthi wavuma ukuthi irume lakhe lezazinto ezakhe.
What I know is that he accepted that the room belonged to him and what was in there what belonged to him.
So in the nutshell, he never admitted, he never made any admissions regarding those unused live rounds.
Ngokufufane usho ukuthi akazange avume lutho mayelana nalezi inhlamvu ezingasetshenziswanga.
Hayi, angizange sakhumbula ukuthi wavuma okanye azange avuma.
I am unable to recall whether he accepted or no, did he not accept.
The persons that entered the shack of the accused, correct me if I'm wrong, yourself, are you a constable?
Correct.
Sadiq is a constable.
Kunjalo.
So kusho lona wangena lapha kusho ukuthi wena uyiconstable noSadiq naye uyiconstable.
And Mkhola is a sergeant.
Kunjalo.
And uNumkhola uSergeant. That is correct.
Are you aware that all three of you, are you aware? If you are not aware, you must tell me. I'm not forcing you to answer the question. Are you aware that by law, you are not permitted to take any confessions and admissions?
Manje uyazi yini ukuthi ngokomthetho nina nobathathu anivunyelwe ukuthi kube nomuntu othatha ukuvuma isono?
Hayi, bengakwazi lokho.
I was not aware of that.
Thank you. Let's proceed.
I don't think that's entirely correct. As far as the confession is concerned, that's correct, but not admission can be made to
An admission is admissible, even taken by a constable, as opposed to a confession, which is described in our law as an unequivocal admission of all the elements of a particular crime.
I'll revisit section 2199, capital letter A1.
Yeah, fine.
Yes. Let's move on, sir. Now, in the check, you called in Sergeant Mkhola. Then you proceeded with the business of the day, effecting arrest to accused number 1.
Manje lapha emkhukhwini ke nasenbizo Sergeant Mkholana semqhubekayo umsebenzi wosuku ukubopha umsono.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
So he managed to change his clothes, and the mistake that you have made, change from whatever shoes, Cavella to flip-flops to Cavella. But ultimately, he managed to change the clothing he was wearing.
Manje uthi emva kwaloko kwase kwazi-ke ukuthi ashintshe lo ayigqokile mhlambe ashintshe uCavella flip-flop noma flip-flop uCavella konke nje lokho ayidinga ukushintsha wakushintsha.
Yebo.
That is correct.
And for that information, you said it was, when the first time you met him, it was 1 o'clock or towards 1 o'clock during the day.
Uthe uqala wakho ukuhlangana naye kwakuphakathi nosuku.
Yebo kunjalo.
That is correct.
Yes. An offense, the second offense or the second alleged offense of being in possession of unlicensed live rounds was allegedly committed in Tembisa.
Manje leli elinye icala lokuthi abe atholakale enenhlamvu lenzwa eThembisa.
Yebo.
That's correct.
The J50, the warrant of arrest, was issued and effected within the jurisdiction of Tembisa.
Ushuthi i-J50 ke warrant of arrest yakhishwa ngaphansi ke komgango seThembisa.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
By law, he was supposed to be detained in one of the police stations in Tembisa.
Usho ngomthetho wekufanele ukuthi avalelwe kwenye yama-police station aseThembisa.
Ngiqonda kanjalo.
I understand like it's like that.
Was he taken to one of the police stations in Tembisa?
Manje wathathwa wayiswa kwenye yama-police station aseThembisa?
Cha, saqhubeka.
No, we proceeded.
No, why not? Because sorry,
muthi ke cha yini indaba?
Umphenyi wecala mayithi sesehamba sevusumuzo hostel.
Well, the investigating officer informed us that we were going to go to the Vusmuzi hostel.
I'm still covered with it. It falls under Tembisa. Is that correct?
Laying upon Tembisa. That is correct.
Yes. These two offenses were allegedly committed in Tembisa. My question still maintains that he was supposed to be detained in one of the police stations in Tembisa.
Umabili lamacala enziwe eThembisa usho ukuthi wayefanele aboshelwe endaweni yaseThembisa.
Akumina bekumele athathe isinqumo sokuthi ayoboshelwa kuphi bekunomphenyi lapha yana umseshi uzazazo siphendulela.
It was not upon me to decide where he was going to be detained. There was an investigating officer there. That investigation officer must come and answer for themselves.
Thank you. I'm getting there. Now we are taking the suspect to forced lawyers. These offenses are committed here in Tembisa. Now we are taking the suspect, accused number 1, to forced lawyers.
What was the reason for that?
Kuyini isizathu sokuthi umsola owenza amacala eSembisa athathwa yiswe eForce Lawyers?
Kosenkantolo kunomphenyi kunomseshi ebengilalela yena.
I was under the instructions of the investigating officer.
All right. I followed the logic in your evidence.
You're the one who effected arrest physically on accused number 1, on the instruction of the investigating officer.
Manje ke wena ke owabopha umsolwa uqala umbopha ngezakhe izandla ukuthi ulayelwa umphenyi.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
Was that part of escorting?
Kwaku ingxenye yokuphelezela ne?
Cha, i-escort lapha ngeni lapha angisiza.
No. The escort was not part of it. Where I was there, I was assisting.
So you agree with me that you acted beyond the scope of your employment?
Manje ngizokhuluma iqiniso yini mangithi wena weqa imingcele yomsebenzi wakho?
Kuzobe kuwamanga lawo.
That would not be true.
Thank you. With the leave of the court, I don't want to be in relation to the wording, the words that we use in court. If you say amanga, it's not polite than aglone qiniso. Do you agree?
Mutu amanga kuyehluka kunokuthi uthi akulona iqiniso ngoba umuthi amanga kunokuba luhlazana lapha akunjalo.
Ngithanda ukuxolisa kwenkosi enkantolo uma ngizwakala ngathi ngihlaza. Cha, akulona iqiniso lelo. Hoxisa lelo.
No, I'd like to apologize to the court if I appear to be rude, and what I wanted to say is that it is not true.
Yes, I'll be pleased because we are all Zulu speakers to use the word kuliphuta or akulona iqiniso.
Angathawaza njengoba singamaZulu ukuthi akusetshenziswa amagama nje ukuthi kuyiphutha noma akulona iqiniso.
Ngiyawuthobela.
I accept that.
Thank you, sir. Now we are at Fosloras police station.
No offense has been committed there. No offense has been allegedly committed in Fosloras police station.
Manje sise Fosloras akukho icala elenziwa lapha.
Siye eFosloras ngesicelo somphenyi wecala.
We went to Fosloras on the request of the investigating officer.
In other words, she did not state expressly the reason why you had to escort her and the suspect to Fosloras.
Mshuthi ke akazange acacise kahle ukuthi yini isizathu sasenza ukuthi nifanele niye eFosloras.
Masithola inhlamvu emkhokhweni kuye wafunakala isibhamu.
When we found the rounds in the shack, well, that implied the presence of a gun, so we wanted to find a gun.
Yes, I've omitted that part of your evidence deliberately because ultimately accused number 1 was not arrested for being in possession of an unlicensed firearm. Let's just forget about the firearm.
Well, ngizange ngingene kuloko kakhulu ngoba umsolo akazange aboshelwe ukuba nesibhamu.
We are there in Fosloras. What offense was committed in Fosloras?
Manje senila
Ngichazisele futhi.
Can you please ask again?
I'm saying, can we please concentrate on the offenses that accused number 1 was arrested for?
I guess igcine kakhulu kule macala lawa aboshelwa wona umsolo oqala.
Not the firearm that we're looking for. I'm less concerned about that, and I did not want to tackle that part of evidence.
Mr. Gwizard, that's unfair to the witness. He's giving you the reason why, as you say, they didn't immediately lock up the accused, where allegedly he was arrested for committing an offense. And he says, because they had found this ammunition, the firearm had to be traced. That's what he says.
Thank you, my lord. May I reply?
No, you must ask him. That's how I understand the evidence.
That's correct. I want to clarify that. Yes.
My lord, there's a hand up.
From?
Your client.
May I approach him?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam, for the indictments. Mr. Buthelezi, I have a reason not to dwell much on the firearm.
So what is ngilesizathu sokuthi ngingagxile kakhulu kulolu daba lesibhamu.
The reason being that the evidence that you gave to the court, it involves other people that could not be called to come and testify about the contents of that conversation.
Isizathu ukuthi khona abanye abantu abafakwayo kulolu daba lana angeke bakwazi ukuthi balethwe la enkantolo ukuthi bazofaka.
All right, let us just move on for the sake of convenience. In Phosphorus, there was no instruction from the investigating officer to you particularly to go and search for a firearm.
Phosphorus akange nomlayelo owanikwa wona umseshi ukuthi niyofuna isibhamu.
Kungamangaza lokho ngoba asuka ethembisa siya eFosloras konke lokho ngokuthatha kumseshi ophenya icala.
That would be surprising because all that was done from moving from Tembisa to Phosphorus, those were the instructions that I received from the investigating officer.
Yes. Upon your arrival at Phosphorus, you waited until Mr. Kininda, Brigadier Kininda arrived.
Mama fika wena eFosloras nalinda wazafika uBrigadier Kininda.
Inkosi enkantolo mele kwazi ukuthi angeke ngifike ngizenzele ngokuthanda kwami. Mele ngithole imiyalelo. So mina ngabiza ithimba ngoba ngazi ukuthi songena ehostel.
I'd like to put it before the court that I'm not going to work to do as I please, but I'm going to wait for instruction.
All right.
What I did was to invite some officers to come as a backup.
Yes. Then you proceeded to a particular hostel in Phosphorus.
My hostelity is a Phosphorus.
Yeah.
That's correct.
All right. What was the name of the hostel?
Why yini kamala le hostel?
Makube ngikhumbulisa kahle Basotho hostel.
If I remember correctly, it was called the Basotho hostel.
Was it before Brigadier Kininda arrived?
Wayengakafiki yini uBrigadier Kininda?
Yeah, baba.
That is correct.
Nothing was found in Phosphorus hostel, Basotho hostel.
Akukho kwatholakala hostel eseFosloras.
Kwakungene umphenyi ngime ngaphandle.
I was standing outside while the investigating officer went inside.
But she never came out with something illegal.
Kodwa azange aphume ephethe into engekho emthethweni.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
Then you proceeded back to the place where you've been waiting for Brigadier Kininda.
So naya ke lana nafika na linda khona uBrigadier Kininda.
Kuyinjwayelo ukuthi makube kukhona besikwenza siphinde sihlangane futhi again. Senze lento ekuthiwa i-debriefing lapho bekungaphandle kwe-police station eFosloras.
Well, it is our practice that after doing what we did, we then come together to have a debriefing.
Okay.
And that happened outside the Phosphorus police station.
After debriefing, after speaking to Brigadier Kininda, so where did you proceed to? Where did you go to?
Bakhuluma na Brigadier Kininda na suka na
Eraton.
We went to Eraton.
Okay. In Eraton, how many of you went to Eraton? Was it yourself, Constable Sadike, Sergeant Mohola, and who else?
Nani bangake kabaya Eraton kwakuyena Sergeant Constable Sadike no Sergeant Mohola no bani futhi.
Abanye ngeke ngize bakhumbulise kahle kodwa abantu engakhuluma ukuthi ngababona lolo suku uConstable Sadiki no Sergeant Mohola isizathu salokho ukuthi umuntu sasihamba naye wayeboshwe naye sasimbophe sisonke.
I'm unable to recall all the names of the people that were there, but I can only specifically say that I recall the names of Constable Sadiki and Sergeant Mkhoda, because the person that were arrested had all participated in the arrest.
Constable Munareng, Constable Mapumulo, Constable Jonathan were not there.
And Constable Munareng, Mapumulo, no Jonathan, babengekho.
Angisakhumbulisi kahle inkosi yankantolo ngicela ingizwele seside lesikhathi.
I'm unable to recall. I'd like to ask, beg for consideration, because this is a long time ago.
Okay. So, but you vividly sure about these 3 crew members?
Kodwa ke laba bathathu kunesiqiniseko sabo.
Nesiqiniseko.
Yes, I'm absolutely sure.
Accused number 1. All right. At Eraton, what time did you arrive there?
So now, mani Eraton nafika ngasikhatsini.
Isikhathi angizazi ngisibheke kodwa besekuhlwile.
I did not look at the time, but it was already after dark.
At approximately after 8.
Ngenza ukuthi kwakuwe mhlambe isikhathi so 80.
Njoba ngisho anginaso nje isiqiniseko.
Like I said, I do not remember clearly.
So the reason why I'm asking, the handcuffs that you have put on accused number 1 were still there in the position of his body where you put them.
No, uthi ngifuna ukuthi ke ozankosi babesekhona lapha emzimbeni wakhe lawo mfake khona.
Cha. Kuyoba nesikhashana la umangalelwa esesathu ukuthola kuye ngasethunjini so naye ubehla.
No, there was a time when the suspect was given food, so he was eating at the time.
Yes, thank you, sir. That's why I'm asking along those lines.
Ebese ngicela ukuchaza ukuthi ke masiqeda ukudla sasingasekho isizathu sokumuthi simfake ofskonyela ngasemuva ezaphambili.
After eating, there was no longer any reason why he should keep him handcuffed from the back, so the handcuffs were moved to the front.
Okay. When he was eating, he was using a hand.
That's correct.
And the handcuffs were still in his hands.
No. No, the handcuffs had been removed, and he was eating, and we were also discussing.
You were there in one of the offices in Eraton. It's your evidence that at some stage you went out.
Many wedding in my office as Eraton, when Ben is cutting and up Pumakon. No, we stayed at the car park, if I remember.
That's the reason why I'm saying he was inside the building, one of the offices in Eraton. You went out and stayed at the parking lot.
No, yeah, no, I'm part of the building, parking. That is correct.
Who was escorting the suspect at that time?
Masiqeda Sergeant Mkhola nathi masiqeda ungena nabo phakathi ebuilding sesiyazi ukuthi ku safe siyaphuma ke thina simshiya nabo.
When we knew that the suspect was safely inside the building, we then left them there.
Now, I'm following your evidence. He was eating. After he ate, then he got out of those offices.
Angilaleli ufakazi bakho uthi wayedla and wait message where ukudla ke nasiniyaphuma ngaphandle.
Asingayi ehlanganise le ndaba.
let's not confuse this matter.
Sidle eFoslorus police station ngaphandle.
We had our food at the First Lord's police station outside.
Not at Eratin.
No.
So, is it still your evidence that in Eratin he was still handcuffed?
So far as back to Eratin, where Safagi was and goes. Yes, but they were in the front.
All right. You can estimate the period or the time in which accused number 1 was still inside the offices in Eratin. How many hours?
Angeke ngikwazi ukwenza lokho ngoba kwamina ngangikhathele. So angeke ngikwazi nje ukuthi ngifike ngifanisele okanye ngicabange.
I wouldn't be able to do that because at that time I was tired. So I wouldn't be able to estimate.
But from where you were parking or where you parked, from that position, you were in a better position to see the offices where accused number 1 was.
That is correct.
So you never lost any sight of the movement of accused number 1 whilst he was kept in that office.
That is correct.
Immediately thereafter, you traveled back to Pretoria.
Ngicela ukuchasela inkantolo la ukuthi kube nesikhashanyana njengoba silapha eRathini ngihlele emotweni engathatha ngaso isithongwana.
I want to inform the court that while we were at Eraton, there was a time when I took a nap.
Then Constable Sadiq uyena ke obebhekile.
Constable Sadiq was the one that kept watch.
All right, let's give you that. I won't say it's a benefit, but you took a nap. When you woke up, that was the time when you had to travel.
That is correct.
So who went to Pretoria? Was it yourself, Constable Sadiq, Sergeant Mohola, and who else?
Constable Sadiq, Sergeant Mohola, nobody futhi
ngizofakazela Sergeant Mohola no Constable Sadiq ngizobafakazela. Abanye bakulezinye imoto angeke ngisakhumbula kahle ukuthi kungobani.
I'm unable to remember who else was in the other cars. All I can say is that I remember Constable Sadiq and Sergeant Mohola.
All right, let's get into the nature of conveyance of accused number 1 from Eratin to Pretoria.
Sikhulume ngokuthola kamsolo uqala ukusuka eEraton ukuya ePitoli.
He was transported with was he transported with your motor vehicle or with the vehicle of Sergeant Mohola?
Manje lapho eseya ePitoli wayehanjiswa imoto yakho noma wayehanjiswa imoto kaSergeant Mohola?
Sergeant Mohola.
And as Sergeant Mohola's car?
Was she alone as an officer?
Why yedwa yini iphoyisa lapho?
Cha bengikhona lapho phakathi emotweni.
I was inside that car.
The accused was also inside that motor.
So lana yakhona ngaphakathi emotweni?
Umsolwa yebo.
That is correct. The accused was there.
Mr. Sadiq, Constable Sadiq.
Oh, Constable Sadiq.
Hamba nge-BMW.
He was traveling in the BMW.
All right. Upon your arrival at Pretoria, you went straight to Villaria. Am I correct?
That is correct.
So according to the document that were given by my learned colleague for the state, it bears the date Sorry, it bears the time of 1:40. Can you confirm that?
Not here, Petro, Constable Sadiq, it kwaku 140. Ungakwazi
Not Sadiq, Mr. Interpreter.
Sorry.
The document that the notice of right that was given to the witness by my colleague for the state, SAP 14A. Do you see it?
Manje lengathi SAP 14 there, a notice of rights. What did you say about it?
So do you notice the time stipulated?
I can see the time there.
Can you confirm that it was 1:40?
We have ukuthi kwaku 1:40 lapho.
Ngavumelana naso impela bese.
I agree with the time.
Thank you. That was now the 31st of May 2020.
Mhla 31 kuMay 2020.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
It could be more than 14 hours from the time he was arrested up to the time he was detained.
Kungaba kuthi ama-hours awo 14 ukusuka ngesikhathi eboshwa ukuyofika nalesi sikhathi ezovalelwa ngaphakathi.
Bengabali.
No, I was not counting.
It could be because I'm not also calculating. I'm just estimating.
So I nami ngiyaqagela nje kodwa we are in agreement.
14 hours.
Yeah.
So you're the one who read those rights?
Yebo ngamfundela.
Yes, I'm the one that read the rights.
And the accused signed and he understood the rights that we
manje umsola ke wasayina ngoba wayezwisisile lo wamchazela wona.
Mangichaze kule nkantolo ehloniphekile ukuthi ngamtshela amalungelo akhe nomseshi okanye umphenyi wecala naye wamtshela amalungelo akhe.
Let me explain to this court that I read him his right and the investigating officer also read him his rights.
So the main person who was explaining the rights was the investigating officer or yourself?
Manje ubanike kule nina ababili owayemchazela kahle ke amalungelo akho kumseshi noma kuwena?
Kwakuyimina saseludlala kaMagebe kwe.
Yeah, I was the one that was reading his rights and we're using the Zulu language.
All right. Now we are detaining the accused person. Was he medically checked if he had no injuries?
Manje masenzovalela kumsola wahlolwa yini emzimbeni uthi akalimalanga?
Kuwumthetho ukuthi wonke umuntu oboshiwe abantu abasebenza emasayilini la kuvalelwa khona abantu bamhlolisise umuntu ukuthi ulimele yini okanye une zikhalazo thize na abakwazi kumthatha uma elimele.
It is a requirement for the people who are in the cells to check the suspect for injuries or for complaints, because they are not supposed to accept him if he or she is injured.
All right. Let's just run away from the general practice. Specifically on the day, was he examined medically?
Asiphumeke kokujwayele ukwenziwa ngikhuluma ngololu lasiqonde ngokulolu leli langa esikhuluma ngalo wahlolwa yini ngalelo langa
abelingahlukile namanye amalanga wahlolwa.
No, it wasn't different from any other day. He was inspected.
Okay. It's early hours in the morning. You booked in accused number 1. Do you remember accused number 1 making any statement?
Manje kusekuseni ke nibhuka umsola uqala ngaphakathi uyazi yini ukuthi khona statement asense?
Cha, angikwazi lokho.
No, I don't know about that.
My lord, maybe agenda 14. It's quarter to 12. Quarter to 12, man.
Okay, up to 12 o'clock then.
1st of June 2020, have you rendered any assistance for the transportation of accused number 1? 1st
June 2020. Nasiza yini ekuphelezeleni umsolo wokuqala?
Ngicela inkantolo inkhumbuzo ukuthi sasimphelekezela kusukela kuphukela.
I'd like to ask the court to remind me where we were escorting him from to where.
All right, from Valeria to Tembisa Court.
Ukusuka eValeria uya eTembisa Court.
Tembisa Court.
Tembisa Court, my lord.
I see.
It was the first appearance of accused number 1, appearing on the warrant.
No, I'm unable to recall.
All right. Then there was on the 5th of June.
Ngomhla 5 June.
He was transported from Valeria, I would say, when he was at Albertine police station.
Why so I say Valeria, why say Albertine police station?
Ngangikho eValeria.
Wow.
Angekho kulo convoy.
No, I was not in that convoy.
But there's an evidence that you led to the effect that in Albertine renovation was underway.
Khona nje ufazi ukuthi Albertine kwakhiwa.
Yes, ngangasuka eValeria.
No, but I was not coming from Valeria.
Where were you coming from?
Nansuka.
Sase patrol around the area.
We were patrolling around the area.
Oh, but you were present on the 5th of June at Albertine.
Kodwa ukhona ngomhla 5 June Albertine.
Ngaphandle kwe police station yabo.
Yes, outside the police station, yes.
You have never been inside the police station.
Anzange ningene ngaphakathi kwe police station.
Cha, mina ngizange ngizengena phakathi.
No, I did not go into the police station.
Were there any members, according to your observation or your knowledge, that were inside the CSC?
Khona amanye members ngawulwazi lwakho ayengaphakathi kwe CSC.
Anginalo ulwazi lalo.
No, I do not have any knowledge about that.
Okay. The evidence of Lieutenant Colonel Khadebe was to the effect that upon his arrival, there were Metro Police officers inside the CSC, which was next to the cells where accused number 1 was kept.
Umfazi buka Lieutenant Colonel Khadebe uthi wathi mafika lapha uthola ukuthi khona ama Metro Police ayekhona lapha eCSC eduze kwamasela la umsolo uqala ekhona.
They then moved out of the CSC office.
Baphuma ke kula CSC office.
Angeke ngophikise lokho.
I'm not able to dispute that.
All right. So were you part of the convoy that was escorting Colonel Khadebe and the suspect?
Omunye yini abaphelezela uColonel Khadebe noMsolo?
Cha.
No.
So your role ended at Albertine police station outside.
Shuthi umsebenzi wakho waphela eAlbertine police station ngaphandle?
Cha.
No.
Elaborate more.
Chaza kabanzana.
Umsebenzi wami njoba ngangishilo kwakusebenza around the area kodwa makuphunywa leyo convoy lekhulunywa ngayo bengasiphathiyayo but benga kulezo indawo lezo abangakuso.
Like I said, I was working in that area on that day, but when the convoy left, I was not part of that convoy. I was just within the same area.
All right. It's fine. On the 6th of June 2020, have you rendered any escort services
Mhla since June 2020 wa banomsebenzi wokuphelezela.
Cela ukukhumbuza ukuthi kusuka lapho kuyaphi.
When accused number 1 was taken to his original home, his parental home at Mahlabatini.
Umsola umethathwa iswa kube ekhaya la kuhlala khona abazali bakhe eMahlabathini.
Cha, angekho.
No, I was not there.
All right. Were you part of the escort service of the 8th of June 2020 when accused number 1 appeared for the second time in Tembisa Court?
Uma umsola oqala eyovela kwesibili eThembisa Court umhla 8 kuJune 2020 wawukhona yini?
Ngicela ukuchazela inkosi enkantolo ukuthi isikhathi seside kakhulu angisakhumbuli kahle.
I'd like to say to the court, it is the time is too long and I'm unable to recall.
All right. Lastly, on the bookings relates to the booking of the 19th of June 2020, which was done by Sergeant Mkhola when accused number 1 was booked out for investigations on the 19th of June. Were you also involved in that?
Manje ke wayingxenye yini yangalelo langa mhlazane ngomhla ka-19 kuJune 2020 uSergeant Mkhola mezokhipha umsola eyokwenza uphenyo wawukhona yini?
Njoba ngisho angisakhumbuli.
Like I said, I'm unable to recall.
Thank you, my lord. No further questions.
Thank you.
I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon, my lord. I forgot that there's accused number 2 also on the evidence, and to put the version of accused number 1. I'm so sorry. All right. Accused number 1. His version is that on the 30th of May, 2020, approximately 1 during the day, he was in company of 2 gentlemen whom they were standing inside a particular yard.
Umsola uqala uthi yena ke umhla 30 kuMay 2020 wayenezinye insizwe ezimbili and bameme kwelinye igceke.
When they saw this Golf 7
mabezobona le Golf 7
on the opposite street,
ime kulomgwaqo ngalena kumgwaqo,
and somebody alighted from that motor vehicle.
But khona ko umuntu waphuma kule moto.
As they were attracted to the car that they saw, that person came out of that motor vehicle and proceeded to a spicer shop.
Lo muntu masabhekile le moto waphuma umuntu wayehamba espaza.
Yes, he bought bananas. He brought back bananas and water. Can you comment on that? Sorry. Okay, sure. Can you comment on that?
Ufuna ukuphala ula ngalokho?
Cha, angikwazi ukuphawula.
No, I'm unable to comment.
So soon thereafter, I noticed motor vehicles who were more or less 7 in number.
Uthe emva kwalokho wabona imoto ezingaba esikhombisa.
5 of the... May I approach accused now? All right. Mr. Buthelezi, accused number 1 instructed me to put this version that when he was approached by the police officers, the Metro police officers, he was taken to his place after he was asked as to who does he reside with. And he said his uncle.
So lokuqala ukuthi wathathwa ngophoyisa la ehlala khona emva kokuthi ambuze ukuthi uhlala nobani wayesethi yena uhlala nomalume wakhe.
Akunjalo.
That is not true.
All right. Police proceeded. His uncle was not found in the house.
Bathi ke azange bamthola umalume wakhe endlini.
He was then taken to the Tabong municipality area,
Wayesethathwa ke wayesa eLithabong.
where he was beaten until he messed up himself.
Lapho afika washaya khona waze wazingcolisa.
Ngicela ukuchazela inkosi yenkantolo ukuthi okokuqala ukhuluma ma.
I'd like to explain that for starters, he is not speaking the truth.
Okwesibili ngiyacabanga ukuthi umuntu mangamshaya ufike kuleso sizathu leso kuyodingeka ukuthi ahlolwe athole udokotela.
I think that if a person is assaulted to that extent, they would require the assistance of doctors.
Let's just follow the version. I appreciate your submissions.
Ngiyakuzwa lokho kusho kodwa akasilalele lokho kubekwa umsolo.
And you have a right to comment.
The witness is responding to your session.
That's correct.
He's got the right to do that.
That's why I'm saying
because
you have a right to
you
comment.
elicited. You're putting a version to him. He's responding to that version. Please.
You have a right to comment, as I've indicated.
Unemvume ke ukuthi uphawule njengoba bese ngishilo.
Yeah.
He further informed me that that was the reason for him to go and change the clothing.
Eqhubeka ke ethi ke isona isizathu sokuthi afune ke ukuyokhumula impahla agqoke ezinye.
Akulona iqiniso la.
That is not true.
The door was kicked open.
Nyongo wakhe ahlela ukuze uvuleke.
His check was searched.
Umkhukhu wakhe ke waseshwa.
And he was taken further to, he was transported to Fosloras,
Asethathwa ke iswe eFosloras.
where he was further assaulted
La qhubeka khona ke ukuthi ashaya.
and demanded to tell the truth
Futhi ke bebethi akakhuluma iqiniso
about the death of Senzo Meyiwa.
mayelana nokushona kuka Senzo Meyiwa.
Engithanda ukuchazela inkantolo ukuthi ngalesikhathi nangalomzuzu ebenginommangalelo asikho isikhathi ephambi kwesolami la akayashaywa khona.
I want to explain to the court that at the time and in that minute when I was in the presence of the accused, there was no time when he was assaulted.
So he was further assaulted at Diepkloof police station.
Kwaqhubeka washaya eDiepkloof police station.
Ngizophinde ngichaze futhi ngendlela ummangalelwa asho ngayo ashaywe ngayo. Angicabanga ukuthi bezokhona kuyohlala emaseyili bekumela esibhedlela.
Well, I also want to continue to say that in the manner which the accused says, alleges he was assaulted, he wasn't going to be accepted to stay in the cells, and he would have been taken for medical help.
Yes. The nature of the assault or the nature of the torture concerns the tubing of the accused.
Indlela ke ayahlukunyezwa ngayo ukuthi kumfaka ishubhu la ebusweni.
Hey, angikwazi ngokwenza lokho, angazi nje ukuthi ukhuluma.
I don't know what you're talking about. I do not know how to do that.
He was forcefully made to sign a confession.
Twake waphoqwa ukuthi akasayende ukuvuma isono.
Amanga futhi nalawo.
That is also not true.
So after that, he was taken to Villere.
Emva kwalokho wasethathwa ke useyiswa eVillere.
Ngisacacisa. Umangalelwa azange abekwe isandla.
I'd like to clarify again that the accused was not assaulted.
Umangalelwa ubexoxa nami.
The accused was discussing with me.
Anginomsebenzi ukuthi ngomnakekele umangalelwa.
I had a duty to look after the accused.
Because kuko konke bekuzokwenzakala kumangalelwa bekuzobekwa phezulu kwamahlombe ami.
Because anything that was to happen to the accused was going to be placed on my shoulders.
To also deny that he was at some stage at Deep Kloof police station.
Yaphika nokuthi khona isikhathi laba abakhona Deep Kloof esipoyiseni.
Cha angiyazi indaba se-Deep Kloof.
I know nothing about the issue of Deep Kloof.
On the 5th, you said you can't remember anything of the 5th.
Awukhumbuli lutho ngomhla ka-5.
Saside lesikhathi.
It's a long time ago.
At the moment, that will be the version of accused number 1.
Yiko ke lokho kubekwa umsolo wokuqala phambi.
Can we start with the evidence relating to accused number 2?
Asikhulume ngofakazi obuhambelana nomsolo wesibili.
Have you seen it before?
Wakwambona?
Ngiyacabanga kanye okabili.
I think once or twice.
Can you recall the first day you saw him, or the first day? Yeah.
Ungakwazi ukukhumbula ukuthi wambona nini okokuqala?
Ngicabanga ngathi kuse Boksburg court.
I think it was at the Boksburg court.
Can you remember the day of the Boksburg court?
Salikhumbula usuku le court yase Boksburg?
Cha ngisalikhumbula.
No, I'm unable to recall that.
What do you remember about accused number 2 in Boksburg court?
Yini ukukhumbula umsolo wesibili eBoksburg court?
Ngalesikhathi lesana lesipavulele indlela. Bebebalethe.
At that time we were clearing the way when they were brought there.
Accused number 2, when he was brought to Boksburg court, where was he coming from?
Where so I pick a mess on the Boksburg court? I have no knowledge.
So at what stage did you start escorting or opening the traffic?
Manje naqala nini ukubavulele indlela?
Masiceliwe.
When we were requested?
On the 24th of June.
Beg your pardon?
On the 24th of June.
Kwakumhla 24 June.
Angisazi
Was it in Pretoria, in Boksburg?
Kwakuyilapho esePitori noma eseBoksburg?
Angikhumbulisa kahle bese Boksburg.
If I remember correctly, we were in Boksburg.
Okay. Upon your arrival in Boksburg court, you said you parked at the back of the entrance of the court.
Manje kufikeni kwenye eBoksburg court napaka ngemumva la kungenwa khona ngemumva?
Akuse ngemuva ipassage elikuvumela ukuthi ungene ngaphakathi bese sesana ngeparking.
No, it is not behind. There is a passage that allows you to go into the place.
Okay, let me just describe what I know about Boksburg court. It's a court and there's a parking in front of the entrance, the big parking. Are you referring to that entrance?
Manje ke angizama ukukhumbula ukuthi kunjani lapha ecourt yaseBoksburg. Ngathi parking lapha enkulu ngaphambi kwe-court.
Kunesango ke ekungena kulo amabanjwa okanye amaphoyisa.
There is a gate through which the suspects or the police are allowed to go in.
Do you remember how many of you who were escorting on the day?
So I'm unable to recall.
You can't even estimate.
Do not want to lie.
All right. There's something that you said when Mrs. Cronier saw you.
Mrs. Cronier.
Mrs. Bani.
I do not know the surname of that lady.
All right, let's just put it straight and say the white lady that you saw.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yes, I do remember.
There's something she said when she saw you.
Yeah.
Yes.
What was it?
What in it?
Nagcwala kangaka yasethusa.
Why are there so many of you? Are you trying to intimidate us?
All right. You cannot speak from what she thought. This is what she said.
That is what I heard.
Were you armed? Heavily armed?
La kule team engisebenza kuyinjwayelo ukuthi sehlome.
It was the normal way that we functioned within the group with which I work, that we're always armed.
As per the evidence of Constable Jonathan, he had a rifle and a 9mm.
Constable Jonathan, which were in school, 9mm.
Were you also in possession of the same armament?
Rifle ibisebova ngihlele emotweni pistol belikumina.
The rifle was at the back, sitting in the car, but the pistol was with me.
Can you recall or have you heard that white lady asking for your appointment certificate?
Appointment certificate.
Ake ngicacisele inkosi enkantolo la ukuthi umama lo omhlophe engikhuluma ngaye ngiyacabanga nje ukuthi umama bekuwumuntu ube lapha ecourt ubeyikhulumela nje.
I think the lady that was speaking to us, I think it was just a lady who was just talking.
It never came to pass to know that she was the magistrate.
Kimina bengeke ngize ngicabange kanjalo futhi kimina ubengabukeki kanjalo.
No, I wasn't going to think like that because to me she didn't appear like that.
All right. So there's nothing much you can say about what actually transpired on the 24th.
Yeah.
That's correct.
On the 19th of June 2020, did you see accused number 2 on that?
What was happening on that day?
So you never reported on duty?
Sengicela ukubuza inkosi enkantolo ukuthi nge-19 zaka June 2020 kwakwenzakalani.
No, what I want to know is from the court is what was happening on the 19th of June 2020.
I'll get into that, sir. All right. When you were reporting on duty, were you in possession of your pocketbooks? Where do you record all the events that occurred on that particular day?
Chasisele inkosi enkantolo ukuthi yebo ama-pocketbook siyawaphatha kodwa kuba nesikhathi la umqashi aphelelwe imali singakhona ukwathola ama-pocketbook.
Well, we do carry pocketbooks, but there are times when the employer fails to buy the pocketbooks for us.
But you render services to the public.
Kodwa ngiyaqhubeka ngokwenza umsebenzi emphakathini.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
As an officer, you are expected to record every incident which occurred during the scope and course of your employment.
Manje ke njenge-officer kufanele ubhale konke phansi ukuthi kwenzekeni ngesikhathi usemsebenzini.
Kufanele kube njalo.
It is supposed to be that, like
So
that.
in your case, something has been omitted.
Ushuthi ke ohlangothini lakho khona okungenziwanga.
Hayi ngokwenhloso.
It was not purposeful.
Yeah, we can't. I'm sorry to entertain something that is not relevant to your evidence. On the 19th of June, you can't tell the court whether you reported on duty or not.
Ushuthi ngomhla 19 June awukwazi ukutshela inkantolo ukuthi weza noma uzange uyini emsebenzini.
Inkinga la ukuthi angikhumbuli ukuthi kwakwenzakalani.
My problem is that I do not remember what was happening.
Ingakho ngihlule ukuchasela lenkantolo ukuthi ngangikhona emsebenzini okanye ngangingekho.
That's why I'm failing to explain to the court whether or not I was aware.
May I refer to the evidence of Mr. Jonathan?
Ngicela ucaphuna lapha kumfazi bukababa Jonathan.
Maybe it will share some light.
Mhlambe kungakusiza ukuthi ukukhumbule.
His evidence was that he was at Moroka police station
Ufazi bakhe buthi babese Moroka police station
around 6 in the morning
kwaku 6 ekuseni
on the 19th. Yeah, at 6:30 on the 19th of June 2020.
wafa 6 ngomhla 19 June 2020.
Cha, ngangisemsebenzini phela.
Yes, I was indeed on duty.
So you were also present at Moroka police
So
station.
we should ukhona ke nawe Moroka police station.
Cha.
No, I was not.
Where were you exactly on the 19th? If maybe that can shed some light.
Wawulaphi ke ngomhla 19 mhlambe lokungasiza ukuthi kubonakala ukuthi kwenzekani.
Sasenza crime prevention and freeway patrols, free or highway patrols.
We're doing crime prevention and highway patrols.
Where?
No.
Along N12.
Kumgwaqo until.
Okay. From what time until what time?
So ngasiphi isikhathi uyasiphi isikhathi?
Mqondweni wami nje mangicabanga kwakusekuseni khona.
I think it was in the morning.
In the morning until what time?
Kuyofika ngasikhatsini?
Bakube sinikwe umsebenzi wokusebenza lo msebenzi lo fanele ku last day amahora ayisishiyagalombili.
Well, if we're given that, we're tasked to do that, it must have been for 8 hours.
More or less from, you reported from what time? 6 o'clock, 8 o'clock?
Nangenani emsebenzini ngalelo langa?
Ngo-6.
We started at 6.
That would be, your knock-off time would be 2 o'clock.
Shuthi ukushayisa kwenu kwakube kungo-2 o'clock.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
So at no given stage, as you have indicated, you saw yourself in Moroka police station.
Usho ukuthi awuzange uzithole nje ngalelo langa useMoroka police station?
Hayi cha. Ngacelwa ukuthi futhi again ngivulele ithimba elalisuke ePitori liyakhona indlela.
Well, I was also asked to clear the way for a team that was coming from Pretoria.
Can you recall an incident or any movement or transportation of accused number 2 from Moroka police station if you were to open the traffic to Foslorus court?
Uyakhumbula yini ukuthi mhlambe nacela ukuthi nizame ukusiza umsolwa usibili ukuthi asuke eMoroka station aye eFoslorus court?
Ukuthi kwakuwubani wayehanjiswa ngalelo langa ngangazi ukuthi umsolwa oqala okanye wesibili ngangazi.
I won't be able to say who it was transported on that day whether it was the first accused or second accused. I
kodwa
wouldn't know.
sasikhona isicelo sokuba susa leyo nqola eMoroka soyichithela
But
simixe Foslorus.
But there was a request for us to escort that car from Morocco State Police Station up to Fosluoras.
But you never participated, or you never part of that convoy.
Kodwa ke uzange ke uhambe nalezo zimoto lezi sesilandelana.
Okwethu nje ukuvula indlela bafike la bafika khona sihlukana na.
No, ours is just to clear the way for them to arrive where they are going, and then we depart from there.
All right, now at least there's something that you can recall about the 19th of June. When did you see accused number 2 on the 19th of June?
Mhla 19 June wambona phi umsoro sibili?
Asange sike sidibane nokudibana.
No, we never met.
What car were you driving?
Ohamba ngayiphi imoto?
Yo,
sorry?
Angisakhumbuli kahle.
I'm unable to recall.
So you can't dispute if somebody say you were driving a white Nissan, what do you call it, a hard body.
Awukwazi ke ukuphikisa uma kuthiwa uhamba nge-Nissan white body emhlophe.
Ngingakuphikisa lokho ngoba ngizange ngayidrive lo moto 30 minutes.
I would dispute that because I've never drove that car when I was in our team.
Can you recall the car that you were driving then?
Ukwazi ukukhumbula ukuthi ushayela yiphi imoto?
On the 19th of June.
Ngomhla 19 kuJune.
Ngicela ukuchazela enkantolo ukuthi ziningani imoto esengiyishayelile kodwa ngalelo suku lo angisazi ukuthi ngangishayela yiphi imoto.
Well, I want to explain to the court that there are quite a number of cars that I have driven, but I wouldn't be able then to say which specific car it was that I was driving.
So who was with you on the 19th of June when you were...
Ubani kwaye nawe ngalelo langa likamhla 19 of June?
Mangikhumbulisa kahle ngathi uMaphumulo.
If I remember correctly, I think it was Mapumo.
Was it him alone?
Why?
Yeah.
That's correct.
Okay. Let me just put the version of accused number 2, because your testimony relating to the incident occurred on the 19th is that much limited in terms of the evidence given by previous witnesses.
Ubufakazi obulethiwe mayelana nalolu langa buncane kakhulu lobo lethiwe abanye ufakazi.
Accused number 2 was arrested on the 16th of June 2020. It was a holiday.
Umsolo wesibili waboshwa mhla 16 kuJune 2020 kwakuyiholiday.
I'll just concentrate on the evasion where you were involved, according to him.
Ngizogqila kakhulu ke la wena owawubandakanyeka khona ngokusho kwakhe.
Accused number 2 was in company of Sergeant Mkhale and Mohane and Sergeant Mapena.
Umsolo wesibili wayehamba Sergeant Mkhale noMahane noMapena.
They were traveling with a white Toyota Fortuner.
Babehamba ngeFortuner emhlophe.
Can you remember?
Ukukhumbula lokho?
iFortuner ngiyayazi ukuthi phakathi bekhona abanangazi.
I know the Fortuner, but who was inside the Fortuner I do not know.
Did you see the Fortuner on that day?
Wayibona yini iFortuner lelo langa?
Ngangivulele indlela yebo.
Yes, I was clearing the way for it.
From where to where?
Sukaphi uyaphi?
Ukusuka kwe-N12 ukufika eMoroka kusuka eMoroka uke Foslorus.
From the N12 to Morocco, from Morocco to Fosluoras.
N12, does it passes through Albertine, or is it the freeway alongside of Albertine?
N12 iyangena eAlbertine noma idlula eceleni noma seAlbertine?
Iseceleni.
It's outside Albertine.
So Accused number 2 was traveling with Sergeant Mkhano and Sergeant Mabena when they stopped next to a garage, a filling station.
Umsolo sibili Sergeant Mkhane noma Bena uma bezoma ngase garage ethize.
Ayi bengekho lapho.
I wasn't there.
That's where he alleges that he was. Sorry, that's where a call was made. Sorry, let me put it this way. After a telephonic conversation with somebody didn't know who he was, suddenly you and Mapumulo appeared.
Njengoba ukuthi ke kube nocingo lwashwa bekhuluma nabantu angabazi wena noMaphumule nabe seniyaqhamuka.
Kusenkantolo ngicela ukwazi ukuthi okokuqala ko-N12 akho garage.
Well, for starters, there's no garage on the N12.
I'll give the description of the place where the garage was, or the way the garage is. If you are driving from N3, from Vosloorus towards Johannesburg.
Mama N3 usuke Vosloorus uya eJohannesburg.
The first off-ramp is Straight View.
La uphuma khona kulo mgaqo oqala usuke ungena Straight View.
The second off-ramp is Albertine.
And then musungena ke kwesibili off-ramp ingena Albertine.
There's a bridge, railway bridge. After that railway bridge, there's an engine garage on the left-hand side.
Khona ibhloko ke likaJantshi stimela emva kwalokho ke kune garage lapho.
According to the description of accused number 2, in terms of the place, is the area around that garage.
Ngokuchazayo kamhla umsolo sibili ngaleyo ndawo kuseduze kwaleyo ndawo.
Can you say something about that?
Khona ufisa ukuphawula ngalo?
Akukho engakuphawula because angazi ukukhuluma.
No, I wouldn't be able to comment because I don't know what you're talking about.
On that particular route, there is a board indicating Albertine, a direction towards Albertine.
Khona kuleyo ndlela khona ibhodi elikhombisayo ukuthi kuye Albertine.
The garage that I'm referring to is along that road. It's on the side. That's where you arrived with Constable Mapumulo.
So Constable Mapumulo.
You were traveling with a white hard body.
Usizo salinika belukuthela wayeka uN12 sibavulela indlela singazi nokuthi phakathi kwaleyo nqola bekukhona abani bekhuluma noMabena.
No, we were traveling very fast on the N12 and we didn't even know who was inside that the vehicle, me and
before you arrived. Oh, sorry, Mr. I'm done. Before you arrived, the first members that arrived was Jonathan and another colored male person.
I won't dispute that.
Why you are not disputing it?
I did not see them, I wasn't there.
All right. There was accused number 2 was taken out of the Toyota Fortuner and put into the motor vehicle driven by Jonathan.
Constable Jonathan.
I'm
unable to comment on that because I have no knowledge of it.
Mr. Mabena sat inside that motor vehicle where accused was put at the back of the motor vehicle on the left hand side.
Mabena wasala kuleyo moto ngemumva la sola efake khona ngemumva ehleli ngakwesokunxele.
You were standing outside the door, the right rear door was open, and you were standing next to accused number 2 when he was seated at the rear of that motor vehicle.
So umnyango wangemumva kuleyo moto ngakwesokudla ovulekile na umile lapha eduze kaMsola wesibili ngesikhathi ehleli ngemumva kuleyo moto ngakwesokunxele.
Ngiyashwa lokho angikwazi.
This is the first time that I hear of that. I have no knowledge of that.
Sergeant Mabena was in possession of a plastic which was written Truwords, which was silver, that was used to cover the face of accused number 2.
Can I just get the name of who was having the plastic?
Sergeant Mabena.
Sergeant Mabena kuthiwa uphethe uplastic oyisilver obhala ukuthi Truwords ayosebenzisa-ke khona lapha.
Hayi ngicela ukutshela inkosi enkantolo angikwazi lokho.
I'd like to inform the court that I have no knowledge of that.
Constable Jonathan was seated on a front driver's seat.
Constable Jonathan wayehleli esihlalweni somshayeli sangaphambili,
facing towards the direction of the accused.
ebhekeke la ekuhleli khona umsola.
He then released the front seat of the driver towards the knees of accused number 2.
Manje kuthiwa wayesesunduza-ke isihlalo sikamshayeli esunduzela ukuthi secindezela amadolo kaMsola.
Angeke ngikwazi ukuphawula ngalokho because kusengoyimithiyo angikwazi konke lokho.
I'm unable to comment on that because I have no knowledge of that.
And your role was to block the accused person from getting out of the motor.
Umsebenzi wakho kwakuvalela umsola ukuthi angakwazi ukuphumela ngaphandle.
Ngisachaza namanje angazi lento ekhulunywa ngayo futhi kumina kuzwakala njengamanga.
Still want to insist that I have no knowledge of what is being said, and to me it sounds just like a lie.
Kuzwakala njengephutha ngiqolisa rhoqisa kuzwakala njengephutha.
I'd like to correct that. It sounds like it's a mistake.
Okay. Accused number 2, after he was beaten, tortured, and chopped with the plastic, you would then had a meeting, informal meeting after he did not actually confess that he had a knowledge on the death of Senzo Meyiwa.
Manje umsola wayesehlukunyezwa ngalo plastic emva kwaloko nanomhlangano manibona ukuthi akavumi lokena nemthosa kwabo.
Amanga lawo.
That is not true.
Iphutha lelo.
That is not true.
Azange be nomhlangano.
There was no meeting.
Azange sihlanganyele nabanye abantu kwaye noMabena azange sihlangane ngalelo suku lelo.
We did not speak. We have a meeting with anybody. We didn't gather with anybody. That includes Mabena. We did not see each other on that day.
uMabena ugcine ukukhuluma nami ngoncingo angicela ukuthi ngumenzele indlela ngumvulele indlela.
Mabena last spoke to me on the phone when he was requesting me to clear the way for him.
You're referring on the day of the 19th.
I think that is the day that we're discussing.
Let's proceed. You then proceeded, all of you, with all these 3 cars. You proceeded to another place next to a dumping area towards Albertine.
So nasensuka-ke ngiya endaweni la kwakuindawo yokulahla izinto ekuthiwa ngesingisi dumping place yase-Albertine.
Angikwazi lokho.
I have no knowledge of that.
The there are steel tanks, 2 steel tanks, and
Kunamatank ayenziwe ngensimbi lapho.
there are stairs, sort of stairs, iron stairs or steel.
Kuthiwa kunala kukhona kunama steps elona enziwe ngensimbi.
Consisted of poles, steel poles.
Kuthiwa ke futhi ke lezi tebhisi lezi sezenziwa ngamapipe ensimbi.
Can you say something?
Khona ngakusho ngalawo.
Akukho engakuphawula.
There's nothing I can comment about that.
Upon your arrival at that time, at that place, accused number 2 was handcuffed from behind.
Athi uma senifikile kuleyo ndawo umsolo sibili wayefake izandla zingemuva.
He was wearing a yellow t-shirt and a jacket.
Wayegqoke i-t-shirt yellow nebhanji.
With the writings Impala Platinum.
Impala Platinum.
Can you recall that?
Yakhumbula lo?
Angizange ngihlane nomangalelo wesibili ngalelo langa.
I did not meet with the second accused on that day.
So benge ngize ngazi ukuthi ubegqokeni kuphi enobani.
So I won't be able to say what was he wearing and where would he be and then with whom.
So you all alighted from the vehicles, then some Constable Mabena removed the handcuffs from behind or from the back.
Kumake motweni Constable Mabena wayesekhipha uZankosi abasosala ngemuva.
Then the jacket that accused number 2 was wearing was ordered to take it out, to take it off.
Thake umsolo sibili watshela ukuthi akhumule libhantshi aligqokile.
Ngiyaxolisa ngeze ngaphawula angikwazi konke lokho.
I'm unable to make a comment because I have no knowledge of that.
So
I apologize for that.
Okay. Yes. The assault further continues there. And the
Qhubeka ukuthi ashaywe nokuthi afakwe neshofu.
Ake ngicacise kwinkosi yankantolo ukukhulu kuyithoba. Angikhumbuli ngalolo suku lolo kube khona umuntu phambi kwami obeshaywa okanye ehlukumezwa ngaluphi uhlobo.
I do not remember an incident where someone was assaulted on that day or when someone was being harassed in any other way.
So one of the members was in possession of a container which contained water.
Ngalelo langa omunye wayephethe isitsha esase namanzi.
Which was poured, this water was poured in the front body of accused number 2.
Ke lamanzi ke umsolo sibili wathelwa ngawo la emzimbeni ngaphambili.
Angikwazi ukuphawula ngalokho angikwazi.
I'm unable to comment about that because I have no knowledge of that.
And there was a small device that was used to electrocute accused number 2.
Khona into esetshenziswa ke ukuthi umsolo sibili ke abanjiswe ngogesi.
Angikwazi lokho.
I have no knowledge of that.
The participant using that device was yourself, Constable Jonathan, and Constable Mabena.
Wayesenza lo mshini kwakuwena no Constable Jonathan no Constable Mabena.
Amanga lawo.
That is not true.
Yakulona iqiniso.
It is not the truth.
During the course of that tubing, Mr. Mohan, Sergeant Mohan or Constable Mohan did not participate.
Thake uSergeant Mohan wayengena ingxenye yaloku kushawa kukaMsola ngaleso sikhathi.
Angikwazi konke lokho okhuluma.
I have no knowledge of all of what you're saying.
Then Brigadier Kininda and another gentleman who was wearing the cross belts or Chris belts arrived together with Sergeant Mohola.
So wafika yenye indoda yayigqoma Chris Bande no General Kininda no Sergeant Mohola.
Laba babizwa phambi kwenkantolo ngalolo suku angizange ngidibane nabo.
Though all those that I met, I've never met them on the day.
Then you had a discussion with Brigadier Kininda.
So I was talking of Brigadier Kininda.
There's something that before I put it as a version. During the course of chopping and assaulting, accused number 2 was bleeding from his nose.
Ke ngalesi sikhathi ke ezovaka ishophu umsola wesibili wayopha emakhaleni.
And Sergeant Mohane said, yekelani demand.
Jake uSergeant Mohane wathi yekelani le ndoda.
Cha mina ngikwazi lokho.
No, I have no knowledge of that.
On the arrival of Brigadier Kininda, there was an instruction. He came out with the documents.
Azange ngidibane no Brigadier okanye Sergeant Mokhona okanye nendoda leyo sigaqa mabhande ekhulunywa ngalo lo suku.
I did not meet the Brigadier and Mohola and that other man that is mentioned on that particular day.
Wearing braces. Wearing braces.
Why come across band?
Yeah, because as I can see, it escapes you that weight. Brace band, what were braces?
Braces. Thank you, my lord, for the. My lord, it's 1:05.
Mr. Mnisi laughs. I know brims and I know braces. They say it's 1 o'clock. Mr.
My lord, it's 1:05.
They say it's 1:05.
That's correct, man. Can't you add it? We take the long adjournment.
I have no knowledge of that.
Where they found Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu.
Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu. I have no knowledge of that.
Colonel Rapadu was inside the hospital and he gave the keys to his wife.
I have no knowledge of that.
And he got into the car, to the Toyota Fortuner. They traveled with the accused, Sergeant Mkhano and Sergeant Mapena.
What I say again, Gule Fortuna was a hamba no Mapena, no Mohan. I have no objection and no knowledge of that.
They went to Orlando. They proceeded to Orlando, where they parked next to a dumping area.
Orlando la bafika kupapa khona eceleni kwendawo leyo dumping area.
The accused also noticed the ATM machines that were no longer in use.
Umsola ke wabona ke nale machine le ama ATM yayingasasebenzi.
Upon as they were in that place, Brigadier Kininda arrived with the white BMW
Bese lapho ko Gininda waza ehamba ngeBMW emhlophe.
Cha angikwazi konke lokho.
I have no knowledge of that.
All right. Then after that, the assault of accused number 2, it continued up to the place, and upon the arrival of Brigadier Gininda with his white BMW, he opened the boot and sat on the edge of the boot.
So kumsolo ke kwaqhubeka kufika kuleyo ndawo wathi ke mase fika uBrigadier Gininda wavula ibhoot yemoto ahlala khona la phezulu kwebhoot.
Cha mina angikwazi konke.
I have no knowledge of that.
Then he took out some documents.
Wabe ke esekhipha amaphepha athize
and gave them to Colonel Rapadu.
Wanika uColonel Rapadu
for accused number 2 to forcefully sign those documents.
Ukuze kuphoqelele umsolo wesithupha wesibili ukuthi akawasayine.
Angikwazi konke lokho.
I have no knowledge of that.
So in the nutshell, this is the version of accused number 2.
Kusho ukuthi kafushane ke iloko kubekwa umsolo wesithupha ukuthi kwenze izinto zonke zenzeka ngaleyo ndlela.
Engakusho nje mina ukuthi angikwazi konke lokho lento umsolo wesibili akushoyo.
All I can say is that I have no knowledge of what the accused number 2 is saying.
My Lord, that will conclude my cross-examination.
No, you're not yet through, sir. You remember you said accused number 2 when he was at Tembisa with his two colleagues. He says there were 3. He says there were 2. He says there were 3, including himself. So a red motor vehicle. This red motor vehicle went to buy bananas. And then while they were looking at this motor vehicle, then 7 motor vehicles came. While they were still surprised, then 5 of these motor vehicles, then you forgot about it. 5 of these motor vehicles, what did they do?
My Lord, that was accused number 1, my Lord.
Yeah.
But I refer to...
No, I'm finishing it because I made a note.
All right.
And then you went to consult your clients and...
Oh, I beg your pardon. It slipped my mind.
Yes, I know. That's what I'm reminding you.
If we get back to Tembisa, where accused number 1 was arrested, there were 5 officers who were not wearing uniform. The other 8 were wearing uniform.
Inkosi enkantolo mayikwazi ukuthi besibathathu laphayana kuyimina qobo lwami Constable Sadiki no Sergeant Mohola abangaqhokile uniform nalabo abanye cha ngibazi.
I'd like to inform the court that there were just 3 of us. It was I, Sergeant Mohola, and Constable Sadiki. Those that you are mentioning were wearing uniform and those that were not wearing uniform, I have no knowledge of those.
And the cars were not parked around the place where accused number. They came walking to the area where accused number 1 was arrested.
Talking motor zange spy la babe mekhona beza behamba ngeenyawo.
Angaphazami imoto sibhake masimbona maqondana naye.
If I'm not making a mistake, we parked the car when we saw him adjacent to where he was.
My Lord, I think I've covered it.
Okay, fine, yeah. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Right, Mr. Nisi. Thank you. Mr. Mumalu.
Thank you, my Lord. I have no questions to the witness. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Mshololo.
Thank you, my Lord. Sir, let's go to Exhibit TT1. Exhibit TT1, my lord, is the notice of rights of Mr. Muzi Sibiya, my lord, accused number 2.
Yes.
Thank you. You said you have it?
Sure, name. I have it.
Okay, let's start with paragraph 1. What did you explain to the accused?
Manje ke asiqale lapha paragraph 1 wathini ke kumsolo?
Mangumtshela amalungelo akho ukuthi unalo ilungelo lommeli.
I told him that he has the right to a lawyer.
Read paragraph 1.
Oh.
Funda ke paragraph.
You have a right. You have the right to consult with a legal practitioner of your choice, or should you so prefer?
No. 1 is 1. Paragraph 1 under the notice of rights under that heading.
You are being detained for the following reasons.
Yes.
Dealing in drugs.
Interpretation. Okay. You see the date? This was the 31st of May.
31st of May.
Am I correct?
Kunjalo.
Okay.
That is correct.
And you have testified that you have found the accused in possession of unlicensed firearm. Is that your evidence?
Ammunition, not firearm.
Sorry, my lord. What is not correct?
That he was found in possession of a firearm. That is not his evidence. His evidence was that accused number 1 was found in possession of ammunition, not firearm.
As the court pleases, my lord, can I just rephrase that, my lord? You remember at the time when you arrested the accused and you went inside his house?
What did
you find? What did you find in this possession?
I found live rounds.
Okay. Is that charge included in paragraph 1?
Paragraph 1? It is not included.
Okay. Let's go down to the certificate by detainee.
Certificate by detainee.
Can you just read it into the record? That paragraph. Certificate by detainee I, Moses Sibiya. Continue.
Name of the detainee. Hereby certify that I have been informed in Zulu.
Yes.
It of my rights in terms of the constitution.
Yes.
As set out above. By Sergeant Mohola. The name of the person who informed the detainee. And that I understand the contents thereof.
You see, this is contrary to what we have said here in this court. The form itself, it says who the person read the rights to the accused, and it's not yourself. Am I correct? Unless if the form is wrong.
Kungayiphutha ukuthi kuthiwe mina angishongo ngoba ngabhalanga. Akusho ukuthi ngoba ngabhalanga ngikushongo lokho.
It would be a mistake to say that just because I did not write, I did not tell the accused of the rights.
If I remember very well, in your testimony you said when you explained these rights, the Sergeant Mohole was next to you. Didn't you say that?
Sergeant
That's your evidence. Yes. Then now I'm saying, when you explained these rights, were you referring to this form? Am I correct?
I was telling him his constitutional rights,
which are contained in this exhibit. Remember, this exhibit was submitted to the court because it was explained by you in the presence of Sergeant Mihole.
kwa uSergeant Mogola naye umtshelile.
That does not imply that that Sergeant Mukula did not tell him herself.
Okay, it's fine. The document speaks for itself. It's clear that you are not the one who explained these rights. Let's go down. Certificate by third person as a witness if required.
You
testify that when you explained the rights, there was a witness next to you, which is Sergeant Mohole.
Correct, unjalo.
And why is that part is not completed? To say there is a witness who was next to me when I was explaining these rights.
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi nesilunda lapha kubhale ukuthi if required uma kufuneka. So bese ngeke isizathu la.
It is even written here in English, if required.
Yeah, we want
but there was no requirement.
We want proof that these rights were explained according to what we have said to this court. But this document does not confirm what you said, does not confirm that there was any witness. It could have been Sergeant Muhale, it could have been someone else. That witness is not the content, the details of that witness are not contained here. Am I correct?
Yes.
In other words, there is no witness who can confirm that these rights were explained by yourself as you testified to the accused.
Ngisasho namanje kungayiphutha uma kubekwa kanjalo ngaphambi kwale nkantolo.
Well, I still reiterate, it would still be a mistake if it is put before this court in that fashion.
Yeah, the form says it's all.
Form kazagonke.
Ithi form uma kubalulekile.
The form says if required.
Don't worry, let's leave it for argument. We're done with these exhibits, okay? It shows that the rights were not explained. That's why it is contradicting like this. Then, firstly, when you were asked by Sergeant Mohole to assist them, you are the member of the Metro Police, and Sergeant Mohole is a member of the SAPS. What kind of the duties you were requested to perform?
When I get Nancy's SAPS, yiphi imisebenzi ufanele niyenze?
Make ngichazele inkosi yenkantolo ukuthi umsebenzi owenziwa eSouth African Police Services neMetro Police umehluko kungaba mncane and umehluko khona we-investigation.
I've never asked that.
Yes, mncane uyafana.
Let me just explain that the difference between the work that is done by the SAPS and Metro Police is very small.
You know what, Constable, what's your rank?
Constable.
For how long have you been a constable?
Since I got
My Lord, can I please ask for intervention here? Both they are talking to each other and I'm completely left out.
My apologies, my Lord. Okay, let's correct the year of service. For how long have you been working as the constable in the Metro Police?
Over 20 years.
No promotion, nothing.
Over 20 years.
Okay.
Let's see what the relevance of that question is.
Okay. My question was...
I'm sorry, my colleague. Whilst we are at it, Advocate Msholol is putting propositions to the witness, for instance, that the fact that the notice of right was not signed by the witness TT1 shows that the rights were not explained. I don't know what the basis of the submission is, whether she has instructions to that effect because counsel for accused 1 and 2 never put that proposition to the witness. We did not take issue with her at that stage, but we just want to sound or signal our intention to indicate that we don't think that is the correct thing.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Sholo.
My Lord, I said I will leave that for argument, what is contained in this document, my Lord. Thank you, my Lord. Constable, I put question, you answer. You understand that?
Ngicela ukuthi mangikunika umbuzo uphendule. Uyakuzwisisa lokho? I do.
If the question is not clear, you ask me to repeat. You don't ask me.
Uma umbuzo ungacacile, ngicela ukuthi ngiwuphinde.
Okay?
I understand.
My question was, what was the request? What were you requested to do? What kind of services you were required to perform as a Metro Police officer when you were asked by the member of the SAPS?
Umbuzo wami uthi wawufanele wenzeni? Wawucela ukuthi wenze nhlobo yomsebenzi. Uma ucele ukuthi usize njengephoyisa lase Metro ucelwe abakwa basesiphoyiseni sase South Africa iSAPS.
Umsebenzi wami kwakuyobopha.
My duty at that time was to go and effect an arrest
nokumvikela umseshi
and to protect the investigating officer.
Okay. Do you have a written permission authority for that day?
Unayo yini imvume ebhaliwe yalolo suku?
That was authorized by your supervisor.
Supervisor
that you are tasked to go and perform these duties in Tembisa. Under this case.
I did not require that authorization letter.
Do you have it? Yes or no? Did you have it? Yes or no? Did you have a written authority, written permission, written instruction by the head of your department or your supervisor to say you are instructed to go and perform these duties?
Unayo yini yebo noma cha incwadi ebhalwe usuperintendent wakho ekugunyazayo ukuthi ufanele uhambe uyokwenza lo msebenzi eThembisa? No.
And there is no supervisor who had given such authority that you must go and render the services in Tembisa.
Futhi akekho supervisor owikunika lelo gunya lokuthi ufanele uyosebenza lo msebenzi eThembisa.
Khona.
Is there?
Yes. Who is that supervisor?
Ubani ke lo supervisor?
Vishan Singh.
It is Vishan Singh.
Okay, how did he give you?
Wakunika kanjani ke lo mlayalelo?
The instruction to go and render the services?
Ngocingo.
Umyalelo ukuthi uhambe uyokwenza lo msebenzi?
Okay. No problem. Vishan Singh is still going to come and testify in this court regarding that authority, whether you had authority to conduct the duties that you conducted on the 30th of May.
Vishan Singh usazosayina inkonzo azochaza ukuthi awuvunyelwe yini ukuthi uwenza lo msebenzi eThembisa.
Okay. Let's move on.
Asiqhubeke.
Sergeant Mukhale had the warrant of arrest in his hand. Am I correct?
Sergeant Mukhale wayephethe warrant of arrest ngesandla akunjani?
Sergeant Mukhola.
It is Sergeant Mukhola.
Yeah.
And you executed the duties as per that warrant of arrest.
So manje wena wenza umsebenzi wakho uhambisana naleyo warrant of arrest.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
And is it correct that when you executed those duties, you found accused number 1 outside the premises?
Manje umwenza ke lo msebenzi wakho wathola umsolo wokuqala engaphandle kwegceke.
Wephakathi egcekeni ngaphandle kwendlu.
He was inside the yard, out of the house.
Okay. And how did you know, how did you find out that out of the 2 that you found, who was accused number 1?
Manje wazi kanjani ke wena ukuthi kulabo ababili imuphi umsolo wokuqala?
ngohlobo lwempahla besitshelwe ngalo abezigqokile.
We had been informed of the colors and the types of clothes that he had been wearing.
Okay, so in other words, you were convinced that the person who was in front of you, it fitted the same description that we have been giving.
So
when you approached him.
That is correct.
And when you apprehended him, you had no doubts about his identification.
There was a doubt.
What? What doubt?
That is the reason why we asked him his name.
Okay, what else did you ask?
We asked him if he has his ID on him.
Oh, okay. And the other one?
We didn't ask him anything.
Oh, okay. Why?
We were already certified that we had found the one that we were looking for.
Okay. Is it correct that after accused number one had responded and had given you his names, you were supposed to apprehend him and take him to the cells? According to the warrant of arrest that you were executing.
I was following the instructions of the investigating officer.
Oh, okay. But in terms of the warrant that you were executing, you had apprehended the person, you were then supposed to take him and go with him.
I agree.
Okay. Do you know anything called search warrant?
Yes, in the episode search warrant.
Yes, yes.
I know it very well.
Did you have a search warrant?
No, search warrant? No, we did not.
Okay. How come did you search the accused house without a search warrant?
When I search warrant. We were not there to go and search.
Okay, what were you going to do?
We're looking for an ID.
Yes.
Yebo. We did not find the ID where he had initially directed me to.
Did you have handcuffs after we have apprehended accused number one?
No, listen, can you please repeat that one?
Did you have handcuffs at the time when you apprehended accused number one?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you handcuff him as you had asked him to lie down or to sit where you were apprehending him?
That is correct.
Yes. Then what caused you not to tell him to get the ID book and bring it to you? Because you did not have the search warrant.
Angeke uze umuntu oboshiwe umkhulule uthamba olanda umazisi wakhe.
You cannot release an arrested person to freely go and fetch their ID.
Okay, it's fine. Let's move on for the sake of progress. But do you confirm that those ammunition that you recovered from the accused number one's house, you recovered them when you did not have a search warrant, when you did not have the permission to search the house?
There are various instances where provision is made for a warrantless search, and it is incorrect to put the proposition that my learned friend is doing to the witness.
Yes, Mr. Shulman.
My Lord, I think this one is not complicated because it's direct to the witness to say, do you agree with me that when you recovered what you recovered, you did not have a search warrant to conduct a search at that time, my Lord?
As I understand, Mr. Baloyi, that is not the only exigency of the law. Are you saying that there are various categorizations of what you can do when you are suspecting that an offense has been committed or is about to be committed?
Yes.
But the witness can answer this one, my lord.
Well, Mr. Malloy is making a point of law. Is that so, sir? Maybe
Yes,
I'm wrong.
indeed, my lord. Unless those issues are first fleshed out, where the law makes provision for a warrantless search, one cannot start by asking this question.
Okay, let's proceed.
My lord, I cannot refer this witness to the provisions of the law. I rather leave it for argument, my lord. Thank you. Let's move on, sir. I need clarity on this one. At what time did you apprehend the accused for the first time when you executed the warrant of arrest?
Ngidinga incazelo ke kulokho. Nambopha ngasikhatsini umsolwa uma senizombopha nge-warrant of arrest.
Angisasikhumbula isikhathi.
I'm unable to remember the time.
Was it in the morning, during the day, in the afternoon? We know the date, it was on the 30th day of May.
Kwakusekuseni kuyisemini laliselitsha iliyangumtsha wendoda waseyazi date ukuthi kwakuyini.
Kwakusemini.
It was during the day.
Okay. It was during the day, and when was the accused detained into the police custody?
Manje umsolwa kwagcina efakwe nini ke emaselini?
If you still remember.
Uyakhumbula?
Ngicela uphinde umbuzo.
Can you please repeat the question?
When was the accused detained?
Umsolwa kwagcina efakwe nini emaselini?
Ntathakusa.
In the morning.
Oh, okay. So from the time when he was arrested up to the early hours of the morning, you were present?
Usho ukuthi ukusuka ngalesikhathi eboshwa umsolwa uze kuyofika le ntathakusa wawukhona wena?
Yebo.
That is correct.
Okay. And when this notice of right was explained, you see the date is written 31 May 140. You see the date there?
Yes, that's correct.
Were these rights explained on the same day or on the following day? Or they were explained when he was detained?
Lawa bhaliwe watshelwa wona ngalesikhathi.
The written form was filled at that time when he was being
Did you hear the question?
Can you please repeat?
When were these rights explained? Were they explained when he was detained? Or at what stage were these rights explained?
Amalungelo wona watshelwa nini? Watshelwa ngesikhathi eseboshwa ufaka phakathi noma nini?
Lawa wawatshelwa eyofakwa emakhamandeleni lawa.
These ones where he was told when he was going to be put into the cells.
So it means you arrested the accused during the day, and for the whole afternoon and the night up to 1:40, that is, he was only detained. Am I correct?
Manje kushuthi ke wena uthi umsolwa waboshwa emini wase ke hlala zonke lesisikhathi azayotshela amalungelo akhe eseyofakwa emaseleni ebusuku.
Kuyiphutha lokho.
That is not correct.
Yeah, that's why I was asking you, because I need to understand this document. That's why I related.
Ngifuna uzwisisa kahle ukuthi kubhalweni le document.
At what stage was this document completed? Was it when?
Le document iyagcwaliswa nini?
Because I want to understand this date.
Ngifuna uzwisisa kahle ukuthi le date yani.
And the time when you detained accused number 1.
And futhi ngesikhathi sokuthi umsolwa ke wavalelwa nini?
If you can't recall, it's okay.
No.
Kwazi ukukhumbula kulungile.
Ngicela ukungakhishwa enkantolo. Uqwembe lolu lwagcwalisa ngalesikhathi esishicilelwe la.
This form was filled at the time which was written here.
Yeah, what was happening at that time? Were you detaining him or he was not yet detained?
Manje ngalesikhathi kwasekwenzeka ke yena senimvalela noma engakayi kuyovalela.
Ubesevalelwe.
He was being detained.
Oh, okay. That's why I'm saying, so it means from midday on the 30th up until early hours of the 31st, that is only when the accused was detained for the first time.
usho ukuthi kuswa emini wa umhla 30 wahlala kwazi kwaba esentathakusa umhla 31 kwayimayivalele.
Qiniso lelo.
That is correct.
What was happening all this time?
Bekwenzeka nini ngasonke lesikhathi?
Abaphenyi bephenya.
The investigating officer was still investigating.
Okay, no, it's fine. Thank you. Let's move on to the day when you escorted accused number 2 on the 24th of June to the magistrate at Boksburg. You remember that incident?
Can you please repeat?
The incident of the 24th of June 2020, when you escorted, I don't know whether you escorted, but when you were present, when the accused number 2 was taken to Boksburg Magistrate Court. Do you remember that incident?
Sakhumbula ngomhla 24 June 2020 umsola eyiswa eBoksburg ema-ofisini eManji.
Ngiyakhumbula.
I remember that.
Okay. You testified about the remarks that were made by the magistrate when he first saw you on the passage.
Upawulile ngaloko kwasho uManji ngiqala ukunibona.
About the fact of being many and heavily armed. You remember those remarks?
Ngokuthi nani baningi futhi nihlomile.
I'm not sure how you related to it, but you said the magistrate said, why so many? Are you intimidating the accused or herself? I want to get clarity on that. What exactly the magistrate said? Did the magistrate
As a court, please, I don't think that question is correct. The witness has spoken, he never mentioned the magistrate, he spoke of a
white lady.
A lady.
Whom she didn't know.
And secondly, he did not speak of a corridor. He mentioned an area, an entrance that is used by the police and as well as the prisoners.
Yes,
okay, thank you, my lord. Well, where you were standing when you say you saw a white lady, was it next to the office of the magistrate? Where exactly was that passage? I need to understand now, because the accused that you were escorting was taken and escorted up to the office of the magistrate. So where were you standing where you saw that white lady?
Nanimephike ngalesi sikhathi nibona lo mlungu lo ngoba nathi ulo umsolwa waphelezelwayo wayiswa ehhovisi likaMagistrate. Ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi nanimephike ngesikhathi nibona lo mlungu.
Uma ungena enkantolo ngegate.
If you enter the premises of the court using the gate,
la khliswa khona kamabanjwa.
That is an area where the suspects are taken out of the cars.
Okay. Jonathan testified that he escorted the accused also up to the office of the magistrate where he was waiting outside.
Jonathan ufazi wathi baphelezela umsolo ukuyoze uyofika ehhovisi lika magistrate.
Were you with him or you remained behind?
Awunaye noma wasala wena?
Ngasala mina.
I remained behind.
Where?
La.
Sakwele emotweni sayopaka precinct.
We went back to the cars and went to park at the precinct.
Yes, but the evidence of Jonathan is that he stood outside the office of the magistrate.
Manje ke ufazi kaJonathan kuthi bona bama lapha phandle kweoffice likaMagistrate.
And according to Jonathan's evidence, he said there are police officers, there are other members of the metro who did not want to give their appointment certificate, and those members were Constable Butelezi, Constable Mapumulo, Constable Monareng.
Uthike ukhona amaphoyisa angazange anike uMagistrate incwadi zabo zokuqashwa koku Constable Butelezi, Mapumulo noMnareng.
Ngangengekho phakathi ehhovisi okanye ngaphandle kwehhovisi lakamanje.
I was not inside or just outside the office of the magistrate.
Did you give your appointment certificate when you were asked to do so?
why keep any appointment letter Nobody asked me for my appointment letter.
So it means Jonathan was mistaken when he mentioned that there was Constable Telezi, Constable Mapumulo, and Constable Munareng.
We should take away when they put again Jonathan Matthew Labo Constable Butelezi, Constable Mapumulo, no Constable Munareng.
He put him back.
That is a mistake.
And also Jonathan further testified that those officers left and waited into their cars. And according to your evidence, you said you left the premises and waited outside the premises at the Metropolis offices. Am I correct?
Jonathan Otiena Lamaya Mapoisa Habayo Linda Langapante when you take Navile Nasuga na Pindela na hamba neopanga a precinct. That is correct.
Okay, so you see the difference. Jonathan says those police officers, including Constable Teles, which I believe it's yourself, left and waited in their cars.
Lamaya Mapoisa Fano Constable Teles Bapu Ogushu when I But
you are saying you did not wait in the cars, you went outside.
But when you Tanzania Motensen, Napumela upon
Mkazoguti asingenanga office laga manche aspaga ngemoto asisiyanga kulenda okamanche saphuma ngemoto sayopaga precinct.
I'm trying to explain that we didn't go into the magistrate's office. We did not park at the parking there. We took the cars and went out to the precinct.
Yes, I know that, but that's not what I'm asking from you. It's the difference. Two statements. That Jonathan testified that those police officers, including yourself, went into their cars. That's what Jonathan testified in this court.
Umbuzo ngiyakuzwisisa lokho ukuthi umbuzo ula ekutheni uyawubona yini nomehluko ukuthi Jonathan uthi nahamba nahlala emotweni wena uthi naphuma nahamba na precinct.
Yes, which is which?
Yikuphi okuyikona?
Which one really occurred according to your
ngendlela wena ufuna ukuchaza ngayo yikuphi okwenzeka?
Okwenzeka ukuthi angisizange thina sangena phakathi manje.
What happened is that we did not go into the magistrate's office.
Bathe nasebona ukuthi seba safe saphuma ngemoto sayi precinct.
When we noticed that they were now safe, we then went out with our cars to go and park at the precinct.
No, I'm not asking about the office of the magistrate.
I'm asking
about the issue of those police officers, including yourself, waiting in their cars.
Yes, we did wait in the cars.
Oh, okay. You did not now go to the metropolises outside the court premises.
Ngicela ukuchasela inkosi enkantolo ukuthi ngithi saphuma la endaweni zakamanje sayopaka endaweni emetropolis eseduzane nendawo kamanje.
What I'm trying to explain is that we went out of the magistrate's building and the yard, and then we went to park at the Metropolis precinct, which is very near.
Okay, no, it's fine. I will note that. Let's move on for the sake of progress, Constable. When you saw that lady who made remarks, you were heavily armed. Am I correct?
Nanihlome kakhulu, akunjalo?
Ikunjalo.
That is correct.
And the accused was amongst yourself, am I correct?
Umsolwa wenani, akunjalo?
Cha, akunjalo.
No, that is not correct.
Where was the accused at that time?
Where laphi umsolwa?
Nalaba bebaphambili.
He was with those that were in front.
Who were those?
Go Oban.
Angisakhumbula utho oba.
I'm unable to recall who it was.
Okay. How did you find out that the accused was done with what he was doing inside?
No, zikanje nathola kanjani ulwazi lokuthi ke umsolo wayeseqedile ngalokho ayengene ukuyokwenza le ngaphakathi.
Jonathan bekakhuluma nathi.
Jonathan was communicating with us.
Okay, it's fine. Then let's move on to the incident wherein you went to escort accused number 1 to Albertine, SAPS. You remember that incident?
Asikhulume ukuthi na Perez Ranja umsolo uqanisa Albertine. Sakhumbula?
Yakhumbula.
I do remember.
Okay. It is your evidence that you remained outside the premises of Albertine SAPS. You did not enter inside the CSC.
Nahlala ngaphandle kwegcela se-spoiseni sase-Albertine zange ngene ngaphakathi akunjalo?
Kuyiqiniso.
That is correct.
Is it also evidence that when you were waiting outside there, you were heavily armed?
Iqinisweni ukuthi mani sekhona lapho nanihlome kakhulu.
Or maybe just to say you were armed the way you were armed?
Asithi ke nanihlome ngale ndlela nanihlome ngayo.
Iqiniso.
Okay.
That is correct.
And when you escorted accused number 1 to that place where they went to, you were also armed?
Uthi ke noma niphezela umsolo uqala umeyala eyakhona nanihlomile.
Ngicela inkosi silungisele yoku-escorta.
Okay.
Can we please correct this issue of escorting?
Yes, you can correct it.
Besingayisi part yabantu beba-escorta.
We are not part of the group that was escorting.
Okay.
Besilapha buduzane uma kuzoyenza ukuthi siyadingeka.
We were always remaining close by just in case we would be needed.
Oh, okay. But you were together with the convoy?
Kodwa nanihamba nayo ke le convoy.
Cha, kuyiphutha lokho.
No, that is not correct.
Okay. When they were at the scene wherein they were working, wherein Colonel Hadebe was working with the photographer and accused number 1, you were also not there?
Lapho khona uKolonel Hadebe senza nomsolo naningekho khona lapho.
Sasingekho.
No, we're not there.
Okay, it's fine. May the court just bear with me, my lord. Just a second. Thank you, my lord. I have no further questions to the readings.
Thank you. Any re-exam?
Just two aspects, my lord. In cross-examination by counsel for accused number 5, regarding as to what happened when you saw the lady who made the remark, can you just clarify where exactly did you see the lady?
Manje khona umbuzo obuza umeli kamsolo losihlanu ukuthi nani lapho ngesikhathi ke nizobona lo muntu wesifazane wayelaphi ke lo muntu wesifazane nani lapho
ongena egayitini ngizoyibiza i-driveway ngaphandle kwebhilidi.
When you enter into the premises using the driveway?
Yes.
Ngaphandle kwebhilidi.
That is outside the building.
And in cross-examination by counsel for accused number 1 and 2, you said she did not appear like a magistrate.
uthe wena umbuzo umbizo umsolo ummeli kaMsolo oqala nowesibili uthe wena akazange abonakale njengemanje
akufikanga na yebo
that is correct.
And just to clarify that aspect, did you go up to the passage where the magistrate office is situated, or did you remain there at the entrance? The entrance reserved for police and prisoners.
Manje siqiniseke lapho ukuthi wena why noma uzanguye yini la ephathisini la kungena khona la kunomnyango wehhovisi lika la kunehhovisi lika lemanje noma waphelela la eminyango la kungena khona amaphoyisa neziboshwa
ngaphelela eminyango.
I went only as far as the door.
Now, counsel for accused number 1 and 2 made allegations of assault against you. Has there been any criminal charges that have been laid against you?
Manje ummeli kaMsolo oqala nosibili uthe abasola bebekhala ukuthi bashaywa. Manje khona yena amacala nathi sona okushaya.
Cha alikhe ngilazi ya.
No, I have no knowledge of such a case.
Were there any complaints lodged against your employer, the Ekurhuleni Metro?
Kukhona yini icala mhlambe kukhona ndo kwabekwa kumqashi wakho uMetro Police?
Cha.
No.
Thank you, my lord. Those are the only aspects.
Thanks. Maybe strictly speaking, this has got nothing to do with this case. But just for background, have you ever heard of accused persons being transported with the normal vans of the state? Police vans being taken to court in the morning or being taken from court in the afternoon. Do you understand?
My lord, I think I missed something.
Has he ever heard of an exigency where when the accused are either taken in the morning to court, transported in a van or the big trucks, or taken away from court towards the police cells or jails?
Wake wezwa yini ngokuthi khona isikhathi lapho abasolwa bethathwa khona ngamaveni amakhulu lawa amaphoyisa eyiswa enkantolo zemanje noma ukususwa enkantolo zemanje kusetshenziswa nozona lezi moto bephindiselwa ejele?
Yeah.
Yes.
They are being hijacked by supposedly either their comrades or colleagues or whoever, and the police being shot with AK-47s. Have you ever heard of that?
Wakwezwa yena ukuthi khona la okwenzeka khona ukuthi amaphoyisa ahlaselwe mhlamba abangani noma abanye nje abantu abehlasela la amaphoyisa aphelezela abasolwa ngibhamu izibulo AK-47.
And those prisoners being released or the accused being released
futhi ke
by these AK-47 wielding good Samaritans.
Kusho ukuthi ke nababoshwa neziboshwa ke zizikhulu lesikhulu yibo labantu abaphethe ikhale njengo AK-47.
Yebo ngiyazi.
Yes, I've heard of that.
Now, tell me, when it is put to you that you were heavily armed, what's your view? When you say you're heavily armed, if there's a possibility after what I've sketched to you, being attacked by AK-47 wielding persons, and you come with a .38.
Manje ke uthini ke wena uPaula uthini ke emva ukuthi ngibele lesi sithombe sokuthi khona bathwala ama AK47 bayozama ukukhulula noma bakwazi ke nokuthi bakhulule iziboshwa uthini ke wena ukuthi nihamba nihlome ngalendlela enihlome ngayo niphethe mhlambe point 38
ya isona isizathu esenza ukuthi sibuke ngendlela esibukeka ngayo nanoma siphethe lezo ipawu sibuke ngalendlela.
That is the reason why we appear as we appear to people. We're armed in that fashion.
Well, the court can take judicial notice of what the court has put to this witness, because this exigency has even happened in court, inside court. Judges were locked into their cupboards when, it's about 8 months back, six or 8 months back, when AK-wielding persons, released persons in the Johannesburg court shot some of the guards at the entrance. The courts were adjourned. The judges, including this one, were told to hide in our wardrobes. So I'm taking that as judicial notice. Not that it affects this case, it applies to this case. I'm saying that exigency happens. It's a reality. Any questions arising from that? Mr. Gomezul. Well, let's start with your colleague here, Mr. Baloyi. You heard of that exigence?
No questions from me.
And the Johannesburg court?
Yes, we've heard of such instances.
People were killed actually on the passage there. These guards who check on firearms and what have you, 2 of them, ladies, were blown off. You heard of it?
Yes, we heard of it.
And of course, when these prisoners were taken into the Jubet Street, OK Bazaar, John Stutterfords, getting into the parking lot, they were released. The whole truck full of accused persons from various courts, JP, Cleveland, wherever. They were released. You heard about that?
Yes, that's why we adjourn at 3:30 in this matter to avoid such situations.
Yes, Mr. Ngomezulu, do you know anything about what this court is saying?
My Lord, I've never heard.
You have never?
It's only one incident.
Where do you practice?
But it's only one incident that I remember in Joburg, where the prosecutors were forced to go on top of the roof.
One incident?
By the families of the accused. That's the only one that I know.
Mr. Mnisi, you are a prosecutor. You have never been told to lie inside your cupboard.
I know of the incident, but about the point 38 special can be no match to the AK-47.
Yeah, I think so too. Mr. Ngomalo?
Thank you, my daughter. I've heard about such incidents.
Mr. Mchololo?
My Lord, no, at least no one was forced to make a statement under those circumstances.
No, Mr. Mchololo, you're an officer of this court. You've got to answer with integrity and honor. It's not a joke.
No, my Lord, I haven't had any incident.
And it has nothing to do with making a statement.
Thank you, my Lord.
Yeah, okay. Uniform.
Manje lezi uniform lesenigqoka enigqokayo
No comment.
Manje uma nigqoke niphethe izikhali ezinjengalezo injwayelo yokugqoka leyo uma nisemsenzini?
Yebo.
That is correct, my lord.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, sir. You're excused.
So, ungahamba.
Yes, Mr. Baloyi.
As you can please, my lord, may we adjourn. A copy of the exhibit will be notice of rights, which will be exhibit LL1. We haven't received the copies yet, my lord.
Okay.
And my lord, just to orientate the court on the exhibit MM, as we mentioned, NN. Consists of several pages, my lord. It goes up to page 16. If some of the pages are not legible, we will correct that. Then exhibit MM consists of 9 pages. We have tried to bind the exhibits, my lord, but I see that exhibit MM and NN are right in towards the end of the bundle that has been provided to the court. And Yes, my lord, just once again, we just want to mention that exhibit MM has got certain pages that might not be visible, and that exhibit in fact goes up to page 11, my lord, and not 9.
Okay, page 11.
Yes, up to page 11. And it goes along with exhibits UU1 and 2. Then exhibit NN goes up to page 18. However, pages 17 and 18 already form part of exhibit KK that has already been handed up. And all these are OB entries, my lord, from various police stations.
Okay.
If we can also ask that my colleague Advocate Sibanda be allowed to assist should the need arise, to assist the witness with the exhibits.
I thought you wanted to say something, Mr. Minister.
Yes, just to address the court on one aspect.
You want to?
I'm requesting for an indulgence just to address the court on one aspect relating to this witness.
Okay.
Yes. My lord, it will be remembered that at the onset of at the inception of the trial within a trial, the state made mention of the fact that there are statements that the state would want to prove in respect of accused number 3, 4, and 5. There was a bit of a request for clarification there as to what is it that the state would want to demonstrate to the court on the content of the said statement that the state says it wants to prove against accused number 3, 4, 5. Then the state said it is just the statement, my lord. Now, on the documents that we have been furnished by the state, which are the statement regarding the interview with the suspect, which is the document that the state intends to prove against accused number 3, 4, and 5, we have noted, my lord, that there's a portion where this witness also participated in that document. To be very specific, he participated as a commissioner of oath. Now, before the court could resume, we took this aspect up with our colleague for the State Advocate Baloyi and wanted to clarify with him as to whether or not would then that be the beginning of a testimony on the aspect of admissibility of the document that we mentioned at the beginning of the trial within the trial as they relate to accused number 3, 4, and 5. the answer that we're getting, my lord, is that this witness will not be testifying about accused number 3, about accused number 4, and about accused number 5. But the challenge that we have, my lord, is his name is included in the statement that we were furnished. On the statement regarding the interview with the suspect, his name is also included there. So I'm not so sure whether the state intends to, because the state specifically indicated that this witness will only testify in respect of accused number 1 and 2. I'm not so sure whether the state is then saying that this witness, for purposes of this trial, within the trial as it is happening now, will only concentrate on accused number 1 and 2. And again, within the same trial, within the trial, this witness is going to be recalled to come and say something, if there is anything to be said, in respect of accused number 3, 4, and 5, my lord. That is the clarification that we want to know. And the basis of this clarification, my lord, it's simply that if this witness were to start to say something about accused number 3, 4, and I'm not pleading the case here of accused number 4 and 5 as well, my lord, but we are in the same boat here. But if this witness were to start, as he is being led by the state, to say something in relation to accused number 3, 4, and accused number 5, then we'll go back to the initial argument that we raised at the beginning, my lord, that before a witness starts to testify against accused number 3, 4, and 5, we would want to know exactly, with certainty, as to what is it that the state intends to demonstrate when it leads the evidence relating to the warning statements. In other words, what is it that the state would ultimately want to argue as being the content of the statement that it wants to prove before court, my lord? That is going to enable us to prepare our defense and conduct our defense in line with what the state is going to argue ultimately as to why it actually wants to lead to this information or evidence, my lord. Thank you, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Baloyi.
As you could please, my lord, I have indeed intimated to my colleagues that this witness will be confined to the statements that were made by accused number 1 and 2. Hence, we've been going through the occurrence book entries, and those pertain only to accused 1 and 2. Insofar as the issue is concerned that has been raised by Advocate Nisi, that this witness might have commissioned the warning statement of their clients. Well, firstly, his evidence is not going to touch on that. I've given them that assurance. But secondly, my understanding of their defense during the trial, within the trial, is that their clients did not make any statements. So the commissioning thereof, with the greatest of respect, I don't think is an issue. They're simply saying, they didn't make any statements. So it's then for the state then to show that indeed a statement was made. And we must keep in mind at this stage, my lord, that it's only about the voluntariness of the statement and not the contents thereof. So Advocate Sergeant Mokhane's evidence, should we reach that point about the contents, will only be relevant at that stage if the contents of those statements are disputed. But for present purposes, my lord, we're not going to canvass that.
So these are the statements of accused 3, 4, 5?
Yes.
Because the defense of accused number 3, 4, 5 is that their clients did not make any statements.
Indeed.
But in the same breath, they want to know what is the contents of the statements.
Yes.
Is that what?
It's, well,
it's an oxymoron.
It's a two-pronged.
You know what's an oxymoron?
Two-pronged attack on the warning statements, but we are of the view, my lord, that shouldn't really be an issue at this stage, given their defense.
Mr. Mnisi, what's your response? Because Mr. Baloyi says your defense.
Yes, my lord.
Is that your clients 2, 3, 4, 5 never made statements?
Yes, my lord.
Never made statements.
Yes, my lord.
Yeah.
That is so, my lord. However, that needs to be contextualized. When we say they did not make any statement, I'm not even so sure whether I'm positioned now to disclose what actually happened. But I think ultimately it will have to come to the court, my lord. When I said that it did not make any statement, it does not mean that there's something that is not contained in this document, my lord. There is something that is contained in this document which it does not bear knowledge of. So on the basis of what is contained in the statement, prima facie, there's a statement that was made, but our defense is it did not make that statement. That is what I meant by saying it did not make a statement, my lord. It bear no knowledge of what is contained in here. And the state insists, my lord, that they would want to prove the statement. And I don't think that the state would simply want to prove the statement or the document simply for the sake of it being a document. There is something that is contained in this document that the state would want to demonstrate and bring it to the attention of this court.
Is there any unlawfulness in that aspect? Because this court, if anything is unlawful,
yes, madam,
and doesn't comply with the Constitution, I won't allow it. But I don't know what you guys are talking about. I don't know. All I know is what the state is telling me, that they have a witness who's not going to traverse the evidence of number 3, 4, 5. He's going to testify in respect of the evidence of 1 and 2.
Yes, madam.
And then Mr. Baloyi says, you, as far as he's concerned, your clients, you have told him, did not make any statements. But he is saying your clients made statements. That's it. So that matter be resolved by the evidence. I told you about officers of court to tell this court one thing and the other thing. I mean, what should I do? He says your clients made statements. You say your clients didn't make statements. How will I know? I don't have them here. Let the evidence be led. If those statements are inadmissible, we'll see. If they are admissible, we'll see. I don't know. I can't prejudge the issue here now. Okay.
That is the reason why, my lord, I am standing and saying that in the document where the state alleges that our client made a statement, the name of this witness features. But the state then says, no, don't worry, this witness will not say anything about your client. So we don't know whether we need to cross-examine this witness or what.
Any witness who testifies here, you have a right to cross-examine him or her. Okay.
As it is the court.
Yes, Mr. Baloyi, let's start.
As the court, please, my lord.
Can you say you have sworn the witness in?
Not yet.
Not yet. Please do so.
May it please the court. Ngicela usho amagama akho wonke nesibongo. Asiqale la. Uzokhuluma lokho Spade. Utravelela Spade. Kupawula le mayina akho akamoka le sefana.
Ke nna Vus Umuzi Mohani.
O tla ba le bothata ka o tšea tlamo ya go bolela nnete? No objection to taking the prescribed oath, my lord. Ga e le gore o tla bolela nnete le nnete fela o sena se seng ka ntlha ya nnete e me sa ditso gore modimo a o thuše.
Modimo nthushe.
So sworn, my lord.
Yes.
Is it correct that you are a sergeant in the South African police?
Ke nnete gore o sergeant mo sepodising sa South Africa?
Ke nnete.
That is correct. Ukumoze ukuthi uyiqiniso yena ukuthi usayitsheni esipodising sa South Africa athi yebo kunjalo?
When did you join the South African Police Service?
O thome neng ho bereka la sepodisa sa South Africa?
Ka August 2002 ka di 4.
On the 4th of August 2002.
Can you just briefly set out your career history in the police until now?
O ka re botsa gore o berekile go tloga kae wa di eng mo sepodiseng go fitla go njaje?
Ke joined sepodisa ka 2002 ka ya college.
I joined the police service in 2002 and I went to college. Ga qala esiphoyiseni in 2002 lapho ke engaya khona e college.
Ka wa wona ka fetsa basic training ka boela stationing ka ba focus.
I then finished my basic training and I went back to the station and I became a detective. We should work at college singibuyela ngasingibuyela station esikhumulweni samaphoyisa la ngaba khona umpheli.
Which station?
Station
Bekele Uvel police station.
I was in the Uvel police station. Ngasebenzela Uvel police station.
In Johannesburg?
Yeah, in Johannesburg.
Yes, it's in Johannesburg.
Yes.
Yeah, kusekhona.
Ome o tloga fa o ye ka 2004 bankisha Hillbrow tracing unit.
From there in 2004 I was taken to the Hillbrow tracing unit. Kusuka lapho ke ngayiswa eHillbrow ngesenze tracing unit.
Aro fetsa fa o ye ka boela Uvel gape ka ba focus.
And then from there I went back to Yeovil and as a detective. So lapho ngaphindela eYeovil ngayoba umseshi khona.
Yes, which years?
The early 2006.
It was in 2006. Kokonyaka 2006.
Yes.
Then 2007 I joined Johannesburg Vehicle Theft Unit.
And 2007 I joined the Johannesburg Vehicle Theft Unit. In 2007 ngase ngeqala ngisebenzela iqembu elithiwa iJohannesburg Vehicle Theft Unit.
Yes. 2010 I joined a Provincial Taxi Violence Unit. Colonel Gininda was still a captain there, brigadier.
In 2010
Provincial Taxi Violence Unit.
I joined the Provincial Taxi Violence Unit, which where I met Brigadier Dininza. At the time, he was still a captain. Lapho ke ngo-2010 ngajoyina iJohannesburg Taxi Violence Unit, Provincial Taxi Violence Unit. Ngahlangana ke no Brigadier Gininda. Kodwa ke lapho kwayesokapteni.
Is it correct that Brigadier Gininda is the lead investigator in this matter?
Brigadier Gininda ke na a dirang dinyakišišo ya yo mogolo a dirang dinyakišišo mo kgetseng. That is correct. Yebo kunjalo uBrigadier Gininda uyena ke umseshi omkhulu kulolu daba.
Yes. Omega 2012 ka boela gape Johannesburg Vehicle Theft Unit.
In 2012 I went back to the Johannesburg
Vehicle Theft Unit.
Johannesburg Vehicle Theft Unit. Ngo-2012 ngabuyela ke ku-Johannesburg Vehicle Theft Unit.
Yes. Then 2016 ke joined National Cold Case Unit in Pretoria.
In 2016 I joined the National Cold Case Unit in Pretoria. Ngo-2016 ilanga qala khonsezela i-National Cold Case Unit eLaPitori.
And who is the head of that unit?
Kimang Omogolomo.
The Brigadier Gininda.
It is Brigadier Gininda. Omkhulu ke kuleyo ndawo uBrigadier Gininda uyena umkhuzi walelo qembu.
Yes.
Ngelo go joina unit ye mshomo wa ka ke go collecta di docket go tloga dinageng tsa Afrika Borwa ka moka.
And in my duties within this unit is to collect dockets from all over South Africa.
These
dockets are those that have cases that we are concerned with.
Yes.
Futhi ke lapho ke mina umsebenzi wami ukuhamba ngithatha wonke amadokotela la kwelasemzansi anamacala aqondene nathi.
Now, in total, how many years service do you have? In the South African Police Service?
South Africa. I have 21 years in the South African Police Service. In the South Africa.
Are you part of the investigating team in this matter?
That is correct.
And what do your duties entail in this team?
Which is to be a detective. And it also to investigate the suspects.
Lo di exhibit for downloading.
And also to collect exhibits to take them for downloading. Futhi ke nokuthatha ke izinkomba ziyo download. Also, the very important responsibility is to arrest once we're finished with our investigations. Futhi komunye umsebenzi ukuthi ke ngisiyobopha uma sekuthi sesiqedile uphenyo lwethu.
Can you then tell the court in your own words what happened in December of 2019?
Uga uja hore kamanja hore ho diragetseng ka di December 2019.
Brigadier Kininda we salo colonel. Will a hoeja tshedimosetso ka case ya go bolawa ka Senzo Meyiwa.
Brigadier Kininda got information about the case of the death of Senzo Meyiwa, but at that time he was still working. He was a colonel at that time. Brigadier Kininda wathola ke ulwazi mayelana nokubulawa kaSenzo Meyiwa kodwa ngaleso sikhathi wayeso colonel.
Yes.
And since we're working together, he brought us together and we sat down and discussed this particular case. And ngoba ngisasebenza ndawonye wasibhizi sahlala phansi sayibheka ke licala le.
Yes.
We lo wajolela gore ona le
Yes, so you don't need to go into details. What did you do in December of 2019?
Uskazana la noro which afela hore ho diragetseng ka December 2019.
Really repenya wa tshola lebitso la Bongani Ntanzi.
And while we're conducting our investigations, a name of
Bongani Ntanzi.
A name of Bongani Ntanzi came up. Ngesisa zake uphenyo lethu kwavela igama lika Bongani Ntanzi.
Yes.
Bona le fodi e be re go tsa gore mollo wa me ga mo molatong.
And there was an informer who told us that this man is involved in this case.
Yes,
also,
information was received regarding Mr. Bongani Ntanzi, is that correct? What did you do as a result of that information?
a really ra itshara lo fa se ra ya hlahla ra go tse bona o kragala kae o dirile eng.
We sat down and discussed it, and they wanted to know where he could be found and where and what he had done. Sasihlala phansi siyaxoxa le ndaba safuna ukwazi ukuthi wenzeni futhi nokuthi utholakalaphi.
Yes.
We la kra lo o ba bereka mining o mongwe kwa western area.
It was then discovered that he worked for a certain mine in western area. Sasisithola ukuthi usenza kwenye izmayini ese-western area.
Yes.
O me rile ra monyakishisha ra ska kgona mo kreya.
We tried to look for him, unfortunately we could not find him. Samfuna kodwa ke asizange sikwazi ukumthola.
Yes.
Umme ra kreya lo gore hlodi ya rena rono o shetse a thutile o ile.
Yes, you received information.
Yes.
Did you follow up on the information?
Yes.
Yes, we did follow up on that information. Saseke silandela lolwazi esalunika.
Yes, and what did you establish?
Lelela khwetjeng.
Ra khwetja gore mollo a sa shuma ka kwa mining western area o shetse.
Yes. Yes, you followed up the information.
Yes.
What did you find?
Lelela khwetjeng ga le
We
discovered that he is involved in that case.
Did you try to trace him?
Yes, we did look for him.
Yes.
And as we were looking for him, we also discovered that there are certain cases which he might be involved in apart from this specific one. Sasisithola ukuthi khona eminye amanye amacala atholakala ukuthi ngathi nakhona uyathinteka ngaphandle kwaleli cala.
Yes. Umelo wana rile banyaka melate o era ifumana.
And then we went to look for those cases and we found them. Sasifuna namanye ke amacala ukuthi uyathinteka kuona sawathola.
Yes. And
we went to sit again to discuss with Brigadier Geninda. Asa sesiphinde luke hlapha sesikhuluma no Brigadier Geninda. And also we work with Sergeant Mukhola. Futhi ke sebenza no Sergeant Mukhola.
Yes. Ahora na abuela ibile vale kwa December minyaka re pleke cheka moka.
And from December we looked for him and we looked all over for him. And so ngo December samfuna kodwa samfuna yonke indawo.
Yes, which year?
Late 2019 and early 2020.
Kusuka ekugcineni ka 2019 kuyofika ku 2020.
Yes. Omerile ra mnyaka ra ba khwetsa ile gore sorry o Phukeng, Rustenburg.
We looked for him until we discovered that he stays in Phukeng in Rustenburg. Samfuna saze sathola umkhondo uthi uhlala ePhukeng eRustenburg.
Yes. When did you locate him?
June.
We eventually got him in June.
Of which year?
2020.
In 2020. Simthole ngoJune 2020.
Yes. O megare o ana milate mintšha mega go yona. Re fitla kwa o la lo mogolo gore mnyaka la ona wa Nongoma.
Bona le o mogolo?
Wa case Nongoma.
Oh, Mulando.
Yeah.
Well, since he had many cases, there was a big case that was from Nongoma that he appeared to be involved in as well. Stairs masamfuna sathola nokuthi khona iqhaza elikhulu elivela kwaNongoma nalo athintekayo kulo.
Yes.
then wa ba le nngwe gape ya Fosloras le yona.
There was also another case from Fosloras. It was ukuba nelicala se-Fosloras.
Iseng le la Plawe o mongwe gape le molato.
Not this murder case. Kungelona ke lelicala lokubulala.
Yes. Ome ra ke le go ebele le kana le Sergeant Mabena, the late Sergeant Mabena.
I also mentioned that I was with Sergeant Mabena, the late Sergeant Mabena. Essentially, Sergeant Mabena
And who is Sergeant Mabena?
Come on, Sergeant Mabena.
Sergeant Mabena ki obergal fapela crime intelligence. Most police Africa bor.
Sergeant Mabena used to work in crime intelligence in the South African police. So Sergeant Mabena wayesenza nalabo abafuna-ke abathungatha ulwazi esiphoyiseni sase-South Africa.
When did he pass on?
Uyilahla bafana ne?
Ego gopola botse ngwaga go feta ka September.
If I remember correctly, he passed away in the last year in September. Mangikhumbula kahle wadlula emhlabeni kulo nyaka wedlule ngoSeptember.
Kakuthi motor.
In a car accident. Washona ke engozini yemoto.
Yes. Sergeant Mabena ke yena ba re go beletsa information.
Sergeant Mabena was the one that was collecting information for us. Sergeant Mabena yena was qoqela ulwazi.
Yes. And ke yena gape ba le re ba shoma le tlhodi tse dintse tse di thushitseng malato.
He was also the one who was working together with the other informants that were helping us in this case. Mina wayesebenza ke nabanye ke abasithungathela ulwazi kuleli loludaba.
Yes, you mentioned that you were with him, Sergeant Mabena. What happened?
Sergeant Mabena.
Yeah, we make the 16th of June, really rafisha kwa Phukeng.
On the 16th of June, we did arrive in Phukeng. On the 16th of June, so I figured Phukeng.
Which year?
2020.
That was in 2020.
Yes.
Kare tlhodi be se re boditse gore re ka mkra ga Bongani Ntanzi ra go me ya ile re bontsha plekeo.
Since the informant informed us where we would find Bongani Ntanzi, he then directed us to that place.
Yes, we followed up the information. What happened?
And then what did happen?
So re tsama le ena re le belisha molato a re bontsha Ntanzi a dulang ona o mera mmona ile mosagare.
We went there during the day and where we were he showed us where Ntanzi could be found. Was the start against his alive? Ntanzi tola kona go is me.
Yes. Ale manchiwana June 16, 2020, area police station ya Phukeng.
On the evening of June 2016, we went to the Phukeng police station. Kusihlwa umhla 16 June 2020 sasesiya esikhumulweni sasemaphoyisa sasePhukeng.
Yes. Ke molao gore re fihla di pleke tse dingwe tshwanetse re feta police station go pele thuso ya maphodisa.
It is custom that when I go to a different place, we need to go first to the local police station and ask for assistance. Umthetho ukuthi uma siya kwenye indawo sifika singene esikhumulweni samaphoyisa sicele usizo khona.
Yes. Ume re lo fihla wana ra go pele re tswa National Cold Case Investigation are tsebe pleke ga bo ska re bo shebo bile a re tshepe motho.
And then we informed them that we come from the National Cold Case Unit and we do not know the place and we do not trust anyone. So sesifika kuleyo ndawo sathi sabacela ukuthi siphuma ku National Cold Case Unit sabatshela nokuthi asiyazi indawo futhi ke sithembe umuntu.
Yes. Okay, umebele ba dumela ra phela ba re fele se tshire Montanza dulanga se tshire go bona mosagare.
They also agreed to accompany us to where Ntanzi was staying, the place that we had been shown during the day. Asebevuma ukuthi bangasiphelezela siye kule ndawo la uNtanzi ayithola khona ke la basube sikhombisile emini.
Yes.
Yes.
Ome lo fitla kwa rakokota mo rooming ri boneng sagare ya Ntanzi.
On arrival, we knocked at a room which had seen during the day where Ntanzi is supposed to stay. Sasifika siyangoza kuleli room kumbilele asasitshele ukuthi uNtanzi uhlala khona esikhonjisiwe emini.
And you said this was in Phuket?
Yes, in Phuket, Rustenburg.
Yeah, kwakuse Phuket eRustenburg.
Yes.
And we informed them that we are the police, and then they opened for us. Some jaluti sama police also vule.
Yes.
And when we got inside, we found him with his Tswana girlfriend. So says Tora Konoge, Uguchi Washa Lingwa Yake, Yum Tswana.
Yes.
Ilega mojara wa mkhalabe. Abu wa mera molatu mo longo mamo babula ile mo tibile li thunya se khwetjagetse.
And we informed him that he is a suspect in the case of murder in Nongoma, where also a gun was found. Sasimtshela ukuthi athinteke ecaleni lawa Nongoma la wabulawa khona umuntu futhi nokuthi isibhamu sesatholakala.
Arvele verichana o nitor ke na ka ge chodiar na imo irbonchicha yena.
Since we were already aware that it was him, since our informer had given us information about him, njengoba sasisazi ukuthi uyena ngoba owayesiza ngolwazi wayesitshelile ukuthi uyena.
Yes. Ile ka mojora wa mgalabe o tseba ka eng o tseba eng ka molato Nongoma na.
And then I asked him what he knows about the Nongoma case. I said,
yes, you interviewed the suspect. Was he then arrested?
Yes, we arrested him.
Yes.
And then informed him of his rights.
Handcuffs.
And then we handcuffed him.
Yes. Which are those rights that you explained to him? How did you go about explaining those rights?
We first told him that we are arresting him regarding the Nongoma case. First told him that he has the right to remain silent.
Yes.
And also that whatever he says could be used against him in a court of law. Kunokuthi ke uma ukuthi khona akushoyo kungasetshenziswa ekuquleni icala lakhe enkantolo.
Lore akahumana memedi ya na kgetela go yena or wa mmusho re tla mo fa ile rana yona ile ra gwana tšhelete o patela.
We also told him that he has the right to legal representation, and if he is unable to afford legal representation, then he has a right to be given a legal representative, a lawyer that is going to be paid for by the state. So siyamtshela ukuthi unelungelo lokuthi abe nommeli kodwa ke uma ukuthi akakwazi ukukhokhela ummeli umbuso ungamnika ummeli ozomsiza ongakhokhela.
Yes.
salra mchia ramane chapela nera elena Pretoria North.
When we placed him in our car and then we took him to Pretoria North. So sisimfaka ke motweni yethu saya naye Pretoria North.
Did you merely explain his rights verbally?
Lilela mucha ditokelo tsa ka molomo fela.
Ke mo ka molomo ona pa re Phukeng.
Yes, when we were in Phukeng, I only told him his rights verbally. Kusho ukuthi ePhukeng ngamtshela ngomlomo alungelo akhe.
Yes, and more or less, what time was it when you arrested him?
It was 9 in the evening. 9 was ebusuku.
Yes.
Omera spelan rafihale na Pretoria North Police Station.
And then we went with him to the Pretoria North Police Station. So summarize so figure Pretoria North Police Station.
Rafihale na kabo ma 10 sabro ke to 10 or past 10 mara nila around 10.
We arrived at around 10. I'm not sure whether it was before 10 o'clock or just after 10 o'clock, but it was around that time. So
yes.
Omega fihla ka mofa ditokelo gape ka mongwalo.
And then when we arrived, I then handed him over his rights, his written rights. Yes,
God, please, my Lord, we have not yet received this notice of rights. As soon as we receive it, it will be handed as Exhibit LL1.
SAP 49.
LL1. Okay, I'm sorry, my Lord.
49. SAP 49.
Yes. SAP 14A, my Lord.
Yeah,
14A.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. Omegile gambalela chona gape.
Also proceeded to read the rights for him again. Ngase ngimfundela wona kamalungelo akhe futhi.
Ke mocha bana ka Sezulu le Sesotho le Sekgowa ke ngora kwishishe.
And then I used the three languages, Zulu, English, and Sesotho. The aim of which was to ensure that he understands. Ngase ngimtshela ngeSizulu nangesilungu nangeSesotho ngenzela ukuthi ke ngibe nesiqiniseko sokuthi uzwisisile ngempela.
Oh, we la kwishisha ansainela jona di.
He then showed that he understands and he proceeded to sign the document. Awakhombisa ukuthi uyezwa futhi ke waseqhubeka ke uya-sign lapha.
Yes. Umerile ra motswallela ona mo for boshogo bowe.
We then locked him up on that night. Sasesimvalela ke kulobo busuku khona lapho.
And what is the procedure when someone is placed in the cells?
Manje jale gore go berekwa jang ge motho wa tlo mo tswallela ka diseleng.
Gona le ertsana police gona le ntse wa re ke OB book ke yeah.
When you go into the police station, there is a book called an OB book. Kukhona ke incwadi ekhona ke lapha esikhumuleni samaphoyisa ebizwa ngokuthi OB book.
Yes. What does OB stand for, just for record purposes?
OBAMG.
Occurrence book.
It's OB stands for occurrence book. Manje ku OB kumele ukuthi ke ila kubhala khona izinto ezenzekayo esithi phecelezi ngesingisi occurrence book.
Ba ile ba mongwala ka mogare because ga di fihla o ba le polisa le lutsi ka kwa diseleng le ngwala go re re tsena le batho le re tswa le bona.
Well, his name was then entered into the occurrence book because there is this policeman whose duty is to record people who are taken in and people who are taken out. Lapho ke wasi igama lakhe lifakwa ke kule occurrence book ngoba khona iphoyisa lihlala lapha emaseleni elibhalayo makukhona umuntu ofakwayo nomuntu okhishwayo.
I just want to show you exhibit MM, page 1 thereof of exhibit MM. Can you just identify what is that exhibit? MM?
Okay, in exhibit MMA
Ki entry ke mongwalo ba ngwetseng gore re tlisitse Ntanzi kwa.
In this page we can see where it was recorded that we had brought Mr. Ntanzi to that facility. Lapha ke kubhalwe la ukuthi saletha ubaba Ntanzi simletha kuleyo ndawo.
Can you place on record the details regarding the day of the week and the date? Does appear on top of the document?
It was on a Tuesday.
In 2020.
In 2020?
June 16.
On the 16th of June. Lwesibili ngonyaka 2020 ngomhla 16 uJune.
And what is the relevant entry as well as the time?
Njale sesingwadlwe ngumfaweki ingi linako yawana.
Una le serial number 467.
There is a serial number that starts with 467.
Then now go hearing 2242.
There is a time also which is 2242.
The entry in which in transit or in transit.
Also there's an entry that says in transit.
Yes, can you?
In transit era gore is what was restriction as a sub police station here.
In transit is meant to indicate that the person that is being brought there is not intended to be kept at that specific police station. Usho ukuthi ke uma chaza ukuthi in transit uchaza ukuthi lo muntu ke wayengalethwa lapho ukuthi ayogcinwa khona lapho wayedlula nje.
Yes. Can you place the particulars thereof on record?
Yes. Detective Sergeant Mohani of National Cold Case Unit.
And who's that?
Kimang, you know?
Detective Sergeant Mohani.
Detective Sergeant Mohani. It is written here, Detective Sergeant Mohani.
Cold Case Unit with one suspect.
Cold Case Unit uhamba ke nomsolo oyedwa.
Libitso la ka case number ya Nongoma 160 of 10 2018.
With the Nongoma case number
163 of 10 2018.
163 of 10 2018.
Le malungelo ala ga a di tokelo tsa ga tsa go swarwa. SAP 14A ka sekgowa.
Also the right, his legal rights, the SAP 14.
Just read it as it is.
As it is. No, it's
SAP 14 512 66 765. Time of arrest 2100 with no injuries. Contact number of Sergeant Mohani.
Yes, you don't need to read that. Yes.
If and then more fasimo, wangalo detain correctly omega sign.
Well, underneath it is also written detained correctly and then I signed. Ukuthi lapha ke kuyabhalwa ke imininingwane ukuthi ungene ngayiphi SAP 14 nawo konke lokho kwabhalwa nokuthi akalimalanga waqhubeka kufana nesikhathi sokuthi uboshwe nini kufana nokuthi inamba zalo muntu omlethile ke uSergeant Mugale kanjani kwase kuthiwa ke uvalelwe ngokomthetho.
Just for record purposes, can you just explain what is that SAP 14A?
Yini ke kiyini SAP 14A?
SAP 14A ke buka e le gore ba ngwala baswariwa go yona.
SAP 14 is a book in which all the arrested people are recorded in. SAP 14 ke incwadi ke la ekubhalwa khona bonke abantu ababoshiwe.
Yes, but SAP 14A, the number that starts with 512-66765, what is it?
Manje uyale una li SAP 14A e-learning number A lattelang 512-66765. Yale ki
ditokelo tse re mfile go tsona tse bela ke re una le o right to remain silent ona tsewe di na le nomoro go bitsa serial number.
Well, it is the serial number of the legal rights where they are recorded. Each time a person is given these legal rights, there is a number that is attached to that, a unique number. Also, this is a book with many pages. Manje ke lana ke lesikhuluma ngayo ke SAP 14 kusho yila kwala khona ke malungelo abasolwa and futhi ke lapho ke kuyabhalwa futhi nale serial number ukuthi lo muntu uyathola maphi amalungelo usho ayekho omunye othola le number yakhe yedwa.
Is that the one that you mentioned that you explain it to him in Sesotho, isiZulu and English?
Yona yoro mleje ka siZulu ka Sesotho le English. That is correct. Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, what happened after that?
What did I read in Well, we placed him inside and then he was locked up and they received him and we left him there. Yebo sake samfaya ngaphakathi bamamkela bamvalela sasimshiya lapha.
Yes.
Ke tloga mo le ka fonela Brigadier Gininda gore ke krele ntanzi ile ke motswaletse kwa Pretoria North Police Station.
And after that I phoned Brigadier Gininda to inform him that we had found Ntanzi and that we had locked him up in Pretoria Police Station. Lapho ke safonela ukhuluma noNtanzi ubrigadier bese ngimchazela ukuthi hayi uNtanzi ubrigadier
Gininda
ngicela ubrigadier Gininda ukuthi uNtanzi ngimtholile and futhi ke sengimvalele ePretoria Police Station.
Umme brigadier lo no re mona o sasa tra chache lateral.
Then the brigadier said I'm going to see him tomorrow, implying the following day. Was it brigadier ngine hayi ngizombona kusasa usho wayichaza ukuthi uyombona ngelanga elilandelayo.
Sorry, just to go back to the entry, did you place the time on record?
Whenever Rubuchana go ibedina kuma?
Ke bole chegerile ke 22:42.
Yes, the time was 22:42. We have a sketch about 22:42.
Yes.
Umme no rile la mtlogela wasa wa ba le tshetse latelago.
Well, we left him there until the morning of the following day. Some ishia ke lapho kuzokuyofika ilanga elilandelayo ekseni.
Umme ka manchi wana a di 17.
On the evening of the 17th,
ile ka tlogana le mabena ra boela Pretoria North.
Mabena and I went back to Pretoria North.
Just place the year on record, 17 June of which
17 June 6, 2020. No, sorry, 17 June 2020, sorry.
That was 17th of June 2020. Uthi ngomhla 17 June 2020 yena nomabhena baphindela ePretoria North.
Yes.
O berifihla kwa ra khopela Ntanzi ro khopela o mmona.
And on our arrival there we requested to see Ntanzi. Masifika lapha sacela ukubona uNtanzi. We took him out of the cell and we took him to the boardroom. Sisi amkhipha emaselini samisa boardroom.
Pretoria North.
Khona lapha ePretoria North, right there in Pretoria North.
Just a minute. And what is the procedure when someone is taken out of the cells, like you have done?
The person that is in charge of the cells is going to make an entry into the OB book. Or sevenza emaselini uzobhala lapha kule encwadi kuthiwa OB book.
And was such an entry made?
And in Wile Angwala. That is correct. Yebo kunjalo.
My Lord, it's page 3 of Exhibit MM. Can you read the relevant details, day of the week and the date?
Re kupa ore ngwale mo go badilweng gore re la nshiwa o no e bala ka moka.
Serial number mo ere inolakivoni how
at the top there, the date.
Or the date.
Date ya gona
ke la boraro 2020 kgwedi ya botshelela ya 17.
It is the 17th of the 6th month of 2020 and it was a Wednesday. KwakungoLwesithathu ke kungomhla 17 kuJune futhi ke kungunyaka ka 2020.
Yes, and the relevant entry.
1655.
The time is 1650 is given as 1655. Isikhathi sibhalwe ngo 1655.
The serial number?
The serial number?
I'm
unable to see the serial number. It's not very legible because some of it has been chopped off. Angikwazi ukubona serial number ngoba ngathi khona ayibonakali kahle.
Can you just place the serial number on record?
The serial number?
494.
The serial number is 494.
Nako 1655.
The time is 1655.
One investigation out.
It is written investigation out.
Detective Sergeant Mohani.
Detective Sergeant Mohani.
Of National Cold Case Investigation Unit.
Of the National Cold Case Investigation Unit.
With one suspect, Nongoma case, 160 of 10, 2020. No, 2018. I think one of the mistake I would link 2018. That's one only 2018. So only thinking I'm with 2020.
With one suspect of the Nongoma case of 2018.
Maramo which 163 10 2020.
But on the document, it appears that there's an error where someone wrote 2020.
Yes. Bongani Ntanzi.
Name of Bongani Ntanzi. Ukamelwa Bongani Ntanzi.
Cell 64 KSAP 14 yabanga langwa tshwarwa yona. Ke number 64 motshwaro number 64 jajile.
Also, cell 64 is the number of the accused on that day.
Of 6/2020.
Of 6/2020.
Then SAPS 14A is a little topelo chela
and also they wrote about SAP 14A, which is his rights. His rights are also following him. SAP 14A ukhuluma ngamalungelo akhe ukuthi asaqhubeka emlandeni.
Isana le yona nomoro yela gape ya 512666765.
Amalungelo ke asahamba nayo le number ka 512666765. The 512776765 number of the rights is still continuing with him.
51266
512666765.
without injuries.
It is also written without injuries.
Yes. There's just read the rest of the information there.
Oh no, correct received.
It is written correctly received, and I also signed again.
And Ramofas Raperonali number 498 booked back.
498?
Yeah, serial number 498 booked back.
Also, there's a number there, 498 booked back.
Yes, but can you explain to the court what was the purpose of booking him out? What happened there in the boardroom?
It's because there were many cases which he was involved in. We did not have enough time the previous night, so we wanted to have a good time to understand properly about these cases. Ngobusiko babedlule sasingabanga isikhathi esihle kusho ukuthi lapha esasizama ukuba nesikhathi esihle sokuthi sikwazi ukuxoxa naye ngalo.
So kile kamucha gape ka ditopolo tsa ga go swariwa.
I also again reiterated his rights when arrested. Ase ngiphinde futhi ngiyamkhumbuza ngamalungelo akhe uma eboshiwe.
Gore o anya ka go bolela o kheta go gomola ke ditopolo tsa ga.
And I informed him that he has the right to remain silent. And I say ngimtshela ukuthi hayi unelungelo lokuthi angakhulumi.
Lelo sa tlo bolela ang skatla sa shumishiwa katlano le yena judge lathe.
I also informed him that whatever he says can be used against him in a court of law. Ase ngimtshela ukuthi akushoyo kungasetshenziswa equleni icala lakhe enkantolo.
Error pele ki le tlo ya pele ki akwa Pretoria North apele Sergeant Mapena Muku Sergeant Mapena ki le ga botsa Brigadier Dininda hore sa ilo bana ntanzi ba wela ga.
There's something I forgot to include, that before we went to the Pretoria North Police Station, we informed Brigadier Gininda that we would be going to see Ndanzi. As kusho ukuthi ngisingakayi ePitoli ngatshela uBrigadier Gininda ukuthi sisanga sePitoli kuyobona Ndanzi.
Lebaka la gore moja gore pele ke mokamedi wa unit o swantsa tsebe ntho le gore dira.
The reason for telling him is because he is a unit commander and he must be informed of everything that is happening. Enhloso ke ukuthi semtshela ukuthi uyena umkhuzi wale liqembu leli kufanele konke okwenziwayo atshelwe.
Yes.
Omera fitla kwa boardroom radula.
On arrival in the boardroom, we sat down. Safia boardroom, Safia Sashana.
Omera muchisha kama late nongoma.
And then we asked him about this Nongoma case. So sisi ambuza ke ngale icala we Nongoma.
In which language were you communicating with him?
Lebelukulela fulelo ifika la liana.
Nakanchikishumisha khowa siZulu lesipedi.
Most of the time I use English, Zulu and Sipedi. Ushuthi ke mina ikaningi ngisebenzisa isingisi, isiZulu nesipedi.
Ibila wa daruna umhlobo mang ifeba umtswana kubelela Setswana.
Well, it also depends on who you are. If you speak Tswana, I do speak Tswana. But I also mix English in there.
But regarding Mr. Ntanzi, which language did you communicate with him in?
Mr. Schoa, Sizulu, Setswana.
We used English, Zulu, and Tswana. Sasa says isingisi nesizulu nesitswana.
Yes.
o mekile ka mmotšiša nna le mohuma bena gore o tsebang ka molato wa nongoma o wa sethunya le go bolaya.
That is me together with the late Mabena, asked him what he knows about the murder case in Nongoma.
Yes, regarding this matter, what happened?
Le gona re ile ra mmotšiša le ona gore go na le tlhodi e re boditseng gore wa amega gape go molatong wana.
We informed him that there was an informer who had informed us that he is involved in this case. Samchazela-ke nokuthi kukhona wasethulela ulwazi ukuthi uyathiketeka kulolu daba.
Yes. Umekile ka mmotšiša rena o ba le kae ka 26 tša October 2014 ge Senzo Meyiwa a bolaiwa.
26 tša October
2014.
We asked him where he was on the 26th of October 2014 when the deceased was killed. Sambuza ukuthi wayelaphi-ke ngomhla 26 eminyakeni ka-October 2014 mhlazane umufi ebulawa.
Gomme o ba tseba ka lona letšatši le la bolaiwa ka Senzo Meyiwa.
He did know about the date of the death of Senzo Meyiwa. Wayazi ngosuku lokwazi lokubulawa ka Senzo Meyiwa.
Ka gore no ke taba e le gore beile mo di radio le di TV ka mokgatla o tseng gona o itse ba bjalo.
He claimed that he knows about this case because it was all over the news. Wathi-ke wazi ngalokubulawa Senzo Meyiwa ngoba kwakusemaphephandabeni nakumabonakude nako konke.
Yes. Alo ke motšwa nna ka go wa amega mo go mogononelwa mo molatong o bo le kae ka tšatši leo la 26 October 2014.
Well, when I told him that he is a suspect in this case, I asked him where he was on the 26th of 2014. Ngase ngambuza ukuthi lo bange sathi yathinteka kulolu daba wayelaphi ngomhla 26/10/14.
Wilare no ba le mošomong kwa Sibanye still water mine kwa Western area.
He claimed to have been at the Sibanye still water mine in Western area. Was tigena I was emayini emsebenzini eSibanye water mine in Western area.
Yes.
Bjale ke ile ka motša rena aka khona go riša ona mo ba šoma gona mo mining re ile go ntšha gore ka nnete o ba le mmerekong.
When we asked him if he could take us to the mines to go and verify that indeed he was on duty on that specific day at the mine. So sindela ukuthi angasatha yena sise emayini ukuthi siyothola isiqiniseko sokuthi ngempela wayekhona emayini esebenza ngalelo langa.
Yes.
He agreed to take us there. He did not refuse. Yes. Since it was late in the day and we felt that we could not drive that on that road going there, we felt that we told him that we're going to fetch him the following day to go there with him. Ngoba ke kwasekuhlwile futhi ke sibona ukuthi le ndlela engeke sikwazi ukuyihamba. So sisithi ke okungcono simtshela ukuthi sizomlanda ngelanga elilandelayo.
Yes.
Just before that, yes, sorry. You just interpret that.
Yes.
And what happened to Mr. Ntanzi?
We then took him back to the cell.
Was an entry made regarding that fact?
Yes, there is an entry. Yes,
it's on page 4, my lord, of Exhibit MM. Can you read the relevant entry?
Sicela usibhekeleke usifundele konke ke le ndawo la kubhalwe khona uba le moba mwaje hore ushithu mrago.
Serial number is 498.
The serial number is 498.
Kana Konili 1955.
The time was 1955.
Investigation back.
It is also written there, investigation back.
In which of Detective Sergeant Mohan of National Cold Case Unit.
Ukubhalwe ukuthi Detective Sergeant Mohan was the National Cold Case Unit.
On Longoma case 160 of 10. I was personally Porsche instead of 2018 which is 2020.
With the actual case number, there is still a mistake here because it's still written in as 2020.
Ongwechogoro Bongani Tanzi serial number yas vochwa number yas vochwa is alona 64 of 10 2020.
And he wrote the name and of the number, his arrest number, which is 64 of 10 of 2020.
Book back without injuries, correctly handed, and then sign it.
At the bottom is written booked back with no injuries, and then also it is written that he was brought back properly, correctly, and then the sergeant signed as well. Ukuthi lapha ubuyisiwe engalimele futhi kwase kuyasho ukuthi ubuyisiwe kahle wayeseke uya signa sergeant.
Yes.
Okay, well, lwana be tsala ka fonela Brigadier Ginina gape ka no monna modimo o dumela hore isha mo be ga shoma gona.
And then of course Brigadier Ginina again and informed him that the suspect had agreed to take us where he claimed he was working. Singamtshela uSergeant Ginina ukuthi cha lento tivumile ukuthi ngastathisise la esenza khona.
Ilera lo robala usasa ga wana ka la bobedi 2020 0680.
We went home and the following day, which was the
18th of June.
It was on the 18th of June 2020.
Yes.
Omega fitla kwa diseleng gape
I arrived again in the cells ngafika futhi emaseleni
nearly 8:15 serial number 520.
The time was 8:15 and the serial number was 520.
Investigation out.
And it's also written there as well, investigation out. We should kubhaliwe futhi ukuthi yakishwa nangumuntu ukuyowenzwa uphe.
Akivoni asuna advocate unalekhle yes. Akivoni ukuthi
I'm unable to see, it is a bit illegible for me to read.
Would this be an appropriate time to take the short adjournment?
Again for 15 minutes.
One male suspect on Nongoma case 160 of 10 2018. Bongani Ntanzi. SAP 14.
SAP 14.
66 or 6, I can't recall, 61 or 66. Let's see. 60?
64.
64. Yeah, one of them, yeah, 64 of 6, 2020.
64 of 6, 2020.
Then ditokelo tsela tsa gagwe e sa le tswela pele SAP
Just read the rest of the sentence.
Sorry?
Just read the rest of the sentence.
Mongali Ntanzi, SAP 1466, 6, 2020, SAPS 14A, S1266765, without any injuries. Correctly received. Akisainila gape.
Lapho yakhombisa ukuthi ubuyisiwe engalimele futhi wamukelwe kahle wasesiyasayini.
Yes, what happened after you booked him out?
Udira ngale mo tshela muncha.
Kile ka mutsa gore re ya kwa o bereka ngona gore bontsha nna ke kae.
And I informed him that we are going where you work so that you can show us where it is. Ngase ngamtshela ukuthi siyala usenza khona ukuthi sikhombise ukuthi kulaphi.
Kile ka mutsa ditokelo tsa gape gore ya sepela o sala le ditokelo tsa go homola.
And I explained him his rights again to him, and I informed him that he still has the right to remain silent. Ase ngamtshela ukuthi ayisesiyaphuma naye futhi usaqhubeka ke ebe nalo ilungelo lokuthi usengathula.
I
also informed him that whatever he says will be used against him in a court of law. He understood.
Before before
leaving that place, I phoned Brigadier Kininda again. And I informed him that we are going again with Ntanzi to where he works at the mine. I said, I'm telling you, somebody Ntanzi lessons are on the mine.
Brigadier Gininda are wata utlalisha jil mamruti mohola.
And Brigadier Ginenza then informed us that he was going to come together with Sergeant Mohola. Brigadier Ginenza was still good to week now uzosa ehamba no Sergeant Mohola. We then placed him inside the car and then we went with him.
Western area
since he was the one that knew the way to Western area, he was the one that was guiding us on how to go there. Because in Western area, there are many mines. Western area, mine is neat.
He took
us to that specific mine where he worked, and what
is it called?
Stillwater. It is called Sibanye Stillwater. Le mine is Sibanye Stillwater.
On arrival,
we waited outside the gate waiting for Brigadier Gininda to arrive. Sesifikile lapho sama esangweni silindele uBrigadier Gininda utafika. Indeed, he arrived together with Sergeant Mohola. Sergeant Mohola.
More or less, what time was it?
Afternoon.
I really am unable to recall, but it was in the afternoon. I really can't recall the time.
Brigadier General officer ka Mitsibisha Ntanzi.
And when Brigadier Ginenza arrived, I introduced him to Ntanzi. And Brigadier Ginenza ngamitula kuNtanzi.
Brigadier Ginenza sala itsibisha ka wena or ke na mang.
Brigadier Ginenza also introduced himself to Ginenza and
to Meyiwa. To Ntanzi.
uBrigadier Gineza naye kwasezethula etshela uNtanzi ukuthi ubani.
Umme Brigadier Gininda pela bolela le yena o ile a mmiletsa ditokelo tsa gape tse be ke mmiletsa tsona pele re tloga kwa Pretoria.
Before speaking to him, Brigadier Gineza again reiterated his rights to him, the same rights that I read for him before we left Pretoria. Engakhulumi ke naye uBrigadier Gineza esamfundela amalungelo akhe wona lamalungelo engangimfundela wona sisasuka ePitoli.
Umme wila mmoja wona amahlalosetsa gore o ba le kae gape ka tšatši le Senzo Meyiwa bolawa. Ammotšiša.
Then he asked him, the Brigadier Gineza asked Ntanzi where he was on the day that Senzo Meyiwa was killed. Brigadier Gineza ebuza uNtanzi ukuthi wayelaphi ngela mhlazane kubulawa uSenzo Meyiwa.
Wila mmoja gape Brigadier Gineza wena Ntanzi o wa gononelwa goba go mo polaong ya Senzo Meyiwa.
Then he also informed him that he is a suspect in the murder case of Senzo Meyiwa. Bese phinda uyamtshela ukuthi umsolwa kuleli cala lika Senzo Meyiwa.
Ntanzi wila gana rena a tsebisile o ba le mšomong tšatši leo.
Ntanzi declined and said he does not know anything because he was at work on that day. Waphika ke uNtanzi wathi akasilutho yena waye semsebenzini ngalelo la.
Ome rele ra tsena re sepela le yena ka mogare ga mine.
We went together with him into the mine, sahangena naye emayini.
Alabaria lefapheng la human resource.
We went to the human resource branch, sasesiya la ku khona hlala khona be human resource.
Umme salaba lebele di shisha mo mangwalong a bona gore Ntanzi ba le gona tšatši leo.
They checked in their records if Ntanzi was on duty on that specific day. Base beyahlola encwadini zabo ukuthi uNtanzi ngempela wayekhona emsebenzini ngalelo langa.
Wila wakra gore o ba sego.
It was discovered that he was not on duty on that day. Base kutholakala ukuthi wayengekho emsebenzini ngalelo langa.
Human resource manager monna lo khwawila a first statement mabapi le seo.
Then the human resource manager gave us the statement with regards to that. Ophethe ke human resources wayeseke usinika statement mayelana nalokho.
Just to remember his name.
Sakhumbule Sanjelo khupula lena la gagwe.
Ngawo tlatse ba ke Brigadier
The HR manager?
Yes, HR manager.
No, I'm unable to recall his name. I think Brigadier Gineza might be able to record his name. Angisamkhumbuli igama lakhe kodwa ngicabanga ukuthi uBrigadier Gineza ngenza ukuthi sakhumbula igama lakhe.
Yes.
Umme re tloga mo ba fetsa first statement. Brigadier Ginninda ka re ke na tshwereng case ya polawa ya Senzo Meyiwa ya 636 of 10 2014.
And after that, since Brigadier Gineza is the one who is in charge of this investigation of the death of Senzo Meyiwa in the case 636 of 2014, of 10/2014, njengoba ke Brigadier Gineza kwakuyena umphenyi omkhulu kuleli cala lokubulawa kaSenzo Meyiwa icala kuthiwa 636 of 10 of 2014.
Omme ka re kena na swere tokete magamantši Brigadier Ginninda a bontšha Ntanzi o na le sethombe se le gore ba se drawile se swanang le yena.
Since Brigadier Gineza was the chief investigator in this, and also the one who had the docket, he then showed Ntanzi a picture which was said to be a likeness of him. Njengoba Brigadier Gineza yena ke wayephethe umphenyi omkhulu kuleli cala kwase and futhi kwakuyena wayephethe docket wayesekhipha ke isithombe lapho esasi umfanekiso wakhe uNtanzi.
We just want to show you exhibit BB. Do you recognize that exhibit on the screen?
Guess what?
Yes, I can see it.
Yes.
You haven't guessed born.
Yes.
Which one? Left.
He's the one on the left. The one who's wearing a hoodie. You know, Sesande Songale or Koge hoodie.
But in relation to what we've just told the court now, are you able to relate that to your evidence? You say an identity kit was shown to Ntanzi. Which one?
It is the same one that is on the picture. It's on the
yes, which one?
It's the one that is on the face. It is the face that is on the left. The one that is wearing a hoodie. You know, Busoga Bonala Lapa, who left Bukoge is gone.
Tanzuila Rana, Mara Kaova, Wanapula, Senzo Meyiwa.
Mtanzi denied being present at the killing of Senzo Meyiwa. Mtanzi wa pigu tuwa kona kulewani wa Senzo Meyiwa.
Wile gape dumela gore wa tseba ka pola wa Senzo Meyiwa.
You may not disclose what was said to Brigadier Gininda. That's not admissible. Is that correct? Brigadier Gininda interviewed Mr. Ntanzi. Yes. What happened further?
Bawila muchacha muchachona, and then Rotoramo come hope Brigadier Gininda no
please don't disclose what he told Brigadier Gininda. What happened further? After the interview that Brigadier Gininda had with Ntanzi?
Sorry?
Ntanzi abulele le Brigadier Gininda.
What happened?
Brigadier Gininda
Brigadier Gininda informed him of his rights again. Brigadier Gininda waphinda wamtshela ngamalungelo akhe.
Orosasbolela ngape sitlo shumishiwa khatlana le yena lelo rona aga no khomelo ranya go bolela.
Informed him that whatever he says can be used against him and that he can continue to remain silent.
Yes.
Konga kushoyo kungasetshenziswa ecaleni lakhe maliqulwa futhi ke nokuthi angakwazi ukuqhubeka athule angasho lutho.
Yes, what happened further?
Bakutira la ngutshela phile.
Mo karbelo wa chabitile Brigadier Gininda. Brigadier Gininda wila sepela a otla dira gore anyake motho lo re Ntanzi ga bolela le yena a ine ka mogwa wa confession o eleng gore a tsebisela ka molato wa reng.
Ke kopa o be di passage ngata ngana go kgona go
ya Brigadier Gininda a fetso bolela le Ntanzi ya mo di tsona.
After Brigadier Gininda had finished telling him what he had informed him, emva ukuthi Brigadier Gininda eseqedile ngolo kuNtanzi amtshela kona.
Brigadier Gininda wila mo chabila bochare nora wa ke tlanya ka motlo tla mo tshare taba ka mogo le hore a se molato gore go dira ga tshega le re a phenya.
And then he said Brigadier Gininda informed him that he was going to look for somebody that Ntanzi was going to be able to tell him, that person, about the fact that he, Ntanzi, does not know anything about the case that was being
yes, please. Brigadier Gininda said he'll arrange someone to take down a confession. What happened further?
No, we'll sepela Brigadier Gininda then nali mapena ra chala pelaka.
Brigadier Gininda then left, and then me and Mapena continued with our duty. And since there were many cases that he was involved in, we continued to make our investigations. And njengoba kwakunamacala amaningi ayithinteka kubona, sasiqhubeka nophenyo lwethu. From there we took him back where we had took him at the police station. So lapho sasimphindisela la sasimthatha khona police station.
Which police station?
Police station
Pretoria North.
That is the Pretoria North police station.
Yes.
On arrival, we then booked him back in. Must be a person, some far footing apart. And again, he was registered into the books.
Which books are you referring to?
It's still the occurrence book.
Yes, can you place the relevant entry?
Friday 2026-19.
On top of the book, it is written Friday
2020.
It is Friday 2020.
06.
In June.
19.
On the 19th.
My lord, is page 7 of exhibit MM. Yes.
And serial number 531, sorry, 531. Now 2:30 in the morning.
The time is 2:30 in the morning.
Investigation back.
Investigation back. Should you say
Detective Sergeant Mohan of National Cold Case Unit booked back one suspect.
Sergeant Mahale was National Cold Case Investigation. Probably some sort of
of murder on Nongoma case.
Oh, sort of Bulala Italy.
Case number 163 of 6/2018. Mobile
the case number 163
stroke 06
stroke 06
stroke 2018
stroke 2018. That is the case number 16306 of 2018. In here, it is written correctly.
SAP 14.
It also continues to mention the name of Bongani Ntanzi.
SAP 1464 stroke 06 stroke 2020.
SAP 64 stroke 06 2020.
SAPS 14A.
And it continues to say SAP 14A.
Serial number 5266765.
It also provides the same serial number 512666765.
Booked back without any complaints or injuries.
Buyiselwe ngaphakathi kungena zikhalo futhi kungena kulimala.
Correctly handed.
It was correctly handed in and then the sergeant signed again. Futhi yakhombisa la ukuthi bamfaka kahle and usayitsheni waphinde wasayini.
Another entry 532.
There's also another entry of 532.
235.
The time is 2:35.
Suspect charged. Yes. Detective Sergeant Mohani.
Sorry, just put the correct time down.
235. It's not 235.
0235.
0235. Sorry.
Yes.
Suspect charged, Detective Sergeant Mohani of National Cold Case Unit, charged one male suspect of murder on Nongoma, case 163 of 6/2018, of which now he wrote the wrong case number again. Supposed to be 163 of 10/2018, the month there.
Kuthiwa lapho ke uSergeant Mokhale wathwesa wesilisa icala ngecala leka 163 of 6 futhi kwaphinde wayebhala wenza iphutha ekubhaleni le case le yaso kwaNongo.
Ibile mo entry year 531 asanga bona botse le ngwana case we ngwetse wrong. It's 163 of 10 2018, not 163 of 6 2018.
It is essentially
of entry serial number 531, where it says booked back one male suspect of murder on Nongoma case 163, though it was supposed to be 163 of 10 2018, not 163 of 6 2018.
There's also a mistake in the serial number 531 where it was supposed to be 163 of 10 of 2018. It was written as 163 of 6 2018, which was a mistake. Lakhona iphutha lenzeka futhi ngokuthi kufanele ubhale ukuthi 163 of 10 of 2018 kubhale ku 163 of 6 2018.
Satshala phela kapeka entry ya 532.
Saqhubeka nge-entry 532.
01 Bongani Ntanzi cell 64 of stroke 6 2020.
Sekubandani Ntanzi futhi oku cell 64 of 6 2020.
SAP 14A.
SAP 14A
51266765
51266765
charged correctly without any complaints or visible injuries. Correctly charged, I signed.
Akukho zikhalazo futhi ke uthweswe kahle icala base yasayinda ke usayitsheni.
And then Robali entering Friday 20.
There's also another entry on that very same Friday.
Yeah, 2026-19. Serial number 534.
Serial number yalapho 534.
Number 0450.
Manje lapho isikhathi sithi 0450.
Yoneba la kathi la prisoner transferred Detective Sergeant Mohani of National Cold Case Unit with one male.
Manje umsola ke nangu useyadluliswa ehamba no Sergeant Mohale ophuma National Cold Case
with one male suspect of murder.
Wayehamba nomsolwa wesilisa thweswe icala lokubulala.
Nongoma 163 of 6 2018 case number.
Umanje ke icala lawa Nongoma 163 of 10 2018.
Then Ramofasi are 1 Bongani Ntanzi cell 64 06 2020 stroke 06 stroke 2020.
Manje kuyashiwa ke lapho ukuthi Bongani Ntanzi 64 of 6 2020.
SAP 14A 512-66765.
Yaphinda futhi kuyafakwa ne serial number ethi SAP 14A 512-66765.
Transferred to Phosphorus Court without any injuries or complaint.
Wedluliselwe ePhosphorus Court engalimele futhi engana sikhalo.
Up in which was correctly transferred kisayina gape
futhi ubhaliwe nokuthi udluliswe kahle waphinde wasayina usayitsheni.
Yes, what happened then?
We then took him at the time and went with him to court. Sasabthatha samba naye senkantolo.
Is it a First Lawyers Court?
First Lawyers Court, yes.
Yes, that is in the First Lawyers Court indeed. Yeah, but kwakuyona leyo court yase First Lawyers.
Yes.
Really delaying kabo past 5, between 5 and half past 5. Kafono laki Brigadier Gininda.
And when we were on our way between 5 and half past 5, we got a call from Brigadier Gininda. Sisa sendleleni go 5 to half past 5. Isathola ucingo lwaluvela ku Brigadier Gininda.
He informed
us that he had found someone that was going to be able to take the confession of Ntanzi. Wayesesho ukuthi uthole umuntu ongalalela untanzi uma evuma isono.
Pileria court for refit Moroka police station.
Before we went to for the slaughters, we went via the Moroka police station. For slaughters, ngase Moroka police station.
Orele Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu.
He said we're going to find the Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu.
Confession and Tanzi.
Who was going to receive Tanzi's confessions? 12 police officers told Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu, why you like on Tanzi, Evuma is son.
No, and then Colonel Brigadier Gininda Adira arrangements. And then that Brigadier Kininda then made arrangements with Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu, informing him that we're on our way. Colonel Kininda was such a Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu, which is sent the lane CS. I then arranged for escort from Moroka police station to the court. I say, Ngela Abazo Spellers are also Moroka police station see a court.
Yes, who did you phone?
Ekurhuleni Metro Police.
I phoned the Ekurhuleni Metro Police. I phoned Abespo Ekurhuleni Metro.
Officer Jabulani Butelezi.
Ngakhuluma no police lapho Jabulani Butelezi. I spoke to Officer Jabulani Butelezi. Because he was one in charge of the Ekurhuleni Metro police escorts. We are not OIA Pete Benza escort nomphelezela lapha Ekurhuleni.
Rele rakwana ka re be sala froa ka se gone o tloga la taka mo South Pretoria o tla re emela Alberton mo tseleng
we then had an agreement that since it was still early he wasn't going to come and fetch us from Pretoria, but he was going to wait for us in Alberton. I said to him, ngoba kusesekuseni angeke wazuzosilanda Pretoria uzosmela eAlberton.
Ome o tla romela group ya gage e nang le gore e re emela kwa Moroka.
He then said he was going to send another group which was going to wait for us at Moroka police station. I said, uzothumela inqembu lizosihlana nathi eMoroka.
Group ene le Moroka ke ne le Officer Jonathan.
Mind you, now those that were in Moroka were Officer Jonathan together with his colleagues. And lapha ke eMoroka kuyoba Officer Jonathan nabanye ke asebenzisana nabo.
Awakannete ra kopana le bona mo tsileng a sangara no yema ga re ba re bone then ba re latela.
And we then joined them on the way because we did not stop. They actually saw us and then they followed us. I base be xhumana nathi endleleni asizange sime ngoba bavele basibona base beyasilanda.
Who are you referring to?
Officer Jabulani Butelezi and his group.
I'm referring to Officer Jabulani Butelezi and his group. Ngikhuluma Officer Jabulani Butelezi neTimbalanga. See, when we entered Soweto, since there were many, there was a lot of traffic, they went ahead of us, clearing the traffic for us.
Moroka police station.
Until we reached the Moroka police station. So Moroka police station.
Ome kile ka phone la ka Brigadier Gininda a which Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu rifihlile.
Then called Lieutenant Colonel Gininda again to ask him to inform Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu that we had arrived.
Yes.
Lieutenant Kaba Rapadu will have all now police station.
Then Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu informed us where exactly he was sitting within the police station. Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu was asitshela ukuthi uhleli iphi la ngaphakathi kwesikhumulo samaphoyisa.
Kaba ka khopela officer Jonathan wa Metro Police eKoroleni.
I then asked Constable Jonathan of the Metro Police of Ekurhuleni that he must be the one that takes Ntanzi to Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu.
Jonathan ki motolo ra tsebiselo ka molato ro phenyao khatlhanong le Ntanzi a isheke yena.
The reason for requesting that it be Constable Jonathan that takes him to Rapad was because Constable Jonathan did not have any knowledge about the case that we were investigating.
Officer Jonathan Salachia Tanza Mishaka Colonel Rapadu.
Constable Jonathan took Ntanzi to the office of Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu. Constable Jonathan wathathake Ntanzi wamisa ehhovisi lika Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu.
Wile atsenelela akusonane baduthi kaya atsenelela kume abuwa gape atlo emalrela mo koloi.
He went in, I don't know where they were sitting, but then after that he came back and sat with us in the car. Wangena ngalinga phakathi emva kwaloko wasebuya ezohlala nathi ezimotweni.
Yes.
I'm Hamanchi, a confession it or pointing out. A mutato Chelang Yona officer at Chelang Kena arrange Angor Onyaga Mutar Mutishavian.
When there is a confession that has to be taken or whether it has to be appointed out, the person that is going to participate in that or the person that is going to be responsible for that is the one that gives us instruction on how they prefer it to be done.
Yes.
Manje uma sekuyothathwa ke mhlambe ke ukuvuma ecala noma ukuyokhomba lo muntu oyowenza lo msebenzi uyena ositshela ukuthi uthanda ukuthi kwenziwe kanjani.
Yes, what happened further?
Okay, Officer Jonathan William Arena.
Officer Jonathan stood with us, Officer Jonathan Wamanati.
And then Rafecha Axona Utibelema or Ufediche and Tato, because Ntanzi Luna Chichamlata Italian. Support Rapparum phone number of Funelan.
I do not know how he got to know that they were finished. Because what we just saw is we just saw him coming back with him. I then surmised that it is possible that Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu had exchanged phone numbers with him. Manje angazi ukuthi wazi kanjani ukuthi sebeqedile kodwa ke ngambona esebuya naye engathatha ngokuthi ke kusho ukuthi ke Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu babenikane amafoni naye.
Omelo Ntanzi go mo ka muchara wa osale right na ulukile awone buthatha na adumela e.
Then when Ntanzi came back, I asked him if he was still fine, if he doesn't have any problem, and he confirmed that there was none. Uthomebuyake lapho Ntanzi ambuza ukuthi unenkinga na wathi cha ngisalungile anginalutho.
Phela likolweni le sepelaria court for Sloras.
We then got into the cars and went to the Foslorat's court. Sasingena emotweni sibangisa ema court ase Foslorat.
Yes.
Alero tilem yalo re Fosloras. Gabaki phone like Brigadier Kinigera wal finicha umera Fosloras.
On our way to Fosloras, I then called the brigadier and told him that we had finished and that we were on our way to Fosloras. Sisendleleni ngafonela ubrigadier ngamtshela usesiqedile sesilibangise eFosloras.
Ome elsipla mochileng ra ba re bolela le Brigadier Gindaur, par munno onali melati minchi. And vialo, ea non go megar kia hule. Bukauni, rerbeleli prosecutor kwa Fosloras.
Where we then discussed with Brigadier Kininza and said that since this suspect has many cases and that the Nongoma case is a case from very far away, lapho sakhuluma no Brigadier Kininza samtshela ukuthi njengoba umsolwa enamacala amaningi futhi ke leli lase kweleli laKwaNongoma kuyicala la kude sizokhuluma nomshushisi wase Fosloras.
Orana karonali imalato mo gape wa di drugs gape o loro khatlanong le yena ya Fosloras.
And we then said that since you do the accused also has other cases that involve drugs, so sikhuluma ukuthi umsolwa njengoba wayenelinye ke icala eliphethelene nezidakamizwa.
Yes, from what are the details of that case? From which area?
Case yari dititifashi ki case unale.
Yeah, ke Fosloras case 274 of 6/2020.
It is the Fosloras case 274 of 2020.
Yeah, 274 of 6/2020.
Of June 2020.
271.
271.
Sorry, 271 of 6, sorry.
It's 271, sorry, 271 of 6/2020 of Fosloras. Should you tell us if Fosloras 274 of 6/2020?
Yes. Omer a fitla go mtshutshisa la mtlhaloshetsa re no ka re bjale ba no ma go gole swantse re feleletse le ona le swantse re feletsa ka ile no ngoma re tla no tlogana o tla mtlisha ka ya Fosloras ya 271 of 6/2020 re tla mo place ka yona.
And we agreed with the prosecutor that we discussed with the prosecutor that since the Nongoma case was very far, we're just going to place this Fosloras case and that's the one that we're going to deal with. Samtshela ukuthi ngoba leli cala laNongoma icala kude sizovele sibeke leli lase Fosloras kube yilona cala esilethulayo lapha kuyena.
Did you have the Nongoma case docket with you?
Icala case khetsela ya Nongoma lebele solo docket ya ona.
Yeah, ne riswe.
Yes, we had it. Yebo sasiphethe docket yakho.
Yes.
Ya gomme mtshutshelo no ka bjale ya Nongoma se jurisdiction ya gage a ka se ngwale ka mogaro tla ngwana ka ya Fosloras.
Then the prosecutor said
as a court pleases.
What's that? I was objecting to the hearsay.
As a court pleases. Which case received attention at the Fosloras court?
Yale ke molato fingo ile ba gona go lebelela kwa Fosloras.
Fosloras case 271 of 6/2020.
That is the Fosloras case 271 of 6/2020. Ushuthi abalibheka ke Fosloras icala le lase Fosloras 271 of 6/2020.
Yes. Yes, what happened regarding that case?
Mtshutshisi le no o na le lo tshwantse di dire gape a ska itšea a ska enrolla.
As a court pleases, is a documentation regarding how this case was handled.
Meaning? OB 14A.
There is somewhere where it is recorded in the OB.
Yes. It's state refers you to exhibit UU1 and UU2. Can you give your evidence using those exhibits? Or be entries from First Lawrence court cells?
Yes, this is one. I'm still looking for the UU2.
I'm still looking for that exhibit.
Because can I look at this book? I don't have the 14.
I have an occurrence book. I'm not sure whether it is the book we're looking for.
It's Banda will assist me. Use this to save time. To start with UU2, what is the entry there on exhibit UU2?
Exhibit UU2,
in which Friday 2020.
It is written Friday 2020.
Yes.
Yes, in which Friday 2026-19. Omela tela kisira number.
On top is written 26.
Friday 2026-19.
Yes.
That is followed by the serial number 200.
Now 1232.
And the time is 12:42.
1232.
12:32.
Prisoner received. Received one prisoner as per SAP 14. That's supposed to be the case, not the SAP 14. No, so sorry, I said SAP 14. 271 of 620. No, case A, for sure, 271. Ke ngwe ke tla tshega mo doketing e ke tshego mo ke se number ya SAP 14A, not case number.
Yes.
There is the wrong case number here because what is written here is SAP 14, not a case number.
Yes. We'll carry on with the entry.
Can the witness read the entry as is and not correct it?
The prosecutor.
Yes.
Okay, received one prisoner as per SAP 14-271 of 6-2020 from Pretoria North. And then SAP 14 in which the serial number 271 Tanzi Bongani.
Serial number 271 Tanzi Bongani.
Mingwara yero mo which gender male. Day 26 of 6/26/19.
Manje ke komisa la usuku bekwenza umhla 26 kuJune 2019.
1232.
Skhathi 1232.
You read it from exhibit UU1, is it?
UU1,
the,
yes.
The register.
Yes. And then the case number 534 of 6/2020.
What's your case number 534 of 6/2020?
From Pretoria North.
Evela Pretoria North.
No, careful, but this person is from Pretoria North.
It's a case as a Scott, you're pulling a motor over Pretoria North.
Yes.
Then, as time go, date of release is 26/19.
Manje ke date ukuthi ukhishweni to umhla 26 nyaka wa 19.
1830.
How much?
13:30.
At go 1:30.
Reason for release not enrolled.
Into against ukuthi ke akhululwe ukuthi ke ayizange ifakwe enkantolo.
And the next place is to be taken to Primrose, SAPS.
Manje ke kufanele athathwe ayise Primrose SAPS.
Do you know as to why the case was not enrolled?
Utso rekaba kalang ba sa essential case?
Uchuchisule usana lo tshwanetse dire go tlhoka o shota di
What was it? Was there an entry in the?
Yeah, it was made
in the diary.
So
what was the entry? As a court, please, it's just the entry in the diary.
Yeah, I want that. You know, like
Well, there is a diary, but there are some things that she said were outstanding. Can you
just please make the docket available?
Sorry?
Can you make the docket available?
Yes, I'll ask to be
Yes, I will make sure that the docket is available.
Yes. What happened then after the proceedings there at Phosphorus Court?
Phosphorus Court. We realized that it was still during the day, it was not yet dark. Since we're still continuing with the same case on which we were, I called Brigadier Kininza. I found Brigadier Kininza.
I don't know, why do you want to go cooking or check out wood in I pay else on any
He then suggested that we should go back to Phuket where he was staying to go and try and find the hoodie that he was wearing. It's the same one that seems to appear in the photo. Yeah, well, I said to you, son, they say, Phuket, so I saw that I saw which is not all in the hoodie, the I cogile, and then I left Vela Lapistombi. We then proceeded to go to Phuket.
This now you and who?
Constable Mapena, late Mapena, Sergeant Mamrut Mokola, Brigadier Gininda.
It was Brigadier Gininda, me, the late Sergeant Mapena, and Sergeant Mohola.
Were you all traveling in one vehicle?
We were traveling in two cars.
Yes, how were you traveling?
Me and my parents and Tansi were together in one car.
And then Sergeant Mohola, Brigadier Gininda, was a
Sergeant Mohola and Brigadier Gininda, they were together in their own car. Shooting me again, Mapena and Tansi, Sassamo 28, Brigadier Gininda, no Mohola, Babe Hambange, Abi more.
Which vehicle were you using?
Now you should miss a Toyota Fortuner.
I was using a Toyota Fortuner. Now it's a Toyota Fortuner.
Sergeant Mohola, Brigadier Gininda, and Vashumisha Golf 7.
I'm unable to recall whether or not it was that Sergeant Mohola and Brigadier Gininda were using a Golf 7.
Yes.
Should I be there?
No, Homerilla Rasapela and Chelsea Tansi as Navtata Itaveji.
Well, we then proceeded to go with Ntanzi. There were no problems. He appeared affable and happy.
police station agape.
We then arrived at the police station again in Pugeng. So this figure if we police station as a Pugeng. We then asked the police there again to accompany us to the residence of Ndanzi. So system police would have pinned as well as a Lao Ndanzi. They indeed gave us escorts to go to that place in Pugeng. So the spellers and our place are in Daragleondao, it's a Pugeng. And when we arrived, it was already dark. Must be a was a tree. Ntanzi had his key in his pocket. Ntanzi wa no key wake usekukwini. And since he was handcuffed, I asked him to give me the key to his house. We then opened and went inside. His girlfriend was not there that day. We then went in together with him with Sergeant Mohola,
Sergeant Mapena,
Sergeant Mapena, Namapolisa, and then the Pugeng police. Sasingena Futi, Samba and Police Pugeng, no, Sergeant Mohola, Namapena.
Brigadier Ginana Chichukoling, phone.
Brigadier Kininza stayed in the car and made calls. So Brigadier Kininza, now I shall him or 20, what shall we think?
When we went
into his house, we asked him for permission to search for that hoodie that is like the hoodie that is in the picture. So I took my sister and I'm telling you, the hoodie, then I found the hoodie is like Pistombo.
No, we la dumela.
And he gave us permission. What's the self man?
We
conducted the search in his presence. That's the search.
John, we don't want to do the
there were some hoodies of several colors, but we did not find the one that has the color that is in the picture.
Please, my lord, will this be an appropriate time to take the long adjournment?
Okay.
My apologies, my lord. I was delayed. Okay.
Please, my lord. Sergeant Mukhani can continue. When we adjourned, you mentioned that you sought Mr. Ntanzi's permission to search for a hoodie, and you found hoodies of different colors, but not the one that you were looking for. What happened further?
Lilela libella kamagare ga mu entwa mu la tufatwa le linya ka hudi la hwetsa di hudi tsa mefuta hota tsa mebala isengwe yona ya mebala e mengwe seng mobala o lebele nagana lo hwetsa That is correct.
Yes, you may proceed.
Umerenche ke swara wana mo dia porintsha gare. Aba ke kwa kona le plastic nyane na le chipi nyana.
Well, then as I was looking inside amongst his clothes, I found a plastic that had some metals. Ngithema ngibheka lapha iplastic, ngathola iplastic eneyinsimbi ngaphakathi.
Plastic enso?
It was a black plastic. Kwakuyiplastic emnyama.
So where in the room were you looking?
Kamara wardrobe.
I was looking within the wardrobe. Ngangibuka lapha e-wardrobe.
Yes.
It was amongst the clothes right at the bottom. Ngaphakathi kwempahla le phansi. When I took out the plastic and opened it, ngithoma sengivula ngikhipha le plastic ngiyivula. Inside I found some bullets. Ngaphakathi ngathola izinhlamvu.
How many?
If I'm not making a mistake, they were 13.
And the caliber?
And the caliber actually,
rifle.
They were rifle rounds. But we in time for this by school.
Yes.
And then I told him, sir, I was looking for a hoodie and now I'm now finding this. And I said, I want to take it. He just kept quiet and looked at me. And then I said, now, since I was looking for a hood and now I'm finding this, I'm going to arrest you for it. But do you have a license for these? I said, do you have a very large rifle?
Yes, you may proceed.
Since you are coming from the rural areas, you may be having a very large gun for shooting animals.
Yes.
He failed to answer, to explain. And then I arrested him and I read him his rights. I said,
police station.
From there, we closed his room and went to the Pugeng police station. Lapo esabali kumbilake, services ya Pugeng police station. I then opened a case for having ammunition without a license. I think umbopisela ke icala lokuba nenhlamvu zesibhamu engenayo imvume.
Case yawana Pugeng case.
That case became the Pugeng case.
118/06
2020. Manje ke icase yakhona kwabeyana le ka 108/06 or 20. And then we went back with him and went to the Gauteng Primrose police station. Just Primrose police station.
Just a minute before you proceed. You mentioned that you charged him for possession of ammunition. Was he processed at the cells at Pugeng?
No, we just registered him in the OP, but he didn't go into the cells of Pugeng.
Just want to show you a document, exhibit PP1.
ngiyakubonisa exhibit PP1.
Do you recognize that entry?
Yes, I can see.
Can you put the particulars on record?
Saturday 2020-06-20.
It's written Saturdays.
The 20th of June.
The 20th of June 2020.
Yes.
Entry 713.
There's an entry there that says 713.
Then 00/40.
The time is 00:40.
In which our suspect detained.
It is written there, suspect detained.
Detective Sergeant Mohane of National Cold Case Investigation detained cell number 294 of 620 Bongani Nsandi Zontanzi.
It shows how Detective Mohale of the National Cold Case Unit detained Mr. Ntanzi.
Bongani Ntanzi on Puking case 118/6/2020.
On the Puking case 118/6 of 2020. Was it like Sergeant Umkhalo wase National Cold Case Unit wabopha umsolwa uBongani okaNtanzi eqala elithi 118/06 of 2020.
Possession of live ammunition.
Bathi lapho ke wayembophela ukuba nenhlamvu zesibhamu.
Notice of rights as per SAPS 14 number.
Bathi ke hayi ke namalungelo wafundelwa khona njengele number ebhalisiwe SAPS 14
number 5094.
The number yakhona ko 5094
7284.
7284.
Read and explained to the accused.
Bathi wafundela amalungelo ekufundela umso.
And understood and detained with no injuries.
Thigayi kwawazwisiseke lamalungelo wayeseke eyavalelwa engelimele.
Correctly detained by me, signed Sergeant PV Mohane.
Kuyaqhubeka kuyasho ukuthi wavalelwa yimina Sergeant Mohane and kwase kuyasayindwa.
I just want to show you an exhibit, exhibit LL.
Athi ngifuna ukukhombisa lana i-exhibit LL.
Can you identify it for the court?
Notice of rights in terms of the Constitution.
Yes. Which document is that exhibit LL?
It is his rights of arrest.
Yes. The particulars of the person? Yes.
Okay. Mofasimo certificate by detainee Bongani Nsandi Zontanzi.
Right there it says it mentions the name of Ntanzi.
I Bongani Ntanzi, name of it hereby certified that I've been informed in English.
Mina ke uNtanzi ngiyachaza la ukuthi ngizisile ngitshelwa amalungelo ngesingisi.
State language of my rights in terms of constitutional as set out above by Sergeant Mohane. Name of a person who informed the detainee. That I understand the contents. Thereof date 2020 /06-19.
19 June 2020.
Time 22:45.
Isikhathi 22:45.
Place Puking.
Endaweni yasePuking.
Yes.
And then Mofasimo usayinile Mshwari wele Ntanzi, and then come on.
Underneath the suspect signed, and the suspect is Mr. Ndanzi.
And kamo ola right o signile nam Mohane.
And as well, the Sergeant Mohane signed.
Yes. You just read out the serial number of the notice of rights.
Yes.
The serial number on exhibit LL, how does it compare to the one that you just read out in exhibit PP1?
S094 7284.
Yes. How does it compare to the one that you've read?
Yeah, it's the same. But at the first letter, I thought it's 5. That's why I said it's 5, but it's S.
Yes.
It's the same, just that only the alphabet.
Leo number here found which mean I'm going to 5. You can do S094724.
Yes. We want to show you exhibit PP2.
There is exhibit PP2.
The cell register.
We should take a register.
Yes, entry 294. Can you just put that on record?
Entry 294 Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi, age 29, gender male, date 19/6, time 22:45, offense possession of unlicensed ammunition. Case 118/6/2020, notice of rights, S094 S094724. Date detained 2006 0045. Then here it says date of release. You can see clearly.
It's fine.
Lapho bewela imininingwane ukuboshwa kukaMsola Ntanzi iyasho ukuthi isikhathi kwakuthi 2:45 usho ukuthi uboshelwa ukuba nenhlamvu ezingekho emthethweni ukukhishwa ke nenombolo yecala S118/6/2020 and kuyashiwa ke nenamba yephepha lamalungelo ukuthi S0947284.
Yes, we may continue. So you proceeded to Primrose.
Yes, transfer to Primrose, SAPS. Where he was detained.
He was then detained in Primrose. Was Primrose.
Was he then transferred from Pukeng to Primrose?
Primrose. That is correct.
And just for the record, where is Primrose Police Station?
Primrose
in Johannesburg.
Primrose in Johannesburg. Primrose is a code.
Yes. What happened there at Primrose Police Station?
What did I go to Primrose Police Station?
No, really,
we placed him there because there were many other cases that we were still investigating him on.
And then Rabara Musha court therapy Pukeng or Pierre.
And then we took him to the Pukeng where he was going to appear in court there.
Yes. Before you proceed to that aspect, what happened when you arrived at Primrose? What was the procedure?
Police station
what happened there at Primrose was what happens in every police station where they received him and then they entered him in their books. When they go for now, go on come police station with
yes, which books?
The book
occurrence book at the selling.
It is the book, cell occurrence book, which is the occurrence book selling.
le SAP 14A.
Also the SAP.
No, sorry, SAP 14.
Also in the SAP 14. Now go to Paisa now SAP 14.
I just want to show you exhibit QQ.
SAP exhibit QQ, sorry, exhibit QQ.
Can you place those entries on record?
No, absolutely. QQ.
I'm still trying to find it.
All right, in which we already. Okay, in which or Saturday 2020 stroke 06 stroke 20. Serial number 1871. Napo 430 04 JPD 30. Prisoner received. Warrant officer Mukwena received 1 unit as per Bongani Ntanzi SAP 14 156 of 6/2020 on Puken case 118 of 6/2020 SAP 14A 5094 7284 from Sergeant Mokhani National Investigations Pretoria.
Olengeke mniningwane ukuthi wabosha mhla 20 kumgqibelo inumber lakhe inikwa yona 871 isikhathi wa 430 esho nokuthi warrant officer Mukwena wamamukela ngecala 118 of 6 of 2020 emfaka phakathi neminye imininingwane.
Yes.
Okay.
There was no entry regarding injuries. What was the position?
No, the issue of injuries was not mentioned here.
Yes. But what was the position? Did you have any injuries?
No, you had no injuries. Why not the man?
Yes, and the next entry?
Sunday.
The next entry was for Sunday
2020 06 21. Serial number.
No, sorry. On the 21st of June 2020.
2020, no, sorry, 2020. Serial number 2029.
Serial number was 2029.
Now for 2250.
The time was 2250.
Sergeant, suspect charged.
It says there's the suspect charged.
Sergeant Mokhale from National Cold Case Investigation charged 1 black male suspect, Mongani Ntanzi, for court.
Who was Sergeant Mokhale was a National Cold Case Unit where to Sola Ntanzi.
As per SAPS 14.
SAPS 14
136
06
2020
Puken
case 118 of 6 2020.
The Puken case is 118 of 6 of 2020. Lapho kubhaliwe ukuthi umsola waletho inumber there but 2029 ngesikhathi sika 2250 so elethomelana necala lika 118 of 6 of 2020.
Once again, there's no entry regarding injuries. What was the position?
No, he was not injured. Being a clean man.
Read the entry below that at 2300 hours.
This one is serial number 2020.
Cells visited?
Yes, 2300. Cells visited by Sergeant Kava and Taro Makutu, 10 units in custody, no complaints.
Athi bare disele dileja bathi amasela avasha o Sergeant Xaba nomunye ahamba nayo akungena zikhalo.
Yes, you may proceed.
Ke tlotsa la pele ka ya di 2022 ya escort duties elori I Thomas the number ka 265 na go 715 ya nebela ka tsela escort duties. Detective Sergeant Mokhani from National Cold Case escorted 1 unit as per SAP 14136 of 6/2020. Bongani Ntanzi, case 118 of 6/2020. He was taken to Savani Magistrate Court.
Lana ubhale ukuthi uDetective Session Mokhane waphelezela oyedwa uBongani Ntanzi emphelezela eHlabani Court.
And then
we took him and went with him to Hlabane. So
Once again, there's no entry regarding injuries. What was the position?
No, he was not injured.
Yes.
And we took him to Hlabane and then they took the docket to the prosecutor. So fika samthatha samisa le Hlabane umshushisi wasethatha docket basoyisa docket umshushisi.
Arabele na pele ya COVID irekrele Hlabane itswaletse mara ba shumela ka montle.
Because it was the time of COVID, Hlabane was closed and they were working outside. So I must figure out lapho sothola ukuthi Hlabane evaliwe ngoba kuyisikhathi se-COVID babesenzela ngaphandle.
Omesala ba mamorela ba indrola docket.
They received him and he received the docket. Basebamamukela ne docket yakhe.
By postpone to the 20, postpone to the 20. About the 29, I'm not sure. Like, so
the case was postponed. I think it looks like the 29th, but what I know is that the case was postponed.
Just want to show you Exhibit RR.
Exhibit RR.
Can you just identify what is Exhibit RR?
Exhibit RR again.
In which charge sheet Flagstad.
It's written charge sheet Flagstad. Charge sheet Flagstad.
Inali case A171 stroke 20 police station Pukeng.
Police station is Pukeng.
Case number 1186 of 118 of 6/2020.
The case is 118 of 6 of 2020.
Investigation officer Sergeant Mokhani.
The investigation officer appears as Sergeant Mokhani.
District.
Yes. What is the place of trial?
In Hlabane.
And the date of first appearance?
2020 stroke 6 2022.
2020 or 6 2022.
Yes, and the name of the accused?
Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi.
The name of the accused was Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi. Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi.
Address Nongoma.
If you can turn to page 4, if you count from the first page. To which date was the matter postponed?
To page 4.
How to make a page in my promote, I will fetch a page of one more. But a pay, I will say to Marapo or Ilo, then I pay a
request postponement to the 3rd of 8/2020.
It was postponed to the 3rd of 8/2020.
What is the date of postponement?
Chachila,
Agenda the 29th of 6/2020.
Adjourned to the 29th of 6/2020.
Yes. And whilst we're still on Exhibit R, there were several appearances. Can you get to the appearances of the 13th of July 2020?
I'll level the appearance to the 13th of July 2020.
It's the 6th page when you start from the beginning.
Also, Mama Tomo, it's available page over 60.
Yes. And did you accompany the accused to court when he appeared?
Well, I think I lemonla to factor. I learned a corona, Hilo, Bonagala Mokoron. Yes, he was accompanied by me.
On the proceedings of the 13th of July 2020, can you indicate, according to the record, who was appearing on behalf of the accused?
The defense accused one, Mr. Mejiyako.
But the accused, the representative for the accused was Mr. Mejiyako.
And it's written digitally recorded. Just read what stands beyond or below that digitally recorded.
Here, Mr. Mejiyako request postponement to the 3rd of 8/2020 in discussion with the DPP.
Umhlaka 3 August 2020 emuva kokuthi kube nokuxoxisana no DPP.
And again, on the next page, the appearances of the 3rd of August 2020.
The appearance of the 3rd of August 2020, more page in lateral.
It was on the...
Who was appearing for the accused?
Mr. Mejiyako happen.
It was Mr. Mejiyako again.
The proceedings of the 17th of August 2020.
17th August 2020.
In which Mr. Mejiyako Mara Ubasero.
It is written Mr. Mejiyako, but he was not present. But look, Mr. Mejiyako,
next page, proceedings of the 20th of August 2020. Who was on record for the accused?
Mr. Mejiyako happen.
It was also Mr. Mejiyako.
And just below digitally recorded, can you place on record what's written there?
Here, Mr. Mejiyako accused abundance application for bail.
Ubuthoke lapho ke umsolo wanqaba ukuthi afake isicelo sebail.
And proceedings of the 5th of October 2020 was appearing for the accused.
Umbani
the next page.
Mela umsolo ngomhla 5 October 2020.
Misali Mr. Mejiyako happen.
It remains Mr. Mejiyako. Also Babu Mejiyako.
And the proceedings of 11 November 2020.
Mr. Mejiyako.
It still remains Mr. Mejiyako who's representing him.
Yes, and lastly, proceedings of 26 November 2020.
Isali Mr. Mijako Mara Atla.
It is still Mr. Michiako, but it did not arrive. Yes.
Thank you. We will get back to Mr. Mijako later on. Yes, you may proceed.
Ugachola Pip.
Refecha kwa ba ravwale and after postponile.
We came back with him after they had postponed. Sabia na again for Uti Lisefi Sotala.
And then
that is now on the 22nd of June 2020.
Really 22nd of June 2020 movie.
Yes, yeah, got yeah, I chola pila horo.
Yes, that is the day when he was to appear before the court. Yeah, I love if I can avail pam
police station.
Well, we returned with him, but I don't remember which police station. So let's go and I move out and talk to Samba and I say police station.
Just want to show you Exhibit SS, an entry from Pretoria Moot Police Station. Which entry are those as per Exhibit SS?
Exhibit SS scheme.
Monday 2020 of 6/2022.
On top is written Monday 2020.
Monday 2020, ngwaka 2020, kgwedi ya botshelela 20 ka letšatši la masome a mabedi le metšo e mebedi.
On the 22nd of June 2020.
Serial number mo fasing which 1661.
The serial number is written as 16661. 1661.
1661, 1500 hours, 15.00.
The time is 15 hours.
Yone bala ka tsela e prisoner received.
Kuthiwa lana umsolo wamukelwa.
Sergeant Mohane from National Court Case Unit of Pretoria handed in.
Sergeant Mohane was National Court Case Unit cell. Wafaka umsolo lapho.
One male Bongani Sandison Tanzi.
Umuntu oyedwa owesilisa uBongani Ntanzi.
Phukeng case 118 of 6/2020.
Judge case Phukeng 118 of 6 of 2020.
Possession of unlicensed ammunition.
Uthi lapho icala lokuba nezinhlamvu ezingekho emthethweni.
Chola pele tagaleng la olatela isale Monday 2020 of 6/2022.
It was still the Monday of 2020
of 6/2022. The 22 June.
The 22nd of June 2020.
SAP 14 108 of 6/2020.
The SAP 14 of 108
stroke 06 2020.
2020.
Yes, and SAP 14A.
And what follows is the SAP 14A.
S094 7284.
7284.
Without any visible injuries.
It also written Bongani Ntanzi without any visible injuries.
And he confirmed.
And Fotige Nayega wallet is Salo.
Handed correctly Kasaina Rape.
Which one
This is now after the appearance in Kabani on the On the 22nd of June 2020.
That is correct.
And is it correct that this is now the entry from Pretoria Moat Police Station?
And more Pretoria Moat Police Station. That is correct. We are now for Pretoria Moat Police Station.
Yes. What is the next relevant entry?
Every Wednesday, 24th of June 2020.
24 June 2020, we will start.
Serial number 1826.
Serial number 1826.
Nako 1320.
Skate 1320.
In which you have investigation out. Sergeant Mohale out with one male national cold case investigation.
Sergeant Mohale waphuma nomuntu oyedwa eyobheka ukuzuphenyo icala.
Bongani Ntanzi.
Owakhishwa uBongani Ntanzi.
SAP 14.
SAP 14 Nancy.
108.
108.
Stroke 06.
Stroke 06.
Stroke 2020.
Stroke 2020.
Case 118 of 6/2020. Without injuries and no complaint. Correctly received.
Can you now tell the court in your own words what was the purpose of signing out to the accused?
Vere Muncha ailo dira confession kare Brigadier Gininda ilena bego I arrange.
We're taking him out to go and make a confession as arranged by Brigadier Gininda. Sazimkipela ukuthi ayovumicala ayovumisana njengoba kwakulungiswa ke uBrigadier Gininda.
Ole retsamayela na rimishe Boksburg Magistrate Court.
We said we should take him to the Boksburg Magistrate Court. Wathi ke simthatha simise eBoksburg emahhovisi kamanje.
We
went with him again. Sahamba naye futhi.
That is you and who?
Oh, wena no bani belwa nalima.
Kina Sergeant Mabena.
It was me and Sergeant Mabena. Where we me and Sergeant Mabena.
The rest court aquí Ekurhuleni Metropolis.
We escorted by the Ekurhuleni Metropolis as well as mapoisa escort as Ekurhuleni.
Brigadier Gininda Lake Vita kwa Boksburg ki tsene officing ya SPP.
Uba le gape?
Brigadier Gininda. Lake Vita kwa Boksburg Magistrate Court.
Brigadier Gininda had informed me that when I arrived at the Boksburg Magistrate Court,
Bongani Ntanzi kimisha officing ya SPP.
I should then take Bongani Ntanzi to the office of the SPP. Wathi uma ngifika lapha Boksburg ngithatha uBongani Ntanzi mise ehhovisi lika SPP.
What does SPP stand for?
SPP imaging.
Senior Public Prosecutor.
It stands for Senior Public Prosecutor.
Yes.
And then Senior Public Prosecutor Otampuncha Magistrate to Atartushanga confession.
Then the Senior Public Prosecutor was going to show us or take us to the magistrate who was supposed to take the confession. I'm sure we again. SPP and Senior Public Prosecutor if you some code. Why is this Tataga? As he say, obviously, Liga Manchi, the Manchiga Gogo, you know, finally, it's again. Ibale phansi ukuvuma isono kuka
Ntanzi. Our home rafika one of our Boksburg Court
We did indeed arrive at the Boxburg magistrate court. Sasiyafika ke magistrate court yase Boxburg.
Ngafika SPP office.
And then we arrived at the offices of the SPP. Safika office of SPP.
Ummeyar woncha office magistrate.
Then we were shown to the offices of the magistrates. Sasiyakhonjiswa ke office leMantshi.
Magistrate wamsayidi walukhuwa.
It was a female magistrate, a white lady. Oh, magistrate yomlungu wesifazane.
Okay, lengamzori ki koronje.
Whom I got to know as Cronien. Ngafika ngamazi ukuthi uCronian.
Umerifika kwa ile kayitsibisha ku magistrate Tolkien Sergeant Mohani.
On arrival, I introduced myself to the magistrate as Sergeant Mohale. Once ngisifika lapho ngisethula kumanje ukuthi ngo Sergeant Mohale.
Umekitlishe muswari wawo for confession wena.
And that I had brought the suspect to here for a confession. Okusho ukuthi ngangiletheke lo msolwa kuyena ukuthi azovuma isono.
No, urile unyaka appointment certificate saka lokwalo la kala btsibiso la sepodisa.
And then he asked me for my appointment letter, my police appointment letter. Basically incwadi yami ke yokuqashwa esiphoyiseni.
Umebeke sepalani Metropolis yul leseng le Jonathan Rape. And
since I was being in the accompaniment of Constable Jonathan and Constable Lissery, who had accompanied me into the office.
Oh, sorry. I'm not sure if the witness is reading from the statement or is just giving oral.
His statement.
His statement. Because the basis.
Well, I didn't know the statement.
Are you reading from your statement?
Not all the time.
What are those? It's a notes. Is it a statement or your notes?
It's a statement.
Hello?
The statement.
Is it signed, sir?
Yes.
By whom?
By me.
By you?
Yes. All right.
Yes, Mr.
Do you need to refer to a statement or can you testify without referring to the statement?
I need to refer.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Gonzo. Anything you want to say?
No, man, the statement before it was read, there were no basis that we laid on.
Yeah, but in this court, witnesses normally refresh their memories through reading statements. You are aware of that, of course.
I'm aware, my lord,
yeah.
But...
Yes. But if you want to object, you can object.
Yes.
Yes. No problem. But
did you make a statement regarding this matter?
We don't make a statement about that is correct.
Was the statement reduced to writing?
Statements the statements are that is correct.
Did you make the statement in your own handwriting or did someone take down your statement?
We learn one last statement.
No, this type of Kenneth Gininda.
It was typed by Kenneth Gininda. Sir, type of Kenneth Gininda. I had written it with my hand, and which was not quite legible.
Was it a complete statement that you wrote down in your own handwriting, or did you just make notes?
Statement I had made some notes.
Now, after Brigadier Gininda typed the statement, was it given to you? Or in which language was the statement typed?
Statement is typed in English. Typing is English.
Were you dictating the statement to him, or you were telling him the statement in a certain language and he then translated it to another language?
We were using both English and Lesotho, but he was writing it down in English. Sasikhuluma zombili isiSuthu nesilungu kodwa ke wayibhala phansi ngesingisi.
After the statement was completed, was it given to you to read?
Statement or
was it read back to you?
I read it myself.
Were you satisfied with the contents thereof?
Yes, because I was the one who was telling him.
Did you then append your signature to the statement?
That is correct.
Just want to show you a document. And is that your statement?
Which one?
Statement is that is my statement.
Is that the one you were reading from?
This one is yes, it is.
What is the date on the statement?
The 25th October 2023.
25 October 2023.
Now, 2140.
The time is 2140. Scott 2140.
And was the statement commissioned?
Statement is still commissioning. That is correct.
Yes, by who?
Sir Commissioner Commissioner Giman.
Brigadier Gininda.
The Brigadier Gininda. It was Brigadier Gininda.
If you look at page 1 of the statement, at the bottom, there are some initials. Whose initials are those?
The initials, they are mine, our initials.
And the other initials?
Brigadier Gininda.
And my initials are Brigadier Gininda. The other initials are Brigadier Gininda's.
The second page?
It is still mine as well. So your name.
It's just identify those.
Signature Brigadier Gininda.
It is my signature
initials
and the initials of Brigadier Gininda as well.
Yes.
Then come my fellow signature commissioner one.
At the end, it is my signature and also the one who commissioned the statement. No other commissioner's statement.
Now, do you want to refresh your memory from the statement?
Yeah, before you do that, for the purposes of this court, was that statement circulated to all the councils?
Yes, indeed, my lord, it was.
You're not taking them by ambush or surprise. They are aware of the fact that witness, Mokhale, made a statement.
Yes, it was given
and
to
it was, as you say, handed over to all the...
Yes.
Yes.
My lord, may I just indicate that the typed statement was the one that was circulated to the councils, but the original, the handwritten...
The original is written.
The handwritten was never circulated.
Is there a handwritten statement, Mr. Badoy?
We only have the typed statement.
Have you seen the handwritten statement?
No, we haven't seen it.
Now, why do you say there's one?
The witness indicated, my lord, that the handwritten was not that legible.
Yeah.
Then it had to be, we want to see that original, the one that is not legible.
Sir, where's your illegible handwritten statement?
Statement
No, Salras is read after also one or as we talk about as one around.
We shredded it afterwards because we realized that it is too illegible to be of any use.
It is shredded. But the point is, what you related to this court, it's what you perceived, experienced, and did. Or is there somebody else, I don't know where, who's telling you what to testify on?
This is what happened to me.
Kenida never told you what to say. What to testify.
No, he didn't do that.
Yeah, okay, Mr.
And just clarify, the document that you say was shredded, was it a statement or notes?
Document statement.
It was a notes in a form of statement but not completed.
It was notes in a form of a statement but not
in effect, yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Baloyi, was it indicated in the list of witnesses that this witness is going to give evidence?
Yes, I think we did mention that is witness number 107.
Number 107?
Yes.
So it is notarized in the list of witnesses?
Yes, ma'am.
It's not like he's flown from heaven?
Yes.
No, why not?
Try to give evidence.
You want to say something?
My Lord, before we proceed on the on the evidence that is already laid, my Lord, it will be submitted that the statement has been irregularly made, in the sense that the investigating officer or the head of the investigation is the one who was dictated with the contents of the statement, and it has been commissioned by the same head of investigation.
That's not what this witness says. He says he apprised Ginanda of what he did all along. He was never told by Ginanda, say this, say that, say this, say you went to Pukeng and you got into the room there and you found some hoodies of different colors, but one of the relevant color was not there. And then we took him back to Pukeng, and then at the police station, we said, we don't know the persons in Pukeng. Can you give us some accompaniment? He says that's out of his own knowledge.
My Lord,
that's what he says.
I would submit with due respect that that statement is irregular on the basis that, firstly, if disclosure was made before the commencement of the trial, this statement is recently made, 25 October 2023. It consists of fabrication because...
Fabrication?
That's correct, my Lord. That's how I submit.
Okay.
Because that cannot be confirmed with the statement to see if it's consistent with the handwriting or the original document. Now it is the evidence of the witness to say it has been destroyed. How do we then draw a conclusion that this has not been fabricated after other
Who
witnesses?
fabricated it? You keep saying fabricated. Who fabricated it?
My Lord,
because this witness says, this is my statement. Now, who fabricated it?
The manner in which it was taken. I mean, Brigadier Geninda is the head of the investigation.
And so?
There's evidence that has already been led by other witnesses. At the same time, on the 25th of October 2023, during the course of trial within the trial, a statement is discovered to the defense without even making a cross-reference to the original statement, because when he made the statement, the original statement, the authenticity of the statement shall be drawn from the original information that the witness has. He's an independent witness who testified and who made a statement originally giving all the circumstances of what transpired during the investigation. Now comes Brigadier Keneda, who is the head of the investigation. Now what strikes the defense more is the fact that if the statement was not made or typed, because I believe they have facilities to do that, if it was not typed by Brigadier Keneda himself, there is prospects that they were fabricating issues.
as a conference.
No, just quote the law, because you know what? I'm even aware that an investigating officer can take a confession, although it is advisable that he shouldn't be. You know that legal principle. An investigating officer involved in the same case and investigating it
cannot take confessions.
He can.
Cannot, my lord.
Not a confession, sorry. He can take a statement.
Can take a statement?
Sorry, not a confession.
Yes.
So that statement is not the same status with that. Okay, let's hear Mr. Baloi.
Will make my Leonard friend's task easier. Just try put away the statement and just give your evidence without the statement. They can, in cross-examination, take it further with you. Yes, you arrived at the Boksburg Magistrate Court, and you mentioned that you were referred to Ms. Cronier's office by the senior prosecutor. What happened further?
Office ya magistrate senior public prosecutor. Who
I just will let you the copy just in Jarina, the copy jari appointment certificate.
Like I said, she took the copies of our appointment certificates. When's my copy appointment certificate too?
Ome ajatana officing yagare, IG ajatana officing yagare.
Took them and went into her office. Watata wangena her office like.
Kamara office ya magistrate, only advocate Mujiyako.
Inside the offices of the magistrate, there was advocate Mujiyako.
Hello, Mehmed Wantanzi,
who was the legal representative of Mr. Dance. La part of office, no advocate Mujiyako or Meligan Dance.
When you were referring to Exhibit RR, the charge sheet of cocaine, you mentioned, you read out the report where the name of Mjiak was also mentioned. Is it a different person? In Exhibit RR.
Exhibit RR. No, it's still the same person. Oh, yeah, so yeah, no, in Kulmenai.
On the 24th of June 2020, had you seen him before, or were you seeing him for the first time?
What I'm going to June. No, I first saw him in Phuket.
The point is, did you see him on the 24th of June at Boksburg?
Yes,
yes, I did see him.
With your own eyes?
Yes, he was standing next to me, very close to me in the office.
Okay.
Yeah, I met to the office.
Yes.
Then we went out of the office, and the magistrate closed the door. And then Danzi was left inside the office together with the magistrate and a certain woman who was an interpreter and also Mjiako.
Advocate Mjiako.
That is Advocate Mjiako. And we waited outside until the magistrate was finished with Ndanzi.
If you say we waited outside, that is you and who?
Officer Jonathan and Yul.
And it was me, Officer Jonathan, and Yul. What do you mean, Officer Jonathan and Yul?
Yes.
Baba never EMPD never passaging look parking.
And the others who were from the EMPD were just standing around in passages and also in the parking. Labanye ke base EMPD bayemele mas passage nale ngaphandle e parking.
Yes.
Nako ya ufihla re magistrate a fetša sa la bula menyako.
When the time came, when the magistrate was finished, she opened the door. Mse qetile magistrate was vula menyako.
A re feditše re ka metša ntanse.
And she said she was finished and we could take him down. So I said, qetile ngontanzi. Sesingamthatha.
Yes.
We took him and went into the cars. Sesimthatha singene emotweni.
Yes.
And police station.
We then took him to a police station. I don't remember which police station it is. Sesimthatha simisa a police station. Asakumbula ukuthi wayeyiphi police station.
You mentioned that Ms. Cronje requested copies of your appointment certificate. Just want to show you an annexure to Exhibit JJ, Annexure A.
Orle Cronje ubanyaka the appointment letter chalena ke dinyago go bontsha exhibition JJ.
Can you just identify that?
Appointment certificate.
It is my appointment certificate. What we appointment certificate yami? It has my face and the police emblem. In Nobusobami no Paulus Police.
And then
at the back it was not very legible. She then asked me to write my names, my full names and other
ID number,
the ID number,
first number, the rank.
And the first number and the rank. I said to her, igama lami ID number yami, the first number yami, no voting rank.
And the next pages?
More paging a later lang.
In which you will create glycerin, Metropolis.
It is you'll create glycerin with the face and the emblem.
Yeah, in which you ID number, the first number.
It is also everything is written there with the ID numbers and the first numbers.
Yes, the next page.
In which you Wendell, Logan, Jonathan. Just Metropolis page, ID number, first number.
It's also written Wendell Jonathan with the ID number and the first number, etc.
And who are they?
Metropolis, Metropolis.
It is the members of the Metro of the Eguruleni Metropolis. Amalungu espoe sase Metro sase Guruleni.
Yes, thank you. If we can get back to Exhibit SS.
Arabuela rape go Exhibit SS.
Entry from Kuturamot. Just show it to the witness, please. Entry. Just read the entry on the 24th of June 2022. 1857.
Balamo number 1857.
1857, yes. In which Wednesday, the 24th of June 2020.
It is also written the Wednesday to 24th of June 2020 on top.
Serial number 1857.
The serial number is 1857.
Nakoki 1910.
The time is 1910.
In which your investigation back,
It is written investigation back.
Sergeant Mokhale back with one male Bongani Ntazi.
Yakhombisa ukuthi uSergeant Mokhale ubuye nendoda ekuthiwa uBongani Ntanzi.
CPS 141080 of stroke 6/2020.
And kupha number ngabe?
Is SAP 14108 stroke 06 stroke 2020.
SAP 14108 or 6 or 2020.
Without any visible injuries, back correctly. Kasayina.
Engalimalanga futhi ke ebuyiswe kahle waphinde wasign. And he signed again as well.
Then what happened further after the 24th of June?
June